Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 2517 to Chapter 2567. While the Fan clan was in chaos, the other great clans immediately took action. When these great clans said that the Fan clan had no time to worry, they first took control of the interstellar transmission array on the thundercloud star. Then, the reinforcements of the great clans came in an endless stream. In a short time, the experts of the great clans gathered on the thundercloud star. Each of the great clans occupied a place on the thundercloud star. Clearly, they wanted to control the thundercloud star. At this time, the Fan family felt that something was wrong. They seemed to have underestimated the situation. At the same time, they lost their ability to control the situation. After the Fan family's patriarch learned of this matter, he felt dizzy. He finally understood how wrong he was. But now that the mistake was made, it would be very difficult for him to control the thundercloud star. However, he was a decisive person. He immediately gathered the Fan family's branch family members and prepared to appease them. At the same time, he also arranged for the Fan family's servants and guests to stay. However, he soon discovered that it was too late. The servant families of the Fan family had already begun to flee. The collateral relatives of the Fan family had already conquered several cities on the thundercloud star, preparing to divide them into cities and rule over them. They no longer cared about the life and death of the main family of the Fan family. As for the guest elders, most of them had already fled the Fan family or sought refuge with other families. Almost all of them had left. After knowing this, the Fan family's patriarch finally regretted. He didn't think that things would develop to this point. At this time, he suddenly thought of Fan Minghui. When he thought of Fan Minghui's words, he couldn't help but feel regret and shame. He didn't think that the Fan family's situation would be worse than what Fan Minghui said. In this case, how could he face Fan Minghui again? When he thought of Fan Minghui laughing at him, the Fan family's patriarch felt like he was going crazy. In this case, the Fan family's patriarch issued another order to kill Fan Minghui. He wanted to kill Fan Minghui so that Fan Minghui wouldn't have the chance to laugh at him. However, the people that the Fan family sent to kill Fan Minghui reported that Fan Minghui had already left the thundercloud star. Moreover, they didn't know where they went. When the Fan family heard this, the Fan family's patriarch almost vomited blood. However, he didn't have time to care about Fan Minghui. This was because the other great clans were attacking the Fan family. It wasn't just the Fan family's main family, but also the branch family's branch family members. While the Fan family was being attacked, Fan Minghui arrived at Zhao Hai's room with bloodshot eyes. A few days ago, Zhao Hai told him that if the Fan family was in trouble, Fan Minghui should tell him the location of the Fan family's hidden treasures. Then they would throw out some of the Fan family's treasures. 1/10 of the treasures would be given to Fan Minghui while the rest would be given to the Four Righteous Gang. When Fan Minghui heard Zhao Hai's proposal, his first reaction was to disagree. But then he remembered that Zhao Hai said that he would only make a move when the Fan family was powerless to resist. Otherwise, he wouldn't make a move. Fan Minghui hesitated. However, he still didn't tell Zhao Hai the location of the Fan family's hidden treasures. At this time, Fan Minghui suddenly received news that the Fan family's patriarch had sent people to kill him. When Fan Minghui received this news, he was shocked. Although he thought about this when he left the Fan family, he didn't expect the Fan family's patriarch to actually do it. Fan Minghui was his own son, he actually wanted to kill his own son for the sake of face. When he received this news, Fan Minghui burst into tears. After crying, he received more news that the great clans had made a move against the Fan family. Fan Minghui immediately rushed to Zhao Hai's room. He decided to agree to Zhao Hai's proposal. Zhao Hai was currently sitting in his room. He was very clear about the Fan family's situation. In fact, he knew more than Fan Minghui. The reason why Fan Minghui was able to get information about the thundercloud star was because he had spies there. This spy was a servant of the Fan family. However, this servant was just a small family, nobody paid attention to it. However, Fan Minghui had saved their lives before. Because of this servant was very loyal to Fan Minghui. From time to time, he would inform Fan Minghui about the situation in Thundercloud City. The reason why Zhao Hai was able to know about the Fan family's situation through the Space's surveillance was because the Fan family's patriarch wanted to kill his own son for the sake of face. This made Zhao Hai speechless. He now understood why the Fan family was defeated. With such a patriarch, there was no way that the Fan family wouldn't be defeated. Now that he saw Fan Minghui's appearance, he couldn't help but sigh. Then he pretended to be confused as he looked at Fan Minghui and said, "Minghui, what happened to you? You don't seem to be in good spirits. Did something happen on the Thundercloud Star?" Fan Minghui thought that Zhao Hai hadn't received the news, so he couldn't help but reply, "Leader, the Fan family is finished. The other great clans have already made their move. The Fan family is doomed this time. I want to ask the leader to help us as much as possible. Even if you don't give it to me, you can still give it to the gang. It's better than letting those fellows take advantage of it." Zhao Hai looked at Fan Minghui, then he nodded and said, "All right, as long as you tell me the location of the Fan family's treasury, I'll certainly take everything out. You can also come with me. You can also contact some people from the Fan family and have them join the Four Righteous Gang. Moreover, what I said before still counts. As long as the Fan family can be taken out of the treasury, I'll give you 1/10 of it in order to revitalize the Fan family. But there's one thing that needs to be said. I hope that the Fan family won't hold a grudge against the gang because of this matter. If the Fan family really holds a grudge against the gang, then I'd rather not take the things." Fan Minghui stood up and gave Zhao Hai a deep bow. "Leader can rest assured. This Fan Minghui swears a heart demon oath that the Fan family will absolutely not hold a grudge against the Four Righteous Gang. The Fan family will always be a subordinate of the Four Righteous Gang. We're willing to serve the Four Righteous Gang for generations to come." Zhao Hai looked at Fan Minghui, then he nodded and said, "All right, I'm relieved to hear your words. Let's go to Thundercloud Star. Tell me the location of the Fan family's treasury on the way." After he said that, Zhao Hai stood up and walked outside. Fan Minghui quickly followed behind Zhao Hai. While following Zhao Hai, he also told Zhao Hai the location of the Fan family's treasury. Zhao Hai nodded while listening. The two quickly arrived at the transmission plaza of the Four Righteous Gang. Fan Minghui knew about the transmission plaza of the Four Righteous Gang, but he didn't see an interstellar transmission array here. Therefore, he felt strange that Zhao Hai brought him here. But in the blink of an eye, he felt relieved. He thought that Zhao Hai would take him to Bitter Bar City and then take the interstellar transmission array to Thundercloud Star. However, he didn't expect that Zhao Hai would take him around the transmission plaza and into a courtyard behind the transmission plaza. It was a very large courtyard paved with bluestone. It looked like a training ground. When Zhao Hai and Fan Minghui entered the courtyard, two people immediately came out of a room. These two were instant movement realm cultivators. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "Adjust the coordinates to Thundercloud Star." The two nodded before they turned around and returned to their room. Before long, a white light flashed in the courtyard as Zhao Hai and Fan Minghui disappeared. Then, they appeared in a room. Fan Minghui looked at the room and discovered that it was a very large room. However, it seemed to be underground. This was because there were no windows in the room. The only passage to the outside was a stone staircase. Zhao Hai led Fan Minghui outside as he said, "This is a secret base that the Four Righteous Gang built in Thundercloud Star. It can be considered as a branch of the Thundercloud Star. It was established when I was fighting in Thundercloud Star. Currently, it has 20 members. However, it's still developing in secret. Now that Thundercloud Star is in chaos, nobody would notice the sudden emergence of a small force. Remember, this branch is a secret of the Four Righteous Gang. You mustn't leak it out." Fan Minghui immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. He nodded and said, "Yes. Don't worry, Gang Master. I know what to do." Zhao Hai nodded. Then the two went up the stairs. After going up 4 flights, they appeared in a room. This room wasn't very big, it looked like a small warehouse. 2 cultivators were recording the accounts inside. When Zhao Hai and Fan Minghui appeared in the warehouse, the 2 cultivators immediately stood up and gave a salute to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai waved his hand and led Fan Minghui outside. When they arrived outside, Fan Minghui discovered that they were in a large courtyard. There were a lot of cultivators in the courtyard. These cultivators were busy putting their spatial bags into the warehouse. When they saw Zhao Hai, they only gave him a salute before going back to their own business. When Zhao Hai and Fan Minghui left the courtyard, Fan Minghui saw that this place was actually a grain store. It was a place that specialized in buying and selling grains. There were a lot of small businesses like this in Thundercloud Star. Nobody would pay attention to it. After leaving the grain store, Fan Minghui noticed that this grain store was actually in Thundercloud City. Moreover, it wasn't far from the transmission square. This was something that he didn't expect. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would place the Four Righteous Gangs branch in such a conspicuous place. However, he quickly figured it out. Zhao Hai was clearly using the principle of darkness in front of the light to make it so that nobody would pay attention to this branch. Although his heart was heavy, Fan Minghui couldn't help but praise Zhao Hai in his heart. Using a small grain store as a cover for the branch and building the transmission formation underground. Moreover, Fan Minghui guessed that although the grain store wasn't big, the houses around it should have been bought by the Four Righteous Gang. This way, nobody would be able to find out about this place's secret. As the two slowly walked outside, Zhao Hai's hand suddenly turned as something appeared in his hand. He handed the thing over to Fan Minghui and said, "Take this with you." Fan Minghui took the thing and saw that it was a mask. However, this mask was very thin. When worn, it felt like a thin layer of skin. There wasn't any discomfort at all. Zhao Hai also took out a mask and wore it. This mask was a high-tech product produced by the space, a biological mask. After wearing it, the mask would produce microbes. These microbes would grow on the user's skin, making the mask a part of the user's skin. If one didn't use special methods, then it would be impossible for others to notice that you're wearing a mask. This was something that the space recently made. This was the first time that Zhao Hai used it. The effect was pretty good. After wearing the mask, Zhao Hai turned into a rough-looking cultivator. Fan Minghui looked at the changed appearance of Zhao Hai and couldn't help but have a curious look on his face. He really wanted to know what he looked like. Zhao Hai looked at Fan Minghui's appearance and smiled faintly. "Take a look. Don't forget your own appearance." Fan Minghui nodded. Then he used a spell and discovered that he had turned into a very gentle-looking person. Even his beard was preserved. But now, no one would associate him with Fan Minghui. Fan Minghui's complexion had changed, it was completely different from his original appearance. Zhao Hai looked at Fan Minghui's appearance and smiled faintly. "Just take a look. Now, no one will doubt your identity. If someone asks, just say that you're a person from the life and death arena." After he said that, Zhao Hai took out 2 identity tokens and gave them to Fan Minghui. These were the work jade tokens of the life and death arena. These weren't the work jade tokens of the Fan family, they were the work jade tokens of the life and death arena on Thundercloud Star. The two of them slowly moved forward. It did not take long for them to reach the Fan family's territory. However, the sounds of battle were already ringing out there. Additionally, there were also cultivators from the other great families standing guard outside, preventing other cultivators from casually approaching. Zhao Hai and Fan Minghui didn't go towards the Fan mansion. Instead, they stopped outside. This was because there were a lot of people looking at the Fan mansion. Some of these people were from Thundercloud Star while some were from smaller clans. They all wanted to see the Fan family's situation. Because of this, the people from the great clans didn't chase them away. Because of this, Zhao Hai and Fan Minghui didn't attract any attention. As Fan Minghui looked at the Fan mansion, his eyes flashed with hatred. The muscles on his face couldn't help but twitch. However, he quickly calmed down. Although there was still something wrong with his expression, it didn't attract too much attention. Zhao Hai could understand Fan Minghui's feelings. No matter what, that place was his former home. Now that he saw his own people being slaughtered, his family destroyed, his mood wouldn't be good. Zhao Hai and Fan Minghui stood there for a while. Then Zhao Hai grabbed Fan Minghui before the two turned around and slowly retreated. After retreating to a safe place, Zhao Hai turned to Fan Minghui and said, "Does your Fan family have a secret escape path or a transmission formation?" Fan Minghui nodded and said, "Yes, we have a transmission formation that leads to other cities. Moreover, the transmission formation would immediately be destroyed. I hope that the people from the Fan family have already used it." Although Fan Minghui hated his father for being ruthless, he still had some feelings for the Fan family. The Fan family was his family, the place where he was born and raised. Because of this, Fan Minghui was worried. If the Fan family used the transmission formation, then they would be able to evacuate some of the Fan family members. This way, more of them would be able to survive. When Zhao Hai heard Fan Minghui, he nodded and said, "Do you know where the transmission formation appeared? If you do, then immediately look for them. It would be best if you transfer them to the Bitter Shell planet as soon as possible. I'm afraid that the Fan family won't have a place to stay in the Thundercloud star." When Fan Minghui heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. He knew what Zhao Hai meant. The Fan family wasn't the only one who had a transmission formation. The other great clans would certainly have one as well. They would certainly think that the Fan family might be able to escape. When the time comes, they would certainly do everything in their power to hunt them down on the Thundercloud star. One must know that very few people would use a transmission formation to escape. This was because it wasn't an easy task. Moreover, when an interstellar transmission formation was used, it would cause a lot of commotion compared to ordinary transmission formations. If a great clan wanted to escape, then they would want to make as little noise as possible. At the same time, an interstellar transmission formation would consume a lot of energy. Because of this, most people wouldn't use an interstellar transmission formation as an escape formation. The other great clans would certainly have similar escape formations. Naturally, they would think that the Fan family would have such a transmission formation. Naturally, they would chase them all over the world. These great clans wouldn't be merciful, they believed in cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. Fan Minghui looked at Zhao Hai and said, "But leader, what should we do about this place?" Zhao Hai replied, "You don't need to worry about this place. After you find them, you don't need to look for me here. This place is too dangerous. Once you find them, immediately inject your spiritual qi into the Four Righteous Gang's identity token. Then I'll know where you are. When the time comes, I'll look for you and take them away." Fan Minghui nodded and said, "Yes, leader." "Then I'll go." Zhao Hai nodded. Then Fan Minghui turned around and flew out of Thundercloud City. Although the great clans were chasing the Fan family, they didn't dare to seal off Thundercloud City. The city was too big and there were too many forces inside. Even if the great clans were powerful, they still didn't dare to seal off the city. In the Void Realm, there were all kinds of forces. Among them, the great clans were the most powerful. But at the same time, the great clans also had a lot of influence. The great clans who were closer to the Thundercloud star were informed in advance and made some preparations. Naturally, they were able to send people over to get a share of the loot. However, for those who were further away and received the news late, it wasn't easy for them to get a share of the loot. However, they still sent some people to Thundercloud City to see if they could get some benefits. These people were people with high status. Because they came late, they couldn't participate in the siege of the Fan family. They could only stay in Thundercloud City. If they had something to do, the great clans wouldn't dare to stop them. Doing so would only create more enemies for the great clans. It was easy to leave Thundercloud City. Now that Fan Minghui had the identity of a participant in the life and death arena, he naturally wasn't afraid of being investigated. Therefore, he smoothly left Thundercloud City and went to look for the Fan family. On the other hand, Zhao Hai stayed behind. He had already found the Fan family's treasury and was ready to make his move. Some of the Fan family's people left using the transmission formation. This didn't mean that Zhao Hai discovered them. He was able to observe the situation inside the treasury. If a great clan wanted to leave, then they naturally couldn't take everything from the treasury. But at the same time, it was impossible for them to not take anything at all. Most of the things they took were the most precious things in the treasury. They didn't take anything else with them. When Fan Minghui told Zhao Hai about the Fan family's treasury, he also told Zhao Hai what was inside. After Zhao Hai discovered the Fan family's treasury, he immediately knew that some of the Fan family's people had run away. This was because the most precious things inside the treasury were no longer there. Moreover, it was clear that they had just been taken away. However, Zhao Hai wasn't disappointed. The Fan family was still resisting, but it seems like they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Zhao Hai wanted to use this opportunity to empty out the Fan family's treasury. Before, when Zhao Hai had Kai and Julie monitor the Fan family, they discovered that there were several places that they couldn't go. These places were heavily guarded. Moreover, a lot of metal was used in the construction of these places. Naturally, Julie's insects were able to deal with these metal materials. However, if she really did so, then the Fan family might discover her. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't monitor those places. When Fan Minghui told Zhao Hai about the Fan family's treasury, Zhao Hai knew that those places that he didn't dare to touch were the Fan family's treasury. After knowing this, Zhao Hai immediately had Julie use her insects to enter those treasuries. Just as Zhao Hai thought, those treasuries had early warning formations. As long as the metal walls of the treasury were attacked, the Fan family would immediately know. However, when Zhao Hai had Julie attack those treasuries, the Fan family had already been attacked. Even if the Fan family discovered that their treasury was being attacked, they wouldn't have the time to take care of it. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to rest assured. When Zhao Hai and Fan Minghui arrived at Thundercloud City, the Fan family's treasury had already been destroyed by Julie. Zhao Hai could enter at any time. However, Zhao Hai still couldn't let Fan Minghui know that he had this ability. Therefore, he found a reason to send Fan Minghui away in order to make things easier for him. Zhao Hai stood in the Fan family's treasury and looked at the situation inside. He couldn't help but secretly nod. A great family like the Fan family had gone through countless years of accumulation. Their treasures were innumerable. All kinds of materials were stored in spatial bags. The spatial bags had labels on them that indicated what was inside. Zhao Hai looked around. This treasury was bigger than a sports stadium. There were countless spatial bags piled up inside. He didn't know how many things were stored inside. Zhao Hai waved his hand and sent all the treasures inside to the space. Then the space automatically opened the spatial bags and sorted the things inside. After collecting one treasury, Zhao Hai went to another. The Fan family had 8 treasuries like this. Zhao Hai collected them one by one. While Zhao Hai was collecting the treasuries, the Fan family's main residence was also broken through. The Fan family's patriarch was leading several core members of the family to the main residence. They were all injured and surrounded. There was no hope for them to escape. The Fan family's patriarch looked at the cultivators surrounding them. His face was as cold as ice as he clenched his teeth and said, "The Zhang family, the Chen family, the Lu family, and the Zhou family. Good, very good. You all actually came. Ha ha ha. I didn't think that my Fan family would be destroyed by you." A tall cultivator standing in front of him looked at the Fan family's patriarch and coldly snorted, "You're wrong. The one who destroyed your Fan family wasn't us, it was you. If we didn't destroy your Fan family, then it would have already been a mess. We just happened to be there." When the Fan family's patriarch heard this, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Just happened to be there? What a good just happened to be there. What happened to my Fan family is our business. You took the opportunity to attack us and now you're saying that you're right. Ha ha ha. What a joke." The tall cultivator looked at the Fan family's patriarch and sneered, "People say that the Fan family's patriarch is wise and dares to challenge others. Today, I see that you're just a fool. How can a family like your Fan family's business be your own? In the Void Realm, which family won't interfere when there's internal strife? You have so many properties in your hands, but how many of them originally belonged to your Fan family? You guys just snatched it from someone else's hands. Right now, we're just taking what you've snatched away. If you don't even understand this logic, what qualifications do you have to be a family head? It seems like the reason why the Fan family fell today is because of you, the family head." When the Fan family's patriarch heard this, his face couldn't help but turn ashen. He said, "Nonsense. This old man didn't do anything wrong. I'll kill you." The Fan family's patriarch had completely gone crazy. He originally wanted to revitalize the Fan family and leave his name in history. He wanted everyone to praise him for what he did before. But in the end, what he did wasn't good. Not only was it bad, he even single-handedly led to the destruction of the Fan family. In fact, the Fan family's patriarch also knew this truth. But deep in his heart, he didn't want to admit it. This was because once he admitted it, he would become a sinner of the Fan family. When the Fan family head made his move, the cultivators surrounding the Fan family also made their move. The other side had a lot of people, and the Fan family's people were all injured. It didn't take long before the Fan family head was killed. Only the Fan family head was still fighting like a cornered beast. However, his hair was disheveled and his body was covered in blood. He looked battered and exhausted. 5 people surrounded the Fan family's patriarch. Before long, the Fan family's patriarch was too slow. A sword pierced through his back and came out from his chest. The Fan family's patriarch coughed out a mouthful of blood. His eyes regained their clarity. He looked at the cultivators around him and suddenly laughed. While laughing, he said, "You people are scheming for my Fan family's properties. Unfortunately, my Fan family doesn't have a lot of properties on Thundercloud Planet. I'm afraid you won't be able to get much. I forgot to tell you, when you besieged the Fan family's treasury was broken into. I'm afraid the treasures inside have already been taken by others. Ha ha ha, your schemes were all in vain." After saying this, the Fan family's patriarch coughed out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were wide open as he breathed his last breath. When the cultivators who besieged the Fan family heard this, their expressions couldn't help but change. They immediately looked around. They wanted to find the Fan family's treasury as soon as possible and see if the Fan family's patriarch was telling the truth. When these great clans dealt with the Fan family, they also did some research beforehand. They also knew that the Fan family was just like what the patriarch said. Although the Fan family had been operating in Thundercloud Star for many years, they didn't have a lot of businesses under their control. This was because the Fan family was an outsider. Although the Fan family was tyrannical, a strong dragon couldn't suppress a snake in its own territory. In the past few years, the Fan family and the local forces in Thundercloud Star had been fighting fiercely. After many years of fighting, the Fan family only managed to control Thundercloud City and a few surrounding cities. This was already due to the Fan family's superb methods and tyrannical strength. However, these places weren't enough to support a great clan. Because of this, the Fan family's patriarch came up with the idea of controlling the life and death arena to accumulate wealth for them. This time, the great clans came to deal with the Fan family. They weren't here for the Fan family's property, but for the items in the Fan family's treasury. In the past, the Fan family had a battle with the G family, which ended with the G family's victory. However, the Fan family had moved the items in their treasury ahead of time. Therefore, although the Fan family lost a lot of people, there were still a lot of things in the treasury. It was because of the items in the treasury that the Fan family was able to gain a foothold on Thundercloud Star so quickly. Although their income wasn't high, they were still able to break even. And with the large amount of funds provided by the Life and Death Arena, they were able to make up for their expenses. In other words, the Fan family's treasury should still have a lot of good things. Checking the treasures in the Fan family's treasury was something that the great clans were most excited about. How many good things could a great clan's treasury have? This was something that no one could imagine. Most importantly, the Fan family still had many unique martial arts. If they could get their hands on 1 or 2 of them, then their family would have 1 or 2 more unique martial arts. This was what they hoped for the most. These great clans developed step by step like this. The fastest way to get resources was through robbery. Because of this, these great clans were very interested in the treasures of other clans. Now that they heard that the Fan family's treasury might have been taken by someone else, of course they were anxious. They immediately began to search all over the Fan family, hoping to find the Fan family's treasury. It didn't take long before the Fan family's treasury was found. When these people tried their best to break into the Fan family's treasury, they were all dumbfounded. The Fan family's treasury was completely empty. Even a mouse would be too lazy to visit it. Faced with this situation, the people from the great clans were shocked. They immediately said that they would search the treasury to see if they could find someone who had sneaked in. However, after checking, they came to the conclusion that the treasury wasn't forcibly broken in. Instead, someone came in from the front door and took the things inside. Only the Fan family had this kind of ability. The people from the great clans immediately came to a conclusion. When the Fan family saw that the Fan family couldn't hold on any longer, they sent people into the treasury and moved everything away. The Fan family had done this before, so it wasn't a big deal to do it again. It was very normal. After coming to this conclusion, the people from the great clans couldn't sit still. They immediately mobilized everyone to search for the Fan family. At this time, Fan Minghui was still on his way. He knew where the Fan family's transmission formation was, but it was very remote. Therefore, it wasn't easy for him to get there. At this time, Zhao Hai also left Thundercloud City. He went to a mountain outside the city and waited for Fan Minghui's news. As long as Fan Minghui found the Fan family and they were willing to join the Four Righteous Gang, then Zhao Hai would be able to transfer them to the Four Righteous Gang. If they weren't willing, then Zhao Hai would have no other choice. 2 days later, Fan Minghui finally arrived at the place where the Fan family's transmission formation was sent to. It was a small city where a small family called the Huang family lived. This small family hadn't been established for a long time, but it had already become the overlord of this small city. People were very curious about the sudden rise of the Huang family. However, nobody knew that this Huang family was actually a branch of the Fan family. In order to leave a way out for the Fan family, they even changed their surname to the Huang family. When Fan Minghui arrived at this small city, it was still very calm. This small city was very remote, nobody paid attention to it. The wind and rain outside seemed to have nothing to do with this place. However, Fan Minghui knew that this was only on the surface. At this time, the Huang family was certainly on full alert. Fan Minghui descended from the sky and arrived in front of the Huang family's gate. Just like before, the Huang family's gate was open. There were 2 guards in front of the gate, looking very imposing. When Fan Minghui arrived in front of the gate, the 2 guards immediately stopped him. One of them said, "Mister, what's the matter?" Fan Minghui smiled and said, "Please inform your patriarch that an old friend who suffered with him in the past has come to visit." When the 2 guards heard Fan Minghui, they couldn't help but stare. Then one of them said, "Mister, please wait a moment." Then he turned around and ran towards the courtyard. The Huang family's patriarch was actually a direct descendant of the Fan family. His loyalty to the Fan family was unquestionable. Therefore, when the Fan family came to the Huang family, he immediately arranged for them to be sent to another planet. This was because he knew that this place wasn't the safest place. The Huang family's patriarch, whose original name was Fan Zi, was currently sitting in his study room. The people who escaped from the Fan family had already been arranged by him. They were now in the forbidden area behind the Huang family's residence. They shouldn't be discovered by anyone. What he was worried about now was that he had to send these people to another planet. 2 days, the Fan family had been here for 2 days. However, Huangzi still couldn't send them away. This was because although they had an interstellar transmission formation, it hadn't been used yet. In order to use the interstellar transmission formation, it would take several days of testing before it could be used. At this time, Huangzi was very anxious. He was very clear that the longer the Fan family stayed here, the more danger they would be in. If the Fan family were to be discovered, then the Fan family would be finished. Huangzi was currently sitting in the study room, frowning. To be honest, he didn't know which planet to send the Fan family to, because those planets weren't very safe. If the Fan family were to be sent to another planet, and people found out that they were from the Fan family, then they would really be done for. At this time, a voice was suddenly heard, reporting, "Patriarch, someone is asking for an audience." Huangzi stared, then he frowned and said, "Who is it?" The person at the door replied, "He didn't say, he only said that it's an old friend who had suffered together with you." When Huangzi heard this, his expression couldn't help but change. However, he still said, "Right, then let him in." The person outside nodded before he turned around and left. As soon as that person left, Huangzi stood up. He spun around twice on the ground, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. The reason why he was happy was because the old friend who had suffered together with him was a secret signal used by the Fan family. This secret signal wasn't easy to imitate, and at the same time, it wouldn't arouse suspicion. As long as someone said this secret signal, it would mean that they were from the Fan family. Huangzi had just walked around a few times when footsteps came from outside the door. Huangzi opened the door and looked outside. There were two people standing outside the door. One of them was his Huang clan's guard and the other was a cultivator he had never seen before. Huangzi's heart couldn't help but sink. He looked at the cultivator in confusion and said, "Mister, do you know me?" The person who came was naturally Fan Minghui. However, he was wearing a mask, so Huangzi didn't recognize him. When Fan Minghui heard Huangzi's question, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Brother, do you really not recognize me? In the past, when we went on an adventure together, you were bitten by a venomous snake. I was the one who squeezed out the venomous blood." When Huangzi heard Fan Minghui's words, he couldn't help but stare. Then a distant memory immediately appeared in his mind. That year, two children had just learned cultivation for a few days, but they already thought that they were invincible and wanted to go on an adventure together. When they went to the mountain in their backyard, one of the children was bitten on the butt by a snake. At that time, the two children thought that it was a venomous snake and were scared. One of the older children said that he would help the younger one squeeze out the venomous blood. In the end, the snake wasn't venomous, but the younger child was left with a scar on his butt. Of the two children, one was Huangzi and the other was Fan Minghui. So when he heard Fan Minghui's words, Huangzi couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately recognized Fan Minghui. With a face full of surprise, he said, "Brother Hui? Is that you? But why do you look so old? I can't even recognize you." Fan Minghui bitterly smiled and said, "Brother, I can't compare to you. You're now the patriarch, living a comfortable life. But I can't. I've been out adventuring all these years, eating and sleeping in the open. Naturally, I look older." Huangzi immediately said, "Brother Hui, quickly come in and have a seat. Tell the servants to prepare some food and wine." Then he invited Fan Minghui to the study. After closing the door, Huangzi looked at Fan Minghui and said, "Brother Hui? Is that really you?" Fan Minghui bitterly smiled, then he gently rubbed his face a few times. Then he took off his mask and revealed his true face. He looked at Huangzi and said, "Little Z, isn't that me? Now you don't have any doubts, right?" Huangzi looked at Fan Minghui, his eyes couldn't help but turn red. He choked with sobs and said, "Brother Hui, it really is you. Our Fan clan is finished, finished." Fan Minghui patted Huangzi's shoulder and said, "All right, don't act like a girl. As long as we're here, the Fan clan isn't finished. We can't protect the clan anymore. I'm afraid that the clan is finished." "How many people escaped to you this time?" Huangzi said in a deep voice, "A total of 105 people. 76 disciples from the various clans. The remaining 29 were sisters-in-law of the various branches. They were led by third sister-in-law." Fan Minghui nodded, then he sighed and said, "Take me to see the sisters-in-law. I'm afraid that we're the only ones left in the Fan clan." Huangzi's face was filled with sorrow. She nodded and led Fan Minghui out of the study and towards the forbidden area. Soon, the two arrived at the Huang clan's forbidden area. The Huang clan's forbidden area was very big. Although more than 100 people lived inside, it didn't seem crowded at all. This place was originally prepared for refuge, so naturally, it wasn't small. However, everyone present was in a state of panic. These people were the geniuses of the younger generation of the Fan family, but they were still young. Moreover, they had always been favored by the heavens. Now that they had suddenly encountered such a situation, and none of the famous figures in the family had followed them, how could they not be in a state of panic? Although many women of the Fan clan came with them, these women weren't the main characters of the Fan clan. Therefore, the children were in a very bad mood. At this time, Huangzi and Fan Minghui arrived. As soon as the two appeared in the Huang clan's forbidden area, the Fan clan's people immediately noticed them. When they saw Fan Minghui, they couldn't help but cheer. The Fan clan's children ran over. In their minds, they had finally found their pillar of support. At this time, several women came out. The leader was a woman who looked to be around 30 years old. She was very beautiful. Although her face was sad, she still looked graceful and noble. Because of her sadness, her face was even more haggard, making her look very delicate and pitiful. When Fan Minghui saw this person, he immediately cupped his fist and said, "Third sister-in-law." This woman was Fan Minghui's third sister-in-law. Her surname was Ling and her name was Suizhu. She used to be a cultivator in the Void Realm. She was born in a medium-sized sect, the Valley of Ice. She was the direct disciple of the Valley of Ice's Valley Master. However, she later fell out with her sect because she wanted to marry Fan Minghui's third brother, Fan Peng. It was because of this that she had always been very important in the Fan family. When Leng Suizhu saw Fan Minghui, her eyes couldn't help but light up. She said, "Minghui, you're here. Where did you come from? I heard that you left the Fan family." Fan Minghui smiled bitterly and said, "That day, I contradicted my father. With his temper, how could he allow me to stay in the Fan family? So I left. Sure enough, if I didn't run, I would have been killed by my father. This time, I heard that the family was in trouble, so I rushed back. But now, the family is surrounded by several large sections. I don't have the chance to go back." Leng Suizhu looked at Fan Minghui and asked in a low voice, "Were you on the Thundercloud Star before?" Fan Minghui shook his head and said, "I'm not here. I've already found a place to settle down on another planet. I've already settled down. This time, I came here to ask if you're willing to come with me." When Leng Suizhu heard Fan Minghui, she couldn't help but stare. Then her eyes narrowed as she looked at Fan Minghui and said, "Minghui, where did you settle down? Is there any inconvenience there?" Fan Minghui replied, "I settled down on the Bitterba planet. I joined the Four Righteous Gang. Everyone knows that the leader of the Four Righteous Gang is Zhao Hai." When Fan Minghui said this, everyone was stunned. Leng Suizhu coldly looked at Fan Minghui and said, "Fan Minghui, do you know what you're talking about? Don't you know that Zhao Hai has an irreconcilable enmity with our Fan family? You actually joined the Four Righteous Gang? What are you thinking?" Fan Minghui looked at Leng Suizhu and said, "Third sister-in-law, I know what you want to say. But to be honest, I don't hate Zhao Hai. You should know why Zhao Hai wants to deal with our Fan family. It's because our Fan family controls the life and death arena. And Zhao Hai is a member of the life and death arena. Naturally, he wants to deal with us. But is the Fan family's current predicament really all because of Zhao Hai? I don't think so, right? You should know better than me who is to blame for the Fan family's current predicament, right?" When Leng Suizhu heard Fan Minghui's words, she couldn't help but frown. She wasn't an idiot. She had already discovered the Fan family's problem. But she was a woman. Although her status in the Fan family wasn't low, she wasn't qualified to participate in the important decisions that affected the direction of the family. Although she couldn't participate, she was very clear about the Fan family's situation. To be honest, the Fan family's current predicament couldn't be blamed on anyone else. The biggest culprit was the Fan family's leader. It's just that no one had said this before. Now that Fan Minghui said it, she really didn't know what to say. Fan Minghui looked at her and said, "Is the Fan family's predicament caused by the life and death arena? If our Fan family didn't want to control so many life and death arenas, would the life and death arena be able to retaliate? Also, Fan Jing's death was most likely caused by the life and death arena. But what did father do? He actually captured the servant families. What did elder brother and the others do? They actually made a move against the branch family members. Before the family could attack, the Fan family was already in chaos. This is the main reason why our Fan family is in this state." Leng Suizhu didn't say anything. She knew that Fan Minghui was right. Fan Minghui looked at Leng Suizhu and said, "Now that the Thundercloud Star is no longer safe, where can we go? If we go to other planets, would the great clans let us go? If they know our whereabouts, then we'll be finished. But if we join the Four Righteous Gang, then things would be different." The Four Righteous Gang was founded by Zhao Hai, and Zhao Hai is a member of the life and death arena. Those great clans wouldn't dare to touch the Four Righteous Gang. Leng Suizhu looked at Fan Minghui and said, "But wouldn't Zhao Hai make a move against us? This time, we came out with some things from the family. The Four Righteous Gang was newly founded. The things that we brought with us would be very attractive to the Four Righteous Gang." Fan Minghui shook his head and said, "That won't happen. In fact, Zhao Hai has already arrived at the Thundercloud Star. Moreover, I told him the location of the family's treasury. He said that he would find a way to steal the things from the treasury. If he can steal them, then he would give 10% to the Fan family and the rest to the Four Righteous Gang. I think he'll keep his word. When Leng Suizhu heard Fan Minghui, she couldn't help but stare. Then her expression changed as she said, "Can he succeed?" Fan Minghui said in a deep voice, "I think so. Sister-in-law, it's up to you now. This is definitely an opportunity for our Fan family. We can't miss it. Come with me to the Four Righteous Gang." Leng Suizhu looked at Fan Minghui. After some time, she sighed and said, "You make the decision. Right now, you're the only one left in charge of the Fan family. You're the patriarch of the Fan family. In the future, whether the Fan family lives or dies, it all depends on you." "I'm just a woman, I can't do anything." Fan Minghui replied, "If third sister-in-law agrees, then I'll make the arrangements. However, I hope that third sister-in-law can understand that you can't hate Zhao Hai. Moreover, you shouldn't think about retaliating against the Four Righteous Gang. If we really do that, then the Fan family will be finished." Leng Suizhu nodded and said, "Rest assured, I'll persuade everyone." "But how are we going to leave now? Staying in the Thundercloud Star for one more day means more danger. Although there's an interstellar transmission formation here, it will still take a few days to adjust it. I'm afraid that those people will find us in the next few days." Fan Minghui frowned and said, "I'll think of a way." Then he took out a jade token and poured his spiritual qi into it. Just as Fan Minghui poured his spiritual qi into the jade token, a white light suddenly appeared beside him. When the white light disappeared, Zhao Hai appeared beside Fan Minghui. Zhao Hai looked at the people from the Fan family and said, "Minghui, how is it? Are they willing to come with us?" Fan Minghui nodded and said, "They're willing. But leader, because of the matter between you and the Fan family, they might have some resentment towards the Four Righteous Gang. I hope that leader won't take offense." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "They won't. Who told them to be enemies? If you're ready, then we'll leave. Have them return to their rooms and empty this place for me." Fan Minghui nodded, then he waved his hand. The people from the Fan family turned around and returned to their rooms. After they returned, Zhao Hai waved his hand and a transmission formation appeared on the ground. This transmission formation was made of metal and looked very complicated. It wasn't very big and could only accommodate 20 people at a time. Zhao Hai looked at the transmission formation and adjusted it a few times. Then he turned his head to Fan Minghui and said, "Those who want to leave, stand on the transmission formation in order. Minghui, you go first. Tiger's Might will be there to receive you. Tell Tiger's Might that I told him to make arrangements for the people. After everyone has left, you can come back." Fan Minghui nodded and stood on the transmission formation. Then he pointed to the people from the Fan family and had them stand on the transmission formation as well. Then Zhao Hai activated the transmission formation. After sending away the people from the Fan family, Fan Minghui returned to the Huang family. Zhao Hai looked at Fan Minghui and said, "How's the arrangement?" Fan Minghui replied, "It's already been arranged, there's no need for the gang leader to worry." "Gang leader, why don't we return? What are we waiting for?" Zhao Hai replied, "I've already stolen everything from the Fan family's treasury. At this time, the great clans are frantically looking for the Fan family. Is this place safe? Will we be discovered? If we are discovered, then we should leave. If we aren't, then we should stay here and pay attention to the situation on Thundercloud Star." When Fan Minghui heard Zhao Hai, he immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Gang leader, what do you mean? Should we leave this place and make it a branch of the Four Righteous Gang?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Fan Minghui and said, "Minghui, actually, I'm doing this for the good of the Fan family. Not everyone in the Fan family is willing to stay in the Four Righteous Gang. If they don't want to stay in the Four Righteous Gang in the future, then where would they go? If we leave this place, then when the news dies down, the Fan family can still come back. Whether you want to develop on your own or become a branch of the Four Righteous Gang, I don't have any opinion." Fan Minghui looked deeply at Zhao Hai and said, "Gang leader, you can rest assured. In the future, the Fan family will definitely become a branch of the Four Righteous Gang. Rest assured, I don't think that those people will be discovered. As long as those people don't stay here, then there won't be any flaws. This is because the Huang family was established by Fan Zi. Although the family gave him some support, it wasn't discovered. Therefore, this place should be safe. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good, it's good that it's safe. Go and tell the people here to clean up the traces. Then we'll leave." Fan Minghui nodded, then he pulled Huang Zi, who had been standing on the side, to the side. Fan Minghui looked at Huang Zi and said, "Little Zi, I've already said what I need to say. If you still blame the gang leader and me, then there's nothing I can do. Now that third sister-in-law and the others have left, you have to deal with this place properly. Don't let anyone suspect you. You want to stay here and establish a foothold for the Fan family. Are you willing?" Huangzi nodded and said, "Brother Hui, don't worry. I know what to do. I don't hate the gang leader. If the gang leader hadn't reached out to help us at this time, our Fan family would really be finished. Brother Hui, you can lead boldly and leave this place to me. I promise that nothing will happen. You can come back when the wind blows over." Fan Minghui patted Huang Zi's shoulder hard and said, "Little Zi, trust me. Sooner or later, I will make the Fan family reappear in the Void Realm. I will let everyone who has offended the Fan family get their retribution." Huang Zi nodded hard. Fan Minghui walked to Zhao Hai's side and said, "Gang leader, I've already told them. Please rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded, then he put away the interstellar transmission array on the ground and said to Fan Minghui, "Stand by my side. I'll leave the rest to your brother." Fan Minghui responded. Zhao Hai's body flashed with white light and the two disappeared. In fact, there was a reason why Fan Minghui could accept Zhao Hai so quickly. It was because he was a cultivator. Whether it was in the Void Realm or elsewhere, it was not uncommon for cultivators to turn from mortal enemies to friends. It was true that Zhao Hai had a great enmity with the Fan family, but when the Fan family's things were what Zhao Hai needed, and when the Fan family's talents were what Zhao Hai needed, Zhao Hai would accept the Fan family. He was not afraid of what would happen to the Fan family because he was confident that he could take care of them when they made a move. It was the same for the Fan family. Although the Fan family was not at the end of their rope, they were almost at the end of their rope. If they ran to other planets, they were likely to be discovered. At this time, Zhao Hai was willing to take them in. Although they were enemies and Zhao Hai had taken away most of the treasures in the Fan family's treasury, as long as they could survive, they would join the Gang of Four and seek refuge with Zhao Hai. This was a very common thing for cultivators because no matter how important the family's revenge was, it was not as important as the family's inheritance. No matter how great the family's revenge was, it was not as important as their lives. They could only have everything if they were alive. If they were dead, everything would be over. Cultivators were the most practical people. As long as there were benefits, enemies could become friends. Obviously, Zhao Hai had the ability to protect the Fan family. He could also provide them with a very relaxed environment. In addition, Zhao Hai had also promised to give them a tenth of the treasures in the Fan family's treasury. For the Fan family, this was a very attractive offer. From an outsider's point of view, Zhao had stolen something from the Fan family and given it back to them in such a small amount. This clearly showed that he was taking advantage of the Fan family. The Fan family must have resented him in their hearts. However, many people in the Fan family didn't think so. The Fan family was now finished. Although the cause of this matter was related to Zhao Hai, they couldn't blame Zhao Hai entirely. It was normal for them to serve their masters. Once the Fan family was destroyed, the things in their family's treasury would be snatched by other major forces. They wouldn't be able to get anything. Now that Zhao Hai had obtained those things, they could still get 1/10 of it. And this 1/10 of the things were freely distributed by them. In the past, the Fan family's treasury was very big and there were a lot of things in the treasury. However, those things were owned by the whole family. Even the collateral family members had a share. If this was distributed evenly to the first Fan family member, there wouldn't be much left. But now it was different. Zhao had looted the Fan family's treasury, and the total number of Fan family members in the Four Righteous Gang was less than 200. 200 people were able to get more than 1/10 of the family's treasury. For the Four Righteous Gang, this was definitely a big advantage. The Fan family members were very clear about their current status. In the past, they were the Fan family, a big family. No one dared to provoke them. but now, they were just some people who had fallen on hard times. People who had fallen on hard times should know their status and be content. If they weren't content and complained after joining the Four Righteous Gang, then the Four Righteous Gang wouldn't tolerate them. Not only would they not tolerate them, but they would also attack them. This was what the Fan family was most worried about. Leng Xuezhi knew this very well, and so did Fan Minghui. Therefore, the Fan family members who moved to the Four Righteous Gang were taught a good lesson by the two. Although some of the younger ones still couldn't figure it out, they didn't dare to say anything. After all, they were now part of the Four Righteous Gang. Just as Zhao Hai returned to the Four Righteous Gang, another person arrived at the life and death arena. This person was none other than Yuan Lai. Along with Yuan Lai were countless great apes. These great apes were originally from the Void Realm, but now they were all gathered in the Bitter Bar Star. The great apes were a very straightforward race. They were just like the beast men and the short men. They didn't have as many thoughts as the humans. For them, friends were friends and enemies were enemies. Such people were very easy to get along with. As long as you don't harm them, and as long as you don't have any hostility towards them, then you can quickly become friends with them. The arrival of the Great Ape clan also made the Fan family's last bit of careful thinking disappear. The strength of the Great Ape clan was there for all to see. Even before the Great Ape clan joined the Four Righteous Gang, they wouldn't be a match for them, let alone now that they had joined the Great Ape clan. At this time, the Four Righteous Gang only had 300 great apes in total. However, the strength of these great apes was extraordinary. Each of them had the strength of a teleportation realm or above. With their addition, the Four Righteous Gang's strength would be greatly improved. After arranging the great apes, Zhao Hai called Fan Minghui to his room. Then he handed over a tenth of the Fan family's treasury to Fan Minghui. This wasn't a small number. A tenth of the Fan family's treasury was a lot more than the Four Righteous Gang's original inventory. Moreover, most of them were cultivation materials, not jade essences. It must be said that the Four Righteous Gang had a lot of jade essences. Needless to say, the Four Righteous Gang's potions business alone brought them a lot of wealth every day. At this time, the number of affordable potion stores had already exceeded 2,000, and this number was still increasing. Naturally, the majority of the profits were from the cooperation with the Yi family and the Life and Death Arena. The Yi family and the Life and Death Arena required a large number of potions every year. When the two families handed over the low-level potions business to the Four Righteous Gang, the amount was very considerable. However, jade essences didn't necessarily represent materials. In the Void Realm, there were some materials that jade essences couldn't buy. Therefore, the Four Righteous Gang didn't lack jade essences now. What they lacked were all kinds of cultivation materials. In addition to dealing with these matters, Zhao Hai was also carefully paying attention to the situation on the Thundercloud Star. The Fan family was destroyed, but the treasury was stolen by him. Those big families didn't get anything. Even if they got some of the Fan family's properties, the loss outweighed the gain. Therefore, those big families were very serious and wanted to find the Fan family's people. Until now, they still believed that the person who stole the Fan family's treasury must be the Fan family's people. Seeing that those big families didn't suspect him, Zhao Hai was relieved. Then he went to Heavenly Planet to look for Elder Tang. Before he dealt with the Fan family, he didn't think that the Fan family would be destroyed because of this matter. Now that the Fan family was destroyed, it was hard to say what kind of impact this would have on their future plans. After arriving at Heavenly Planet, Zhao Hai went directly to Elder Tang's villa. Elder Tang and the 6 great elders were there. When they heard that Zhao Hai had arrived, Elder Tang immediately invited him to the villa. After Zhao Hai greeted them and sat down, Elder Tang looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Zhao Hai, what do you think about the Fan family's matter?" Zhao Hai looked at Elder Tang and said, "I don't think so. Although the Fan family's destruction has something to do with us, strictly speaking, it doesn't have much to do with us. What we did wasn't out of line. They were destroyed by their own internal strife. However, this matter might cause a chain reaction. Those big families might use this matter to pressure you." When Elder Tang heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but be stunned. He said, "Pressure me? Based on what? The Fan family wasn't destroyed by us. Moreover, you said before that the Fan family's destruction wasn't entirely because of us. It was because of the Fan family's internal strife. Zhao Hai replied, we can say that the destruction of the Fan family has nothing to do with us. But the other great clans might say that the Fan family was destroyed because of us. If they really say that, then we need to be prepared. Zhao Hai nodded. Elder Tang looked at Zhao Hai and said, if they really do that, then they will certainly put forward some conditions. What do you think they will put forward? Zhao Hai said, I think that there are only two conditions that they will put forward. First, they will say that the Fan family was destroyed because of me. Therefore, they might have the life and death arena hand me over to them. Second, benefits. The Fan family was destroyed, but the Fan family's dividends from the life and death arena are still there. That isn't a small amount. They might even ask you to split the Fan family's dividends with them. When Old Tang heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare, his eyebrows raised. Then he said, if they dare, then I won't be polite. Zhao Hai nodded, then Old Tang's eyebrows rose. Elder Zhao said in a deep voice, Old Tang, don't overestimate yourself. We've rarely fought in the past few years, so we've been very polite to those big families. Maybe those guys have already forgotten how powerful we are in the life and death arena. It's normal for them to make some excessive requests. Elder Tang coldly snorted and said, this isn't just excessive demands, it's bullying. They really think that the life and death arena is a soft persimmon that they can pinch as they wish. Zhao Hai smiled and said, I still don't know what those big families will say. I don't know if they will ask you to hand me over, but I think that they will definitely want the Fan family's dividends. Elder Tang sneered and said, as long as they don't ask me to hand you over, then I can give them the Fan family's dividends. However, I won't let them have an easy time. Little Hai, since the Fan family's matter has been dealt with, shouldn't you move on? I can see that the other big families are still jumping around happily. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I'm already preparing. But if those people really do have ideas about me, then I hope that Elder Tang can support me. Elder Tang nodded and said, don't worry. Although our old bones are old, we haven't gone soft. Nobody can make our old bones bend so easily. You can rest assured. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, there's one more thing that I want to tell Elder Tang. Although the Fan family was destroyed, Fan Minghui and some of the Fan family's people were taken into the Four Righteous Gang. These people had joined the Four Righteous Gang before the Fan family was destroyed. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Elder Tang couldn't help but stare. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, tell me, what's going on? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and told Elder Tang about Fan Minghui joining the Four Righteous Gang. At the same time, he also told Elder Tang about the Fan family's attempt to kill Fan Minghui. The reason why Zhao Hai told Elder Tang this was because he didn't want Elder Tang to suspect that he had obtained the Fan family's treasury. Telling Elder Tang about this was the same as telling the other big families. Elder Tang wouldn't be too secretive about this matter. As long as Elder Tang doesn't want to keep it a secret, then the big families would surely know about it. When the time comes, the big families would certainly be suspicious. Zhao Hai wanted to see how the big families would react. After listening to Zhao Hai, Elder Tang couldn't help but sigh and said, so that's how it is. It's no wonder that the Fan family fell to this point. Rest assured, I already know about this matter. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, a few days ago, after my battle with Fierce Ape, the two of us reached an agreement. When the Great Apes enter the Void Realm, they would use the Four Righteous Gang as their base. All Great Apes who enter the Void Realm would automatically become our Four Righteous Gang's guest elders. At this point, the Great Apes have already entered the Four Righteous Gang. Elder Tang looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and said, the Great Apes would automatically become guest elders of the Four Righteous Gang? Little Hai, how did you do it? Why would the Great Apes agree to this? This is too strange. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, it's nothing. They just want to find a base, and the Four Righteous Gang can provide it. It's that simple. Zhao Hai sat in the conference room of the Four Righteous Gang. The conference room wasn't very big, it could only seat 20 people. In the middle of the room was a large round table. Zhao Hai sat at the head of the table. Looking at the people in the room, he smiled faintly and said, the main purpose of today's meeting is to welcome the Fan family and the Great Ape clan. Our four righteous gang has grown stronger. Let's welcome the representative of the Fan family, Fan Minghui, and the representative of the Great Ape clan, Yuan Lai. Tiger's Might and the others applauded. This was the first time that Fan Minghui and Yuan Lai had participated in such a meeting. They were at a loss. Fortunately, the two of them were experienced people, so they quickly stood up and cupped their fists. Jiao Hai waved his hand and had them sit down. Then he said, "Some time ago, because of my conflict with the Fan family, our business in Thundercloud Star was greatly affected. But now that the Fan family has been destroyed, our business in Thundercloud Star needs to be restored as soon as possible. Hu Wei, you should keep an eye on this matter." Jiao Hai nodded and said, "Don't worry." Tiger's Might nodded. Then Jiao Hai continued, "Our four righteous gangs members have increased a lot. Moreover, our development is on the right track. Now, we need to start the next step of our plan. We need to prepare to establish branches on various planets." Upon hearing Jiao Hai's words, Fan Minghui and Yuan Lai couldn't help but be stunned. They didn't know about the four righteous gangs' decision. Jiao Hai looked at the two and said, "Minghui and Brother Lai have just joined the four righteous gang, so they didn't know about it. This is the direction that the four righteous gang has decided long ago. If we want to develop, we need to establish branches on various planets. We can't develop just by relying on the headquarters. Moreover, we will be discovered by the major forces. If those major forces suppress us, then the four righteous gang will never have the chance to develop." Fan Minghui and Yuan Lai nodded. They also understood that what Jiao Hai said was true. They were very clear about the current situation of the four righteous gang. In the Void Realm, the four righteous gang was just a small force. It was very difficult for such a small force to develop. In the Void Realm, the major forces had already divided their territories. It was very difficult to find a place to live among them. Although the four righteous gang had the backing of the Life and Death Arena, the major forces didn't necessarily have to hurt people if they wanted to suppress the four righteous gang. They had their own ways. Moreover, the major forces weren't necessarily afraid of the Life and Death Arena. If they didn't suppress the four righteous gang, then they wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Jiao Hai then said in a deep voice, "So if the four righteous gang wants to develop, we must establish branches on various planets. However, we must not let people know that these branches are related to the four righteous gang. Previously, the four righteous gang was short of manpower, but it's different now. Now that we have a lot of manpower, we are fully capable of establishing several branches on other planets. The branches don't need to be too big or too many people. Our main goal is to recruit people from various planets. There are a lot of rogue cultivators in the Void Realm. We need to bring those rogue cultivators into the four righteous gang so that the strength of the four righteous gang will naturally grow." Fan Minghui and Yuan Lai understood what Jiao Hai meant. The two nodded. They thought that Jiao Hai's method was very good. Establishing branches on various planets and not letting others know that these branches were related to the four righteous gang would not attract the attention of the major forces. Most importantly, these branches could also be nailed to various planets to monitor the movements of the major forces. It was killing two birds with one stone. Jiao Hai said in a deep voice, "I'm going to establish 5 branches. These 5 branches will be established on the Illuminating Star, Shifting Star, Returning Star, Driving Star, and River Rowing Star. Does anyone have any opinions?" Everyone began to discuss, even Fan Minghui and Yuan Lai were deep in thought. Tiger's Might looked at Jiao Hai and said, "Big brother, why do you want to establish the branches on these 5 planets? These 5 planets are very far away from us." Jiao Hai nodded and said, "Of course I know that these planets are very far away from us. But isn't this good? If we're too close, we might be discovered. But if we're far away, no one would suspect us." Fan Minghui nodded and said, "Although these 5 planets are very far away from the Bitter Bar planet, there aren't many major forces on these planets. If I remember correctly, the major forces on these planets are only a few mid-sized clans. Although these mid-sized clans are stronger than the four righteous gang, they aren't that much stronger. If we establish branches on these planets, the gang can provide support and even fight with them. There's no need to be afraid of them." After all, Fan Minghui was a member of a great clan, so his knowledge was much higher than other people. After hearing what he said, Tiger's Might and the others also understood why Zhao Hai established the 5 branches on these planets. After listening to Fan Minghui, Zhao Hai nodded and said, Minghui is right. That's what I meant. Right now, our 4 righteous gang is still too weak. At this time, we need to take every step steadily. Only in this way can we become stronger little by little. In fact, I think that developing a gang is the same as cultivation. Before we become strong, we shouldn't think about provoking forces that we can't afford to provoke. That wouldn't do us any good. Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stand up. He looked at everyone and said, besides Minghui and Brother Lai, everyone else is a rogue cultivator. Minghui's current situation is similar to a rogue cultivator. When we created the 4 righteous gang, we wanted everyone to be sheltered. We wanted those who couldn't return to their own planes to be able to straighten their backs and return to their own planes. Because of this, since the establishment of the 4 righteous gang, everyone has been doing their best to develop the gang. Now that we've received a large number of materials, as well as a lot of people joining us, this is a good opportunity for the gang to develop. As long as the gang develops, then our previous wishes can be realized. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at everyone and said, this is a good opportunity for the gang to develop. Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, everyone present became excited. They looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai stood there and looked at everyone. The establishment of these 5 branches will be the top priority of the 4 righteous gang in the future. All the materials and manpower of the 4 righteous gang will be used in this matter. Does anyone have any objections? Everyone nodded and said, no objections. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's good. Minghui, you'll be in charge of this matter. Yefeng and Meng Yin, you two help Minghui make a detailed plan. Then we'll proceed to the next step. Understood? The 3 nodded. Then Zhao Hai slowly sat down. Then he looked at everyone and said, our 4 righteous gang is currently cooperating with the life and death arena. But in the future, I still have some matters to deal with in the life and death arena. I don't have much time to deal with these matters. The next step will be up to you. You must deal with it well. Do you understand? The 3 nodded. At this time, Fierce Yuan looked at Zhao Hai and said, Leader, what do we do? Since our giant ape clan has joined the 4 righteous gang, we are now a member of the 4 righteous gang. You can't not let us do anything, right? Fierce Yuan asked the great ape tribe to join the 4 righteous gang. At first, he only wanted to find a place to settle down. But after hearing what Zhao Hai said, Fierce Yuan felt that joining the 4 righteous gang wasn't a bad idea. But now that he heard that Zhao Hai had assigned tasks to White Tiger's Might and the others, he didn't want to do it. Zhao Hai looked at Fierce Ape, then he smiled faintly and said, Brother Lai, I have a task for you. After your great ape clan entered the Void Realm, you would visit every planet. Naturally, you would be very knowledgeable. I want to ask the Great Ape Clan to tell us more about each planet. This way, we can have a better understanding of each planet. When Fierce Yuan heard what Zhao Hai said, he couldn't help but frown and said, but this matter is too boring. Zhao Hai looked at Yuan Lai, then he smiled faintly and said, Brother Lai, don't worry. This matter isn't a trivial matter. As you can see, the 4 righteous gang's current location is just a mountain. Living there isn't a problem. However, if the 4 righteous gang wants to develop, then Suiwei Mountain wouldn't be enough. Because of this, I want to know more about the Void Realm. I want to see if there's a bigger place for the 4 righteous gang to settle down. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Brother Lai, don't worry. Fierce Yuan stared. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would ask about this. He thought for a moment and then said, alright, I'll help you ask. I'll also have those kids write down the information about the planets. But I don't know what the sect master wants. Fierce Yuan stared. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to ask about this matter. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, there aren't any special requirements. As long as it's a place with a spirit vein, it doesn't matter if the environment is bad. We can modify it ourselves as long as the place is big enough and ownerless. Fierce Yuan nodded and said, alright, I'll pay attention to this matter. Zhao Hai looked at Fierce Ape, then he smiled faintly and said, Brother Lai, I know that the reason why the giant ape clan sent people to the Void Realm is to train. It's impossible for you to stay in the 4 righteous gang for a long time. Therefore, I want you to do me a favor. If you go out to train, please pay attention to the places that I mentioned. If you find a suitable place, please tell me as soon as possible. Fierce Yuan smiled faintly and said, that won't be a problem. In any case, our great ape tribe also travels around. Paying attention to these places is just a matter of convenience. Zhao Hai nodded and said, right, that's what I meant. Alright, let's stop here for today. Everyone can disperse and go do their own things. Everyone nodded and then turned around to leave. Zhao Hai also returned to his residence. Just as he returned to his residence, Laura immediately greeted him. She looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, we're ready. When do you want to start? Zhao Hai thought for a moment and then said, as soon as possible. But you need to prepare an alibi for me. The Wen family was a big family in the Void Realm. They were even bigger than the Fan family. The Fan family had been defeated once and was no longer as strong as before. They could only hole up in the Thundercloud Star. However, the Wen family was different. The Wen family was an established big family in the Void Realm. The Wen family's branch families were almost all over the Void Realm. The Wen family's main family was in the Heaven Bath planet. The Wen family was definitely an overlord in the Heaven Bath planet. It was much stronger than the Fan family's control over the Thundercloud Star. The Wen family had its own branch in every city on the Heaven Bath planet. The Wen family's main family was like the Kubayi family. It was a city completely made up of the Wen family's members. It was called the Sun Bath City. The Wen clan could be said to be the king of the Heavenly Bath planet. Everything on the Heavenly Bath planet belonged to the Wen clan. All the merchants who opened shops on the Heavenly Bath planet had to pay taxes to the Wen clan. Anything that happened on the Heavenly Bath planet would be handled by the Wen clan. It would be more appropriate to call it the Wen clan's planet. Wen Shunjiang was the current patriarch of the Wen family. Although the patriarch of the Wen family didn't have much ability, the Wen family was stable in his hands. Although the Wen family didn't develop much, they didn't make any mistakes. Wen Shunjiang was now sitting in the Wen family's meeting room. He looked at the people sitting below. There were nearly 100 people in the meeting room. These people were the hall masters of the Wen family's branch families. Wen Shunjiang looked at them and said, everyone knows about the Fan family. Our Wen family is quite far from the Thundercloud Star, so we didn't manage to gain any advantage. But that doesn't matter. I heard that the Zhang family, Chen family, Lu family, and Zhou family didn't manage to gain any advantage either. The Fan family's treasury has already been emptied. It can be said that they worked for nothing this time. Hee. The people in the meeting hall also laughed. They also felt that the Zhang family and the other three families had lost more than they gained. This time, they really didn't get anything good, and they even bore a bad reputation. In the Void Realm, doing such a thing to destroy a family would not have a good reputation. Wen Shunjiang waved his hand, and everyone stopped laughing. Wen Shunjiang then said, but we can't just laugh at the Fan family and the other families. We have to pay attention to what happened before the Fan family was destroyed. Someone beside the docile Jiangbi said, Father, you mean to say that Zhao Hai went to sweep the Fan family's place? Wen Shunjiang nodded and said, yes, I'm talking about this matter. The Fan family was destroyed because of their own reasons. But you also have to pay attention to another thing, and that is Zhao Hai's previous actions. Zhao Hai went to sweep the Fan family's place and made them pay a large sum of money. Then, Fan Jing was poisoned to death, and then the Fan family's internal strife. I think these things are related. But at the same time, I want everyone to look at this matter in two parts. No matter what the reason is, the Fan family's internal strife has nothing to do with us. But Zhao Hai sweeping the Fan family's place and killing Fan Jing, I think it must be related to the life and death arena. At this point, Wen Shunjiang paused and looked at the people below. The faces of the people below had an expression of approval. It can be seen that they agreed with Wen Shunjiang's statement. In fact, people with discerning eyes could see that these two matters were related to the life and death arena. When Shunjiang continued, when Zhao Hai swept the Fan family's territory, when Liang went to Thundercloud Star. When Liang said that after Zhao Hai swept the Fan family's territory, the Fan family began to make moves on the other life and death arenas on Thundercloud Star. When Liang said that after Zhao Hai swept the Fan family's territory, the Fan family began to make moves on the other life and death arenas on Thundercloud Star. When Liang said that after Zhao Hai swept the Fan family's territory, the Fan family began to make moves on the other life and death arenas on Thundercloud Star. Their main purpose was to retaliate against the life and death arenas on Thundercloud Star. But when the Fan family began to infiltrate the other life and death arenas, the Fan family suddenly died in their cave residence. It was said that someone poisoned the air. This made the Fan family suspect that someone inside the family was behind this, so they began to clean up the Fan family. This led to the internal strife of the Fan family. Although we don't care about the internal strife of the Fan family, we suspect that Fan Jing's death was caused by someone inside the family. But I don't think that's the case. The reason why the Fan family wanted to kill Fan Jing was to warn the Fan family that they should be honest and hand over the life and death arenas that they occupied as soon as possible. But it's clear that the people in the life and death arena didn't expect things to turn out like this. The members of the Wen family began to discuss in whispers. They knew some of what Wen Shunjiang said, but they didn't. Now, it seemed that Fan Jing's death was very likely related to the life and death arena. When Shunjiang looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "It's hard to say whether Fan Jing's death has anything to do with the life and death arena, but I think that Fan Jing's death is very likely caused by the life and death arena." It's understandable that the life and death arena wants to deal with the Fan family because the Fan family controls several life and death arena to amass wealth for their family. The life and death arena will definitely not allow this to happen. At the same time, we have to be vigilant. Although the Wen family doesn't control the life and death arena to amass wealth for us, we have also participated in the salary extraction plan. Our Wen family has also participated in several assassinations of talents groomed by the life and death arena. If the life and death arena's revenge on the Fan family is just the beginning, then they might make a move on our Wen family one day, so we must be careful. The voices of the Wen family's hall masters became louder. At this moment, when Xuanjiang's eldest son said, "Father, do you think the life and death arena dares to do this? This is almost equivalent to becoming enemies with all the aristocratic families. Do they dare? Do they want to monopolize the Void Realm?" When Shunjiang shook his head and said, "Hailang, you're wrong. The life and death arena has never intended to monopolize the Void Realm. What the life and death arena wants the most is to maintain its independence. The management of the life and death arena must be independent, and the aristocratic families can't interfere. However, this matter is precisely what the aristocratic families can't agree to. If the life and death arena were to be managed by us, how much would our annual income be? Therefore, the life and death arena will take revenge on us, but they might not deal with us like how they dealt with the Fan family. I think they might carry out a counter-assassination." When Hailang looked at Wen Shunjiang and said, "Counter-assassination? They will also carry out an assassination on our Wen family? Impossible, right? Do they have the guts? Just based on Old Man Tang?" When Shunjiang glanced at Wen Hailang unhappily and said in a deep voice, "When the time comes, don't underestimate Old Man Tang. Moreover, you have to give him the appropriate respect." When the life and death arena was handed over to Old Man Tang, there were only a few dozen sub-arenas. It wasn't at its current scale at all. It was only after Old Man Tang took over that the life and death arena developed rapidly. I admit that Old Man Tang has done a lot for the life and death arena, and I also admit that our Wen family has received a lot of dividends from the life and death arena over the years. However, he manages the life and death arena like an independent king. This is something we can't allow. Do you know how Old Man Tang made the life and death arena become like it is now? It's because of his ruthlessness. Back then, in order to make the life and death arena independent, Old Man Tang slaughtered many large families. He's old now, but don't underestimate him. When Hailang lowered his head and nodded. However, there was still a trace of dissatisfaction on his face. When Shunjiang didn't pay attention to him. Instead, he turned to the other members of the Wen family and said, "From now on, order the branches on the other planets to pay attention. Tell them to prevent assassinations from the life and death arena. At the same time, increase the vigilance on planet Heaven. If any stranger enters planet Heaven, investigate his background. At the same time, keep an eye on him. Don't Before he could say allow, someone knocked on the door of the meeting hall. Upon hearing this, Wen Xuanjiang's face couldn't help but show a trace of displeasure. He turned his head to look at Wen Hailang. Wen Hailang immediately opened the door to the meeting hall. A cultivator was standing outside the door. Wen Hailang knew this person. He was an elder of the Wen family's internal affairs hall. Wen Hailang looked at him and said, "Uncle Leng, what's the matter?" "We're in the middle of a meeting." Elder Ling said in a solemn voice, "Eldest young master, please report to family head that Wen Yuhe was poisoned to death in his own closed seclusion abode." When Wen Hailang heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he asked, "What happened?" Before Elder Ling could answer, Wen Xuanjiang's voice was heard, "Hailang, what happened? Who's here?" Wen Hailang immediately went to Wen Xuanjiang's side and whispered, "Father, it's Elder Ling. He said that Yuhe was poisoned to death in his cave." When Wen Xuanjiang heard this, he couldn't help but stare. At this time, the people in the conference hall burst into an uproar. The people in the conference hall weren't weak. Although Wen Hailang's voice was very low, everyone could still hear him. The death of a person in the Wen clan wasn't a big deal. There were a lot of disciples in the great clans. Every day, there would be disciples who would go out and train. It was normal for some disciples to be killed. However, Wen Yuhe's death was absolutely abnormal. First of all, Wen Yuhe was in seclusion in the Wen clan's forbidden area. Ordinary people didn't know about this place. Even if it was the Wen clan, not everyone knew about this place. Second was the way Wen Yuhe died. He was poisoned to death in his cave. The way he died was almost the same as Fan Zhang's. This couldn't help but attract people's attention. Third was Wen Yuhe's identity. Wen Yuhe was Wen Xuanjiang's grandson. Moreover, he was one of the grandsons that Wen Xuanjiang valued the most. Such a person was poisoned to death in his own home. This wasn't a trivial matter. Therefore, the elders present were in an uproar. Wen Xuanjiang was the first to react. His face was ashen as he said, "All right, let's end the meeting here. Let's go and see what's going on." After saying that, he stood up and walked out. The others quickly followed. Outside the meeting hall, Elder Leng was still standing there. Wen Xuanjiang looked at Elder Leng and said, "Elder Leng, tell me what's going on." As he spoke, his footsteps didn't stop. He went straight to the forbidden area behind the Wen residence. Elder Leng followed Wen Xuanjiang and said, reporting to the Lord. Today, Elder Chen, who was in charge of the forbidden area, said that he suddenly heard a sound coming from young Master Yuhe's cave. After that, there was no sound. He immediately used his spiritual force to pay attention to young Master Yuhe's cave. He found that young Master Yuhe's face had turned black. Naturally, when he opened the formation to enter the cave, young Master Yuhe was already dead. Wen Xuanjiang said, "What's the situation at the scene? Is it protected?" When Wen Xuanjiang heard Elder Leng, he was even more certain that Wen Yuhe's death was the same as Fan Zhang's. Elder Leng replied, "It's been protected. Moreover, a preliminary investigation was carried out. Nothing suspicious was found." As they spoke, they arrived at the forbidden area behind the Wen clan's mountain. Soon, they arrived in front of an immortal's cave. There were at least 10 teleportation realm cultivators guarding the cave. When these people saw Wen Xuanjiang and the people behind him, they immediately bowed to them. Wen Xuanjiang didn't pay attention to these people. Instead, he warmly said, "Elder Leng, Elder Hai, Elder Ming, Elder Zhen, and Elder Yin, come with me. Everyone else stay outside." After he said that, his figure floated into the air and flew into the cave. The others did the same. They didn't go in directly, instead, they floated inside. This cave wasn't big. It was specially prepared for cultivators who were in seclusion. The entire cave was only a few dozen square meters. There was nothing inside, only a jade lamp at the top. In the middle of the cave was a praying mat. But now, a person was lying on top of the praying mat. This person looked very young, only around 20 years old. He wore a navy blue cultivator robe and looked very handsome. However, his face was now black. His eyes were wide open, he had completely lost his vitality. When Wen Xuanjiang saw this person's appearance, his face couldn't help but flash with a trace of heartache. However, he was still angry. But he still coldly said, "Search the cave carefully. Don't miss a single inch." Wen Hailang and the others nodded. Then they immediately searched the cave carefully. This Immortal's Cave could be said to be the simplest Immortal's Cave. The whole Immortal's Cave was not big, there were no other rooms, and there was no place to hide people. It could be said to be clear at a glance. In such a place, there was nothing to search. However, a cultivator's search wasn't the same as an ordinary person's search. Not only did they have to check if the Immortal Cave was damaged, but they also had to pay attention to see if there were any residual spiritual chi fluctuations or residual elements. These things could become clues that could lead them to Wen Yuha's murderer. However, after searching for a while, Wen Hailang and the others couldn't help but feel a little disappointed because they didn't find anything. There was no damaged place in the cave, no residual spiritual energy fluctuations, and no residual poison. This place was just like an ordinary cave, there was nothing out of the ordinary. It wasn't just Wen Hailang and the others who were looking at the cave. Wen Shunjiang was also looking at the cave. He looked more carefully than the others, but he also didn't find anything. Wen Shunjiang's expression was ugly as he stood inside the cave. He didn't expect that they wouldn't be able to find anything even after searching the cave. This made him feel ashamed. At this time, a voice was suddenly heard from outside the cave, reporting, "Patriarch Wen Rancher was stabbed to death in his cave." Boom! Wen Shunjiang couldn't hold on any longer. He punched a big hole in the wall of the cave. Then he flew out of the cave and looked at the person who came to report. "Tell me, what's going on?" The man looked at Wen Shunjiang's ashen face and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He carefully said, "Just now, someone went to visit Wen Renqi's cave, but found that he had been stabbed to death in the cave. He was stabbed to death by a conical spike. The wound was on his back." Wen Shunjiang didn't ask any more questions. He flew straight to Wen Renqi's cave residence. As he flew, he ordered, "Investigate the entire Wen clan. See if anything has happened to anyone else. Forcefully wake up everyone who is in seclusion. We can't let anything happen to them." Immediately, someone responded and went to prepare. Wen Shunjiang arrived at Wen Renqi's cave residence. This cave residence wasn't used for seclusion, but for Wen Renqi's daily life. Wen Renqi's current strength was already at the late stage of the instant shift realm, and he could enter the Vajra realm at any time. All he lacked was an opportunity. Wen Renqi himself was a genius, and he was already an expert at the peak of the instant shift realm at such a young age. He was definitely one of the most promising people in the Wen clan, and also the one Wen Shunjiang thought highly of. But now, Wen Shunjiang was dead. He died in his bedroom. It could be seen that he was killed while he was sleeping. The enemy used a conical spike from under his bed to stab forward from the ground. It directly pierced through the bed board and stabbed into Wen Shunjiang's back, killing him in one blow. Wen Shunjiang's face was ashen as he looked at all of this. Wen Hailang and the others looked under Wen Renqi's bed. Apart from a round hole in the bed, there was nothing else. There were no traces of spells on the ground, nor were there any traces of digging. Apart from Wen Renqi's blood, there was nothing else. There were no signs of damage to the room, and there were no signs of infiltration. It was very similar to Wen Liang's cave mansion. However, Wen Renqi had died, and his death was unclear. While Wen Shunjiang was fuming over Wen Renqi's corpse, more news came. Several core disciples of the Wen clan had been assassinated in their own caves. The cause of death was different. Some were poisoned, some were strangled, and some had their throats slit. There were all kinds of ways to die. Wen Shunjiang's face was ashen as he listened. After the statistics were done, Wen Shunjiang opened his mouth and said, "Everyone, return to the meeting hall." After saying that, he flew towards the meeting hall. Before long, everyone returned to the meeting hall. Wen Shunjiang looked at everyone and said, "What do you think of this assassination?" Wen Hailang was the first to speak. "It's certainly done by the life and death arena. After dealing with the Fan clan, they're going to deal with our Wen clan. Moreover, Yuha's death was almost the same as Fan Zhang's. So it must be done by the life and death arena." Wen Shunjiang looked at the others and said, "Do you have any opinions?" The others looked at each other and then shook their heads. At this time, a Wen clan elder said, "Patriarch, I don't think it's time to determine who did it. We should see how many of our people died in this attack and whether or not they'll make a move." When Xianxia looked at everyone and sighed, "Rest assured, they won't make a move." When everyone heard this, they were stunned. Then they looked at him in confusion, not understanding what he meant. When Xianxia looked at everyone and said, "Didn't you notice how many people were killed in our clan?" When Wen Hailang and the others heard this, they lowered their heads and counted. When Xianxia looked at them and said, "Don't count, it's exactly 8. Doesn't this number remind you of anything?" Wen Hailang and the others stared. After thinking for a while, Wen Hailang's expression changed. "How many people did we assassinate in the life and death arena?" When Xianxia sighed, then he nodded and said, "Right, it's exactly the number of people we assassinated in the life and death arena. It's exactly the same number. Now, we don't need to determine who did it. Instead, we need to determine how we should deal with the life and death arena. Everyone, tell us your opinions." Everyone was silent for a while. Frankly speaking, the feelings of the great clans towards the life and death arena were very complicated. The life and death arena could generate a lot of benefits every year, and the dividends given to the great clans were also not small. However, there was one thing that was very important. The great clans couldn't extend their hands to the life and death arena. The life and death arena was now completely independent of the great clans. This was something that the great clans couldn't tolerate. One must know that the life and death arena wasn't only able to generate benefits for the great clans. Most importantly, the life and death arena was an incomparably powerful force. However, this force wasn't in the hands of the great clans. How could the great clans be at ease? Because of this, the great clans were doing everything they could to compete with Elder Tang for control of the life and death arena. Now that the life and death arena was retaliating against them, the great clans didn't know what to do. Should they fight against the life and death arena now? It was hard to say if the others would join them. Even if the others joined them, they would have to pay a huge price to deal with the life and death arena. This would only give the other realms an opportunity. Even if the great clans destroyed the life and death arena, it would be hard to say if the great clans would still be in charge of the void. But if they didn't do anything to the life and death arena, would they just swallow their anger? This wasn't something that they wanted to see. Everyone didn't know what to do for a while. When Xianxia looked at the great clans and said, "Does anyone have any opinions?" When Hailang glanced at the great clans and saw that they didn't have any intention to speak. Therefore, he said, "Father, I think that we can retaliate against the life and death arena. Otherwise, the life and death arena will think that we're easy to bully." When Hailang's words received the support of the Wen family, they either nodded or voiced their agreement. When Xianxia looked at them and said, "It's not difficult to retaliate against the life and death arena. But what if the life and death arena retaliates against us? What should we do?" When Hailang heard Wen Xianxia, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said with uncertainty, "It can't be, right? The life and death arena would dare to retaliate against us?" When Xianxia said, "They wouldn't dare? Why wouldn't they? We thought that they wouldn't dare to deal with us. But now that they've done it, why wouldn't they retaliate?" Hearing this, the great clans turned silent. Just like when Xianxia said, if the life and death arena really wanted to deal with them, then it wouldn't be easy. Should they continue to fight against the life and death arena or should they retreat? If they continue to fight, then would it develop into a war? And if they didn't fight, then why didn't they retreat now? If they retreat at that time, then wouldn't they still lose a lot of people? When Xianxia glanced at the crowd and said in a deep voice, "Pass down the order. Spread the news of our Wen clan being assassinated and pretend to be searching for the murderer. I want to see how the other clans will react. Will the life and death arena only target our Wen clan or will it target the other clans as well? If he only targets our Wen clan, I want to talk to him. If he targets all the clans, I want to see how the other clans will react." When the great clans heard Wen Xianxia, they immediately understood what he meant. If the life and death arena only targeted the Wen family, then the Wen family would naturally ask the life and death arena for an explanation. But if the life and death arena wanted to retaliate against the Wen family, then the Wen family would certainly be dealt with by the life and death arena. So when the time comes, they would need to see what the great clans think before making a decision. When Xianxia said, "Go, spread the news. I want to see what the life and death arena wants to do this time." The great clans nodded, then they turned around and left. After seeing the great clans leave, Wen Shunjiang let out a long breath, but his expression was still ugly. His complexion couldn't help but turn ugly. Although only 8 people from his family had died this time, one must know that these 8 people were the core disciples of the family with unlimited potential. The family had spent a lot of effort to cultivate them. Now that they were suddenly killed, moreover, they were killed in the family's territory. This not only destroyed their years of hard work, but also slapped the Wen family's face in front of their face. This was a demonstration to the Wen family. It would be strange if Wen Shunjiang's complexion didn't look good. To be honest, Wen Shunjiang now understood Elder Tang and the others' feelings. In the past, whenever a person with potential appeared in the life and death arena, the great clans would think of ways to assassinate them. Now, the life and death arena was filled with mediocre people, there were only a few true talents. When Elder Tang and the others were faced with this situation, they must have been angry and distressed. But now, it was their turn. When Shunjiang didn't think that the life and death arena's revenge would be so thorough and ruthless. They directly assassinated the Wen family's forbidden area. Moreover, they killed 8 people at once. The loss of these 8 people was very painful for the Wen family. At the same time, the Wen family's losses were also very big. Every great clan might have a lot of people in charge, but the great clans wouldn't focus on nurturing too many people. This was because this would only leave behind a disaster in the future. When the time comes, these people would fight for power, which wouldn't be good for the great clans. The 8 people who were killed were carefully nurtured by the Wen family. Now that they were killed, it can be said that the Wen family's vitality was greatly damaged. The Wen family would absolutely not let this matter go, they would certainly retaliate. However, they needed to think about how they would retaliate. The life and death arena and Elder Tang weren't easy to deal with. The Wen family alone didn't have the ability to challenge the life and death arena. Thinking about this, Wen Shunjiang couldn't help but let out a long breath, then he muttered, "Just wait, sooner or later, I will return the favor with interest." Zhao Hai was currently sitting in Elder Tang's room. Elder Tang looked at Zhao Hai and didn't say anything for a long time. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would make a move on the Wen clan this quickly. Moreover, his actions were clean and neat. 8 core disciples of the Wen clan were assassinated in one night. Moreover, all of them died in their own caves. To be honest, when Elder Tang heard this, he felt a chill run down his spine. After some time, Elder Tang looked at Zhao Hai, then he gulped and said, "Zhao Hai, did you really kill the 8 core disciples of the Wen clan? How did you do it?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I really did kill them. As for how I did it, I can't tell you. In any case, you just need to know that I did it." "Right, Elder Tang, I'll be making another move in 2 days." Elder Tang looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Which clan are you going to target this time?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I can't tell you that. Anyway, you just need to know that I'm going to make a move. You should pay attention to the situation of the other clans." Elder Tang looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but laugh. Then he said, "Kid, you're keeping secrets from me. Forget it, I don't want to know. As long as you complete your mission, I don't care about anything else." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, then I'll be heading back first." Elder Tang nodded. After that, Zhao Hai left Elder Tang's room and directly returned to the 4 righteous gang. After Zhao Hai left, Elder Tang invited the 6 great elders over. After they sat down, Elder Tang looked at them and said, "Zhao Hai just said that the 8 core disciples of the Wen clan were killed by him. This is the same as the information we received. What do you think?" Elder Zhao frowned as he looked at Zhao Hai. Did he really kill them? However, we haven't received any information about his visit to the Wen family. On the contrary, we've heard that he has been appearing at the 4 righteous gang for the past few days and has never left. He even made a trip to Martha City and watched a battle in the life and death arena. This shouldn't be wrong, right? Could it be that he has a doppelganger technique? Old Tang also frowned and said, "I also find it strange. However, Little Hai doesn't seem like the kind of person who would take credit for someone else's work. I think there's an 80% chance that this matter was done by him." Elder Shui looked at Elder Tang and said, "It's not 80%, it's 10%. Little Hai Ping is very low-key, but he suddenly appeared in Martha City and went to watch the life and death arena. Don't you think it's strange? He's deliberately letting people know that he's in Martha City, in the Bitter Crust Star. He's creating an alibi for himself. Can't you see this?" Elder Tang stared, then he smiled bitterly and said, "It's not that we can't see it, it's just that this matter is too strange." The Wen family also sent news that the cave dwellings of the people who were killed didn't have any abnormalities. It seems like no one had infiltrated them. Even if Zhao Hai is strong, I'm afraid it's impossible for him to do this. When the other elders heard this, they didn't know what to say. This matter was indeed very strange. Silently killing several experts in the Four Righteous Gang was something that even they couldn't do. It was no wonder that they suspected Zhao Hai. However, what happened next made them feel strange. In the following period of time, if Zhao Hai didn't show up in the Four Jiu Gang, then he would go to the life and death arena to watch the matches. If he wasn't, then he would go to Falling Star City. In any case, his exposure rate suddenly increased. Naturally, this was for Elder Tang and the others. In the eyes of outsiders, Zhao Hai's actions were very low-key. Besides sometimes going to the life and death arena to watch the matches, he was rarely seen outside. This made Elder Tang and the others feel even more strange. They really didn't know what Zhao Hai was planning to do. However, they soon found out that in the following period of time, all the major clans that had assassinated the experts of the life and death arena were assassinated in the same way. Moreover, the number of deaths of the major clans was the same as the number of deaths of the experts of the life and death arena. Not one more, not one less. Moreover, all of the people who were killed in the forbidden area of their own clans. Even if they had taken precautions, it was the same. All of them were killed silently. This assassination storm made the entire Void Realm fall into panic, especially the major clans. Everyone was in danger. They knew who directed this assassination storm, but they didn't know what method the other party used to carry out the assassination. This assassination storm was too fierce and strange. Now, the major clans didn't even know how their people were killed. Some of the major clans had no choice but to send elders to guard those people. However, under the protection of those elders, those people still died. Sometimes, the elders didn't even know what was going on. Sometimes, even the elders died. This wave of assassination attacks made the entire Void Realm feel a burst of cold light. The major clans of the Void Realm joined forces to put pressure on the life and death arena, making the life and death arena stop its actions against the major clans. They even wanted the life and death arena to hand over the fighters. However, the attitude of the life and death arena was very strange. They didn't agree or disagree. They only said that they didn't know about this matter and wanted to check if it was done by the people of the life and death arena. However, just as the major clans were waiting for the news at the life and death arena, their clans began to lose people again. The clans that had already lost people before were originally fine, but when they put pressure on the life and death arena, their clans began to lose people again. When the major clans saw this situation, they immediately didn't know what to do. They found a pattern. For every day they put pressure on the life and death arena, one of their clans would die. Moreover, the status of this person wasn't too low. If it wasn't an elder, it would be a key candidate of the clan. The major clans really didn't know how to deal with this matter for a while. Immediately falling out with the life and death arena? That was the most unwise choice. The life and death arena had probably been guarding against this from the beginning of the assassination. Moreover, the major clans had also investigated the members of the life and death arena on various planets. The final result was that the core members of the life and death arena on various planets had already evacuated, leaving only some peripheral members. Even if these people were to die, it wouldn't have much of an impact on the life and death arena. If they were to make a move on the life and death arena, then they would have to be prepared for the retaliation of the life and death arena. They were afraid that none of their clans would be able to bear it when the time came. They knew that the people of the life and death arena were assassinating their clans, but they didn't know how the people of the life and death arena did it, nor did they know who the people of the life and death arena were. If the two sides really fought, the assassins alone would be enough to make them tremble in fear and be badly battered, not to mention Elder Tang. Seeing that they couldn't force it, the major clans had no choice but to let their people retreat. As soon as their people retreated, there were no more deaths in their clans. Just as the major clans were putting pressure on the life and death arena, Zhao Hai had already finished his job. All the clans that had carried out assassinations in the life and death arena had been assassinated by Zhao Hai one after another. After Zhao Hai finished his job, peace finally returned to the Void Realm temporarily. The major clans were well behaved, and the life and death arena also returned to normal. In fact, Zhao Hai knew that the life and death arena and the major clans had reached an agreement. In the future, the major clans wouldn't attack the life and death arena, and the life and death arena would equally distribute the dividends of the Fan family to the major clans. At the same time, they wouldn't attack the major clans. This agreement was actually similar to a piece of scrap paper. As long as the major clans felt that the time was right, they would definitely attack the life and death arena. The life and death arena was also aware of this, but one thing was certain. The life and death arena would be able to obtain a period of peace. After Zhao Hai finished this matter, he went to Heavenly Planet. As soon as he arrived, Zhao Hai suddenly had a hint of understanding. The major clans were afraid of the life and death arena not only because they were afraid of Elder Tang and the strength of the life and death arena, but most importantly, they were also afraid of Heavenly Planet. Heavenly Planet was a combat planet. Although they didn't know how combat planets worked, one thing was certain. Combat planets weren't simple. Otherwise, the life and death arena wouldn't place so much importance on Heavenly Planet. As he thought of this, Zhao Hai arrived at Elder Tang's villa. Before he entered, he could already hear laughter coming from the villa. Just as Zhao Hai was about to speak, Elder Tang's voice was heard, "Little Hai, come in." Zhao Hai nodded before he entered the villa. After entering the villa, he saw the 6 elders sitting in the living room. In front of them was a tea set. This tea set was the one that Zhao Hai used to drink pu'er tea. Upon seeing Zhao Hai come in, Elder Tang immediately waved his hand and said, "Little Hai, come take a seat." "Ha ha ha, we were waiting for you. How are you?" Zhao Hai stared, then he smiled faintly and said, I'm fine. This time, I came to report to you. The task you gave me has been completed." After he said that, he walked towards the tea table and sat on a rattan chair. Old Tang looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly, "You did a good job. You didn't know how happy I was when those great clans agreed to my agreement. After so many years, I always had a smile on my face. But in front of me, those fellows were getting more and more excessive. This time, you did a good job, you killed our life and death battle prestige." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You've done a good job." Zhao Hai looked at Elder Tang, then he smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing. I just wanted to complete the task. In any case, you wanted those great clans to die. As for how to kill them, that's my business." Elder Zhao sighed and said, "It must be said that your methods are really superb. You let those people from the great clans know that it was our life and death arena, but they couldn't do anything about it. Good job. This time, I'll give you a great merit." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Merit or not, I don't care. In any case, my merit isn't small. Elder Tang, what are you going to do next?" Elder Tang pondered for a moment, then he said, "First, stabilize the situation. Then we'll start training your team." When Zhao Hai heard Elder Tang, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Elder Tang and said, "What do you mean?" Elder Tang looked at Zhao Hai and sighed, "Zhao Hai, us old fellows are already old. In the future, the life and death arena will certainly be handed over to you. But to be honest, the life and death arena has nurtured a lot of talents over the years. These talents might be good in management and aren't weak, but they're still far from being able to compete with the great clans. I've been eyeing you for a long time, I want you to take over the life and death arena in the future. Are you willing?" Zhao Hai looked at Elder Tang, then he turned his head to the 6 elders. The 6 elders also looked at Zhao Hai with a hint of hope in their eyes. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, then he said, "Elder Tang, elders, I won't hide it from you. I came to the void with a purpose. I came from the true spirit realm. Have you heard of it?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Elder Tang, elders, I won't hide it from you." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Elder Tang and the others couldn't help but stare. Then they thought for a moment before Elder Tang's eyes suddenly lit up. True spiritual realm? Is that the realm that the extraterritorial devil race tried to invade but failed? I heard that that realm never sends people to the void realm. Are you really from the true spiritual realm? Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, the true spiritual realm has always sent people to the void realm. This is because we need to know the movements of the extraterritorial devil race. It's just that we only send a small number of people each time, so no one would notice. Moreover, almost none of the people we send returned. However, we have to send people because the extraterritorial devil race is our greatest enemy. We need to pay attention to the extraterritorial devil race at all times. Elder Tang nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, when you came to the void realm, you discovered that the extraterritorial devil race was much stronger than you imagined. Because of this, you started to show yourself in the life and death arena and established the Four Righteous Gang. You want to establish a force in the void realm so that when necessary, you can help the true spiritual realm deal with the extraterritorial devil race. Zhao Hai nodded and said, right, that's my plan. I need to deal with the extraterritorial devil race. If the extraterritorial devil race were to enter the true spiritual realm, then the true spiritual realm would be finished. Laura and the others are my wives. I have a spatial divergent room that allows me to travel through space. Because of this, I brought Laura and the others to the void realm. Because of this, I was able to determine the location of the extraterritorial devil race and kill them silently. Elder Tang nodded, then he said, so you didn't reveal your identity. Are you afraid of being chased by the extraterritorial devil race? Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, I'm afraid of being chased by the extraterritorial devil race. If the extraterritorial devil race knew about my identity, then they would certainly try to kill me. The reason why I'm telling you this is because I don't want to implicate the life and death arena. Naturally, if I don't say this today, then I would be able to take over the life and death arena in the future and use the life and death arena's power to deal with the extraterritorial devil race. However, I can't do that. The life and death arena is your blood and sweat. If I do that, then I would be letting you down. If you still think that I can take over the life and death arena, then I wouldn't have any objections. But if you don't agree, then I have nothing else to say. I'm still the Holy Arena Lord, so I will do my best in the life and death arena in the future. However, I hope that the Four Righteous Gang can be helped when necessary. Elder Tang looked at Zhao Hai with appreciation in his eyes. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, how do you know that we won't let you take over the life and death arena? Zhao Hai was stunned when he heard Elder Tang's words. He looked at Elder Tang and said, there's no benefit in letting me take over the life and death arena. You know my identity. If you don't handle it well, the life and death arena will be doomed. Elder Tang looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly, no, the life and death arena won't be doomed in your hands. In the past, I just believed in your management ability. But this time, I've seen another side of you. Little Hai, the life and death arena isn't afraid of any battle. Even if all the major clans in the Void Realm attack the life and death arena at the same time, the life and death arena might not be afraid of them. The life and death arena has the strength, but apart from us old fellows, there's no one in the life and death arena who can be a good leader. If the life and death arena is handed over to an incompetent person, the life and death arena will definitely be destroyed. Rather than that, it's better to hand the life and death arena over to you. At the very least, I know that even if you let the life and death arena participate in battles, you won't bring the life and death arena to the brink of destruction. Instead, you will try your best to preserve and strengthen the life and death arena, right? Zhao Hai looked at Elder Tang, then he suddenly smiled and said, yes, Elder Tang, you're right. If the life and death arena is handed over to me, I will definitely strengthen it. Elder Tang nodded and said, that's right. Alright, you don't have to worry about anything. You can rest assured that we will support you. The life and death arena isn't afraid of anyone. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Elder Tang and said, Elder Tang, you can rest assured that I won't let anything happen to the life and death arena. However, I also need your help in investigating the extraterritorial devil race. When Elder Tang heard Zhao Hai, he nodded and said, rest assured, we've been paying attention to the extraterritorial devil race. In the past few years, the extraterritorial devil race has been attacking the various realms. We've also been paying attention to them. Now that the various realms have united, if the extraterritorial devil race were to make a move, then I'm afraid that the other realms wouldn't agree to it. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "This isn't what I want you to help me investigate. I've already discovered this situation. What I want to investigate is the origin of the extraterritorial devil race. The appearance of the extraterritorial devil race is too strange. If they're really from the higher realms, then why would they appear here? Why would they attack so many realms? If they were really defeated by the higher realms, then what's the use of occupying so many realms? Do they want to use the strength of the lower realms to deal with the higher realms? Isn't that just a fool's dream? Therefore, I suspect that the extraterritorial devil race came to the lower realms for other purposes." Elder Tang stared. The 6 supreme elders were also stunned. They looked at Zhao Hai and said, "But if the extraterritorial devil race really has other purposes, then why would they come here? The lower realms don't have anything that the higher realms need." Zhao Hai replied, "That's not necessarily the case. Maybe the lower realms also have things that the higher realms need. In any case, I think that the extraterritorial devil race isn't simple. I hope that Elder Tang can help me pay attention to the extraterritorial devil race's movements." Elder Tang nodded and said, "Of course, there's no problem. You can rest assured. However, I still hope that you can continue to train your team." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, that's not a problem. But can you arrange some people from the 4 righteous gang to enter the life and death arena?" Elder Tang smiled and said, "Of course, that's not a problem. In fact, we're already preparing to do that. Arranging people from the 4 righteous gang to enter the life and death arena would be very beneficial for you in the future." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, then I'll have to thank Elder Tang." "Right, Elder Tang, it's already quite late. The 4 righteous gang still has a lot of things to do. I'll be heading back first." When Elder Tang heard Zhao Hai, he quickly said, "Why are you going back? You should familiarize yourself with the life and death arena as soon as possible. After all, the 4 righteous gang is too small. You can go back and take a look from time to time." Zhao Hai smiled and shook his head, "Forget it. Actually, there aren't a lot of things to deal with in the life and death arena. Moreover, you're not that old yet. It's still too early for me to leave the life and death arena. There's no need to rush." Elder Tang and the others laughed. Zhao Hai got up and said his goodbyes. Elder Tang and the others also didn't keep Zhao Hai. They knew that Zhao Hai had his own matters to attend to. After Zhao Hai left, Elder Tang turned to the 6 elders and said, "What do you think? Is Zhao Hai qualified to be the leader of the life and death arena?" Elder Shui replied, "Yes, you're right. If Zhao Hai manages the life and death arena, then he might get involved in the battle with the sky demons. However, when the sky demons attack next time, I'm afraid that even if he doesn't want to get involved, he would still be involved. Instead of finding a waste to lead the life and death arena, it's better to hand it over to Zhao Hai. At least, we know that Zhao Hai has the ability and means." Elder Zhao also nodded and said, "Old Shui is right. I also think that Zhao Hai can do it. I'm relieved to hand over the life and death arena to him." The other elders also nodded, they agreed with the 2. Seeing that everyone agreed, Elder Tang nodded and said, "All right, it's good that you agree. Then we'll start to arrange Zhao Hai's team. Does anyone have any opinions?" Elder Zhao thought for a moment and then said, "How about this, we'll find some people and send them to Zhao Hai. At the same time, we'll hand over some people to Zhao Hai. Most importantly, we'll send Zhao Hai some dossiers about the life and death arena every month. It would be best if he could give us some opinions. This way, he would slowly understand the situation of the life and death arena. When the time comes, we'll find a time to transfer him to the life and death arena and let him familiarize himself with the situation. This way, he would be able to smoothly take over the life and death arena in the future." The others also thought that this method was good. The strength of the life and death arena wasn't just on the surface. If it was only that, then Elder Tang and the others wouldn't dare to challenge the great clans. They still had a lot of hidden strength. Even if they didn't use Heavenly Star, their strength was enough to challenge the great clans. Even if they couldn't win against the great clans, they wouldn't have a problem protecting themselves. The reason why Elder Tang and the others weren't afraid of the great clans was because they understood that it was impossible for the great clans to truly unite. Even if they did, it would only be a temporary group. Moreover, it would be a temporary group with ulterior motives. For a group like this, even if they were much stronger than the life and death arena, the life and death arena would still dare to challenge them. Zhao Hai returned to the four righteous gang through the transmission formation. He immediately called Fan Minghui, Xiao Yafeng, and Hu Mengyin to his room. After the three of them sat down, Zhao Hai looked at the three of them and said in a deep voice, "How's the construction of the branch?" Xiao Yafeng smiled and said, "Big brother, don't worry. The matters of the branch have been settled. 5 branches have been built. Some time ago, the great clans were in a bit of chaos. Taking advantage of this chaos, our branches have been successfully built. Moreover, we have already gained a firm foothold. By the way, big brother, what happened a while ago, was it you who did it?" Zhao Hai looked at Xiao Yafeng and said with a faint smile, "How did you know that it was me who did it?" Xiao Yafeng smiled and said, "Outsiders don't know, but do you think we don't know? Although you spent most of your time in the gang, you didn't care much about the matters of the gang. This isn't your style. Plus, you said that the life and death arena gave you a new mission. The Void Realm was chaotic a while ago. I don't believe that these things have nothing to do with you. Big brother, tell me, do these things have anything to do with you? Don't worry, we won't tell anyone about this." Zhao Hai glanced at Fan Minghui and Hu Mengyin and found that both of them were looking at him with hope. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile and said, "Some time ago, almost all the important figures of the great clans were assassinated in the Void Realm. Now, the entire Void Realm is looking for the murderer. Do you think that I have the ability to silently kill the elites of the great clans in the forbidden areas of the great clans? Don't think too much about it, this matter has nothing to do with me." Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, Xiao Yafeng and the others couldn't help but show a disappointed expression. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "All right, now that the 5 branches have been established, what we need to do next is to recruit people. But make sure that the recruits are trustworthy. It's better to do it slowly and make sure that there are no problems. Understood?" The 3 immediately complied. Zhao Hai waved his hand and had them leave. After Xiao Yafeng and the others left, Laura and the others appeared in the living room. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, why didn't you tell Yafeng and the others about this? Don't you trust them?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's not that I don't trust them, it's just that I don't trust Fan Minghui. Fan Minghui still needs to think about his family. If he knows too much about us, then it wouldn't be a good thing. He would have a handle on us, which would be very disadvantageous for us. Therefore, we can't tell them about this right now." Laura nodded, then she said, "Then what do we do next? Right now, many of the main families in the Void Realm are under our surveillance. This is very beneficial for us. Shouldn't we make good use of this next point?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, we need to take advantage of this. Next, we need to do 3 things. First, we need to find a suitable place to establish the 4 righteous gangs' headquarters. Second, we need to expand the scale of the 4 righteous gang and establish more branches. Third, we need to prepare for the other realms." The storm in the Void Realm finally calmed down. The major clans still didn't know that it was Zhao Hai who attacked them. Even the members of the righteous gang didn't know about it. However, the members of the righteous gang had a rough idea that the storm in the Void Realm might have something to do with Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai always had an alibi when the major clans were in trouble. Therefore, the major clans didn't suspect him. Naturally, the members of the righteous gang wouldn't tell anyone about it. Zhao Hai wanted to develop the righteous gang, but he wasn't in a hurry. Although the Fan family and the Great Ape clan had joined the righteous gang, making it seem like the number of members had increased. However, there weren't many people who could be used by Zhao Hai. The Fan family and Zhao Hai had a grudge against each other, so Zhao Hai couldn't fully trust them. Although the Great Ape clan was part of the righteous gang, they wouldn't help the righteous gang if something happened to them. The Great Ape clan had their own things to do, so they were more concerned about their own clan's affairs. The Fan family and the Great Apes weren't able to use them. Just by relying on the original members of the 4 righteous gang, the 4 righteous gang was able to develop these 5 branches. Zhao Hai was also able to send Black Snake to become a hall master. This made Black Snake very happy. He was originally a gang leader, but now he can become a hall master. Moreover, it was much easier compared to his previous position. This was because the things that he needed would be given to him by the four righteous gang. This saved him a lot of trouble. The manpower of the righteous gang was still a little tight. Therefore, Zhao Hai wasn't very concerned about the expansion of the righteous gang. The most important thing for him now was to find a new headquarters for the righteous gang. With the development of time, Zhao Hai felt more and more that Cuiwei Mountain was too small. Although Cuiwei Mountain looked very big to an outsider, it wouldn't be a problem for tens of thousands of people. However, for Zhao Hai, the situation of Cuiwei Mountain didn't satisfy him. Cultivators were different from ordinary people. Every cultivator needed their own independent space, and this space shouldn't be too small. Besides having their own independent space, the common space of the gang couldn't be too small. Only in this way would the cultivators of the gang be able to cultivate better. Naturally, Cuiwei Mountain couldn't accommodate the space. Although the area wasn't small, it wasn't as big as the Great Sex. To be honest, if it wasn't for the Hell King's ship being too conspicuous, Zhao Hai would have made the Hell King's ship the headquarters of the righteous gang. However, in the end, he rejected this idea. He wanted to find another place for the headquarters. He asked the Great Ape clan to help him look for this matter, but after a long time, there was still no news. Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel anxious. Before, he told Laura that they had 3 things to do. The first was to find a new headquarters. The second was to expand the righteous gang, and the last was to attack the other planes. In fact, Zhao Hai knew that attacking the other planes wasn't something that the righteous gang could do. He wasn't prepared to use too much of the righteous gang's strength to attack the other planes. Because of this, the most important thing right now was to find a new headquarters. However, Zhao Hai also knew that this matter couldn't be rushed. It was useless to be too anxious. If they really went to the headquarters of the righteous gang, then there would be very little that would satisfy them. Therefore, this matter couldn't be rushed. Although the storm in the Void Realm had subsided, Zhao Hai knew that the great clans were still looking for him. If the great clans knew that he was the one who assassinated so many people, then they wouldn't be polite to him. They would certainly make a move against him. If that happened, then he would be in big trouble. In the past, the great clans dared to assassinate people in the life and death arena. If they knew that it was Zhao Hai who did this, then unless he hides in Heavenly Planet or the space, he would never be able to rest in peace. After returning from Heavenly Planet and dealing with the Righteous Four gang, Zhao Hai felt that it was time for him to go out and take a stroll. At this point, he had a lot of maps of planets stored in the space. Now that he had arrived at those planets, he wasn't completely clueless about them. Therefore, he decided to take a stroll around those planets. At this point, he should be regarded as a wise person among the great clans. Those great clans should also know that he was the life and death arena's lord. After dealing with the matters of the righteous gang, Zhao Hai called Tiger's Might and the others over. After Tiger's Might and the others arrived, Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Tiger's Might, I'm going out for a stroll in the Void Realm. I'll leave the righteous gang to you. If there's anything you can't handle, you can use the transmission formation to send me a message. This time, I'll take the Hell King's ship with me. If there's anything I can't handle, then I'll be back in the shortest time possible." When Bai Huwei heard this, he didn't have any objection. Instead, he nodded and said, "All right, big brother, you should have gone out earlier. The Void Realm is very interesting. At this point, there aren't a lot of people who know about Big Brother's name. When you go out this time, you must make a name for yourself. Nobody would dare to provoke the Four Righteous gang in the future." Bai Huwei nodded and said, "All right, big brother." Zhao Hai didn't expect Tiger's Might to say this. He couldn't help but stare, then he smiled faintly and said, "All right, I'll make a name for the righteous gang this time." Hee hee. Fan Minghui looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Leader, you must be careful when you go out this time." Although the great clans seem to have reached an agreement with the life and death arena, there shouldn't be any conflicts between the two sides in a short time. However, these great clans are very cunning. If the life and death arena doesn't find any evidence, then it's entirely possible that they would make a move against you. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Rest assured, if those great clans really dare to make a move against me, then I'll make them suffer. You have to help Tiger's Might and the others." Although Tiger's Might has been in charge of the righteous gang for some time, to be honest, their management ability can only be regarded as average. On the other hand, you're from the Fan family, and you're also a manager of the Fan family. You have to remember that although the righteous gang has a good relationship with the life and death arena, the relationship between the great clans and the life and death arena has dropped to a freezing point. Don't go overboard just because we have a good relationship with the life and death arena. Remember, the righteous gang is the righteous gang, and the life and death arena is the life and death arena. Don't base your success on the help of others. Otherwise, not only will you owe them a great favor, you will also be under their control. This is definitely not a wise choice. Fan Minghui nodded and said, "Yes, leader can rest assured. I'll be sure to handle this carefully." Zhao Hai nodded, then he made some arrangements before sending them away. Then he went to Heavenly Planet and greeted Elder Tang. After giving him the coordinates of the transmission formation, he returned to the righteous gang and left with the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai had already decided that his first battle would be the Battle Wolf Star. The Battle Wolf Star was a relatively large planet in the Void Realm. It was also one of the planets closest to the center of the Void Realm. If the Bitter Bar Star was a remote county, then the Battle Wolf Star could be regarded as a place between a first-tier city and a second-tier city. The Battle Wolf Star was a place between a first-tier and second-tier city. The reason why Zhao Hai came to Battle Wolf Planet was because it was a peculiar place. There were 3 great clans on the planet, the Zhang clan, the Lang clan, and the Xing clan. It was said that Battle Wolf Planet was discovered by the cultivators of these 3 clans while they were out adventuring. Later on, the 3 clans discovered that the planet's environment was very good, so they moved their headquarters here. Then they took the slanted sounds of their surnames and named it Battle Wolf Planet. Generally, great clans wouldn't allow other clans to exist on the planet where their headquarters were located. Only Battle Wolf Planet was an exception. The 3 clans got along well with each other. Although there was some competition, it was still a healthy competition. Nothing too out of the ordinary happened. Moreover, the 3 clans were connected by marriage, forming a very complex network. This made other forces not dare to underestimate the 3 clans of Battle Wolf Planet. The 3 clans of Battle Wolf Planet also had a share in the life and death arena. They also received dividends every year. However, the 3 clans of Battle Wolf Planet didn't want to control the life and death arena. They seemed to be very willing to receive dividends every year. The reason why Zhao Hai knew about Battle Wolf Planet was because he assassinated people from the 3 clans. Although the 3 clans of Battle Wolf Planet didn't want to control the life and death arena, under the pressure of the other great clans, they also participated in the assassination of the young experts of the life and death arena. However, the 3 clans didn't go too far. The 3 clans only killed 3 young experts of the life and death arena. Killing one for each clan was a method to deal with the other great clans. However, the 3 clans still managed to escape. When Zhao Hai wanted to make a move against the 3 clans, Elder Tang didn't want to let Zhao Hai deal with them. In Elder Tang's opinion, the 3 clans weren't willing to participate in the life and death arena. If they were assassinated, then the 3 clans would be hostile towards the life and death arena. That wouldn't be good. However, Zhao Hai still did it. This was because Zhao Hai knew that if he didn't make a move against the 3 clans, then it wouldn't be a good thing for the 3 clans. If the other great clans knew that the 3 clans weren't assassinated, then they might cause trouble for the 3 clans. This might sound unreasonable, but there was no such thing as reason in the cultivation world. If the other great clans were to cause trouble for the 3 clans, then it wouldn't be a good thing for the 3 clans. After listening to Zhao Hai's explanation, Elder Tang didn't stop Zhao Hai from making a move against the 3 clans. However, after Zhao Hai made a move against the 3 clans, Elder Tang showed some goodwill to them. The 3 clans were tactful and didn't cause trouble for the life and death arena. The reason why Zhao Hai chose Battle Wolf Star as his first battle was because he received news that Battle Wolf Star was going to hold an auction. The only thing that caught Zhao Hai's eye was a star map. Zhao Hai didn't think much of the things that were going to be auctioned in the Battle Wolf Star continent. The only thing that caught Zhao Hai's eye was a star map. The Void Realm was very large, and every region had its own star map. The star map recorded all the stars in that region. Some of the finer stars would also record the large meteorites in that region. It was the most common thing in the Void Realm, similar to a map. This time, the star map that Planet Warrior Wolf was auctioning was not auctioned by the three major families, nor was it a star map of Planet Warrior Wolf. Instead, it was an incomplete star map that a few adventurers had inadvertently obtained. This incomplete star map recorded a part of the starry sky that had never been explored in the Void Realm. The star map was recorded on a piece of animal skin. The animal skin was old and incomplete, and it was impossible to see what was in that part of the starry sky. However, it could be seen that there were a few dangerous signs on the planet, and some of them were signs of planets. However, those signs were not planets that could be inhabited, but some of them were signs of mining planets. After those adventurers obtained this star map, they also went to that star field for an adventure, but most of them died there and did not return. The cultivators who came back were also seriously injured. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to recover for the rest of their lives. These cultivators also knew that they wouldn't be able to advance for the rest of their lives. Therefore, they thought of a way to take out the star map and auction it off. With the money from the auction, they would find a place to settle down and establish a small clan of their own. Cultivators valued their orthodoxy very much, and it was the same for those rogue cultivators. After those rogue cultivators realized that they had no hope of advancing to a higher level, they would do everything they could to pass down their orthodoxy. Some would take in disciples, while most rogue cultivators would establish their own families and pass down their orthodoxy to their children. The cultivators who discovered the star map were the same. The star map that the cultivators bought was not the only one. They made 200 copies of the star map and sent it to the War Wolf Stars auction to be auctioned off. The reason why the star map was sent to the Battle Wolf Star auction was because the Battle Wolf Star auction was very famous in the Void Realm. It was the most outstanding, safest, and most fair auction in the Void Realm. 200 star maps might seem like a lot, but it was nothing compared to the entire Void Realm. An unexplored star domain meant a huge opportunity for a cultivator. If he could really find a planet that no cultivator had been to before, he would be rich. There was a rule in the Void Realm that if an undiscovered planet was discovered by a cultivator, it would belong to that cultivator. It was up to him whether he wanted to sell the planet or use it for himself. Naturally, if a cultivator discovers a planet, they wouldn't occupy it. Instead, they would go to the planet and find something useful to them. This was because they were very clear that even if a planet was recognized as theirs, they wouldn't be able to do anything if a bigger force came to snatch it away. They might even be killed if they didn't deal with it properly. However, these weren't the only things in the unexplored star domain. There were also other good things, such as the spiritual herbs that had been completely harvested in the Void Realm, the mines controlled by those big families, and so on. These things were also very attractive to rogue cultivators. What's more, it wasn't a completely unexplored planet. Cultivators had explored it before and left behind a star chart. For cultivators, this was a huge opportunity. Therefore, whether it was those big clans or those rogue cultivators, these star charts were very attractive. Don't think that there weren't any rich rogue cultivators in the Void Realm. In fact, there were still a lot of rich rogue cultivators in the Void Realm. These rogue cultivators either obtained a large number of treasures by chance or obtained an inheritance left behind by a powerful expert. They cultivated by themselves and finally became experts. As long as you have enough strength, you can naturally obtain a large number of jade essences. Therefore, there were a lot of powerful rogue cultivators in the Void Realm. The great clans were also very attentive to this auction. A new star field represented a new opportunity. For the great clans who wanted to spread their influence, this was definitely a great opportunity. The reason why Zhao Hai chose the Battle Wolf Star was because he wanted to obtain this star map. This star map was very important to Zhao Hai. He was just thinking about building a new headquarters for the Righteous Four Gang. If he can find a habitable planet in the Battle Wolf Star field, then the headquarters of the Righteous Four Gang would be in good hands. Zhao Hai didn't expect that this star map would appear. After passing through the transmission formation of the Bitter Bar Star, Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others appeared on the Battle Wolf Star. After arriving, Zhao Hai waved his hand and released the 8 Cyan Jade chariot. The group boarded the chariot as the chariot moved. 8 bronze horses galloped forward before they disappeared from the transmission formation. Fortunately, this was the Battle Wolf Star. The Battle Wolf Star wasn't like the Bitter Bar Star where large artifacts couldn't be seen all year round. There were a lot of large artifacts on the Battle Wolf Star. Because of this, Zhao Hai's large artifacts weren't conspicuous at all. Zhao Hai knew that the Battle Wolf Star had a total of 10 interstellar transfer formations. Each interstellar transfer formation had 10 interstellar transfer formations. The interstellar transfer formation that they appeared in was a relatively remote one. If they wanted to participate in the auction, then they would need to go to the main city of the Battle Wolf Star, Star Gathering City. Star Gathering City was the main city of the Battle Wolf Star. The 3 great clans of the Battle Wolf Star had branches here. Moreover, these branches were the largest. However, the headquarters of the 3 great clans weren't here. Star Gathering City was just the biggest commercial city of the Battle Wolf Star. Zhao Hai and the others were now rushing to Star Gathering City. Not long after they left the transmission formation, Zhao Hai released the Hell King's ship. Then he rode the 8 Cyan Jade chariot to the Hell King's ship. The Hell King's ship immediately flew towards Star Gathering City. The Hell King's ship didn't look any different from before. It still looked like a ship on the bottom and a tower on the top. In front of the Hell King's ship was a large mast. In the past, this mast was empty, but now there was a large flag hanging on it. This flag looked like the Hell King's ship's sail. On this flag were 2 words, the words "For Righteous Gang." Zhao Hai was now the leader of the 4 Righteous Gang. Naturally, he wanted to use the name of the gang. Therefore, the Hell King's ship had the words "For Righteous Gang" on it. Zhao Hai stood on the bow of the Hell King's ship with Laura and the others by his side. Zhao Hai looked down at the scenery of Werewolf and said, "I've always thought that one day, I would take you to travel the universe. Unfortunately, because of various reasons, I didn't succeed. Although I haven't succeeded, I'm already halfway there. Laura, I hope that you can stay by my side forever." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I've always wanted to take you with me." Laura and the others already knew that Zhao Hai felt guilty towards them, especially when it came to this matter. Now that they heard Zhao Hai say this, Laura and the others couldn't help but smile. Then Laura opened her mouth and said, "Brother Hai, of course we'll stay by your side forever. Do you want to drive us away?" "Let me tell you, it's too late for you to drive us away. We'll stick to you." Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, "I'll never drive you away." Never. Although Laura and the others didn't say anything, they still gathered around Zhao Hai. They followed Zhao Hai all the way to this day. They had already reached the point where they couldn't leave each other. Laura and the others knew that if any of them were to have an accident, then Zhao Hai would certainly go crazy. Even if he were to expose the space, he would still take revenge on them. Conversely, if something were to happen to Zhao Hai, then Laura and the others wouldn't be able to live alone. While the group was flying forward, a huge shadow suddenly appeared in the distance. This huge shadow looked like a large artifact, but when Zhao Hai and the others saw it, they knew that it wasn't a large artifact. It was actually a huge beast, a huge bull-shaped beast. This huge bull-shaped demonic beast was over 100 meters tall, and its length reached an astonishing 500 meters. It had 2 incomparably huge horns, like 2 giant trees. It had 2 bell-sized eyes, each the size of a house. Its greenish-black leather looked like it was cast from pig iron. Its 4 hooves stepped on the clouds, and when it moved, the wind and clouds would surge. On the back of this giant bull, there was a courtyard. That's right, it was a courtyard, not a house. This courtyard was somewhat similar to a courtyard house. It looked like it was made of wood, but the color of the wood was black and translucent. It was shining with a faint light. It was definitely something good. This was the first time that Zhao Hai saw such a huge bull. Naturally, it was also the first time for Laura and the others to see it. The group stood at the bow of the ship and looked at the bull in amazement. Before long, the Hell King's ship arrived beside the bull. Although the bull was huge, its 4 hooves didn't seem to be moving fast. Instead, it seemed to be moving leisurely. While Zhao Hai was looking at the bull, a voice was suddenly heard, "Who are you? Why are you staring at my bull? Do you want to steal my bull?" Zhao Hai looked towards the source of the voice and found that a person had appeared on top of Big Ox's head. This person was very tall, about 2.5 meters tall. His upper body was draped in animal skin, and his lower body was also wearing a leather skirt. His muscles were bulging, and he had short hair and a curly beard. He looked very formidable. At this time, the big man was staring at Zhao Hai with a cold light in his eyes. Zhao Hai quickly replied, "Mister, you misunderstood me. I've never seen such a majestic bull before. I couldn't help but look at it. I hope Mister doesn't take offense." The big man looked at Zhao Hai and coldly snorted, "Since you know what's good for you, I won't embarrass you. Don't stare at De Zhuang, he won't be happy. If you provoke him, I won't be able to stop him." Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator, then he smiled faintly and said, "Thank you for your reminder. This is a wine that I brewed myself. I'll give it to you as a gift. I hope that you can forgive me for my rudeness." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as a jug of wine appeared. Then he waved his hand as the jug flew towards the cultivator. When the cultivator heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. However, he immediately received the jug and didn't act polite. He opened the jug on the spot and smelled the wine inside. Then he took a big gulp before he put down the jug and said, "Good wine. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect you to brew such good wine. Alright, I'll take this wine. If we meet again in the future, I'll invite you to have a drink or two." Zhao Hai cupped his fist and said, "Alright, I'm Zhao Hai from the Four Righteous Gang. If you have time to visit Bitter Bar Planet, I'm sure that you can come and have a drink or two with me." The cultivator laughed and said, "Alright, I'm Divine Ox Mountain's Niao Xiaozhuang. If you have time to visit the Divine Ox Mountain, I'll certainly invite you to have a drink." After saying that, he laughed heartily, and the giant bull turned around and walked in another direction, disappearing in the next instant. Zhao Hai looked at the direction where Niao Xiaozhuang disappeared. Then he turned to Laura and said, "Did he just say that the giant ox was called Big Ox? He's called Xiaozhuang? Interesting, very interesting. Right, what's the origin of this Divine Ox Mountain?" Laura thought for a moment and said, "I've heard about the Divine Ox Mountain before. It seems like there are forts close to the Free Star Field. They lead a meteorite belt on a planet called the Divine Ox Mountain. They don't belong to a clan, they're more like a gang. Moreover, the people of the Divine Ox Mountain mostly fight with the bandits of the Free Star Field. They rarely come in contact with the forces of the Void Realm. Because of this, they didn't participate in the life and death battles." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's good that you don't have any interactions. Let's go, we'll talk about it when we reach Star Gathering City." The speed of the Hell King's ship was very fast. After 3 hours, they were already above a large city. This city was much bigger than Bitterba Planet. From time to time, one could see large artifacts soaring into the sky. The Hell King's ship wasn't very conspicuous here. But what surprised Zhao Hai the most was that there were a lot of large artifacts parked in the city. They weren't close to each other, about a kilometer away. Such a distance wasn't very lucky, these large artifacts were just parked there. From time to time, one could see people walking on them. When Zhao Hai saw this situation, he understood that some people with status didn't like to go down and live in Star Gathering City. Because of this, they decided to live in large artifacts. Star Gathering City didn't seem to care about this made things easier. Zhao Hai also didn't want to go down and live in large artifacts. The Hell King's ship casually found a place to stop. Zhao Hai looked at the other large artifacts and smiled. Then he turned to Laura and said, "We'll live on the Hell King's ship. When we want to go down, we can go down and take a look. What do you think?" Laura nodded and said, "Alright, then we'll live on the Hell King's ship. But Brother Hai, I want to go down and take a look. Let's go now." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, let's go now." Then Zhao Hai waved his hand as the 8 cyan jade chariot appeared on the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others boarded the chariot. Then the chariot flew down from the ship and flew towards Star Gathering City. Not long after, the 8 horses cyan jade chariot landed on a street with few people in Star Gathering City. Although there were people on the street and they also saw the 8 horses cyan jade chariot landing, no one took it seriously. They only glanced at it and then went on with their own business as if they didn't see it. Zhao Hai didn't care about it as the 8 Cyan Jade chariot went straight towards the main streets of Star Gathering City. Star Gathering City was a big city with several main streets. Zhao Hai and the others were currently on one of them, Skylark Street. Skylark Street was the most famous street in Star Gathering City. There were a lot of restaurants on this street, each of them had their own signature dishes. Every cultivator who came to Star Gathering City wouldn't want to miss this place. The 8 horses Cyan Jade chariot moved along the street. There were many pedestrians on the street, and there were also many different kinds of magic tools. The entire street was about 30 meters wide, and there were all kinds of restaurants on both sides of the street. There were big ones and small ones. The big ones were as high as a few stories high, while the small ones were different. The small ones were located in a small alley, and there was only a signboard that stood tall and big. Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others were sitting inside the Cyan Jade chariot as they looked at the street outside. They didn't look out the window since there were too many people. The 8 Cyan Jade chariot's windows weren't big enough. Zhao Hai looked at the shops on both sides of the street. Then he turned to Laura and the others and said, "Everything here is good to eat. I think we should eat here today and see what's good to eat here." Laura smiled and said, "All right, let's see what's good to eat here. We haven't eaten outside for a long time, it's good to have a taste." Zhao Hai looked at the people outside before he pointed at a shop and said, "This one seems to be the right one. Let's go there." Laura and the others looked at the shop that Zhao Hai pointed at. It was a Chinese building with 3 floors. One could see that the shop's business was very good. The first floor was full of people while the second floor had a lot of open windows. One could vaguely see people inside. Only the third floor had fewer windows. Laura and the others nodded. Actually, for them, what they ate wasn't important. What was important was who they ate with. If they ate with Zhao Hai, even if they ate poison, they wouldn't care. After choosing the restaurant, Zhao Hai immediately directed the 8 Cyan Jade chariot to go over. Before long, they arrived at the restaurant's entrance. When the 8 Cyan Jade chariot stopped, Zhao Hai opened the door and went down. At this time, the shop's waiter ran over and bowed in front of Zhao Hai. Then he said to Zhao Hai, "This one has seen Mr. Did Mr. come here to eat?" Zhao Hai nodded. At this time, Laura and the others also came out of the chariot. When the waiter saw that the chariot could hold so many people, his expression couldn't help but change. He knew that this chariot wasn't an ordinary artifact. His waist couldn't help but bow even more. Zhao Hai looked at the restaurant and saw a sign hanging on the front door. On the sign were the words "Fragrant House." Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Fragrant House, Fragrant House? The name is good. Do you have a good location?" The waiter immediately replied, "Yes. May I ask if Mr. likes a lively place or a place with good scenery?" Zhao Hai replied, "Let's find a quiet place with good scenery." The waiter immediately replied, "Then I'll have to ask Mr. to go to the 3rd floor. There are private rooms on the 3rd floor. Moreover, the rooms have isolation formations. As long as you open the windows, you can see the scenery outside. Mr., please come with me." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Laura and the others and said, "What do you think?" Laura smiled and said, "All right, then we'll go to the 3rd floor. Right, find us a place with good scenery. We don't need to see too many people. Is there such a place?" The waiter immediately smiled and said, "The rooms on the back of the 3rd floor are suitable for Mr.'s needs. Behind our building, there's a lotus pond with golden carps. You can see beautiful lotuses there as well as golden carps playing with them." Laura nodded and said, "All right, let's go there." The waiter nodded and then led Zhao Hai and the others into the building. As soon as they entered the building, the noisy 1st floor became quiet. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivators on the 1st floor. Some of them were rogue cultivators while some of them had extraordinary statuses. These cultivators were now looking at Zhao Hai's group, especially Laura and the others. Each and every one of them had shining eyes. Zhao Hai's group looked at Laura and the others. Zhao Hai looked at these people and didn't care. The waiter didn't stop and directly led Zhao Hai and the others upstairs. When Zhao Hai and the others went upstairs, the noise on the 1st floor became louder. From time to time, people would say, beautiful female cultivators are really rare. That kid has good luck with women. He's actually leading such beautiful female cultivators. If I were him, I would be happy even if I had to shorten my life by a few years. Zhao Hai didn't care about what these people were saying. The three followed the waiter to the third floor. The waiter then led Zhao Hai to the lotus room. The room was very big, about 10 square meters in size. Not only was there a table, there were also chairs in a circle. The chairs were separated by a tea table in the middle. There were also pots of green plants in the corner. It looked very good. Zhao Hai went to the window of the room and opened it to look outside. Sure enough, there was a large lotus outside. This lotus field was several acres in size. Moreover, it was growing very well. There were even lotus flowers blooming on top of it. It was very beautiful. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good, the scenery is good. Moreover, these lotus flowers and golden carps aren't ordinary. Your shop has some taste. I wonder why you're planting these lotus flowers?" The waiter immediately replied, "I won't hide it from Mr. We're planting these lotus flowers for cooking. In my shop, these lotus flowers can be used as dishes. Even the golden carps in the pond can be used as dishes. This dish is called Lotus Pond Banquet. It's our shop's biggest specialty. I wonder if Mr. would like to try it." When Zhao Hai heard the waiter, he showed an interested expression and said, "All right, then let's have a Lotus Pond Banquet. I want to see what's so special about your Lotus Pond Banquet." The waiter immediately nodded before he turned around and left. Laura and the others also stood by Zhao Hai's side. Looking at the lotus pond outside, Laura said, "Brother Hai, why do I feel that the atmosphere here isn't right? Did you notice? Not many of the cultivators on the first floor are easy to deal with. Even those who are dressed as rogue cultivators have extraordinary strength. What's going on?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "They're all here for the auction. But I don't know how many of them are here for the star map. If they're all here for the star map, then we're going to lose a lot of money this time." When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "For us, jade essence isn't important. The star map is the most important thing." The others nodded, they obviously agreed with Laura's words. What Laura said wasn't wrong, for them, jade essence was very important. Not to mention the fact that Laura didn't want to count the amount of jade essence in the space, even the 4 righteous gangs' jade essence had reached a terrifying degree. They were really lacking in jade essence. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course we don't lack jade essence. But just because we have a star map doesn't mean that we're done. I'm afraid that after this auction, a bloody storm will begin." Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Laura and the others nodded, they agreed with what Zhao Hai said. Obtaining the star map didn't mean everything. Cultivators loved to kill and rob. No matter who obtained the star map, they would certainly be hunted down. This was because the star map was too attractive to cultivators. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly saw a small boat in the lotus pond. A cultivator was standing on the boat. The cultivator was picking lotus leaves, lotus roots, and lotus seeds. He was also catching fish. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be surprised. "Could it be that the things we're eating are from the pond?" he asked. "If that's the case, then this meal would be worth eating." Just as his voice fell, a knock was heard on the door of the private room. Zhao Hai said, "Come in." Along with his voice, the waiter who greeted them came in. The waiter was holding a tray with a teapot and teacups on it. The waiter placed the teapot on the table and then said to Zhao Hai, "Mister, please have some tea. The Lotus Pond Banquet is currently being prepared. Mister should be able to see that the waiter outside is preparing the ingredients for the Lotus Pond Banquet. Mister can rest assured that the ingredients used for the Lotus Pond Banquet will be the freshest." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I can see that the Lotus Pond Banquet is quite interesting. You can go and prepare the food." The waiter nodded and closed the door behind him. "I don't know how they came up with this idea, but it seems like this meal isn't cheap. I want to hear what the people below have to say about it." Then Zhao Hai used his hearing to listen to the surrounding voices. Zhao Hai smiled at Laura and the others and said, "This restaurant is really interesting. They even let us look at what they eat. It seems like this meal isn't cheap. I want to hear what the people below have to say about it. Then Zhao Hai used his hearing to listen to the surrounding voices. Sure enough, a voice was heard from downstairs. Oh, someone is eating the Lotus Pond banquet in the fragrant house? It seems like no one has eaten it for quite some time. When was the last time someone ate the Lotus Pond banquet? I'm afraid it's been a month. I heard that the taste of the Lotus Pond banquet is very good. However, the Lotus Pond banquet is too expensive. A single Lotus Pond banquet costs 1 million jade essences. Most people wouldn't be able to afford it. Who do you think is eating the Lotus Pond banquet this time? It must be those people who just went upstairs. A man with a few women. This kind of man is the best at putting on an act. I'm afraid he didn't even ask how much the Lotus Pond banquet costs. What kind of expression do you think he will have if he can't take out the money to pay the bill? Would he leave the women here to pay the bill? If that's the case, then it would be interesting. Ha ha ha. Humph. A cold snort was heard by everyone in the fragrant smell pavilion. This sound was like an awl that went through people's ears and directly drilled into their brains. Everyone in the building went silent. Although it was just a simple sound, it took them a lot of effort to eliminate it. This fully showed the strength of the person who made the sound. In the cultivation world, strength was respected. Although the cultivators saw that Zhao Hai was only a teleportation realm cultivator, this cold snort made them understand that Zhao Hai's strength wasn't just in the teleportation realm. Naturally, the people in the fragrant smell pavilion also heard this sound. The expressions of the staff changed. Fortunately, they didn't participate in the discussion before, so the cold snort wasn't directed at them. But even so, they could still feel Zhao Hai's strength. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. Brother Hai, let's forget about it. Why are you angry with them? We just came to eat a meal. Zhao Hai replied, I don't want to be angry with them. But they can't do that. For the fragrant smell pavilion to be this big in the city, I don't believe that you don't have a backer. We just arrived at Star Gathering City, so I don't want to cause any trouble. Otherwise, I'll teach them a lesson. Laura smiled faintly and said, forget it, you've already made them aware of your strength. I think some of them wouldn't be convinced. Once we get out of here, I'm afraid some of them would come looking for us. Zhao Hai smiled and said, it's good that they would come looking for us. I'm afraid that they wouldn't. Laura and the others just smiled and didn't speak. They were very confident in Zhao Hai's strength. With Zhao Hai's ability, there was no need for him to be afraid of these people. This time, Zhao Hai came out because he wanted to make a name for himself. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of causing trouble. With Zhao Hai's current strength, there was no need for ordinary people to be afraid of him. Even if those people were to attack, Zhao Hai had the means to escape unscathed. Moreover, with Zhao Hai's status, ordinary people wouldn't dare to touch him. As they chatted, there was a knock on the door. Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, come in. The door opened and a waiter came in with a tray. Behind him was a row of people. These people were all holding trays with dishes on them. The waiter bowed to Zhao Hai and said, Mister, the dishes are ready. Zhao Hai nodded and waved his hand, put it on the table. The waiter nodded and then placed the tray on the table. Then he said, the first dish, clear lotus water. Then he introduced the recipe of the dish. Then the dishes were placed on the table one by one. The waiter introduced the name of each dish as well as the recipe. These dishes weren't all made from the lotus pond. Some of the dishes were made from materials found in the pond. For example, the lotus leaf shredded chicken. The recipe of the dish was very strange, it was actually steamed shredded chicken wrapped in lotus leaves. Naturally, the chicken wasn't an ordinary chicken, it was a demonic beast. After the 12 dishes were served, the waiter gave Zhao Hai 2 pots of wine and said, Mister, this is our restaurant's special lotus wine for the Lotus Pond banquet. Every table will be allocated 4 pots of this wine. I'll give you 2 pots first and then 2 more. If 4 pots of wine isn't enough, the additional wine will be charged separately. The waiter nodded and said, Mister, this is our restaurant's special lotus wine. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, go. Then he handed a spatial bag to the waiter. The waiter received the spatial bag and bowed to Zhao Hai before he left. When he arrived outside, the waiter and the others who were responsible for delivering the dishes stared at the spatial bag. The waiter opened the spatial bag with his spiritual force and couldn't help but be happy as he said, 10,000 jade essences, very good. This person is really rich. Brothers, you can leave first. I'll stay here and take care of this person. When the others heard this, they were also happy as they turned around and left. Xiaohai naturally heard the waiter's words. He just smiled faintly and didn't care about it. Then he turned to Laura and said, today, we'll also be rich. Laura and the others couldn't help but laugh. Xiaohai didn't usually show off his wealth, but this time was an exception. He spent 10,000 jade essences as a reward. This was something that only Xiaohai had ever done before. Speaking of which, the taste of the Lotus Pond banquet was really good. The most important point was that the dishes were very fresh, and the ingredients were the freshest. Not to mention anything else, just the freshness of the dishes was something that ordinary restaurants couldn't compare to. Meg was the most knowledgeable about food. She gave a bite of each dish and then turned to Xiaohai and said, Brother Hai, I found that the seasonings used in these ingredients are very little. However, all of them are very good. Take the salt for example, it's much better than the salt we used to eat. It's really good. It seems like I'll have to go back and try to make it. Xiaohai smiled and said, there are lotuses and carps inside the space. If you want to make them, then you can make them. If you can make them, then that would be the best. Then we'll be able to eat the Lotus Pond banquet every day. Laura and the others smiled and said, Meg is really fierce. We just thought that it was delicious, but we didn't manage to eat it. However, the taste of the Lotus Pond banquet is really good. Lizzie picked up the jug and gave everyone a glass of wine. After the wine was served, Xiaohai took a sip and then said, good, the taste of this wine is really good. There's also the fragrance of lotuses. The others also took a sip and felt that it was very good. Xiaohai and the others ate for nearly 2 hours. They drank 8 jugs of lotus wine. After the meal, Xiaohai led Laura and the others out of the restaurant. This meal cost Xiaohai 1 million jade essences. But for Xiaohai, the amount of jade essences was just a number, he didn't care about it at all. From this point, one could see the disparity between rogue cultivators and cultivators from sections. Not to mention more than 1 million jade essences, rogue cultivators wouldn't even be willing to part with a single jade essence. However, cultivators from sects could eat 1 million jade essences in a single meal. The disparity was just too great. While Xiaohai was paying the bill, he felt that some of the cultivators in the restaurant were staring at him. Xiaohai didn't care, if these people dared to look for him, then he wouldn't be polite. After leaving the fragrant pavilion, Xiaohai and the others sat on the 8 cyan jade chariot. This time, the chariot didn't fly, it just slowly walked around the city. Xiaohai and the others also sat inside the chariot as they looked at the city. The city was really big. Xiaohai and the others only took a few turns before the sky began to darken. Xiaohai immediately commanded the 8 cyan jade chariot to fly towards the Hell King's ship. Upon arriving at the ship, Xiaohai looked at the city below with a sneer on his face. Laura and the others also looked at the city below, then she said, Brother Hai, are those guys still following us? They really aren't afraid of death. The reason why Laura and the others asked this was because they were being watched the moment they left the fragrant pavilion. The people who were following them were the cultivators who ate in the restaurant. However, it seems like they were rogue cultivators. These people had been following them around the city for a long time. Xiaohai didn't expect them to still be following them when they returned to the large artifact. Xiaohai sneered and said, they won't shed tears until they see the coffin. Don't worry about them, just take a rest. Laura and the others didn't have anything to worry about. So when they heard Xiaohai, Laura smiled and said, Brother Hai, let's have a drink on the deck. We'll drink some red wine as well as some fruit platters. Xiaohai nodded and said, all right, let's get ready. I want to see how Star Gathering City looks like at night. Laura and the others nodded and immediately went to prepare. Before long, the fruit platters and red wine were placed on the deck. At this time, the sky was slowly getting dark. Xiaohai looked around and saw that the other large artifacts above the city were also brightly lit. There were also people moving around, making the city very lively. Zhao Hai sat on the Hell King's ship as he looked around. Then he smiled faintly and said, "It seems like we made the right choice to come out this time. If we were in Bitter Shell Star, we wouldn't be able to see such a scenery." Laura and the others nodded. Then Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled, "When the Four Righteous gang becomes famous, nobody would dare to provoke you. Then you can come out and look around. What do you think?" Laura and the others nodded. Laura nodded and said, "All right, but you need to have time first." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I want you to go out and play by yourselves. If I always follow you, then you will go. That would be boring. You can go out and play by yourselves. Wouldn't that be better?" Laura shook her head and said, "Of course not. If you're not with us, then what's the point?" Her last words were directed towards Lizzie and the others. Lizzie and the others nodded. Megan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, actually, it doesn't matter where we go. As long as we can accompany you, we're fine. After so many years, what kind of scenery haven't we seen? To be honest, there's nothing to be surprised about." Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he looked at Laura and the others and said, "I know your intentions. I just feel wronged." Laura smiled and said, "We don't feel wronged. As long as we're with you, we don't feel wronged." Zhao Hai nodded this time and didn't say anything. The group drank red wine while chatting. Unknowingly, the sky had turned dark. The people on the large artifacts were getting fewer and fewer. Zhao Hai looked at the sky and drank his wine. Then he turned to Laura and the others and said, "Those people should be moving soon. You should be careful." Laura and the others nodded and drank their wine. Then they tidied up the things on the deck and waited for the people to arrive. At the same time, the lights on the Hell King's ship dimmed, making people think that they were asleep. The group didn't wait for long. In less than half an hour, the sound of wind breaking could be heard from below. Zhao Hai and the others shook, they knew that the other party was coming. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the sound of wind to reach the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai counted a total of 13 people, all of whom were at the Vajra realm. As soon as these people arrived beside the Hell King's ship, Zhao Hai waved his hand and the lights on the ship lit up. These people couldn't help but stare. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Why did you come so late? We've been waiting for you for a long time." These people were very bold, they didn't even cover their faces as they rushed forward. Zhao Hai looked at these people and saw that they were the cultivators who were eating in the fragrant smell house. These cultivators didn't expect this situation. They looked at Zhao Hai's group and although they were surprised, they didn't show any fear. One of the leaders looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, "Kid, tell us your name. Otherwise, the 13 wyverns won't let you off." Zhao Hai looked at these people and smiled faintly, 13 wyverns? I've never heard of it. Is it a temporary name that you came up with? This is interesting, my identity? Can't you guess? Do you know how to read? Do you recognize those 2 words? Then Zhao Hai pointed to the mast. The flag on the mast had the words "For Righteous" written on it. When the group saw the words "For Righteous," they couldn't help but be confused. The leader looked at Zhao Hai and said, "For Righteous? What does that mean? You haven't heard of it?" Zhao Hai looked at the group and smiled faintly, "You haven't heard of it? Alright, wait for me to change my clothes. I don't know if you recognize it or not. If you don't, then I'm sorry, you can only be a group of confused ghosts." Then his figure moved as a Death Knight suit appeared on his body. At this time, Laura and the others also changed their clothes. Laura and the others were wearing different clothes. For example, Laura was wearing an Orthodox knight's outfit. She held a knight's spear in her hand and carried a 2-handed heavy sword on her back. This outfit was her earliest battle uniform. Julie, on the other hand, was wearing light armor with 2 daggers in her hands. The others were also wearing clothes that suited them, making them look extraordinary. When the cultivators saw Zhao Hai change into the Death Knight armor, they couldn't help but stare. Some of them had puzzled expressions on their faces, they didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant. However, the expression of the leader of the cultivators changed. He carefully thought for a moment before his expression changed. He stared at Zhao Hai and said, "You are Death Knight Zhao Hai?" When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. "I didn't expect you to recognize me." good, good, good. I am indeed Death Knight Zhao Hai. You actually dared to come to my ship and behave atrociously. If I don't teach you a lesson today, then I would be unworthy of my name. Prepare to die. He didn't wait for them to say anything as he directly rushed towards them. When the leader of the cultivators saw Zhao Hai rushing towards them, his expression changed. He waved his hand as a long sword appeared in his hand. He waved his sword and slashed towards Zhao Hai. At the same time, he shouted, "Everyone, don't hold back. This person is troublesome." The cultivators nodded as they took out their weapons. Then they rushed towards Laura and the others. At this time, Zhao Hai's spear had already encircled the leader of the cultivators. It seems like the leader would die in a few moves from Zhao Hai. When the other cultivators saw this, they immediately sent 2 people to deal with Zhao Hai. However, after the 2 left, Zhao Hai's Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear had encircled the other 2. When the 3 faced Zhao Hai, they couldn't even gain the upper hand. The cultivators had no other choice but to send 2 people to deal with Zhao Hai. However, they were still encircled by Zhao Hai's spear. But it seems like they can hold on for a while. At this time, the cultivators were also facing Laura and the others. They wanted to deal with Laura and the others quickly so that they could besiege Zhao Hai. In their minds, Laura and the others were all teleportation realm cultivators. Since they were all women, dealing with them should be easy. However, they didn't expect Laura and the others to be so hard to deal with. The time that Laura and the others lived together wasn't short. They were together every day, so there was no need to mention their tacit understanding. When they became teleportation realm cultivators, they went to the space to practice. They also learned a joint attack technique. Although their moves were different, the might of their joint attack wasn't ordinary. It wouldn't be easy for the other cultivators to deal with them. Before long, 2 screams were heard from the cultivators who were fighting Zhao Hai. This caused the 8 cultivators who were besieging Laura and the others to panic. Then another scream was heard, causing them to panic even more. They stole a glance at Zhao Hai and discovered that only 2 of the 5 people who were besieging Zhao Hai were left. These 2 were injured and it seems like they wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Without any other choice, the cultivators sent 4 people to help those 2. The remaining 4 intensified their attacks on Laura and the others. However, they didn't expect that Laura and the others would suddenly counterattack. Laura and the others weren't young ladies who didn't touch spring water. They were people who had killed and seen blood. This was especially true for Laura and the others. In the past, they commanded thousands of undead in battle. It would be strange if they were afraid of killing people. Laura and the others weren't very strong, at least compared to Zhao Hai, they were far from it. However, they also practiced the myriad stellar transformations yin-yang technique. Although they weren't as strong as Zhao Hai, they weren't afraid of ordinary cultivators. The reason why Laura and the others didn't counterattack before was because the rogue cultivators in front of them were also people who had rolled through piles of corpses. They had rich combat experience and were very strong. If Laura and the others were to fight against them, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. But now it was different. There were only 4 cultivators who were fighting against them. 4 people were too few to deal with them. Because of this, when the 4 cultivators went to deal with Zhao Hai, Laura and the others suddenly attacked the remaining 4. The 4 cultivators didn't expect Laura and the others to suddenly attack. Moreover, the attack was so fierce that they didn't expect it. At this time, several screams were heard from Zhao Hai's side. This caused the 4 cultivators who were attacked by Laura and the others to panic. This gave Julie the opportunity to use her strongest weapon, her huge braid. She suddenly moved and stabbed a cultivator's throat. The cultivator didn't even have time to groan before he died. The other 3 cultivators were startled, causing their moves to become even more chaotic. At this time, 3 vines suddenly appeared behind them and stabbed them. The 3 cultivators didn't have time to dodge and were stabbed by the vines, causing them to fall to the ground and die. Naturally, these vines were released by Kair. One must know that most of the previous assassinations were carried out by Kair. Not only can the vines stab people to death, the leaves and flowers on the vines can also slit people's throats. Additionally, Kair was a plant, so she didn't attract attention. Because of this, most of the assassinations were carried out by her. Now, she was just using this method to attack. While the 3 cultivators were killed, Zhao Hai also finished his battle. He waved his hand and received the corpses of the cultivators to the space. After receiving the corpses, Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and the others. He smiled faintly and said, "How are you? Are you all right?" Laura and the others didn't have any fear on their faces. Instead, they all had smiles on their faces. Laura smiled and said, "I'm fine. To be honest, I haven't fought for a long time. Now that I've fought, I feel very excited." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Hee, I didn't ask anyone else to help this time. I wanted to give you a chance to practice. It seems like I'll need to give you more opportunities in the future." Laura and the others didn't care at all, they just chuckled. Zhao Hai waved his hand as the water below the Hell King's ship flowed upwards. The entire ship became clean, there wasn't even a trace of blood. However, their movements were also noticed by the people on the other large artifacts. Figures appeared on the large artifacts near the Hell King's ship. But after these people appeared, they only looked at the Hell King's ship. After the battle was over, the figures on the large artifacts disappeared. Zhao Hai didn't care about this situation at all. After cleaning up the Hell King's ship, Zhao Hai led Laura and the others back to the cabin to rest. The cabin was just like the space, so the group felt very comfortable. After a good night's rest, the group woke up very late the next day. After eating on the Hell King's ship, Zhao Hai looked at Star Gathering City and then turned to Laura and the others. "Laura, how about we go to the Life and Death Arena in Star Gathering City today? I heard that the Life and Death Arena isn't small." Laura and the others nodded and said, "All right, let's go. You're now the holy champion of the Life and Death Arena. Don't those people have to salute you when they see you?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "They do. Let's go and take a look." Then he waved his hand as the 8 cyan jade chariot appeared beside him. After the group got on the chariot went straight to Star Gathering City's Life and Death Arena. Star Assembly City's Life and Death Arena wasn't small. Star Assembly City itself was a big city, so naturally, the Life and Death Arena was also very big. Just as the 8 cyan jade chariot stopped at the Life and Death Arena, the people inside the Life and Death Arena immediately came out. Led by the 2 people in charge, they respectfully welcomed Zhao Hai outside the Life and Death Arena. This action of the Star Assembly City's Life and Death Arena made some of the spectators very confused. They didn't know who they were welcoming. One must know that the people in the Life and Death Arena were very arrogant. Even the cultivators from the great clans would have to give way to them. Now that they were standing there respectfully, they couldn't help but be curious about the identity of the person who came. At this time, the 8 cyan jade chariot came to a stop. When the door opened, Zhao Hai came out with Laura and the others behind him. The people in Star Gathering City's Life and Death Arena quickly bowed and said, "Welcome, Sir Arena Lord." Zhao Hai looked at them and couldn't help but smile as he said, "All right, there's no need to be so polite. I'm just here to take a look. If you're too polite, Elder Tang would surely scold me." At this time, Star Gathering City's life and death situation was in front of him. A 30-year-old cultivator looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You're too polite. It's only right for us to welcome you. This is a courtesy to the arena lord." Zhao Hai nodded and then followed the cultivators into the life and death arena. Zhao Hai's actions made the people who were observing Zhao Hai even more confused. They were now even more curious about Zhao Hai's identity. "Have you heard? Those arrogant fellows in the life and death arena are actually welcoming a single person at the entrance. That person is really a flirtatious fellow. He brought a few women with him. Good heavens. That extravagance is really extraordinary. Who did you hear that from? The people at the life and death arena are all arrogant. Why would they gather together to welcome someone? That's impossible, right? Humph, what do you know? Do you know who the person who came to the life and death arena is? That's a holy arena lord. Do you know who the holy arena lord is? Only those who have won 70 matches in a row can be called a holy arena lord. Every holy arena lord has a very high status in the life and death arena. You only know one thing, but you don't know the other. There are many holy arena lords in the life and death arena, but ordinary arena lords don't deserve such treatment. Do you know who the holy arena lord is? Let me tell you, some time ago, the Void Realm was in an uproar over the Fan Clan's destruction. Do you know? At that time, he went to the Fan Clan's place and made them unable to do anything to him. The person who won more than 20 matches in a row in the Fan Clan was the Death Knight, Zhao Hai. This Zhao Hai is the leader of the Four Righteous Gang and the Holy Arena Lord of the Life and Death Arena. The person who came today is Zhao Hai. Really? That person is really Zhao Hai. He looks very ordinary. Ordinary? Ordinary my ass. At that time, the Fan Clan even sent out experts in the spirit condensation realm to deal with him. In the end, they were still destroyed by him. He's ordinary? How can he be ordinary? I heard that last night, there were people who wanted to get on his large instrument to kill him, but they were all killed by him. Those people seem to be all cultivators in the Vajra realm. So powerful? Then why did he come to the star-gathering city? Do you even need to ask? Of course, he came for the auction. Didn't I tell you? He's the leader of the Four Righteous Gang. If he gets the star map and finds a planet, then the Four Righteous Gang will have a planet as their base. This person is very talented and bold. He's very impressive. Seeing the people on the life and death arena greeting Zhao Hai, the cultivators below began to discuss among themselves. In the end, a white man really did reveal Zhao Hai's identity, causing quite a commotion. Zhao Hai did not know that he was now very famous in the Void Realm, and what made him famous was the destruction of the Fan family some time ago. There were various reasons for this matter, but it was undeniable that Zhao Hai was the one who caused it in the beginning. Then, the Fan family was destroyed, and then the people of the major families in the Void Realm were killed. These things were all related to his name, so his name was naturally known. Zhao Hai did not care about what the people outside thought about him. He had now arrived at the Life and Death Arena with the two people in charge of the Star-Gathering City's Life and Death Arena. This Life and Death Arena was much more imposing than the Life and Death Arena in Marshu City. After sitting down in the Life and Death Arena, the two people in charge of the Life and Death Arena in Star-Gathering City bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "We just received the news that Mr. had arrived in Star-Gathering City yesterday afternoon. Please forgive us for not being able to meet you in time." The reason why the two people were so polite to Zhao Hai was because Zhao Hai had made a great contribution to the Life and Death Arena. Secondly, they knew that Zhao Hai was highly regarded by Elder Tang, so they had to be polite. The people in charge of the Life and Death Arena were also divided into ranks. For example, Tian Jian and Yin Jun were the people in charge of Marshu City's Life and Death Arena. Marshu City was just a small city, so their status in the Life and Death Arena was very low. The people in charge of the Life and Death Arena in Star-Gathering City had a very high status. Because of their high status, the two of them knew some inside information about the Life and Death Arena. Naturally, they also knew that Zhao Hai and Elder Tang had a very special relationship. Moreover, Zhao Hai was also favored by the 6th grade elders. They could not afford to offend such a person. When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but wave his hand and said, "You don't need to be polite. I came here for personal matters, it has nothing to do with you." The two nodded, then one of them opened his mouth and said, "Mister, I'm Qiu Taiming. I heard that your large artifact was attacked yesterday. Is it Mister's large artifact?" Zhao Hai looked at Qiu Taiming, then he smiled and said, "Oh, your information is quite accurate. Yes, I was indeed attacked last night. There were 13 people in total. They called themselves the 13 Wyverns. I met them when I was eating at the Fragrant Pavilion." "Why do you ask?" The other cultivator replied, "Mister, my name is Wang Chong. We want to investigate the identity of those people. We suspect that they have someone behind them." Zhao Hai naturally knew that there was no one behind the people who attacked him last night. However, he didn't say anything. He just nodded and said, "So it's like that. Alright, you can investigate them. But I don't think they have someone behind them. They only knew about my identity after arriving on the Hell King's ship." When Wang Chong and Qiu Taiming heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Leave this matter to us. Did Mister come this time for the auction?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, you should know that I'm the leader of the Four Righteous Gang. The headquarters of the Four Righteous Gang is a bit small, so I wanted to find a bigger place." "Right, I heard about the star map. Right, you've been in Star Gathering City all this time. Did you hear about the star map? Wang Chong replied, we heard that the star map was obtained by a group of rogue cultivators. These rogue cultivators aren't weak. In fact, they are a rogue cultivator organization that the Life and Death Arena has been paying attention to. Their nickname is the 40 Rogue Cultivators. In the beginning, they only had 40 people, but later on, more people joined. The total number should be about 60. After obtaining the star map, they went to the star field. However, only 5 people came back alive, and all of them were injured. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, but it seems like there are a lot of great clans that came. Don't they know about this? Qiu Timing replied, they know, of course they know. However, they will still go. This is because a place like this represents a huge benefit. How could they let it go? But mister, they have a great clan behind them. Moreover, you are the leader of the 4 righteous gang. Even if those great clans send people, it would be impossible for the patriarch to personally lead them. Most importantly, mister, if you really go there, I'm afraid those great clans won't let you go. When Zhao Hai heard Qiu Timing, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, you're right. A place like this represents a huge benefit. How could I let it go? Those great clans have always wanted to deal with me. I'll give them this opportunity. Alright, you don't need to worry about me. Just pay attention to your relationship with the Battle and Wolf clans. Qiu Timing nodded. Then he took out a jade slip and handed it to Zhao Hai, Mister, this is what Elder Tang told us to give you. It contains information about the operation of Star City's Life and Death Arena in the past half a year. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, I'll take a look at it. Then he took the jade slip and scanned it with his spiritual force. A large amount of information appeared in his mind. After a while, he put down the jade slip and looked at the two and said, I've taken a look. In the past half a year, the business of Star City's Life and Death Arena has been good. However, I discovered that there seems to be some fluctuations in the business in the past month. Of course, this is related to the recent situation in the Void Realm. But you should also pay attention to this situation. Now that the Void Realm has calmed down, your business should rebound. Especially in the past few days, because of the auction, a large number of rogue cultivators have come to Star City. This is a good opportunity to do business, but I discovered that you didn't arrange any matches in the past few days. Why is that? Qiu Timing replied, Mister, in the past few days, people have come for the auction. We were afraid that no one would come to watch the matches, so we didn't arrange any matches. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, there are still a few days before the auction. There are already a lot of cultivators in Star Gathering City. These people are very bored right now. At this time, you should arrange some matches. Even if they aren't too intense, it's still fine. You can go and arrange for them. Although Qiu Timing and Wang Chu didn't quite agree with Zhao Hai's method, they didn't want to offend Zhao Hai. So they nodded and then Qiu Timing turned around and left. Wang Chu stayed in the room to accompany Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Wang Chu and said, Wang Chu, I just noticed that the Jade Slip mentioned that there are a few cultivators who have been doing well in Star City's Life and Death Arena. Some of them have already won more than 20 matches. You also noticed that they aren't from the great clans, but we still haven't investigated their backgrounds. What's going on? Wang Chu immediately replied, Mister, the origins of these people are very mysterious. We suspect that they came from a certain plane, but we still haven't determined which plane they came from. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, we'll do our best to arrange a few fights between them. See if they have any relationship with each other. If they do, we need to find a way to control them as soon as possible and find out their identities. Wang Chu nodded and said, yes, Mr. can rest assured. We'll pay attention. Zhao Hai looked at Wang Chu and said, right now, the Life and Death Arena is trying to ease our relationship with the great clans. You should also do the same. You need to get in touch with the great clans, but don't go too deep. Just like investigating the identity of those suspicious people, the Life and Death Arena might not be able to find anything. But once we confirm that those people aren't from the great clans, then we can ask the great clans to help us investigate. At worst, we can give the great clans some rewards. This will ease our relationship with the great clans, and we can use another channel to investigate the identity of those people." When Wang Chu heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said, "But mister, is this really okay? A lot of people from the great clans have died in the past. Will they agree?" Zhao Hai replied, "Of course they'll agree. Those great clans were able to develop until now, so they wouldn't fall out with us just because of the deaths of a few people. If they really did that, then the situation wouldn't be like this. I'm afraid that the life and death arena would have already fought with them. Moreover, the great clans are very clear that their biggest enemy isn't the life and death arena. Even if the life and death arena fights with them, it would just be internal strife. If the people who came to the life and death arena were from the great clans, then they would be our common enemy. Now that we have a common enemy with the great clans, it's only right that we ask them for help." Wang Chu immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. If the people who came to the life and death arena were from the great clans, then this matter wouldn't just be the life and death arena's own business. Cooperating with the great clans would not only ease their relationship, but also show the great clans their stance on the life and death arena. They would tell the great clans that the life and death arena wouldn't work with the great clans. After thinking about this, Wang Chu couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai. He didn't think much of Zhao Hai before. He thought that Zhao Hai was only strong. But now, it seems like Zhao Hai wasn't just strong, he was also better at handling matters. Zhao Hai looked at Wang Chu and said, "I'll handle this matter. At the same time, I'll report this matter to the higher-ups. I think that this matter will have an impact on the life and death arena." When Wang Chu heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean, mister?" Zhao Hai said, "The impact I'm talking about isn't the relationship between the life and death arena and the great clans. The life and death arena and the great clans have been fighting for so many years. Our relationship can't be that bad. What I'm talking about is the impact on the life and death arena. The great clans know that they can send people to fight in the life and death arena, and then become the legendary arena lord or even the holy arena lord. Then, they can control the life and death arena in a disguised way. The life and death arena is spread throughout the void realm. If they really use this method to control the life and death arena, then they have the ability to fight against the great clans. At that time, I'm afraid that the life and death arena will be finished. At the same time, I'm afraid that the void realm will never have peace." Wang Chu stared blankly at Zhao Hai. His head was already covered in cold sweat because what Zhao Hai said was too scary. If such a day really came, then the void realm would be finished. Elder Tang was sitting in the room, the 6 great elders were also present. However, their expressions weren't very good. Elder Tang held the jade slip in his hand as he looked at everyone and said, "Everyone has already seen the contents of the jade slip. What do you think?" Elder Zhao let out a long sigh and said, "Although we calculated everything, we still missed something. Fortunately, Zhao Hai discovered it in time. It seems like we need to conduct a thorough investigation of the arena. What do you think?" Elder Tang sighed and said, "In the eyes of those people, the life and death arena is a piece of fatty meat. Everyone wants to take a bite. Humph, I want them to know that this piece of fatty meat has been poisoned with the 7-step intestine-shattering powder. If you want to eat it, it won't poison you to death. Investigate, immediately conduct a thorough investigation of the life and death arena. Anyone who wants to swallow our life and death arena, I will teach them a lesson." Elder Yi said, "Zhao Hai still wants to talk to us about this matter. What do you think?" "I don't think there's any need for him to come. We already know about this matter, so just let us deal with it." This time, he went to the War-Wolf star for the star chart. That kid's heart is big. How can a small place like Suiwei Mountain accommodate him? Let him do his thing. Elder Tang nodded and said, "All right, let him do his thing. Suiwei Mountain is indeed small, but I heard that the star field is very dangerous. I'm really worried about him." Elder Yi smiled and said, "Don't worry, Zhao Hai's strength is already there. Don't forget that he fought with a spirit condensation expert some time ago. I think his strength shouldn't be any worse than an ordinary spirit condensation cultivator." Elder Tang nodded and said, "All right, then it's settled. Inform Zhao Hai that he doesn't need to come over. Let him do his thing. We'll remember this merit of his." Elder Zhao nodded. At this time, Zhao Hai was in Star Assembly City. Zhao Hai wasn't surprised that Elder Tang and the others had given him half a year's worth of operating funds at the life and death arena. He knew that Elder Tang and the others would definitely find something for him to do. It was normal for them to do this now. However, Zhao Hai didn't intervene too much with the life and death arena in Star Gathering City. After making some suggestions, he returned to the Hell King's ship. For the next few days, Zhao Hai strolled around Star Gathering City in a relaxed manner. In the past few days, the life and death arena had also arranged several matches. Just as Zhao Hai had expected, the business was very good. The life and death arena took this opportunity to make a lot of money. After playing around in Star Gathering City for several days, it was finally time for the auction to begin. At this point, the people in Star Gathering City knew about Zhao Hai's identity. Because of this, nobody went to the Hell King's ship to cause trouble. They knew that Zhao Hai was a ruthless person. If they went there to cause trouble, they would certainly be slaughtered by Zhao Hai. When the auction began, Zhao Hai led Laura and the others towards the auction house. In the past few days, they had been strolling around Star Gathering City, so they knew where the auction house was. The auction house was located on a bustling street called Star Gathering Street. The entire auction house had 10 floors. As for what it looked like inside, Zhao Hai didn't know. However, from the outside, the auction house was round, like a huge cylinder. Not just anyone could enter the auction. If you wanted to enter the auction, you had to make a reservation at least 5 days in advance. Moreover, you had to state your identity and see if you were qualified to enter the auction. Only then would you be able to enter. Zhao Hai had already registered a few days ago. Moreover, he had the auction house prepare a private room for him. This private room wasn't something that just anyone could have. If your identity wasn't good enough, then it would be impossible to prepare a private room for you. As for whether your identity was good enough, it would depend on your reputation. If you weren't famous, then it would be fine if you had a great family's invitation card. Although Zhao Hai had the Life and Death Arena's invitation card, he didn't use it. When he reported his name, the auction house immediately prepared a private room for him. Zhao Hai led Laura and the others into the private room. The room wasn't small, it was enough for them to sit down. In addition to the sofa, there was also a projector and a button on the coffee table. In addition to this, there was also a huge window facing the door of the private room. Zhao Hai stood in front of the window and looked up. This auction house was really special. The entire auction house looked like a huge gymnasium. In the middle of the auction house was a patio. On the patio was a platform with an auction table. Around the platform were chairs for people to sit down. The lower 3 floors of the auction house were filled with chairs. There weren't any private rooms. Only the upper 7 floors had private rooms. It was said that the auction house can accommodate tens of thousands of people. Zhao Hai looked at it and thought that it was possible. Zhao Hai looked at the side of the private room and saw a small bar behind the sofa. Behind the bar was a wine rack as well as a place for boiling water. It was very well prepared. Zhao Hai sat on the sofa and looked at the wine rack behind him. He shook his head and waved his hand as he took out 2 bottles of red wine and said, "Come, let's drink our own wine." Their wine is really tasteless. Laura and the others nodded and then took out some fruits. At this time, the projector on the coffee table suddenly lit up. Then a projection appeared in the room. This projection showed the situation on the first floor. In the middle of the room was a huge platform. People were constantly coming in and sitting down. Zhao Hai looked at the projector and smiled faintly, "So this thing is used like this. That's good, we can see what's going on below." Laura looked at the button and said, "Then this button should be used for bidding? You've thought it through quite thoroughly." Lizzie looked at the projection and said, "It seems like there are a lot of people here today. We forgot to ask, besides the star charts, what other treasures are there?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "In a big auction like this, there are a lot of treasures. Some rogue cultivators or people with status will come to this place to look for treasures. If there's something good, then we'll bid for it." Zhao Hai smiled. Laura and the others nodded. They didn't lack money, so if there's something good, then they would certainly bid for it. It took about 2 hours for everyone to enter the venue. After everyone entered, the bell rang, signaling the start of the auction. A cultivator who looked very old came out of a small door next to the auction stage. He stood on the stage and bowed to the crowd before he said, "Fellow friends, I am Qian Buyao, the chief auctioneer of the Assembly of Stars auction. There are a lot of people who know me, but there are also a lot of people who don't. But it doesn't matter, after today, we will be friends. I ask everyone to sit down, the auction has officially begun." After saying that, he walked to the auction table and looked at the crowd. "Everyone, our Assembly of Stars auction is one of the largest auctions in the Void Realm. Every year, many things are auctioned here. The motto of our Assembly of Stars auction is to sell genuine goods at fair prices. We don't cheat anyone. Please feel free to participate in this auction." After he said that, he didn't waste any time and directly said, "Now, let's announce the first item of the auction, 1,000 Gold Halls Refining Token. The starting price is 10,000 jade essences. Each increment must not be less than 1,000 jade essences." Zhao Hai was taken aback when he heard Qian Buyao's words. This was because the 1,000 Gold Halls crafting token wasn't something that could be easily obtained. The 1,000 Gold Hall was the most famous crafting place in the entire Void Realm. It was said that there was nothing that it couldn't refine. As long as you brought something to them, they would be able to refine it into a magic tool. Moreover, they would be able to completely meet your standards. If they couldn't refine it, they were willing to be punished. However, this 1,000 Gold Hall wouldn't easily accept business. They would only accept 100 business every month. It might seem like a lot, but these 100 business deals were for the entire Void Realm. Compared to the entire Void Realm, these 100 business deals were pitifully small. The refining token was a token released by 1,000 Gold Hall. It was 100 pieces a month. Only those who held the token could help 1,000 Gold Hall refine magic tools. If you sold this refining token, it meant that you were qualified to ask 1,000 Gold Hall to refine magic tools. It didn't mean that you didn't need to spend money to refine magic tools. In fact, you needed to spend money to refine magic tools. In other words, the starting price of 10,000 jade essences was just a refining qualification. To be honest, when Zhao Hai heard about this for the first time, he couldn't help but sigh. This 1,000 Gold Hall was really good at making money. Not to mention other things, just the refining token alone could bring them a large amount of income every month. In addition to the cost of refining magic tools, the monthly income of 1,000 Gold Hall was definitely an astronomical figure. Although the 1,000 Gold Hall seemed to be very shady, all cultivators wanted to get their hands on a blacksmith writ. This was especially true for those cultivators who needed to refine high-grade magic tools. They would desperately try to get their hands on a blacksmith writ because the 1,000 Gold Hall promised that as long as they failed to refine a magic tool, they would be able to refine another magic tool for free until the magic tool was successfully refined. As everyone knew, there was no 100% success rate in refining magic tools. If you went to 1,000 Gold Hall to refine magic tools, it was equivalent to a 100% success rate. Therefore, those cultivators who wanted to refine magic tools would fight to get the 1,000 Gold Hall to refine magic tools. As soon as the refining token came out, it immediately caused an uproar among the cultivators below. At this time, a female cultivator came out from the small door that Qian Buyao came out from. This female cultivator was holding a tray in her hand. On this tray was a bronze token that looked simple and elegant. Qian Buyao looked at the cultivators below and said in a deep voice, "This is the refining token. Please rest assured, this is absolutely real. Everyone, please increase the price." When Zhao Hai heard this, he was stunned. Listening to Qian Buyao's words, this refining token was actually fake? How was this possible? While this person was talking, the cultivators below began to increase the price. Soon, the price of this token was raised to 20,000 jade essences. In the end, this inconspicuous token was sold for 23,000 jade essences. It was sold by a fat cultivator. Looking at his happy expression, he obviously thought that the 23,000 jade essences were worth it. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator holding the refining order, then he turned to Laura and said, "Laura, do you think we can also create a refining hall? With the processing machine's ability, wouldn't it be easy for us to refine artifacts?" Laura smiled and said, "Do you want to collect materials through the refining hall?" This is possible, but we have to prevent Thousand Gold Hall from suppressing us. Thousand Gold Hall has been in the Void Realm for many years, and it's not without reason that they can continue to exist, especially their compensation clause. It's impossible to be 100% successful in refining equipment, and the amount of money they have to pay every year is definitely not a small amount. If they can afford it, it's enough to show that they have a big force behind them. If we interfere, I'm afraid they won't agree. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, we can put this matter aside for now. Let's see if we can find another way to open this situation. Laura was puzzled. Another way? What way? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, we can cooperate with the Life and Death Arena or the Yi family. We'll take some of their refining tasks. Laura stared, then she nodded and said, that's one way. But whether it's the Life and Death Arena or the Yi family, they have their own refining hall. I'm afraid they don't need us. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, let's try it slowly and see if there's an opportunity. Alright, let's not talk about this. Look, something good has just appeared. Laura and the others looked at the projection and saw a female cultivator on the stage. This female cultivator was holding a tray, and on the tray was a book. Qian Buyao looked at the people below and said, this is a Buddhist scripture, not a martial art book. However, this Buddhist scripture was written by a senior monk. It contains the profound mysteries of Buddhism. Although I don't know who wrote this Buddhist scripture, I can tell you that this Buddhist scripture is a Buddhist treasure. Not only can it help you comprehend Buddhism, it can also be used as a counter to attacks or ghost attacks. The starting price for this Buddhist treasure is 50,000 jade essences. Each increment must not be less than 2,000 jade essences. When Zhao Hai heard this price, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. This was the difference between a big auction house and a small auction house. If a big auction house sells an item, then a small auction house would sell it for a small auction house. Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and the others and said, we don't know much about Buddhism in the cultivation realm. Although we don't know much about Buddhism, it still isn't very pure. Do you want to buy this thing? At this time, the people below had already started to bid. Moreover, the price kept on increasing. At this time it had already reached 60,000 jade essences, and it was still increasing. Laura smiled and said, if you like it, then you can buy it. It's also good to study it. Zhao Hai nodded, then he pressed the button and said, 100,000 jade essences. At this time, the price had already reached 64,000 jade essences. Zhao Hai suddenly raised the price to 100,000 jade essences. The entire auction hall couldn't help but turn silent. Then everyone turned their attention to Zhao Hai's room. Zhao Hai wasn't surprised. Whenever a private room wanted to bid, the red light outside the room would light up. This allowed people to see which private room was bidding. Downstairs was quiet for a moment, then there was an uproar, but no one increased the price. For the cultivators sitting in the hall, those who could sit in the private rooms were all people of status. If they wanted to compete with the people sitting in the private rooms, then they would certainly lose. But Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he didn't say anything. When Qian Buyao heard Zhao Hai's price, he couldn't help but stare. Then his face turned happy as he said, is there anyone else who wants to increase the price? This is a Buddhist treasure. Is there anyone who wants to increase the price? 100,000 jade essences going once, 100,000 jade essences going twice. If you don't increase the price, then it will be too late. Is there anyone who wants to increase the price? Good, 100,000 jade essences going thrice. Congratulations to the gentleman in room 79. This Buddhist treasure belongs to you. Then he waved his hand as the female cultivator holding the tray withdrew. Then the next auction item began. This time, it was an artifact. Naturally, Zhao Hai wasn't interested in it. Before long, he heard a knock on the door of his private room. After Laura opened the door, she saw the female cultivator holding the tray. She was still holding the tray with a book on it. Laura took out a spatial bag and gave it to the female cultivator. Then she reached out and took the book. The female cultivator gave Laura a salute before she turned around and left. When Laura returned to her room, she handed the book over to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the book and saw 3 words written on it. This made Zhao Hai stare. He was puzzled when he looked at the word book. One must know that Buddhists don't allow such things. But now, someone actually wrote it as a scripture. This was too strange. However, Zhao Hai also knew that this wasn't a good time to study the scripture. He received the scripture and looked at the auction below. At this time, items were being auctioned one after another. The price of each item wasn't low. To be honest, the items being auctioned here were all good things. If they were taken outside, people would definitely go crazy over them. Zhao Hai wasn't interested in these things. He just sat there calmly while Laura and the others discussed the items. However, it was clear that they weren't interested in these things either. The auction went on for more than 2 hours. At this time, the auctioneer suddenly took out an item. This item attracted Zhao Hai's interest. This was because it was the antlers of a 9 heavens divine deer. The 9 heavens divine deer was a very powerful demonic beast. This kind of demonic beast was very powerful, and their antlers were very good materials for refining artifacts. The artifacts refined from them were very powerful. In addition to refining artifacts, the antlers were also very useful for healing. Zhao Hai looked at the antlers and muttered, "This is a good thing. It's good to buy it." At this time, there were already people outside who increased the price. Moreover, the price had already reached 150,000 jade essences. Zhao Hai didn't rush to make a move. He was looking at the price of the antlers. At the same time, he was also paying attention to the bidders. It wasn't only the people on the 3rd floor who were bidding, there were also people in the private rooms who were bidding. When he saw these people bidding, Zhao Hai knew that the price of the antlers wouldn't be low. One must know that the people in the private rooms weren't jade essences. Naturally, their bids wouldn't be low. Sure enough, the price quickly reached 200,000 jade essences. Moreover, it was still increasing. Zhao Hai looked at it and then pressed the button, 300,000 jade essences. Another 100,000 was added. However, this time, it didn't scare everyone away. Someone opened his mouth and said, 350,000 jade essences. Zhao Hai sensed that the bidder was also someone from the private room. Moreover, he was also increasing the price. It seems like he was determined to get it. Zhao Hai looked at the antlers, but he didn't increase the price. This antler was something that he didn't need. He didn't want to offend people because of it. In the end, the antler was bought by someone for 500,000 jade essences. The person who bought it was the same person who offered 350,000 jade essences. After Zhao Hai, someone else made a bid. Finally, the price reached 500,000 jade essences. Laura looked at the antlers and said, "Brother Hai, why don't you buy it?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "There's no need. That thing is something that we don't need. On the other hand, the other party is determined to get it. We don't need to be in the limelight at this time. Moreover, we might even offend people." Laura nodded and didn't say anything else. 8 hours quickly passed by. The auction had sold nearly 100 things. Zhao Hai also made a few moves and bought several materials that the space didn't have. At this time, Qian Buyao looked at everyone in the auction and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, this auction is about to enter the final stage. Next is the last item of this auction. It's an unknown star map. There are 200 of them. We will start the auction with a starting price of 50,000 jade essences. Each increment must not be less than 5,000 jade essences. Now, let the auction for the first star map begin." The people on the stage were silent for a moment. Naturally, star maps were coveted by everyone. However, everyone knew that it wasn't easy to obtain. Even if one obtained it, they wouldn't be able to keep it. If they couldn't keep it, then they would lose it. Because of this, a lot of cultivators didn't immediately call out a price. Zhao Hai looked at the situation below and smiled faintly. "All right, no one wants to bid? All right, I'll be the first to bid." Then he pressed the button and said, 100,000 jade essences. He directly increased the price by 50,000 jade essences. When Zhao Hai increased the price, the cultivators below went into an uproar. They knew that Zhao Hai had already sold things several times. He was a person who didn't care about money. If he was determined to get something, then he wouldn't hesitate to increase the price. Because of this, when they saw Zhao Hai increase the price, they knew that Zhao Hai was determined to get it. Zhao Hai wanted the cultivators to feel this way. This way, the cultivators wouldn't compete with him when he bid. Now that he bid, those people really didn't increase the price. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. He knew that his plan had succeeded. Sure enough, after Qian Buyao shouted for a long time, he finally sold the first star map to Zhao Hai for 100,000 jade essences. In fact, Zhao Hai also took advantage of the opening. Even the people in the private rooms knew that Zhao Hai didn't lack money. But now, this was only the first star map. There were still 199 star maps to go. Fighting with Zhao Hai for the first star map wasn't wise. Therefore, they didn't compete with Zhao Hai and allowed him to get the first star map. After the first star map was sold, it was time for the second star map. The competition for the second star map was very fierce. However, in the end, it was sold for less than 100,000 jade essences. This made it seem like Zhao Hai suffered a loss. However, Zhao Hai didn't think so. This was because no one noticed that the first star map was the original star map. The rest of the star maps were replicas. It seems like there was no difference. After all, the replicas were the same as the original star maps. However, Zhao Hai believed that the original star map was more useful than the replicas. This was because the secrets of the star field might be hidden in the original star map. The auction went very smoothly. No one caused trouble at the auction, let alone used words to threaten others. It was even more impossible for something like that to happen at the auction. This was because if they did that, not to mention offending the people they threatened, they would also offend Zhanlang and the other two families at the same time. That was not a joke. One of the main reasons why Star Assembly City's auction was so popular was because it was absolutely fair. As long as an item was placed here, it would definitely be auctioned for a satisfactory price. If anyone dared to threaten others during the auction house would immediately disqualify them from bidding. Because of this, the Star Gathering City's auction had always been very popular. Nobody dared to cause trouble here. There were a lot of people bidding here, but the cultivators from the great sects weren't fools. Unless it was something they were determined to get, nobody would raise the price here. This was because they were very clear that doing so would only benefit the person who delivered the item. After the auction ended, Zhao Hai immediately returned to the Hell King's ship. However, he didn't immediately study the star chart. Instead, he took out the Buddhist scripture and studied it. This was indeed a Buddhist scripture, but it wasn't an ordinary Buddhist scripture. From what Zhao Hai could see, this Buddhist scripture was actually a secret manual on spiritual attacks. This secret manual not only introduced spiritual attacks, it also introduced spiritual defenses. It can be said that this was a spiritual secret manual, priceless. Zhao Hai couldn't help but think that Zhao Hai couldn't help but think that Zhao Hai couldn't help but think that Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. In the cultivation realm, there were a lot of secret scriptures. Among these secret scriptures, spiritual chi cultivation, body cultivation, and martial arts were the most common. On the other hand, there weren't a lot of secret scriptures about spiritual attacks. It can be said that spiritual attacks were the rarest. Because of this, every spiritual scripture was very precious. On the other hand, the scripture of lies that Zhao Hai obtained was a Buddhist scripture. In order to learn a spiritual attack or defensive technique, one must first understand the Buddhist scripture. Not only must one understand it, one must also be proficient in it. One must also have Buddhist force in their body. If one didn't have Buddhist force, then they wouldn't be able to learn the scripture. Zhao Hai already understood Buddhist scriptures before, and he also had Buddhist force in his body. Additionally, he also knew how to connect his thoughts. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to learn the Buddhist scripture very quickly. In less than 2 hours, Zhao Hai had already learned the Buddhist scripture. The spiritual magic cube inside his body became even more solid. The outside of the spiritual magic cube was protected by a layer of Buddhist force. At the same time, the cells inside his body to form a spiritual nucleus. Zhao Hai put down the Buddhist scripture and let out a long breath. Then he looked at Laura and the others and saw that although they were chatting, they were actually paying attention to his situation. Seeing that he had woken up, Laura immediately asked, "How is Brother Hai? Did you get anything?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "My harvest isn't small." This is actually a spiritual force cultivation technique. It's a good thing. Now that I've learned it, I'll be able to use spiritual attacks in the future. When Laura and the others heard Xiao Hai, they couldn't help but smile and said, "That's great. Brother Hai, what are you going to do next?" Xiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'm going to study the star map." Then he turned his hand and took out the star map. This star map was recorded on an unknown beast skin. The words on it were very vague. Xiao looked at the star map and smiled faintly. The drawing is really bad. If I hadn't been to that place before, I would have thought that this thing was fake. Xiao nodded and said, "It's really bad. If I hadn't been there before, I would have thought that this thing was fake." Laura smiled and said, "Look at it carefully. Pay attention to the markings on it. It seems like there are several dangerous places." Xiao Hai looked at the star chart and said, "There are a lot of dangerous signs on it. Moreover, I don't see any planets that are suitable for habitation. On the contrary, there are a lot of mineral planets." Xiao Hai nodded. Laura knit her brows and said, "Strange. If there aren't any habitable planets, then where did those beasts come from? Could it be that those demonic beasts relied on eating stones to cultivate to their current level? That's impossible, right?" Xiao Hai knit his brows and said, "It's indeed strange. I heard that after the 40 scattered cultivators entered the star field, they were attacked by the beasts. Half of them died before they could get far. When they came out, the other half were already dead. It seems like that place is very dangerous. We need to be more careful. Laura, make a copy of the star chart and send it to the scanner for analysis. Let's see if there are any secrets hidden in this star chart." Xiao Hai nodded and said, "That's strange. I heard that after the 40 scattered cultivators entered the star field, half of them died." Laura nodded and then proceeded to arrange the star map. At this time, a voice was suddenly heard from outside. "Is there Death Knight Xiao Hai on the ship?" "This one is Yi Link. I'm here to see Mr." Xiao Hai stared, then he looked at Laura and said, "Yi Link? Is he from the Yi family?" Laura nodded and said, "He's from the Yi family. However, he's not from the Bitter Yi family. He's from the Yi family's main family. He's a famous young expert of the Yi family. When we dealt with the Yi family last time, if we didn't have enough people, then he would have been the next to be dealt with." Xiao Hai nodded, then he went out of the cabin and saw a person standing next to the Hell King's ship. This person looked to be about 20 years old. He had a jade-like face and wore a scholar's robe. This made him look extraordinary, like a young master in a chaotic world. Xiao Hai cupped his fist and said, "This one is Xiao Hai. I've seen Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, please come up." Yi Ling cupped his fist towards Xiao Hai and said, "Excuse me." Then he stepped onto the Hell King's ship. Xiao Hai looked at Yi Ling and said, "Mr. Yi, please come in." Then he made a gesture. Yi Ling wasn't polite as he followed Xiao Hai into the cabin. Naturally, the cabin wasn't the same as Xiao Hai's. It was just an ordinary cabin. It looked like a room, but it was decorated as a living room. After the two sat down, Laura served them tea before withdrawing. Xiao Hai looked at Yi Ling and said, "I don't know why Mr. Yi came here today." Yi Ling looked at Xiao Hai and smiled. "I heard that Mr. Zhao is very familiar with Ye Lin of the Bitterleaf family." "Hee, because Ye Lin and I only have one character difference, our relationship is very good. I've heard Ye Lin mention Mr. Yi a few times, so I took the liberty to visit you today. Sorry for disturbing you." Xiao Hai smiled faintly at Yi Ling and said, "I've known Ye Lin for a long time. Our relationship has always been good. I'm very happy to see Mr. Yi here." Ye Lin smiled and said, "This time, I'm also here to participate in the auction. I also know that Mr. Yi bought a star map. This time, I came to see Mr. Yi because I want to cooperate with Mr. Yi." When Xiao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Yi Ling and said, "Cooperation? May I know how Mr. Yi intends to cooperate?" Ye Lin smiled and said, "I heard that the star field is very dangerous. Before, the group that entered the star field was the 40 vagabonds. The 40 vagabonds aren't weak, they're comparable to a small family. But even so, they were almost annihilated when they entered the star field. Because of this, I came to see Mr. Yi today because I want to cooperate with Mr. Yi." Our two families can form an alliance and enter the star field together. This way, if we encounter any dangers, we can take care of each other. Xiaohai nodded and said, Mr. is right. But there's one thing to note. Entering the star field might be dangerous, but it's also possible for us to encounter great opportunities. I want to know, if we find treasures at the same time, how would we divide them? Xiaohai nodded. When Yiling heard Xiaohai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said, Mr. Yi is really straightforward. Then I won't hide it from Mr. Yi. I want to ask Mr. Yi, how do you think we should divide the treasures? Xiaohai looked at Yiling and smiled faintly. Mr. Yi should know why I entered the star field, right? I'm not interested in other things, but if I find a planet suitable for human habitation, then it must belong to me. Yiling's eyes flashed with a smile. Naturally, he knew why Xiaohai entered the star field. He looked at Xiaohai and said, Mr. Ye's words are reasonable. But Mr. Yi should also know that most of the treasures are found on planets suitable for human habitation. If Mr. Yi wants to take a planet, then wouldn't that mean that you'll take all the treasures? Does Mr. Yi have any advice regarding this? Xiaohai looked at Yiling and said, I can give Mr. Yi some of the treasures on the planet, but the planet must be completely under my control. Yiling's expression turned ugly. He looked at Xiaohai and said, Mr. Ye's four righteous gang only has a few hundred people. Even if we include the transcending realm cultivators, you only have a few thousand people. You want to occupy a planet with just a few thousand people? I'm afraid that's impossible. Isn't Mr. Yi afraid of causing trouble for the four righteous gang? When Xiaohai heard Yiling, his eyes narrowed. Then he smiled and said, Is Mr. Yi threatening me? Or do you think that I don't have the ability to protect the four righteous gang? Yiling looked at Xiaohai and calmly said, I just want to remind Mr. Yi that it's not just our two clans that enter the star field. There are more than 200 clans. If we include the other cultivators, then there will be more than 200 clans. Mr. Yi, are you sure you can protect a planet from so many people? I know that Mr. Ye's methods are strong, but it's not wise to be enemies with more than 200 clans at the same time. If Mr. Yi cooperates with our Yi family and finds a planet suitable for human habitation, then the Yi family will be able to deal with the other clans. This way, Mr. Ye's pressure will be less, right? Looking at Yiling, Xiaohai smiled and said, Mr. Yi is right. It's not wise for a person to be an enemy of more than 200 clans. How about this, if we find a planet in the star field, then we'll jointly manage it. If we find 2 planets in the star field, then we'll take one each. Isn't this too much? Yiling said. But if that's the case, then we'll have to split everything in half. What does Mr. Yi think? Yiling looked at Xiaohai and said, I want to know, how many people will Mr. Xiaohai bring to the star field this time? Xiaohai replied, the people on my ship are me, my wife, and some servants. Mister, do you have any problems with that? Yiling raised his eyebrows and said, does Mr. Yi think that the distribution plan is fair? Mr. Yi is only sending a few people while our Yi family is preparing a large artifact. We have 1,000 people outside. Does Mr. Yi think that the distribution plan is fair? Xiaohai looked at Yiling and said, what does Mr. Yi mean? Can I ask Mr. Yi to state your conditions? Since Mr. has a large artifact, we won't treat Mr. unfairly. Everything we obtain in the star field will be split 20 to 80. Mr. gets 2 portions, and our Yi clan gets 8 portions. If we discover a habitable planet, our Yi clan will develop it together with Mr., and the items on the planet will also be split 20 to 80. If we discover 2 habitable planets, our Yi clan will take one and develop the other with Mr., and the items on the planet will be split equally with Mr. What do you think, Mr.? What do you think? Xiaohai looked at Yiling and smiled faintly. Mr. Yi isn't joking, right? Do you think that your plan is fair? Yaolin's expression didn't change as he said, it's very fair. After all, there are only a few of us, and if anything happens, our Ye family will take the lead. It's only right that our Ye family take the lion's share. This plan is also our Ye family's bottom line. Our Ye family doesn't treat you unfairly, does it? Xiaohai looked at Yiling and smiled, then I want to ask Mr. Yi. Among the people sent by your Yi family, how many of them are my opponents? And how many of them are stronger than me? When Yiling heard Xiaohai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, Mr. Yi can't say that. Although Mr. Yi has the strength to fight against a soul condensation expert, Mr. Yi doesn't have the confidence to win against a soul condensation expert. This time, our Yi family sent 10 soul condensation experts. If we calculate it this way, then our Yi family will suffer a loss. Zhao Hai chuckled and said, so that's how it is. Mr. Yi said before that Yi Ling and I are good friends, and the Yi family is Yi Ling's family. How can I let brother Ye's family suffer a loss? Even if we split it 20-90, the Yi family would still suffer a great loss. I can't make things difficult for the Yi family, but it's also not difficult for the Yi family to suffer a loss. I think it's better for me to act alone. If I find something good in the star field, then it's my good fortune. If I don't get anything, then it's my bad fortune. I can't blame anyone, so I'll just forget about this alliance. When Yi Ling heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change as he said, Mr. Yi has thought it through? I'm not afraid to tell Mr. Yi that Mr. Ye's identity in the life and death arena is very eye-catching. I'm afraid that besides our Yi family, no other family would want to cooperate with Mr. Yi. When the time comes, Mr. Yi will be surrounded by enemies. I'm afraid that your days won't be good. Zhao Hai looked at Yi Ling and smiled faintly, there's no need for Mr. to worry about this. Although this Zhao Hai isn't very strong, I won't let anyone who dares to provoke me have an easy time. Mister, please. Seeing that Zhao Hai didn't agree, Yi Ling's expression couldn't help but turn ugly. In fact, he came to Zhao Hai because he thought highly of Zhao Hai. He wanted to use Zhao Hai as a free hatchet man. After using him, they might even kill Zhao Hai. As for the relationship between Zhao Hai and the Bitter Leaf family, they naturally knew about it. But it was precisely because of this that they wanted to kill Zhao Hai. The Bitter Leaf family has been developing very well in the past few years. They were already on the same level as the main family. This was especially true after the robots were taken over by the Bitter Leaf family. The Bitter Leaf family's business became even better. And after the main family investigated, they found out that all of this was because of Zhao Hai. Naturally, the main family didn't want to have a branch family that was on the same level as them. If they wanted to stop the Bitter Leaf family from developing, then they would have to deal with Zhao Hai. And this time, Zhao Hai came to Star Gathering City, and the Yi family also knew why he came. Therefore, when Zhao Hai obtained the star map, they immediately went to look for him. They wanted to cooperate with him. Naturally, to put it nicely, it was a cooperation. To put it bluntly, they wanted Zhao Hai to be their hatchet man. If Zhao Hai agrees, then they would wait until they have occupied the star field before dealing with Zhao Hai. In their opinion, Zhao Hai would certainly agree to their cooperation. In their opinion, 2 levels of participation was already a lot. After all, they had a lot of people while Zhao Hai had only a few. And with Zhao Hai's identity in the life and death arena, aside from the Yi family, no one else would want to cooperate with them. And in their opinion, a smart person like Zhao Hai wouldn't enter the star field without cooperation. This was because it was too dangerous. However, they had miscalculated this time. They didn't know that Zhao Hai had the space. Zhao Hai also had an army inside the space. They simply didn't want to cooperate with others. In the beginning, Zhao Hai really wanted to cooperate with the Yi family. No matter what, he was very familiar with the Bitter Leaf family. The Bitter Leaf family was very happy to cooperate with him. Moreover, he would be entering an unfamiliar star field. If he could cooperate with others, then he wouldn't have to reveal too much of his strength. If people knew about his background, then his future enemies would be even more cautious. Because of this, Zhao Hai really wanted to cooperate with the Yi family. However, Yi Ling's conditions weren't enough to satisfy Zhao Hai. Most importantly, Yi Ling spoke with an arrogant tone, as if he thought highly of Zhao Hai. Moreover, Yi Ling also used threats and promises, making Zhao Hai uncomfortable. Zhao Hai didn't know that Yi Ling's condition wasn't good. Zhao Hai originally had an attitude of it's good if we can cooperate, but if we can't, then there's nothing to be proud of. But now that he saw Yi Ling's attitude, he naturally wouldn't agree. Therefore, he directly rebuked Yi Ling and even mocked him. Seeing that Zhao Hai didn't agree, Yi Ling's face paled as he stood up. Then he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Then I won't bother Mr. any longer. I hope that Mr.'s trip will go smoothly." Yi Ling deliberately emphasized the words go smoothly. When Zhao Hai heard this, he knew that Yi Ling was threatening him. Zhao Hai didn't mind, he just smiled faintly and said, then I'll have to rely on Mr.'s auspicious words. When Yi Ling heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but coldly snort. Then he flicked his sleeves and turned around to leave. Zhao Hai didn't send him off. Seeing that Zhao Hai didn't send him off, Yi Ling couldn't help but get angry. Then he left the cabin and flew away. After Yi Ling flew away, Laura and the others came out from the back room. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, it seems like we need to be more careful this time. Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, if we go with them, then we need to be more careful. Alright, let's not talk about this. In any case, we'll be heading to the star field soon. I want to see what kind of tricks they have up their sleeves. Right, did the processing machine's analysis of the star field map come out? Laura immediately replied, it's out. You guessed it right. There are some problems with the star field map. There's also an invisibility potion on the map. There are some planets that can be inhabited. The new star field map has come out. Then Laura took out a new star field map and handed it over to Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw the new star field map, he couldn't help but be happy. The planets on the new star field map were a lot more compared to the previous one. Some of the planets were marked as extremely dangerous while some were marked as habitable. One could see that these planets were suitable for habitation. Zhao Hai looked at the star field map with satisfaction, then he nodded and said, this is a good thing. With this star field map, our journey will be much smoother. What do you think, which planet should we go to first? Laura looked at the star field map and then pointed to a planet that was relatively close to the star field's periphery and said, this planet is in the periphery of the star field. It's surrounded by huge meteorites and minerals. If we build the Four Righteous Gang's headquarters there, then we would have a mine there. Most importantly, it's close to the periphery of the star field. Relatively speaking, it's safer and more convenient than the other planets. There are a lot of monsters and ghosts in the star field. If we go too deep, then we would be surrounded by monsters and ghosts all the time. It's too dangerous. Therefore, this planet is the most suitable. Zhao Hai looked at the planet that Laura pointed at. After some time, he nodded and said, this planet is indeed good. It's close to the star field. We should be able to reach it as quickly as possible. Alright, let's go there. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, Big Brother Hai, I think we should talk to Tiger and the others about this matter. Have them prepare to move at any time. As long as we find the planet, we can immediately have Tiger and the others enter it and occupy it. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Laura and said, Big Brother Hai, I think we should talk to Tiger and the others. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, then I'll use the transmission formation to return to the star field. The star field is very far from Battle Wolf Star. Moreover, there aren't any transmission points in between. We can only rely on the Hell King's ship to fly there. This would take a long time. Laura nodded, then she said, alright, we'll act immediately. Right, Brother Hai, when the 40 people went to the star field, they definitely didn't fly there directly. They don't have any large artifacts, so it would be impossible for them to fly there by themselves. They must have set up supply points along the way. Do you think we should go there and ask? Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, we'll go there immediately. Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he shook his head and said, no need, we have the Hell King's ship. Those things are useless. Let's set off immediately. After I return to the star field, I'll immediately return. Once we find the planet, we'll set up the transmission formation as well as the other formations. Otherwise, we'll be in trouble when those guys arrive. Naturally, Laura knew who Zhao Hai was referring to. Those guys were the great clans. At this time, the great clans were staring at them. It was impossible for them to know that they had a more detailed star map. The reason why they stared at Zhao Hai was because they wanted to deal with Zhao Hai once they reached the star field. Just like what Yi Ling said, Zhao Hai's identity in the life and death arena was tantamount to a death sentence in the star field. Because of this, Yi Ling wanted to cooperate with Zhao Hai. However, he didn't expect Zhao Hai to not take this seriously. Although Zhao Hai didn't care about these people, and in his opinion, these people wouldn't affect him. But Zhao Hai was very clear that if he was targeted by these people, then even if he repelled them in the end, he would still be in a lot of trouble. What he feared the most was the destruction of the planet that he wanted to occupy. This was completely possible. There were countless experts in the Void Realm. This time, in order to explore a new star field, the Yi family had sent out 10 experts in the spirit condensation stage. None of the experts in the spirit condensation stage were weak. Previously, when he fought with the experts in the spirit condensation stage, he controlled the range of his attack very well. Otherwise, the place where they attacked would have been turned into dust. But this time, if Zhao Hai were to occupy the planet, then the other spirit condensation experts wouldn't be able to stop their attacks. If that happens, then the planet would be destroyed. If the destruction was too severe, then even if it was a habitable planet, it would become uninhabitable. Because of this, Zhao Hai thought that the first thing he should do when he arrives at the planet was to establish a defensive formation. Only then would he feel at ease. After exchanging a few words with Laura, Zhao Hai directly used the Hell King's ship's transmission formation to return to the Four Righteous Gang. Upon arriving, Zhao Hai immediately called Bai Huwei and the others to his room. After everyone arrived, Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "I came back today because I have something to tell you. A few days ago, I was in Werewolf Star. An auction was held there and a star chart appeared. This star chart shows a star field that has yet to be explored. I plan to go there and explore it. If I can find an uninhabited planet, then that would be the best. That way, the Four Righteous Gang's headquarters would be settled." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm here today because I have something to tell you. A few days ago, I was in Werewolf Star." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, White Tiger's Might and the others couldn't help but stare for a moment before their faces lit up. However, Fan Minghui looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Leader, is there any danger in that star field?" Upon hearing this, White Tiger's Might and the others turned their heads to look at Zhao Hai with worried expressions. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's certainly danger, but we still have to go. Otherwise, the Four Righteous Gang would have no choice but to stay here. I came back this time to tell you that you need to take care of the home. At the same time, be prepared to provide support at any time. Brother Ape, maybe you'll need help this time." Yuan Lai nodded and said, "Of course. We're now members of the Four Righteous Gang. Naturally, we'll need to take action. You can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You should arrange the matters in the home. Make sure to pay attention to the branches as well as the stores. I'm afraid that the great clans would make a move against us." White Tiger's Might and the others were startled. White Tiger's Might looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother, what's going on? Did the great clans make things difficult for you?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, they wouldn't dare to do that here. But this time I'm going to a strange place called the Starman Field. Anything can happen there. I'm afraid that they would deal with me when the time comes. Naturally, I'm not afraid of them. If they dare to deal with me, then I'll let them know how fierce I am. But I'm afraid that if they fail to deal with me, then they might try to deal with my potion shop. If that happens, then I'll be in trouble. So you should be aware of that." White Tiger's Might nodded, then he said, "Big brother, you shouldn't go. The Void Realm is very big. There's no place for the Righteous Four Gang to settle down. If the Righteous Four Gang occupies a planet, then it would be too eye-catching. I'm afraid that those people won't agree." Zhao Hai sighed and said, "If it was before, then I wouldn't have gone. But it's different now. I'm the Holy Arena Lord of the Life and Death Arena. And with the Fan family's matter, it would be hard for me to not attract attention. So I might as well let them pay attention to me." Bai Huwei thought about it and nodded, "Then big brother, how about we send some people to go with you? That way, if something happens, we can take care of you." Bai Huwei nodded and said. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "That won't work. You should stay at home. That way, if something happens to the family, I can feel relieved. If something happens, remember to send a letter to Tianjin." Bai Huwei nodded and said, "That's not good. If there's a problem, remember to send a letter to Tianjin." Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "This trip might take a long time. There's no transmission formation between Battle Wolf Star and the Star Field, so we can only rely on the Hell King's ship to fly. Because of this, I'm afraid that we won't be able to return for a long time. You don't need to worry, just take care of the place. If there's something you can't solve, just send me a message and I'll immediately rush back. You should know that the Hell King's ship has a transmission formation. White Tiger's Might nodded and said, "Alright, Big Brother can rest assured. We'll take care of the starry field so that you don't need to worry." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "During this time, the four righteous gang shouldn't make any moves. This is because this is a sensitive time. The great clans will send people to the starry field. They're afraid that the Void Realm would cause trouble. Because of this, they'll keep a close eye on the Void Realm. We need to be careful, we can't let them get hold of our weakness. If that happens, everything we've done would be in vain." White Tiger's Might nodded and said, "Yes, Big Brother. I think we should have the branches recruit more people to join the Four Righteous Gang. When we have a planet as our base in the future, we wouldn't need to worry about not having enough people." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Right, you're right. Right now, we need to focus on recruiting people. After we recruit people, we'll immediately send them back to Chuiwei Mountain. Then we'll explain to everyone that our place is small, so we'll have to suffer a bit. Later on, when the place gets bigger, we won't let them suffer anymore." White Tiger's Might smiled and said, "Alright, Big Brother can rest assured. I'll arrange it." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the group and said, "If we succeed this time, then the Four Righteous Gang will have a huge opportunity to develop. Brothers, this opportunity is right in front of you. As long as we develop, your glorious days won't be far away." Zhao Hai nodded and looked at the group. Fan Minghui didn't feel anything when he heard this. However, he also knew that if the Four Righteous Gang really develops, then their family's opportunity to revitalize itself would come. On the other hand, the others had a different feeling. When they heard Zhao Hai, they were very happy. They joined the Four Righteous Gang for two reasons. First, they wanted to find a backer. Second, they wanted to return to their own plane in a glorious manner. To be honest, when they first joined the Four Righteous Gang, they thought that their second wish would be very difficult to achieve. This was because the Four Righteous Gang was just too weak. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up. But now, it was different. Although the Righteous Four Gang didn't seem very strong, if they could occupy a planet, then it wouldn't be difficult for them to develop. But now, the situation was different. Although the Righteous Four Gang didn't seem very strong, if they could really occupy a planet, then it wouldn't be difficult for them to develop. Tiger's Might and the others didn't think this way for no reason. They were very clear that a planet belonging to the Four Righteous Gang would be a fatal attraction for rogue cultivators. The Four Righteous Gang wasn't short on money. Potions can bring them a lot of income. Liquor can also bring them a lot of income. In addition to the good things they obtained from the Fan family, it can be said that the Four Righteous Gang didn't lack materials, they only lacked people. In the past, although the Four Righteous Gang was somewhat attractive to cultivators, it wasn't very attractive. Although Zhao Hai was a formidable cultivator who could contend with divine condensation experts, the Four Righteous Gang's foundation was still very weak. Moreover, the headquarters was only this big. For cultivators, the Four Righteous Gang's attractiveness couldn't be compared to great sects. But if the Four Righteous Gang gained control of a planet, then it would be a different story. Once the Four Righteous Gang gained control of a planet, then it would mean that the gang would have its own foundation. At that time, the rogue cultivators would rush over like crazy. As for whether rogue cultivators would be worried about the safety of the Four Righteous Gang, they wouldn't be worried about this. Rogue cultivators weren't fools. In fact, rogue cultivators were more shrewd than sect cultivators. This was because even if sect cultivators were a little stupid, they would only make a few mistakes and affect their own development. But if rogue cultivators made a mistake, then they would be destroyed. Therefore, rogue cultivators were very cautious. Because of this, rogue cultivators were very clear. When Zhao Hai went to the Fan family, they already knew that something was wrong. Zhao Hai was a famous champion of the life and death arena. When he went to the Fan family, he was already a legendary champion. But he still went to the Fan family's territory and challenged them. Most importantly, the people who were sent by the life and death arena to deal with Zhao Hai were almost all from the Fan family. As long as one was on the Thundercloud Star, they would know the names and identities of these people. Therefore, when they saw these people appear, they understood that Zhao Hai wasn't targeting the life and death arena, but the Fan family. Zhao Hai targeting the Fan family meant that the life and death arena was targeting the Fan family. This also meant that the Fan family was at odds with the life and death arena. Although these rogue cultivators were curious about what happened between the life and death arena and the Fan family, after the Fan family was destroyed, these rogue cultivators suddenly understood one thing. If Zhao Hai can deal with the Fan family for the sake of the life and death arena, then his status in the life and death arena must be high. Moreover, the life and death arena would certainly trust him more in the future. In other words, Zhao Hai would be valued in the life and death arena. Being valued in the life and death arena was a big organization, and Zhao Hai's strength was very clear to them. If Zhao Hai really made a name for himself in the life and death arena, then who would dare to offend him? And if they didn't dare to offend him, then who would dare to move against the Four Righteous Gang? Because of this idea, a lot of rogue cultivators wanted to join the Four Righteous Gang. However, the Four Righteous Gang's scale was too small, and their recruitment was very strict. Moreover, there were some strong rogue cultivators who couldn't bring themselves to join the Four Righteous Gang. Therefore, the Four Righteous Gang didn't recruit many people. But if the Four Righteous Gang has its own planet, then all of this would be easily solved. A planet would be enough to represent the Four Righteous Gang's strength. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and saw that their eyes were shining. Then he smiled and said, "Alright, let's focus on what we're doing. To be honest, if we can't find a planet in the star field, then everything we've said would be in vain. You should prepare yourselves." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, let's do our best." White Tiger's Might and the others nodded. Zhao Hai waved his hand and had them leave. Then he went to the Four Righteous Gang's warehouse and took several defensive formations. After that, he used the transmission formation to return to the Hell King's ship. Actually, he didn't need to take these formations at all. But in order to deceive people, these formations were still necessary. Moreover, Zhao Hai also took all the attribute jade essences from the warehouse. A lot of people in the Four Righteous Gang didn't know why Zhao Hai wanted these attribute jade essences. However, Pine Tree knew that Zhao Hai wanted these attribute jade essences in order to cultivate the golden mud. Actually, Zhao Hai had been cultivating the golden mud that he obtained. At this point, it had already grown a lot. However, he didn't take it out because he couldn't explain to Pine Tree where he got so many attribute jade essences. But now it was different. They obtained a lot of treasures from the Fan family, including a lot of attribute jade essences. With these attribute jade essences, as well as the Four Righteous wine and potions that they exchanged, it was enough to dispel people's suspicions about the golden mud. In any case, Pine Tree hadn't seen the golden mud before. Even if the golden mud grew bigger, he wouldn't suspect anything. When the time comes, the golden mud could be used. When Zhao Hai returned to the Hell King's ship, he discovered that the ship had already left Battle Wolf Planet and was now sailing through the starry sky. There were also other large artifacts around them. These people had also left Battle Wolf Planet. Laura and the others were standing on the deck, looking at the shadows in the void. When they saw that Zhao Hai had returned, they immediately greeted him. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, how is it?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Rest assured, everything has been arranged." "How's the situation here? Did anyone come looking for trouble?" Laura shook her head and said, "No. Even if they wanted to find trouble with us, they wouldn't do it here. We're too close to Battle Wolf Planet. There are too many cultivators nearby. If they were to kill us, then they would have to wait for the retaliation of the life and death arena. They are afraid of assassinations." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. Zhao Hai stood on the Hell King's ship as he looked at the dazzling scenery of the void. Many people thought that the void was just darkness and nothingness. But this wasn't the case, they were wrong. The scenery of the void was much more beautiful. There were stars, all kinds of cosmic rays, and all kinds of energy clusters in the void. These things would become the most beautiful scenery in the void. You wouldn't be able to see these beautiful sceneries on the ground. If you don't come to the void, you will never know how small you are. You can clearly see a beautiful energy cluster in front of you, and it doesn't seem far away from you. But if you really want to fly to that energy cluster, it would take you dozens or hundreds of years. Sometimes, you might not be able to reach it even after dozens or hundreds of years. This was the void, an infinitely vast and infinitely beautiful place. Laura and the others were standing by Xiao Hai's side. It has been 10 days since they left Battle Wolf Star. In these 10 days, they had already left the range of Battle Wolf Star. Moreover, they couldn't see any large artifacts around them. However, Xiao Hai was very clear that the other large artifacts had the same goal as them. It was just that the void was too big, so they couldn't see them. Laura looked around and said, although we know where the star field is, we still don't know the situation on the way there. Therefore, it's better to be careful. Xiao Hai nodded and said, all right. Xiao Hai nodded, then he said, of course we need to be careful. The void is filled with all kinds of dangers. Just because of a small collision, a meteorite can cause it to deviate from its orbit. And those meteorites might be able to take our lives. Although they look incomparably beautiful, they might be stimulated and turn into invisible energy waves that kill people. We need to be careful. Xiao Hai nodded, then he said, that's right, we need to be careful. Laura looked at Xiao Hai and said, Brother Hai, are you afraid that someone would use those things to deal with us? Xiao Hai nodded and said, it's very possible. When I dealt with the Fan family, the other great clans were aware of my strength. They wouldn't dare make a move in the void. But if something happens to me, then the life and death arena wouldn't be able to avenge me. Naturally, I wouldn't be afraid of ordinary attacks, but that might expose the space. This is something I don't want to see. Moreover, there are a lot of unknown energies in the universe. Some of them might be able to kill me invisibly. Because of this, we need to be very careful. Xiao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Laura nodded and said, right, we should be careful. Brother Hai, shouldn't we release some flowing silver dust to scout the area? Then we'll know what's going on. The range of the space's detection is too small in the void. Xiao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Xiao Hai nodded and said, all right, release it. But don't release silver dust. Release the sword boats. Arrange some people on each boat. This way, even if people find us, they wouldn't suspect us. Laura nodded and then went to make the arrangements. Before long, rows of sword boats left the Hell King's ship and flew towards the void. Not long after the sword boats left, a beast roar could be heard in the distance. The beast roar was coming from afar, and its speed was extremely fast. Xiao Hai stared, then his expression changed. He waved his hand and a projection appeared in front of him. This projection showed the direction of the beast roar. And on the projection were the sword boats heading towards that direction. But although the sword boats were there, the people on them had already fallen. Most importantly, Xiao Hai couldn't sense them. The person on the sword boat was an undead. Xiao Hai and the undead souls were connected. As long as the undead soul wasn't destroyed, then Xiao Hai would be able to sense its position. When the beast roared, the undead lost contact with Xiao Hai. It was as if the undead soul had disappeared. When Xiao Hai saw this, he immediately waved his hand and the sword boats returned to the space. Then all the undead on the Hell King's ship also returned to the space. Laura and the others' expressions changed. She looked at Xiao Hai and said, Brother Hai, what's going on? Why did the undead soul disappear when the beast roared? Xiao Hai's face was gloomy as he said, what else could it be, it's a soul-eating beast. Laura stared, then her expression changed as she said, soul-eating beast? Is there really such a thing? Wasn't it said that these beasts had been eliminated long ago? Xiao Hai forced a smile and said, eliminating them isn't that easy. It's just that I don't know why a soul-eating beast would appear here. But to be honest, this thing is the nemesis of the undead. I didn't expect to encounter one here. The soul-eating beasts that Zhao mentioned were the nemesis of the undead. They were very powerful demon beasts, and as their name suggested, they fed on souls. Whether it was the soul of a human or a demon beast, as long as it had a soul, they could eat the other party's soul. Moreover, the more powerful a soul was, the more attractive it would be to the soul-eating beast. If it was a living person, then it would be fine. Although a living person's soul was very powerful, the soul would be perfectly integrated with the body. If a soul-eating beast wanted to eat a living person's soul, it would be very difficult. It would need to first kill the person and then seriously injure them before eating the soul. Naturally, some powerful soul-eating beasts could directly eat a living person's soul. However, the undead were different. The undead itself was a type of life form that relied on souls. Their souls and their bodies weren't as well integrated as humans. This gave the undead another characteristic: it wasn't easy for them to die. Even if their bodies were destroyed, as long as their soul fire wasn't extinguished, they could still be resurrected in another soulless body. This was the most troublesome aspect of the undead. Soul-eating beasts were the nemesis of the undead. Because the souls of the undead and their bodies weren't perfectly integrated, the soul-eating beasts could easily eat the souls of the undead. Additionally, because the undead soul fire absorbed the power of other soul fires, in general, it would be stronger than the living. For soul-eating beasts, the undead were their natural delicacies. The reason why the people of the Void Realm went all out to hunt the soul-eater beasts was because of their ability to devour souls. The soul-eater beasts might be very weak when they were young, but they would become very powerful when they grew up. This was because their strength would become stronger as they devoured more souls. In the past, there were still a lot of soul-eating beasts in the Void Realm. But as time passed, the strength of these soul-eating beasts increased. They began to kill cultivators and devour souls, turning them into a scourge of the Void Realm. Because of this, all the forces in the Void Realm joined forces to hunt them down. Some people even thought that the soul-eating beasts in the Void Realm had been exterminated. Zhao Hai didn't expect to see a soul-eating beast here. Moreover, it seems like this soul-eating beast was very powerful. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to make the undead disappear with just a roar. Moreover, the soul-eating beast seemed to have felt the presence of a large number of undead on the Hell King's ship. It was precisely because of this discovery that Zhao Hai took all the undead on the ship to the space. At this moment, another roar was heard. But this time, there was anger in the roar. Moreover, it was one step closer to the Hell King's ship. Zhao knew that the reason why the soul-eating beast was so angry was because its food had suddenly disappeared. That was why it was so angry. Zhao Hai calmly stood on the Hell King's ship as he looked at the projection in front of him. Before long, he saw a huge sphere appear in the projection. At the same time, the sphere rushed towards him at a very fast speed. When Zhao Hai saw the sphere, he knew that it was a soul-eating beast. Moreover, judging from its size, it should be very strong. The bigger the soul-eating beast was, the stronger it was. And this soul-eating beast was almost as big as a small planet. Naturally, its strength was incomparable. It must be said that the appearance of the soul-eating beast was very interesting. From afar, it looked like a ball. But when you get closer, you can see that the ball had countless tiny tentacles. On top of the ball was a huge eye. This eye almost occupied the entire side of the soul-eating beast's body. This made the soul-eating beast look like an eyeball with countless tentacles growing out of it. You couldn't see the mouth of the soul-eating beast. Its eyes, which took up almost 100 of its body, would blink from time to time. There was no cruelty in those eyes. Instead, there was an expression like a child playing a prank. It looked very strange. Zhao Hai waved his hand and stored the projection. This was because he no longer needed the projection. He could now clearly see the soul-eating beast approaching the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said to Laura and the others, "Go back to the space first. I'll deal with this beast." Laura and the others nodded and then entered the space. Zhao Hai wasn't polite. After Laura and the others entered the space, he waved his hand and strengthened the Hell King's ship's shield. Then the ship accelerated as it collided with the soul-eating beast. The soul-eating beast seemed to understand Zhao Hai's intention. But it didn't stop as it went straight towards the Hell King's ship. Bang! The Hell King's ship collided with the soul-eating beast. The soul-eating beast's soft skin was surprisingly tough. When the Hell King's ship hit the soul-eating beast, it felt like it was hitting a huge rubber ball. Every time the ship moved forward, it would be met with great resistance. The ship's speed also began to slow down. At this time, the soul-eating beast's tentacles swept towards the Hell King's ship. The tentacles that looked as soft as silk were now as hard as steel. All of the tentacles struck the Hell King's ship's shield. The Hell King's ship's shield shook for a while before small holes appeared on it. However, the strength of the tentacles had been exhausted. After the small holes were made, the tentacles retracted and prepared to strike again. At this time, the Hell King's ship stopped. It wasn't too close to the Hell King's ship's shield, but it was still intact. Zhao Hai looked at the soul-eating beast and said, Netherworld's fire. Netherworld's fire was an upgraded dark attribute-ing flame. It was a part of the Hell King's ship's shield. However, Zhao Hai didn't use it because it was too conspicuous. Now that he was fighting the soul-eating beast, it was natural for him to use it. As soon as the Netherworld flame was activated, the soul-eating beast screamed as it left the Hell King's ship. But at the same time, the tentacles on its body suddenly opened. Their mouths. They looked like small snakes as they rushed towards the Hell King's ship. When the tentacles touched the Netherworld's fire, although they trembled, they didn't suffer any damage. The tentacles bit a hole in the Hell King's ship's shield. In an instant, the Hell King's ship's shield was riddled with holes. The soul-eating beast's tentacles were like living snakes as they wriggled their bodies and drilled into the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai coldly snorted. Then the pagoda on the Hell King's ship began to rotate. Along with the rotation of the pagoda, sword chi was released from the pagoda. The sword chi went straight towards the tentacles. At the same time, all the laser cannons on the Hell King's ship fired their laser beams towards the soul-eating beast. When the sword chi from the pagoda hit the tentacles, they immediately cut them off. However, the severed tentacles didn't die. Instead, they turned into snakes and went straight towards Zhao Hai to bite him. When the soul-eating beast saw the laser beams coming towards it, it suddenly changed its shape. It was like a balloon that didn't inflate. It flattened itself, allowing the laser beams to hit it. Just as the laser beams were about to hit it, the soul-eating beast suddenly moved. Its body began to shrink. When Zhao Hai saw this, he immediately discovered the soul-eating beast's plan. While the soul-eating beast's body was shrinking, one of its tentacles inside the Hell King's ship began to grow bigger. Before long, the soul-eating beast appeared on the Hell King's ship. However, its body had shrunk a lot. When the soul-eating beast appeared, the snake-like tentacles that attacked Zhao Hai quickly returned to the soul-eating beast's side and fused with its body. Zhao Hai noticed that although the tentacles looked solid, they were actually made up of energy. They weren't real tentacles. However, after thinking about this, Zhao Hai discovered that something was wrong. The soul-eating beast was able to enter the Hell King's ship through its tentacles. This meant that the tentacles were part of its body. How come these tentacles weren't? Zhao Hai carefully observed the tentacles. It didn't take long before he discovered something different about them. The soul-eating beast's tentacles were made up of real and fake tentacles. The real tentacles were part of its body while the fake ones were made up of energy. Zhao Hai couldn't help but recognize that the soul-eater beast was a very powerful beast. It can actually use energy to form countless tentacles. Then among these fake tentacles, there would be real tentacles, making it difficult for people to distinguish between the real and fake ones. Most importantly, after the fake tentacles left its body, it could still control them. The real tentacles were even more extraordinary. These tentacles could actually transform into its body. Not only was its body very tough, it could also change its size. It can be said that this soul-eater beast was the most troublesome beast that Zhao Hai had ever encountered. However, the soul-eater beast didn't give Zhao Hai too much time. The smaller soul-eater beast began to attack Zhao Hai. The soul-eater beast's attacks were very powerful. The tentacles went straight towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai discovered that whether the tentacles were real or fake, they could still attack him. Even if they were made of energy, they could still attack him. This made Zhao Hai not dare to take it lightly. Besides the tentacles, the soul-eater beast's attacks were also accompanied by a series of roars. These roars were actually able to affect Zhao Hai's soul. Fortunately, Zhao Hai's soul was already protected. Not only was his soul protected by the 5 elements killing formation, but when he learned the scripture of nonsense, his soul was also protected by the Buddhist power. Therefore, although the soul-eater beast's soul attack was very powerful, it didn't have much effect on Zhao Hai. While Zhao Hai was dealing with the soul-eater beast's attacks, he was also thinking of a way to defeat it. To be honest, he didn't want to kill the soul-eater beast. He wanted to take it to the space and slowly raise it. As for the fact that soul-eating beasts needed to devour souls to grow slowly, Zhao Hai had already thought of a countermeasure. Every year, the space would produce a large amount of soul force. This soul force was like a blank soul. Usually, the undead inside the space would eat this soul force as a tonic. And these blank souls, Zhao Hai called them soul fires. Since the space could produce soul fires, then he could raise the Soul Eater beast. This Soul Eater beast was a very powerful beast. If he could raise it, then it would be a great help to him in the future. However, Zhao Hai didn't really think about using the Soul Eater beast to deal with the people of the Void Realm. The Soul Eater beast was a taboo in the Void Realm. It was taboo for all big forces. If he used the Soul Eater beast and was discovered, then it wouldn't be a good thing for him. He might become the public enemy of the Void Realm. But in any case, the Soul Eater beast was a high-level beast. Bringing it to the space would allow the space to have another species. This was definitely a good thing. Zhao Hai and the Soul Eater beast fought for more than an hour. The Soul Eater beast couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai, and Zhao Hai couldn't do anything to the Soul Eater beast. The Soul Eater beast's defense was too strong. Even with Zhao Hai's full strength, the Soul Eater beast could only roll a few times, cry out a few times, then turn around and fight with Zhao Hai again. It was as if the Soul Eater beast wasn't afraid of Zhao Hai's attacks at all. If Zhao Hai took out the Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear, then he would certainly be confident in defeating the Soul Eater beast. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to kill the Soul Eater beast. Therefore, it was better to use the Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear less. On the other hand, the Soul Eater beast's tentacles were ever-changing. They could take the shape of a snake, or they could become as sharp as a blade. Because of this, Zhao Hai couldn't do anything to it. While fighting, Zhao Hai was also thinking about how to deal with the Soul Eater beast. After thinking for a while, Zhao Hai finally came up with a method, which was to lure the Soul Eater beast into the space. If he wanted to lure the Soul Eater beast into the space, then he would need to use the Hell Space. There were a lot of undead in the Hell Space, as well as a lot of soul fires. These soul fires were ordinary soul fires, so they were very attractive to the Soul Eater beast. If the Soul Eater beast were to enter the Hell Space because of these soul fires, then it would be the same as entering the space. At that time, the space would be able to subdue the Soul Eater beast. Zhao Hai didn't believe that the space, which had its own independent laws, wouldn't be able to deal with the Soul Eater beast. The Soul Eater beast obviously didn't know about Zhao Hai's plan. He was now very angry. Originally, he thought that there was a lot of delicious food, but he didn't expect that after eating one, the other food would disappear. Then he saw Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's soul was very powerful, and the more powerful the soul, the more attractive it would be to the Soul Eater beast. Because of this, the Soul Eater beast thought of Zhao Hai as a delicious meal. However, it didn't take long before the Soul Eater beast found out that this delicious meal wasn't easy to eat. This made the Soul Eater beast angry. At this time, the Soul Eater beast found out that the person he thought was going to eat had strengthened his attacks. For a while, he couldn't fight back. Not only did Zhao Hai strengthen his attacks, he also removed the Hell King's ship shield. At the same time, he received the Hell King's ship and attacked a few more times. After repelling the Soul Eater beast, Zhao Hai waved his hand as a spatial rift appeared. Zhao Hai's body flashed and disappeared into the rift. The Soul Eater beast stared, but it didn't take long before he discovered that the spatial rift didn't disappear. However, the Soul Eater beast didn't go in. The Soul Eater beast had lived for a long time. Moreover, he was a Soul Eater beast. Because of this, he was very intelligent, not inferior to humans. Zhao Hai's sudden disappearance into the spatial rift made the Soul Eater beast very confused. Because of this, the Soul Eater beast didn't dare to chase after him. It was afraid that it might be a trap. But before long, the Soul Eater beast began to feel uneasy. This was because he could feel a large amount of soul force coming from the spatial rift. Most importantly, this soul force was ownerless. It seems like the Soul Eater beast could just casually suck it into his mouth. This made the Soul Eater beast feel like a person who had been starving for a long time. In front of him was a bowl of fragrant red braised meat. The attraction was fatal. The Soul Eater beast was tormented by his desire to eat. His reason told him that this might be a trap. However, his desire made him step into the trap step by step. Zhao Hai paid attention to the Soul Eater beast inside the space. He was afraid that the Soul Eater beast would enter the space. If that happened, then his efforts would be in vain. Fortunately, although the Soul Eater beast was approaching the space at a very slow speed, it was still approaching the space. This made Zhao Hai see some hope. The soul-eater beast took more than an hour to reach the spatial rift. But when it arrived at the spatial rift, it stopped. It kept circling in place as if it was hesitating whether or not to go in. In fact, at this time, its reason and desire were fighting inside its mind. It was struggling between going in and not going in. In the end, its desire won over its reason. The soul-eater beast finally flew into the space. Just as it entered the space, the spatial rift suddenly disappeared. Then a prompt was heard from the space: a malicious attack program has been detected. Warning! Warning! Danger! A malicious attack program has been detected. This was the first time that Zhao Hai heard such a prompt. Now that he heard it, he couldn't help but stare. This was because he didn't hear the sound of the space subduing the soul-eater beast. This made his expression change. If the space couldn't subdue the soul-eater beast, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Before long, another prompt was heard from the space: Space's antivirus program has been upgraded. Subduing malicious program. Defending. Space's antivirus program has been upgraded. Subduing malicious program. Subduing successful. While the space was issuing these prompts, the soul-eater beast was also in its final struggle. It was struggling inside the hell space, destroying everything in its path. Unfortunately, the place that Zhao Hai threw it to was a very remote place. There weren't any undead there. Although it destroyed a mountain of bones, it was still subdued in the end. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but let out a long breath. Then he called the soul-eater beast in front of him and looked at it. At this time, another prompt was heard from the space: discovered a new species. Species is a high-level life form. Extracting genes to improve the space's biological genes. Extraction successful. Space's biological genes have been improved. The new species will be placed in the space's store. Host may purchase the offspring of the new species at any time. When Zhao Hai heard this prompt, he was very happy. He wasn't happy because the soul-eater beast was placed in the space. Instead, it was because the biological genes of the space had been improved. The space's genetic improvement was very important to the beasts. It would greatly increase the space's offensive and defensive capabilities. But this time, the space had given the soul-eater beast a high-level life form. This was something that had never been given before. From this point, it can be seen that the space was very interested in the soul-eater beast. Zhao Hai looked at the soul-eater beast in front of him and said, "Shrink, shrink to the smallest size possible." Along with his command, the soul-eater beast shrank until it was the size of a basketball. It was covered with black tentacles, making it look like a big fur ball. It actually looked a bit cute. Zhao Hai didn't think that after the soul-eating beast had shrunk, it would be so cute. He carefully looked at the soul-eating beast. The current soul-eating beast didn't look fierce at all, which made Zhao Hai sigh. At this time, Laura and the others arrived at Zhao Hai's side. They were also curiously looking at the soul-eater beast. They also heard the prompt from the space. Because of this, they could feel how formidable the soul-eater beast was. The space had never had such a hard time subduing a life form. From this, one could see how formidable the soul-eater beast was. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, what do we do now? Do we raise it?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Raise it. If we don't raise it, it would be best if we raise a few more so that it would have a companion." Laura nodded and said, "All right, I'll immediately arrange it." Just as Laura's voice fell, Julie's voice was heard, "Big Brother Hai, I seem to have evolved." Hearing Julie's words, everyone turned to look at her. Julie looked at everyone and smiled, "Didn't you see any changes in my hair?" Zhao Hai and the others stared, then they turned their attention to Julie's hair. Julie's hair used to be braided, but now it wasn't braided anymore. Her hair was now completely scattered, it looked like a black waterfall hanging behind her head. Zhao Hai looked at Julie's hair and couldn't help but think about the soul-eating beast's tentacles. He looked at the beast and then at Julie, then he smiled and said, "Your hair?" Julie understood what Zhao Hai meant, so she nodded and said, "That's right, Big Brother Hai. You guessed right, my hair is now as thin as the tentacles of a soul-eating beast." Then her hair started to move without any wind. Her hair was like a slender black snake, quietly dancing in the air. This made Julie look like a terrifying goddess of misfortune. Julie immediately turned her hair back to its normal appearance. Nobody could see any difference. Then she turned her head to Zhao Hai and said, "Besides my hair, my defensive capabilities have also been greatly strengthened. Moreover, I can also use soul attacks." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good, you can evolve by strengthening your genes. Now that you can evolve to this degree, it's really good." Julie nodded. Then at this time, Kai looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, I also evolved." Zhao Hai looked at Kai and said, "You also evolved? How did you evolve? Isn't the soul-eating beast a beast? Your original form is a 7-colored flower, how did you evolve?" Kai looked at Zhao Hai and said, "My body is a 7-colored flower. But don't forget, I look more like a beast. I can now control my branches better. I can make them more flexible, but at the same time, I can also make them more tenacious. I can also make them smaller, allowing me to cut off more of my limbs." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "My body is a 7-colored flower. But don't forget that I look more like a beast." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good, that's good. Ha ha ha. It seems like we didn't catch these soul-eating beasts in vain. They actually gave us a lot of benefits. Good, very good. Let's go, we still need to hurry on with our journey." Laura and the others nodded. Then Zhao Hai's figure moved as he brought Laura and the others back to the void. At the same time, the Hell King's ship appeared as well. As the group moved forward, Zhao Hai suddenly thought of something. He turned to Julie and said, "Julie, can the sound of soul attacks be used on artifacts?" When Julie heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but stare. Then she knit her brows and said, "I don't know about this. Brother Hai, you should know that I don't have any research on refining artifacts." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, Laura and the others, go back to the space and use the processing machine to study it. See if you can incorporate soul attacks into your artifacts. If you can, then the Hell King's ship would have another means of attack." Laura and the others nodded before they returned to the space. Zhao Hai nodded and then returned to the space. Just as Laura and the others returned to the space, Zhao Hai heard an old voice, "Who dares to kill this old man's guardian beast? Come out for this old man." Along with this voice, a figure appeared not far away from the Hell King's ship. Then a shocking aura rushed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was startled, he didn't dare to be negligent. Murderous aura gushed out from his body, making him look like a ghost in the void. The thick murderous aura seemed to carry a thick smell of blood. It blocked the aura of the old man. The old man was surprised as he looked at Zhao Hai. Then his expression sank as he said, "Good kid, your murderous aura is very strong. How many people did you kill to have this kind of murderous aura? If you killed someone, then this old man wouldn't let you live. Today, this old man will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens." Zhao Hai couldn't help but reveal his murderous aura. This was because the old man's aura was too strong. Moreover, the old man's aura was very hostile. If Zhao Hai couldn't block the old man's aura, then Zhao Hai would fall into a disadvantage. He would be completely suppressed by the old man and might even lose control of his body. Although the old man released his aura, Zhao Hai still felt that his body was affected. Therefore, he released his own murderous aura in order to block the old man's aura. Now that he heard the old man, he couldn't help but stare. Listening to the old man's words, he seemed to be a good person. But how could a good person raise a soul-eating beast? After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sneer, "Enforce justice on behalf of the heavens? Ha ha ha, what a joke. A person who raises a soul-eating beast actually wants to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens? Is there still justice in this world? Do you think that your soul-eating beast doesn't kill enough people? If you want to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, then why didn't you kill that soul-eating beast earlier? Why did you come here to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens? What a joke." When the old man heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but coldly snort and said, "What do you know? Although that soul-eating beast eats souls, it's one of the few in the world. If this old man kills it, then there will be one less soul-eating beast in this world. Moreover, that soul-eating beast doesn't eat the souls of good people. It only attacks evil people. With a good person watching over it, how could it do evil? Moreover, this old man raised it since it was a child and taught it right and wrong. If you weren't an evil person, then why would it attack you? Jiao Hai looked at the old man and said, "Why does old Mr. think that I'm an evil person? I was moving through the void when your soul-eating beast suddenly came out and attacked me." According to old Mr's words, everyone who moves through the void is an evil person. The old man looked at Jiao Hai and coldly snorted, "Don't think that this old man doesn't know." At that time, the little soul felt a dark aura and flew out. "You used a battle corpse, right? How good can a person who uses battle corpses be? And with your murderous aura, do you think this old man will believe that you're a good person?" Jiao Hai looked at the old man and said, "Although I, Jiao Hai, have killed countless people in my life, I have a clear conscience. If old Mr. wants to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, then I'll accept it." When the old man heard Jiao Hai, he didn't immediately make a move. Instead, he carefully sized up Jiao Hai. He discovered that Jiao Hai's eyes were shining, but they didn't contain any murderous aura. Most importantly, he didn't see any guilty conscience in Jiao Hai's eyes, nor did he see any hypocrisy. Most importantly, there was a trace of righteousness on Jiao Hai's body. This righteousness was peaceful, but it was also mighty. The old man couldn't help but be puzzled. Ordinary evil people wouldn't be able to escape his eyes. Clearly, Jiao Hai didn't look like an evil person. The old man looked at Jiao Hai with some puzzlement and said, "Kid, where did you come from? Tell me your name and where you came from. Maybe this old man has some friendship with your seniors." Jiao Hai looked at the old man and said, "I'm Jiao Hai from the Four Righteous Gang, the current champion of the Life and Death Ring." Jiao Hai deliberately revealed his identity in the Life and Death Ring. He wanted to tell the old man that he came from the Life and Death Ring. If the old man knew about the Life and Death Ring, he would be a little wary of Jiao Hai's identity. The Life and Death Ring had existed in the Void Realm for too long. Even if the old man hadn't been in contact with the outside world for a long time, he should have heard of the Life and Death Ring as long as he was born in the Void Realm. When the old man heard Jiao Hai's words, he was obviously stunned. Then, he looked at Jiao Hai and said, "You said that you came from the Life and Death Ring? And you're a sacred arena champion? It seems like you have some skills. This old man will have to consider it carefully." After saying that, his figure moved and he pounced towards the Pluto King's number. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and pointed a finger. At the same time, he said, formless finger of disaster." The old man's finger seemed to be very slow. However, Jiao Hai could feel that this finger wasn't simple. Jiao Hai couldn't feel the power of this finger at all, it was as if it was just nothingness. However, Jiao Hai could feel a huge sense of danger coming towards him. Jiao Hai didn't dare to be negligent. He coldly snorted and said, "Great strength, subduing dragon and tiger." Then he sent out a punch. When Jiao Hai sent out his punch, he discovered that the Pluto King's ship's shield had been penetrated. When he sent out his punch, he felt a huge force hitting his fist. Jiao Hai's body couldn't help but sway. At the same time, he and the Pluto King's ship were pushed back by the old man's punch. Jiao Hai's face paled, then returned to normal. The old man's attack had actually caused his blood to churn. Jiao Hai couldn't help but be surprised. He was very clear that his own strength was very formidable, and he had several body cultivation methods. In addition, he also had a divergent ability. Although he didn't use his full strength, he still used 80% of his strength. Before, when he fought against the old man, he only used 50% of his strength. Now that he used 80% of his strength, the old man was still able to push him back 10,000 meters. This really surprised him. On the other hand, the old man was even more surprised. He looked at Jiao Hai and said, "Buddhist cultivation method? You actually used a Buddhist cultivation method? Tell me, where did you learn your Buddhist techniques from?" Jiao Hai felt that the old man was very interested in his cultivation method. He couldn't help but coldly snort and said, "My cultivation method was naturally taught by my master." "Why? Are you the only one in the void who can use Buddhist cultivation methods?" The reason why Jiao Hai said this was because the old man used a Buddhist cultivation method. The Buddhist energy in the old man's cultivation method couldn't be hidden from Jiao Hai. Because of this, Jiao Hai used a Buddhist cultivation method to deal with the old man's attack. This was because Zhao Hai knew that using other cultivation methods to block the old man's attack wouldn't be easy. The Dao Sec's cultivation method was particular about changeability. It focused on agility and flexibility. The Xianxia's cultivation method was more varied, but it focused on being neutral and peaceful. The Buddhist cultivation method was neutral and peaceful, but it was incomparably imposing. Some of the body cultivators' cultivation method was strong. Although the Devil Sec's cultivation method was strong, it was restrained by the Buddhist cultivation method. Naturally, he didn't dare to use it. The old man was using an orthodox Buddhist method. Therefore, Zhao Hai also used a Buddhist method to fight back. Zhao Hai knew that the difference in strength between him and the old man was too big. If he chose to evade, then he wouldn't be able to block the old man's attack. Because of this, he could only face the old man head-on. And if he wanted to face the old man head-on, then there was no other method more suitable than a Buddhist method. Facts also proved that Zhao Hai's choice was correct. If he used another method, then he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences of the old man's attack. Zhao Hai never lost confidence in himself, but at the same time, he wasn't overly confident in himself. Because of this, when he faced the old man, he only used 80% of his strength. First, he was confident in his body. He believed that even if 80% of his strength wasn't enough to block the old man's attack, it would still be able to offset some of the old man's attack. The rest of his strength wouldn't cause any harm to Zhao Hai's body. Zhao Hai guessed right, he used 80% of his strength. Although he was repelled by the old man, he wasn't injured. If the old man were to attack again, then Zhao Hai would immediately counterattack. The old man looked at Zhao Hai and said, "To be able to practice a Buddhist method to this level, you really aren't simple. Good, take this old man's finger." After he said that, the old man pointed his finger once more. At the same time, he shouted, "Formless, formless, formless, formless." Along with his voice, his finger pointed towards Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw the old man's finger, his expression couldn't help but change. Although the old man's finger looked like a single finger, it was actually countless fingers. If Zhao Hai didn't deal with it properly, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhao Hai said, "Buddha, Buddha, Buddha. I want to become a Buddha, but the heavens don't allow it. I want to break the heavens." Evil Buddha's heaven-breaking finger. After he said that, Zhao Hai also pointed his finger. This time, there weren't many changes. Instead, it carried an indomitable aura. It was as if this finger could break the heavens. Boom! With a loud bang, the Hell King's ship was pushed back. This time, it was pushed back 50,000 meters. At the same time, the old man was also pushed back 1,000 meters. One had retreated 50,000 meters while the other had retreated 1,000 meters. No matter how one looked at it, Zhao Hai had lost. However, the old man's eyes flashed with a strange light. There was no anger or shock in his eyes. Instead, there was a hint of excitement. Zhao Hai also stopped. However, he looked at the old man with a dignified expression. He had used almost all of his strength in this attack. Naturally, this was just his strength. It must be known that the evil Buddha's heaven-breaking finger contained a trace of space intent. Zhao Hai had already comprehended this trace of space intent. If he used this trace of space intent, then the old man wouldn't have been pushed back this far. However, Zhao Hai didn't use this trace of space intent. This was because he knew that the old man's intentions weren't clear. If he showed his cards now, then it would be troublesome in the future. Therefore, he didn't use space intent and only used his strength to attack. Although he wasn't injured this time, it was all thanks to his divergent ability. If he didn't have a divergent ability to defend himself, then he would have been injured. Naturally, his injuries wouldn't be too heavy. The old man looked at Zhao Hai, then he suddenly laughed and said, "You're actually Senior Brother Wu Hua's disciple." Ha ha ha. This old man didn't think that I would be able to see Senior Brother Wu Hua's successor in my lifetime. Ha ha ha. Boy, you're good. You don't disgrace Senior Brother Wu Hua's name. When Zhao Hai heard the old man, he couldn't help but stare. This was because he knew that the technique he used was the evil Buddha's heaven-breaking finger of the Ayun sect. And the founder of the Ayun sect was Monk Wu Hua. But how long has it been since the Ayun sect was founded? Wasn't it more than 100,000 years ago? Perhaps it was even more ancient. Even Wuhua had ascended a long time ago. But now, an old man came out and said that he was Wuhua's junior brother? Wasn't this too funny? If he really was Wuhua's junior brother, then how old would he be today? 10 yuan of lifespan? 100 yuan of lifespan? Zhao Hai felt his scalp tingle. It seems like he met an old monster today. The old man looked at Zhao Hai's surprised expression and couldn't help but smile faintly. Senior brother Wu Hua and I came from the same sect. Later on, senior brother Wu Hua was expelled from the sect because of his excessive killing. However, I think that senior brother Wu Hua didn't do anything wrong. He killed people who deserved to be killed. What did he do wrong? Do you want to keep people who deserve to die alive? Unfortunately, at that time, I didn't have the ability to fight for senior brother Wu Hua. As he said that, a strange expression appeared on the old man's face. There was a trace of nostalgia and a trace of remorse. After a long while, the old man let out a long sigh and said, I originally thought that senior brother Wu Hua would fall into depravity, but I didn't expect that senior brother Wu Hua would open up another path. He went from being a Buddha to becoming a demon and established the Ayin sect. Furthermore, he created the evil Buddha lotus body cultivation technique, which was unparalleled in the world. He also broke through the void and left early. At this point, the old man sighed. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, although I haven't met senior brother Wu Hua, I still remember the sect that he left behind. Later on, in order to pursue the Tao, I entered the void realm. However, I discovered that the extraterritorial demons were very powerful. This old man had no choice but to slaughter them and deal heavy damage to the extraterritorial demons. At the same time, I was also injured. Because of my heavy killing intent, I couldn't break through the void and stayed in the void realm. I didn't expect to meet you here. Good, very good. Zhao Hai looked at the old man who was talking to himself. He believed that the old man was telling the truth because there was no need for the old man to lie to him. Zhao Hai couldn't help but have a solemn expression as he said, Zhao Hai greets the ancestral master. Seeing Zhao Hai make a move, the old man couldn't help but be happy. He laughed and said, good, good. You don't need to be so polite. You and I meeting here is fate. Come, let's go to my cave residence. Zhao Hai knew that the old man's strength was unfathomable. Therefore, he didn't resist. Instead, he nodded and said, Master, please enter the Hell King's ship. We'll go together. Standing on the Hell King's ship, the old man couldn't help but nod to Zhao Hai and said, Kid, you're pretty good. You actually managed to get a large artifact. Moreover, you've also become the life and death arena's lord. This isn't easy. Tell me, how did you manage to become the life and death arena's lord? The life and death arena's relationship with the Void Realm's great clans is very unusual. The Void Realm's great clans have been suppressing people from other planes. How did you become the life and death arena's lord? When Zhao Hai heard the old man, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at the old man and said, Ancestral Master, why do you say that? Although the life and death arena's relationship with the great clans is extraordinary, they aren't on the same side. In fact, there's a lot of friction between the great clans and the life and death arena. What's so strange about me being the life and death arena's lord? When the old man heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he frowned and said, That's not right. The life and death arena isn't a great place. The great clans rely on it to make money. How did you become the life and death arena's lord? Zhao Hai looked at the old man and asked, How long has it been since the ancestral master contacted the Void Realm? The old man stared, then he frowned and said, I really can't remember. Why? Did something change in the Void Realm? Zhao Hai replied, I really don't know about the changes in the Void Realm. But I know that the life and death arena is now a major force in the Void Realm. And now, the life and death arena is no longer under the control of the great clans. It's completely independent of the great clans. Although the life and death arena gives the great clans some dividends every year, it doesn't rely on the great clans to manage it. The great clans can't do anything about this situation. Therefore, the life and death arena doesn't deliberately suppress the great clans. The old man stared blankly for a moment. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Are you telling the truth? Jiao Hai replied, I wouldn't dare to see the ancestral master. I just came out of the true spirit realm not long ago. Later on, I made a name for myself in the life and death arena. That's how I became the life and death arena's lord. The old man couldn't help but sigh and said, I didn't expect it to be like this. It seems like this old man has been here for too long. Too many changes have happened in the outside world. This is a good thing for you. Jiao Hai didn't make a sound. The old man also seemed to have lost his interest in talking. Perhaps he was lamenting about the changes in the world. The two became silent for a while. The old man stared for a moment before he recovered. Then he commanded Jiao Hai to steer the Hell King's ship towards the void. Jiao Hai adjusted the ship's direction according to the old man's instructions. From time to time, he would look at the star map he obtained. He discovered that he had already deviated from his course and was now flying towards an unknown place. After flying for 2 days, Jiao Hai discovered a huge meteorite field in front of him. The size of the meteorite field was beyond his imagination. Jiao Hai couldn't see how big the meteorite field was. This was the largest meteorite field that Jiao Hai had ever seen. In this meteorite area, there were all kinds of meteorites and energy clusters that were constantly changing. Every now and then, there would be old energy clusters exploding and new ones being produced. Even if the cultivators of the void realm saw this place, they wouldn't enter it because it was too dangerous. The old man looked at the meteorite field and then said to Jiao Hai, I'd been in seclusion in this meteorite field with the soul-eating beast. I don't remember how many years it has been. Your ship can't enter this meteorite field. Stop outside and come with me. Jiao Hai nodded. Then he followed the old man down the Hell King's ship and flew straight towards the meteorite field. The old man was like an old horse that knew the way. He moved here and there in the meteorite area. Soon, he had traveled quite a distance into the meteorite area. Jiao Hai discovered that the deeper they went into the meteorite field, the bigger the meteorites were. Some meteorites were as big as planets. After flying for a while, the old man landed on a meteorite. Unexpectedly, there was a cave on this meteorite. The old man led Jiao Hai directly into the cave. Upon entering the cave, Jiao Hai couldn't help but stare. He didn't expect the cave to be this big. Moreover, he didn't expect the inside of the cave to be like this. The cave was very big, almost hollowing out the entire meteorite. The inside of the cave was actually transformed. A lot of herbs were planted inside. Some of these herbs were very precious while others were very common. However, it was obvious that the person who planted them was very diligent. Additionally, these herbs would bloom. Flowers of various colors bloomed, turning the cave into a sea of flowers. Looking at Jiao Hai's appearance, the old man smiled and said, How is it? Isn't my cave good? Jiao Hai nodded again and said, Good, very good. This is simply a fairyland. Beautiful, too beautiful. The old man laughed and said, Kid, you're quite good with words. This old man's painstaking effort, how can it be bad? Come, let's sit inside and try my 100-flower medicinal wine. Then the old man led Jiao Hai to a small room inside the cave. This small room wasn't small, it was about 1,000 square meters. The reason why it was small was because compared to the sea of flowers outside, this room was indeed small. There were several mats made of herbs in the room. There were also many stone jars on the side. Moreover, there were stone tables and chairs in the room. It looked like an ordinary cave. After the old man had Jiao Hai sit down, he waved his hand and one of the stone jars flew out and landed in front of him. Then the old man waved his hand and took out 2 jade cups. He personally poured 2 cups of wine and gave one to Jiao Hai while he picked up the other cup. Jiao Hai raised his cup to the old man and drank the wine. After drinking the wine, Jiao Hai's eyes couldn't help but light up. He could taste that this wine was made from at least 100 kinds of herbs. Not only was it delicious, it could also increase one's cultivation and prolong one's life. Seeing Jiao Hai's appearance, the old man couldn't help but smile and said, In order to brew this wine, this old man spent nearly 100 years to find the best ratio. Hee, I named this wine the 100-flower medicinal wine. Its main function is to prolong one's life. Hee, how is it? Isn't it good? Jiao Hai nodded and said, Good, the wine's taste is really good. Forgive me for taking the liberty to ask, but what was the ancestor's name in the past? If the sect master asks, I'll answer truthfully. The old man smiled faintly and said, I've already forgotten my name. If you have the heart, you can call me Nameless. Zhao Hai bowed to the old man and said, Ancestor Nameless, may I ask if the ancestor wants to live in seclusion? The old man sighed and said, I've been in seclusion here to comprehend the heavenly Tao, hoping that one day I can break through the void and ascend. However, after so many years, I still can't overcome my heart's demon. It seems like my fate with the mortal world is unfinished. Zhao Hai looked at the old man. He could deeply feel the unwillingness in the old man's heart. Although he came from a Buddhist background, although he paid attention to fate, and although he had a profound understanding of Buddhism, in the end, he was still a cultivator. A cultivator who knew that there was still a path ahead was blocked by a wall. What made him feel helpless was that he had no way to climb over this wall. This was the most terrible thing for him. However, Zhao Hai did not think that. John Doe was blocked by the wall because of his strength. In fact, Zhao Hai, who had fought with John Doe, knew very well that John Doe's current strength was much stronger than Elder Tang's. Zhao Hai had not fought with those masters of the void-piercing realm, but he was sure that John Doe's strength was definitely not inferior to those masters of the void-piercing realm. Just as John Doe said, he was trapped by the inner demon. The reason why he could not break the inner demon was that he was a Buddhist. The doctrine of Buddhism was about mercy. They believed that killing was a sin, so there was the saying of killing sin. Once you thought that you would be punished for killing too many people, then it would become your inner demon. That was the case with John Doe now. The number of people Wu Hua killed was definitely not less than John Doe, but why didn't he have that inner demon? Because when he went from Buddha to devil, he comprehended a truth, that was, the merciless Buddha heart. He believed that the people he killed were people who should be killed. He believed that he killed people to save people. Saving one person could save 10,000 people. Of course, he would not hesitate to kill that person. He would even think that he had done a good deed. Saving a life was better than building a 7-floor pagoda. Killing one person could save 10,000 people. How many floors of pagoda was that? With such a method, Wu Hua naturally had no scruples when killing people, and there would not be any inner demon. However, John Doe was different. He had not experienced what Wu Hua had experienced. He had not reached the process of going from Buddha to devil, so he had always believed that killing people was committing sins. The more people he killed, the more sins he committed. That was why he fell into the inner demon and could not extricate himself. He was even trapped in the inner demon and could not even ascend. To be honest, Zhao Hai still liked such people, because such people were people with conscience. When you thought that you were not wrong to kill people, you had already gone mad. Although you would not have an inner demon, you already had a trace of demonic nature because you were killing people based on your own opinion. You thought that he was doing something wrong, and you thought that killing him was for the good of others, but you did not expect that all this was just your own opinion. Zhao Hai had thought about this problem for a long time. For Zhao Hai, killing people would not produce inner demons because the people he killed were his enemies. He killed people with a purpose. He would not kill people because of good or evil. For him, he would kill his enemies. For those who were not his enemies, even if the other party did evil, he would not kill them. There was a saying in each of the 3,000 great Taoists, that is, if you want to seek the great Tao, you must first ask your own heart. What is your heart thinking? Does your heart really think that doing this is right? Does your heart really want to do this? Only by answering these questions can you find a Tao that belongs to you. Zhao Hai wanted to help this old man. This old man had not found his own Tao yet. Zhao Hai believed that Monk Wu Hua's Tao might be the most suitable Tao for him. Although Monk Wu Hua's Tao might be wrong in Zhao Hai's opinion, even if Monk Wu Hua ascended to a higher plane with his current Tao, he would not be able to develop much. However, this Tao could help Wu Ming. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but look at Wu Ming and say, Ancestral Master, it's not that you have an unfinished business with the mortal world, you just haven't seen through your inner demons. I read the cultivation experience left by Ancestral Master Wu Hua and came up with 4 words. Today, I will give these 4 words to Ancestral Master Wu Ming. Wu Ming looked at Zhao Hai with some confusion and said in a deep voice, what are the 4 words? Jiao Hai said in a deep voice, "Merciless Buddha heart. Merciless Buddha heart? Merciless Buddha heart? Merciless Buddha heart. Merciless Buddha heart." Wu Ming kept repeating these 4 words. At first, he was confused, then he became surprised, and finally he calmed down. Then he closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, not making a sound. Looking at Wu Ming's appearance, Jiao Hai knew that Wu Ming was enlightened. In fact, Wu Ming's cultivation had already reached a certain level. What he needed was an opportunity. Perhaps Jiao Hai's words could help Wu Ming get rid of his heart demon. Then Wu Ming would be able to comprehend his own Tao and become an ascension expert. Wu Ming's cultivation had already reached the ascension stage. Jiao Hai didn't disturb Wu Ming. Instead, he poured himself a cup of wine and then sent it to the space. He had Laura and the others use the processing machine to analyze this cup of wine. This way, they would be able to make the 100 flowers medicinal wine. At this time, Laura and the others were busy analyzing the roar of the soul-eating beasts. They wanted to analyze the vibrations of the roar and then add it to their artifacts. Therefore, they weren't very interested in the analysis of the 100 flowers medicinal wine. However, the processing machine's function was very powerful. This was because the processing machine was able to analyze the best composition of a wine. For the processing machine, analyzing the best composition of a wine wasn't difficult at all. Because of this, the optimal composition of the wine was immediately analyzed. After analyzing the 100 flowers medicinal wine, Jiao Hai summarized his combat experience. This was the first time that he fought against an expert like Wu Ming. To be honest, it wasn't easy to encounter such an expert. Therefore, he needed to summarize his experience. For 3 days, Wu Ming sat motionless. On the 4th day, his body suddenly emitted the fragrance of sandalwood. This fragrance seemed to be far and near, it seemed to be rich and light. It made people feel tranquil when they smelled it. On the 5th day, a lotus suddenly appeared under Wu Ming's body. Wu Ming was sitting on top of the lotus. His appearance was solemn, he looked like a Buddha. On the 6th day, Wu Ming's hair began to fall off. Finally, his hair fell off and he turned into a monk. However, the scar on his head was still there. Now, anyone who saw him wouldn't think that he was an ordinary person. He was a monk, an eminent monk. On the 7th day, Wu Ming's eyebrows began to grow longer. Finally, when his tail almost reached his mouth, his eyebrows stopped growing. At this time, Wu Ming slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were very calm, but they were also incomparably deep. It was as if he could see through a person's heart. He could see through everything in the world, including the past and the future. Wu Ming's eyes turned to Jiao Hai. His eyes flashed with gratitude before finally calming down. Then he formed the motionless fundamental seal in front of his chest. Then he looked at Jiao Hai and said, "Benefactor, thank you for enlightening me today. I've overcome my inner demons and become a Buddha. I have nothing to do with the mortal world. Today, I've received Benefactor's great kindness. If I don't repay it, I'll definitely have inner demons. Today, I'll repay Benefactor's kindness." After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Jiao Hai to speak. He stretched out his hand and pointed his finger at Jiao Hai's forehead. However, Jiao Hai didn't show the slightest pain on his face. Instead, he looked comfortable. After a while, Wu Ming withdrew his hand and chanted the name of Buddha. Then he closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. At this time, Jiao Hai's aura continued to rise. Finally, a popping sound was heard from his body as if something broke. Then his aura continued to rise. From his aura, one could see that he was no longer a teleportation realm cultivator, but a Vajra realm cultivator. After a while, Jiao Hai's aura completely disappeared. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at Wu Ming, who was sitting there with his eyes closed. Then he stood up and bowed to Wu Ming, "Thank you for your help, ancestral master." Wu Ming closed his eyes and said, "You can go now. You and I are destined to be together. In a few days, I will ascend. You don't need to stay here." Jiao Hai didn't have any intention to stay. He knew that it was impossible for him to stay, and Wu Ming wouldn't agree. Therefore, he opened his mouth and said, "Yes, please take care of yourself." Then he cupped his fist towards Wu Ming before he turned around and left the cave. There was no trace of reluctance in his eyes. At this time, Wu Ming slowly opened his eyes. He looked at Zhao Hai's back and a trace of affection appeared in his eyes. Then he slowly calmed down. Finally, he chanted the name of Buddha and closed his eyes once more. Zhao Hai left Wu Ming's cave and directly left the meteorite area. When Wu Ming led him to the meteorite area, Zhao Hai had already memorized the route. Naturally, he wouldn't make a mistake. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to easily leave the meteorite area. After arriving outside the meteorite area, Zhao Hai released the Hell King's ship and stepped on it. Then he commanded the ship to fly towards the previous route. This time, Zhao Hai's harvest was very big. Not only did he obtain a soul-eating beast, he also increased his strength by a level. Wu Ming's attack didn't only increase his strength, it also passed on his years of experience to Zhao Hai. At the same time, Wu Ming also passed on several cultivation methods to Zhao Hai. Among these was the formless finger of disaster that Zhao Hai used during the battle. The formless finger of disaster was a very profound finger technique. This finger technique can be used for long-range attacks, close-range attacks, offense, and defense. Most importantly, this finger technique was very powerful. However, when it was used, it was silent. It didn't even cause any spiritual chi fluctuations. It can be said that it was an incomparably powerful cultivation method. After Zhao Hai returned to the Hell King's ship, he designated the route and then began to study the finger technique. Wu Ming did a good deed this time. Not only did he pass on the finger technique to Zhao Hai, he also passed on his experience to Zhao Hai. Wu Ming was able to pass on these things to Zhao Hai because he knew another powerful Buddhist cultivation method, the enlightenment technique. What he used on Zhao Hai was the enlightenment technique. What he wanted to pass on to Zhao Hai was directly sent to Zhao Hai's mind. This made it impossible for Zhao Hai to forget. Originally, with Wu Ming's strength, he could directly ascend after comprehending his own Tao. But because he wanted to help Zhao Hai, he used the enlightenment technique on Zhao Hai. However, the enlightenment technique consumed a lot of energy and spiritual qi. Because of this, Wu Ming had to delay his ascension by a few days. Zhao Hai, who was quietly sitting there, slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were calm. At this time, his hand silently pointed 3 times. With these 3 points, 3 mountain-sized meteorites near the Hell King's ship exploded almost at the same time. Zhao's eyes showed a trace of joy. When he pointed those 3 fingers, there was almost no sound of wind, and there were no energy fluctuations. If Zhao used this kind of finger technique to casually point at people, they wouldn't think that he was using a technique. This was a good weapon for a sneak attack. Besides the formless tribulation finger, Wu Ming also had a lot of techniques. However, the formless tribulation finger was the technique that made him famous. It was also one of the most powerful techniques he had. On the other hand, Wu Ming came from an orthodox Buddhist sect. All of his techniques were top-notch Buddhist techniques. Moreover, he had a total of 36 types. And now, Zhao Hai had learned all of these techniques. This allowed Zhao Hai to have 36 Tao cores. At the same time, the number of Buddhist cultivation methods and Buddhist cultivation methods in his body had reached 108. These 108 cultivation methods were self-contained and interdependent. Their Tao cores also attracted each other and helped each other, making the power of these Buddhist cultivation methods even greater. At this time, Laura and the others came out of the space. Laura looked at Zhao Hai with a happy expression and said, "Brother Hai, we've finally figured out how to incorporate the soul-eating beast sound into artifacts." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but be happy. He immediately said, "Really? That's great. What method?" For Zhao Hai, this was definitely good news. He had a lot of sonic attacks, but these sonic attacks weren't very powerful. This was especially true in the true spirit realm. These sonic attacks were almost useless. Zhao Hai didn't know what to do with them. He knew that Zhao Hai didn't know what to do with them. If they could really figure out how to use Soul Beast sonic attacks, then this would be good news for Zhao Hai. He would have another method of attack. Moreover, he could incorporate this method into the Hell King's ship or his artifacts. This way, when he uses his artifacts, their attack power would increase greatly. This was definitely a good thing for him. Laura smiled and said, actually, it's very simple to make large artifacts use this kind of attack. You just need to add two materials to the large artifacts. One is the soul-eating beast's tentacles while the other is a bone plant. Bone plants were plants that looked like bones in the space. Zhao Hai knew that these things were very useful, but he didn't think that they could be used here. Then Zhao Hai looked at Laura and asked, where did you get the soul-eating beast's tentacle? Don't tell me he plucked all the fur from the furball? Laura smiled and said, Brother Hai, you still don't know, but furball's tentacles can recede. As long as it can absorb enough soul force, those tentacles can recede and then regrow, just like wool. Zhao Hai nodded and said, you're right. When Zhao Hai heard Laura, cold sweat couldn't help but appear on his forehead. At the same time, an image of furball like Guyu appeared in his mind. And all of this was done by Laura and the others. When he thought about furball's appearance, Zhao Hai couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. He was afraid that only Laura and the others would cut the soul-eating beast's tentacles like wool. Laura looked at Zhao and couldn't help but smile. Don't worry. We didn't ask for too many of furball's tentacles. After those tentacles fall off from furball's body, they become something else. As long as we put them under the universal machine and analyze them, we'll know what their composition is. After that, we'll use our cell technology to mass-produce the same substance as furball's tentacles. Wouldn't that solve the problem? Laura nodded. When Zhao Hai heard Laura, he couldn't help but nod. Then he looked at Laura and said, how did you use this method? Actually, most cultivators wouldn't use this method. Cultivators and technology were very different. However, they could still learn from each other. It's just that very few people would use this method. Laura smiled and said, we've also been to the technological plane. Do you think we can't do this? Are you looking down on us? Big Brother Hai, now that we have enough materials and bone grafts, do you think we should add these two things to liquid silver? That way, we can use this kind of sound wave soul attack as we wish in the future. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, since everything is ready, let's use it. Laura nodded. Then under Kai's control, the materials were added to liquid silver. After that, the Hell King's ship fluctuated. Along with the fluctuation, some changes appeared on the Hell King's ship. There were a lot of bells on the ship. Although the Hell King's ship had a lot of bells, it was different this time. In the past, the bells on the Hell King's ship weren't very big. Moreover, the bells were placed on the pagoda of the ship. But now, as long as there was a horn on the Hell King's ship, there would be a bell. The shape of the bell was very special. It looked like a round ball, but when it moved, the sound it made wouldn't be small. This was especially true for the Hell King's ship. On the two masts of the ship, there were several large bells hanging from them. It looked a bit strange. Although it looked strange, Zhao Hai didn't take it seriously. Instead, he had Laura and the others beautify the bells. The bells were now decorated with reliefs of various ghosts. They were similar to the ones on the Hell King's ship, making them more pleasing to the eye. After doing all this, Zhao Hai waved his hand and took Furball out of the space. The most undignified soul-eating beast in history had now become a toy for Laura and the others. Furball was now the size of a basketball. It was covered in black fur, soft and elastic to the touch. Even Zhao Hai couldn't help but touch it, not to mention Laura and the others. As the group stood on the deck, Zhao Hai looked at Harry Ball and said, Harry Ball, later on, the space will have a lot of things for you to eat. You have to remember, don't casually consume people's souls. If others see you, they won't let you off. Furball nodded, then it floated around Zhao Hai like a bouncing ball. Zhao Hai looked at him and smiled faintly. Then he took out his star chart and looked at the route. They had been on this route for nearly 20 days. However, they were delayed by Wu Ming for a few days. Now that he thought about it, the great clans should have already entered the star field. Zhao Hai had the processing machine calculate that it would take at least a month to reach the star field from Battle Wolf Star. Moreover, Zhao Hai was delayed for 8 days by Wu Ming. Now, he had already walked for 20 days. On the other hand, the people from the great clans had been walking for 28 days without stopping. They should be reaching the star field soon. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but turn towards the planet that he fancied. The planet that he fancied was on another route that the great clans didn't know about. With how cautious the great clans were, they would certainly choose a route that was on the map. They wouldn't choose a route that they hadn't taken before. Moreover, what they had was a copy of the star chart. Naturally, it was impossible for the star chart to contain the invisibility potion. Because of this, it was more likely that they would take the original route that the 40 scattered cultivators took. If that was the case, then the planet wouldn't be discovered for a while. However, if someone really occupied the planet, then Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. He would directly deal with the people who occupied the planet. At the same time, Zhao Hai knew that it was time for him to change his route. He couldn't go back to the original route. If he went back to the original route, then he would end up somewhere else. The Hell King's ship changed its route and went on a completely different route from the great clans. This route wasn't marked with any danger, but Zhao Hai didn't dare take it lightly. The star chart was too old. It was hard to say what would happen to this route. After another 5 days, everything was peaceful. Nothing happened. Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others were as usual. They rested and did what they needed to do. They didn't show any difference. However, they sent the sword boats further away to prevent accidents from happening. Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others were currently sitting on the deck, studying the star chart. Although they had seen the star chart many times, it was still damaged. Even if they found some hidden routes and stars, there were still some places that they couldn't see. They wanted to use the scanner to completely restore the star chart. This wasn't an easy task. Repairing the entire star map with the help of the processing machine seemed very simple, but because the star map was too damaged, there were a lot of different solutions in many places. These solutions were all possible, but it was unknown which one was the correct one. While the group was studying the star chart, a green dot on the Hell King's ship's projection suddenly turned red. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed. He knew that the green dot was a sword boat. And the reason why it turned red was because something happened to the sword boat. Zhao Hai waved his hand and the projection immediately changed to the situation of the sword plate. Upon seeing the situation, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed. A pile of large artifacts appeared on the projection. These large artifacts looked very old, as if they had been floating in the void for a long time. They were covered in dust and almost looked like dirt balls. Parts of these large artifacts were sticking out of the dirt balls. Some of these large artifacts were in the shape of swords, some of them were in the shape of ships, some of them were in the shape of carriages, some of them were in the shape of carriages, some of them were in the shape of carriages, some of them were in the shape of carriages, some of them were in the shape of carriages, some of them were in the shape of carriages. These were the ruins of large artifacts. Naturally, there was nothing strange about these large artifacts. However, upon seeing them, Zhao Hai understood that these large artifacts were left behind by people who explored the star field in the past. If this was the case, then who piled up these large artifacts here? Zhao Hai couldn't help but think. Zhao Hai couldn't help but think. What was their purpose? The Hell King's ship stopped in front of the ruins. When one got close to the ruins, one could feel how huge it was. It was a huge ball of dirt. Its surface area wasn't smaller than a planet, it was even bigger than the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the large artifacts. These large artifacts have been here for a long time. But because there was no wind or rain, they were still in good condition. Moreover, there were a lot of them, it seems like they were carelessly thrown away. There were so many large artifacts here, yet they were carelessly discarded here. This made Zhao Hai very puzzled. Zhao Hai looked around again. Not to mention planets, there wasn't even a single meteorite. Who would be so bored as to just throw these large artifacts here? Zhao Hai waved his hand, causing the dust on the artifacts to fly away, revealing what was inside. Upon seeing the ruins, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed. This was because he discovered that the ruins weren't carelessly piled up. These large artifacts were pieced together using a special method. What surprised him the most was that there was a hole in the middle of the large artifacts. It was obvious that this hole was deliberately made. Zhao Hai finally understood what the ruins were. It turned out to be a cave residence. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai's expression couldn't help but change. Then he immediately turned to the cave residents and said, "Is there anyone inside? This one is Zhao Hai. Please forgive me for disturbing your excellency's cultivation." Zhao Hai's action of removing the dust alarmed the people inside. If there was someone inside, then they would certainly be angry. Because of this, Zhao Hai opened his mouth. But there was no sound coming from the cave. Zhao Hai looked at the cave and didn't use his spiritual force to investigate. He was just disturbing the other party. If the other party was in a good mood and found out that he didn't do it on purpose, then they wouldn't bother with him. But if he rashly used his spiritual force to investigate other people's caves, then he would offend them. Using spiritual force to investigate other people's caves was a big taboo, unless it was one's own family's forbidden area. Zhao Hai stood in front of the cave residents and said, "Is there anyone inside? If no one is inside, then I'll go in." Zhao Hai said this in order to probe. If there was someone inside, then they would certainly answer him. If they didn't answer, then there would be no one inside. There was still no sound coming from inside. Zhao Hai couldn't help but relax. Then he used his spiritual force to explore the cave. When his spiritual force entered the cave, it was immediately bounced back. Zhao Hai stared, but he quickly discovered that the thing that bounced back his spiritual force wasn't something else. It was the formation inside the cave. The formation was still operating normally. Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he carefully looked at the cave residents. He was an expert in formations, so he quickly discovered that the large artifacts weren't piled up randomly. These large artifacts actually faintly formed a formation. Moreover, it was a very powerful defensive formation. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and said, "Laura, did you see it?" Laura nodded and said, "It's a very strong defensive formation. It's really good." Using the position of those large artifacts to create a defensive formation, it seems like the other party is also a formation expert. "Brother Hai, what do you plan to do?" Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Break the formation and go in. I want to see if there's anyone inside. If there's someone inside, then I want to see who it is." Laura nodded and said, "How do you plan to break the formation? Do you want to use force? Or do you want to use normal methods?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Of course I'll use normal methods. What's the point of using force? Let's analyze the defensive formation and see how to break it." Laura and the others nodded. Then they waved their hands and took out several computers. At the same time, the Hell King's ship began to move. It circled around the cave residents and took pictures of it from every angle. Then the computers began to analyze it. Zhao Hai and the others didn't compete with each other to enter the star field. This strange cave had attracted their attention. They really wanted to know who had the ability to obtain so many abandoned large artifacts. One must know that these large artifacts were very important to the great clans. Even if they were abandoned, they would still be kept in the family. Even if they were just placed there, they wouldn't just throw them away. Now that these large artifacts agreed to appear here, there was definitely a problem. Zhao Hai was very curious about who built this special immortals cave. For 2 days, Zhao Hai and the others analyzed the cave residents. After 2 days of analysis, they finally found a way to break the cave residents' defensive formation. The defensive formation of the immortal cave was really good. If it weren't for the many formations stored in Zhao space as well as the help of the computers, it wouldn't be easy to break the formation using ordinary methods. According to what Zhao Hai and the others knew, they didn't need to destroy the formation. Any formation could be cracked in 2 ways. One was the more violent way, which was to directly destroy the formation. Naturally, if that was the case, then the formation would become useless. The other way was to find the formation's key and make the key. This way, one can freely enter and exit the formation. Every array had its own key. If someone was controlling the array, then the key of the array would constantly change. For example, the 4 Righteous Gang used the Great Mountain Protection Array. After the Great Mountain Protection Array was activated, the cultivators of the 4 Righteous Gang could use the identity token of the 4 Righteous Gang to enter the 4 Righteous Gang. However, once they discovered that an enemy had the identity token of the 4 Righteous Gang and wanted to enter the 4 Righteous Gang, they would immediately change the operation of the Great Mountain Protection Array. The identity token of the Four Righteous Gang would no longer be able to enter the Four Righteous Gang. The identity token was equivalent to the array key. After 2 days of hard work, Zhao Hai and the others were able to make a formation key for the defensive formation. Zhao Hai wanted to see if he could use the formation key to enter the cave. If he could, then it would mean that there was no one inside the cave. If there was no one controlling the formation, then the formation key would work. If there was someone controlling the formation, then the formation key wouldn't work. Zhao Hai took the formation key and commanded the Hell King's ship to enter the cave. Because the cave wasn't smaller than a planet, the Hell King's ship didn't look big in front of Zhao Hai. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to drive the Hell King's ship into the cave without any problems. Contrary to Zhao Hai's expectations, the Hell King's ship entered the cave residence's defensive formation without encountering any resistance. Before long, Zhao Hai and the others arrived in front of the cave residence's entrance. The cave residence's entrance was very tall. Although the Hell King's ship couldn't enter directly, the entrance was still about 50 meters high and 30 meters wide. In front of the Immortal's cave, Zhao was finally able to confirm 2 things. First, the formation key he made was very useful. Second, there was no one inside the Immortal's cave. If there was someone inside, then that person would definitely control the defensive formation to block them from coming in. Laura and the others were also looking at the cave residents curiously. Then she turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, what do you think is inside?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Let's take a look and see." Then he waved his hand as a silver light flew into the cave residence. Then a projection appeared on the Hell King's ship, showing the situation inside the cave. The Immortal Cave was much bigger than Zhao Hai expected. The space inside the large artifacts was still there. Moreover, these spaces were cleverly linked together, forming large and small spaces. Some of the small spaces could only be used as an ordinary Immortal Cave. Some of the larger spaces were filled with soil. Obviously, they were transformed into medicine fields. Zhao Hai didn't know what to do with the large artifacts. He didn't know what to do with the large artifacts. He didn't know what to do with the large artifacts. The more Zhao Hai and the others looked, the more surprised they were. This huge Immortal Cave was obviously not prepared for a single person, but for a powerful force. This Immortal Cave was designed with a lot of formations. In fact, the best one was the Spirit Gathering Formation. This formation gathered the surrounding spiritual chi into the Immortal Cave, forming an artificial spirit vein inside the Immortal Cave. In addition to the man-made spiritual veins, there were also many medicinal fields, living areas, alchemy areas, refining areas, and even demon-beast breeding areas. These places were divided one by one, and the scale was not small. If used well, the area of this Immortal's Cave would not be much smaller than a planet. It was enough for any big sect to use. However, he didn't know who built this place and then abandoned it, turning it into a big dirt ball. Suddenly, a small cave residence appeared on the projection. The reason for this was because there was someone inside the cave. To be exact, there was a dead person inside the cave. This cave residence wasn't very big. It was remodeled by a large formation. The total area was about 100 square meters. The entire cave residence was divided into 3 sections. After entering the cave residence, there was a living room. The living room wasn't very big, only about 20 square meters. Inside, there was a bedroom. The bedroom wasn't very big, only about 10 square meters. The innermost room wasn't small, it was unexpectedly a quiet room. And on the bed of the bedroom, there was a skeleton lying down. This skeleton was wearing an ancient cultivator's robe. The reason why this robe was very old was because the robes that Zhao Hai and the others were wearing had been improved in recent years. The previous robes were somewhat different from what they were wearing now. Moreover, the robes that they were wearing now didn't have any similarities to the robes that they were wearing now. The skeleton was wearing a cultivator's robe and was lying there as if it was asleep. There was nothing in the room except for a jade slip on the table in the bedroom. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but say, "It seems like the secret should be in that jade slip. Let's go in." Laura and the others nodded, then they flew along with Zhao Hai towards the cave. Before long, the group arrived at the cave and arrived at the skeleton's bed. Looking at the appearance of the skeleton, Zhao's eyes couldn't help but shrink. This was because he knew that this skeleton must have been very powerful when it was alive. Although he didn't know how many years it had been dead, its skeleton was still as white as jade. It looked like it was made of white jade. It was very beautiful. Zhao Hai let out a long breath, then he bowed to the skeleton and said, "I've disturbed Senior's rest. I ask Senior to forgive me. This kid will take the liberty to look at the jade slip that Senior left behind. If Senior has any unfinished wishes, then this kid will certainly find a way to fulfill them." After he said that, Zhao Hai went to the table and took the jade slip. Then he used his spiritual force to probe it. The jade slip didn't have any defenses, so Zhao Hai's spiritual force directly entered the jade slip. Upon entering the jade slip, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because in front of him, a silhouette appeared. However, Zhao Hai quickly reacted. This silhouette should be the cultivator who left a part of his divine sense inside the jade slip. This method was rarely used by cultivators nowadays. Unless the cultivator knew that they were nearing the end of their lifespan, they wouldn't use this method. This was because this method was too dangerous. Divine sense was equivalent to a small part of a cultivator's soul. If a cultivator left his divine sense inside the jade slip, then it was the same as placing a part of his soul inside the jade slip. If the cultivator were to obtain the jade slip, then the cultivator would certainly extract the cultivator's soul and use it to attack the cultivator. Nobody would dare to take such a risk. Zhao Hai looked at the person inside the jade slip. This person was wearing an ancient cultivator's robe. He had long silver hair and looked very refined. His eyes flashed with wisdom. Wait, that's not right. This is just a part of the cultivator's soul. It should be like a program. How could there be wisdom in his eyes? Could it be that he had seen wrongly? At this time, the cultivator opened his mouth. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Someone finally came. If no one came, then I'm afraid this old man's soul would scatter." Zhao Hai looked at the old cultivator with vigilance and said, "I don't know why Senior came here. Is there something you want to tell me?" Zhao Hai's words were probing. In fact, he was already prepared to attack. Although his divine sense was inside the jade slip, he still knew the soul attack method of the scripture of lies. Especially after obtaining the Soul Eater beast, Zhao Hai also knew the soul attack method of the Soul Eater beast. If he finds something wrong with the cultivator's divine sense, then he would immediately attack. Zhao Hai had no choice but to be careful. In the cultivation realm, there was a method called possession. Zhao Hai didn't want to be possessed. That would be too much of a loss. The old man looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly. "Young man, you don't need to worry about it. I don't have the ability to hurt you now. If you appeared a few years later, then my divine sense would have disappeared." Zhao Hai did not let down his guard and continued looking at the old man calmly. When the old man saw Zhao Hai's expression, he did not show any displeasure. Instead, he smiled and said, "Not bad. For you to have such a performance, it means that you are a careful person. And a careful cultivator can live longer. Unfortunately, we did not understand this principle back then." Zhao Hai looked at the old man in puzzlement. He really did not know the old man's identity. However, from the old man's expression, his status back then was probably not low. The old man glanced at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, "Young man, have you heard of the desolate race?" When Zhao Hai heard this, he could not help but be stunned. Following that, he looked at the old man in puzzlement and shook his head. "Never heard of it." The old man sighed and said, "It's normal that you have not heard of it. I have been dead for almost 1,000,000 years and I am the last member of the desolate race. It's normal that no one has taken me in." Zhao Hai was stunned. To be honest, he really did not know what the desolate race was. The history of the Void Realm had existed for many years, but he did not have any information from 1,000,000 years ago. The old man looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, "The desolate race is a native race of the Void Realm. Our desolate race is most famous for refining weapons and taming beasts. Our desolate race members are the best refiners and at the same time, natural beast tamers." Zhao Hai was stunned. If the desolate race was really as strong as the old man said, why had he never heard of the desolate race? This was too strange. The old man looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, "The desolate race is a native race of the Void Realm. I don't know what the outside world calls this place, but our desolate race calls this place the Void Realm. Our desolate race has lived here for generations, but because it is extremely difficult for our desolate race to reproduce, the entire race's population has always been small. At its peak, the population was less than 1 billion. Zhao Hai was stunned. Although 1 billion seemed like a large number, the old man was referring to the entire Void Realm. And there were tens of thousands of habitable planets in the Void Realm. For 1 billion people to live on tens of thousands of planets, the ratio of people's character was indeed a little low. The old man sighed and said, about 2 million years ago, many spatial rifts suddenly appeared in the Void Realm. Some people from other worlds barged into the Void Realm. Our desolate race treated them very well and treated them as friends, allowing them to settle down in the Void Realm. However, we never expected that more and more of them would come. Slowly, their numbers exceeded our desolate race members. Furthermore, the people who came were all very strong experts. This made our desolate race feel uneasy. Upon saying this, the old man sighed again and said, we thought that even if they had a large number of people, the Void Realm was infinitely vast, so we would not have any conflicts. However, we never expected that those people would not tolerate our desolate race members. They kept clashing with our desolate race, and finally, it developed into a large-scale war. Upon saying this, the old man's eyes sparkled as he said, our desolate race's refining techniques are unparalleled in the world. Our desolate race's beast-taming techniques are extremely powerful. Those people thought that our desolate race had few people who could fight, and they thought that they could wipe out our desolate race in one fell swoop. However, they never expected that our desolate race would give them a head-on blow. Both sides ended in a tie, and our desolate race even had the upper hand. Upon saying this, the old man's eyes revealed a look of pride. Clearly, he was very proud of being a member of the desolate race. He could indeed be proud. With the strength of a race, they had fought against so many powerful cultivators, and even gained the upper hand in the end. There was no reason for them not to be proud. After a while, the old man sighed and said, however, as the battle dragged on, their reinforcements increased. Our desolate race slowly fell into a disadvantage. However, our desolate race had also caused them great casualties. They no longer dared to attack our desolate race, so our desolate race retreated to the Beast God Star domain, planning to settle down here. Upon saying this, the old man glanced at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, in order to deal with those outsiders, our desolate race used all the strength of our race. We used all the large artifacts that our desolate race had abandoned to build a fortress ruins. Firstly, it was to defend against the enemy, and secondly, it was to make everyone in the desolate race remember the grudge from that day. When the old man said this, he sighed and said, but we were wrong. We underestimated the ambitions of those people. They would not allow us to slowly develop in the Beast God Star domain. That would make them unable to eat or sleep in peace. For this, they specially created a medicine. This medicine could make all the Fey beasts in the Beast God Star domain lose their minds. They would attack everyone. We were attacked by those crazy Fey beasts. Upon saying this, the elder's eyes revealed a look of horror. Following that, he let out a long sigh and said, we used the fortress ruins to resist, but we were still unable to withstand such an attack. Finally, we had to use the fortress ruins to escape the Beast God Star domain. And at that time, those Fey beasts also regained their senses. They no longer pursued us, but our desolate race's population was left with less than 100,000 people. Finally, without any other choice, I could only use the most ancient teleportation array our race had preserved to send the remaining people away. As for me, I stayed behind. I want to stay in the fortress ruins. This is the blood and sweat of our desolate race. Even if I die, I want to die here. Although the Beast God Star domain appears to be ownerless, it has always been ruled by this Fey king. However, the way Fey beasts rule is different from humans. The Fey king will not make the Fey beasts completely submit to him. From the Fey king's point of view, the Fey beasts can only grow through slaughter. Hence, instead of saying that he is ruling the Beast God Star domain, he is protecting it. And the actions of those outsiders angered the Fey king. The Fey king led the Fey beasts of the Beast God Star domain out of the Beast God Star domain and nearly wiped out all the outsiders in the Void Realm. Those outsiders finally paid the price for their arrogance and greed. However, Zhao Hai looked at the old man in shock. What the old man said had happened 2 million years ago. Zhao Hai really could not imagine what the Void Realm was like 2 million years ago. How glorious that peerless Fey King was. The old man laughed for a while before calming down. He looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, "Young man, you should also be an outsider, right?" Zhao Hai immediately turned alert. The old man's hatred for outsiders was too intense. Now that he knew that Zhao Hai was an outsider, what methods would he use to deal with Zhao Hai? The old man looked at Zhao Hai and sighed. He waved his hand and said, "You don't have to be afraid. Although I have a huge feud with outsiders, that was something that happened 1 million years ago. Besides, I'm already dead. What's left in this jade scroll is just a strand of my consciousness that is about to disappear. After so many years, I have long thought it through. Back then, those people from the desolate race who left, if they were lucky, they would naturally pass on my desolate race lineage. If they were unlucky, they would probably have died long ago. The desolate race lineage would then be severed. The reason why I'm still waiting here is because I can't rest assured about the desolate race lineage's heritage." Upon saying this, the old man looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, "Young man, if you want to talk about it, our desolate race is no different from you. We are all cultivators, but the things our desolate race cultivates are different from yours. Our desolate race also cultivates spiritual energy, but to our desolate race, spiritual energy is only used to refine items and subdue beasts. We do not place much importance on our own strength, and this has also become our greatest weakness. By the time our desolate race wants to change this weakness, it is already too late." Zhao Hai nodded. He knew that what the old man said was right. If a cultivator's own strength wasn't enough, then they could only rely on external forces. This was an obvious weakness for a cultivator. This was a fatal weakness for a cultivator. The old man looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, "Young man, in this void world, there are no longer any desolate race members. However, this old man does not want the desolate race's heritage to end in my hands. Now, this old man is asking you seriously. Are you willing to become a member of the desolate race?" Zhao Hai was stunned. Following that, he looked at the old man in puzzlement and said, "Old mister, why do you say that? You clearly know that I'm not a member of the desolate race. Do you mean that I can become a member of the desolate race just because I'm willing?" The old man nodded and said, "That's right. As long as you are willing, you can become a member of the desolate race." Do you know why this old man's consciousness can exist in this jade scroll for 1 million years? It is because this old man used a desolate race mystic technique to create a drop of the desolate race's heritage blood. If you agree to this old man's request, then you can absorb that drop of heritage blood. You will be considered a member of the desolate race. I can tell you that in that drop of heritage blood, there are all of our desolate race's refining methods, all of our beast subduing methods, and even the method to control the stronghold ruins. If you do not obtain the heritage blood and control the stronghold ruins will explode. Not only will the entire stronghold be destroyed, you will also lose your life. Zhao Hai really did not expect this. He looked at the old man in puzzlement and said, "Old mister, are there any conditions for me to become a member of the desolate race? For example, you want me to kill all those outsiders? If there are such conditions, then please forgive me for not being able to do it. Now, the void world has long been occupied by people from various planes. Even if I obtain the desolate race's heritage, it is impossible for me to kill them all." The old man shook his head and said, "No, there are no such conditions. This old man also knows that you cannot do it. As long as you agree to this old man, after you absorb the desolate race's heritage blood, your future child will also be a member of the desolate race. You just need to let your child remember that you are a member of the desolate race. I want you to pass down the desolate race's teachings, letting the people of this world know that there is still a desolate race." Cultivators placed great importance on passing down their legacies. If a cultivator could not go too far, they would definitely think of ways to pass down their Tao teachings. Regardless of whether their Tao teachings were high or low, they would think of a way to pass it down. It was because of this reason that Zhao Hai was not too surprised when he heard the old man's words. He only glanced at the old man and said in a deep voice, "Other than this, old mister doesn't have any other requests?" The old man shook his head and said with a sigh, "There's nothing else. Just as you said, those outsiders have already occupied the void realm. It's impossible for you to deal with them now. Besides, to be honest with you, the fortress ruins is the blood and sweat of our desolate race. It would be a pity to give it up. As long as you can pass down our desolate race's Tao teachings, the fortress ruins will naturally have an owner. Our desolate race's blood and sweat will not be in vain." Zhao Hai looked at the old man and said, "If what old Mr. said is true, then there's nothing wrong with passing down the desolate race's Tao teachings. But before that, I would like to ask old Mr. to take a look at something for me." After saying that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and a projection appeared in front of him. This projection was the star map that Zhao Hai had obtained. Zhao Hai said to the old man, "Old Mr., do you recognize the star map?" When the old man saw Zhao Hai's actions, his expression changed. After all, he and Zhao Hai were both in a state of spiritual perception. Furthermore, they were both in the Jade Scroll. Under such circumstances, ordinary people would not be able to use any spells in the Jade Scroll. However, Zhao Hai was able to release the star map from the Jade Scroll. It was just too strange. However, the old man did not have any ill intentions towards Zhao Hai. Therefore, his expression only changed for a moment before he focused his attention on the star map. He looked at the star map and glanced at it. Later on, the Demon King was enraged and our desolate race was exterminated. The Demon King ordered all the demon beasts to kill any cultivator who enters the Beast God Star field. Therefore, that place has become a forbidden area in the Void Realm. No one dares to take a step there anymore. I don't know what the outside world is like now, but I know that you don't know about the Beast God Star field. I'm afraid that the people outside have forgotten about the Beast God Star field and have even forgotten about the Beast God Star field. However, no matter how the outside world changes, you must not enter the Beast God Star field because the demon beasts have a longer lifespan than cultivators. I'm afraid that the inheritance of the demon beasts has never been broken. If you enter the Beast God Star field, you will definitely be hunted down by the demon beasts. Even if you have the ability to reach the heavens, I'm afraid that you won't be able to escape death." When Zhao Hai heard the old man's words, he was stunned. Then he looked at the old man in puzzlement and said, "Is what old Mr. said true? Is the Beast God Star domain really that terrifying?" The old man nodded and sighed, "It's extremely terrifying. The Beast God Star domain has always been the territory of the Beast God Star domain. They won't easily come out of the Beast God Star domain, but they also won't allow anyone to enter the Beast God Star domain. Furthermore, the strength of the Beast God Star domain is extremely powerful. If you really force them into a corner, even a void-piercing realm expert wouldn't have a good time against them." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "So that's how it is. Then I'll have to thank old Mr. Old Mr., as long as you swear that what you said is true, then I'll accept the inheritance of the Beast God Star domain." When the old man heard Zhao Hai say that, he was stunned. Following that, he looked at Zhao Hai and said with a faint smile, "You sure are a careful person. Alright, this old man swears that if what I said is false, then my Beast God Star domain's inheritance will be severed forever." Zhao Hai looked at the old man. He did not sense any hostility from the old man, so he said, "Alright, old Mr. I'll accept the inheritance of the Beast God Star domain. I also swear that as long as I accept the inheritance of the Beast God Star domain, I will be a member of the Beast God Star domain. As long as I, Zhao Hai, am alive, my family clan and I will be a member of the Beast God Star domain." When the old man heard Zhao Hai say that, he could not help but tear up. He said in a deep voice, "Good, good, good. The Beast God Star domain's orthodoxy has finally not been severed in my hands. This old man has not let down the ancestors of the Beast God Star domain. First of all, after you leave the Jade Scroll, come to my corpse's side. Beside my corpse, there is a red bead. That bead contains the inheritance blood. As long as you absorb the inheritance blood, you will be a member of the Beast God Star domain." Zhao Hai glanced at the old man and said in a deep voice, "Old Mr., do you trust me that much?" The old man glanced at Zhao Hai and a trace of sadness appeared on his face. He said in a deep voice, "It's not that I trust you, but I have no other choice. My consciousness is about to disappear. If I did not use the mystic techniques of the Beast God Star domain, I would not be able to speak to you like this. And to tell you the truth, as long as it's an oath made by a member of the Beast God Star domain, it will be very effective. If someone makes an oath to a member of the Beast God Star domain, it will be even more effective. Hence, I'm not afraid that you will lie to me. If you lie to me, you will definitely not end well. Back then, those outsiders swore that they would invade our Beast God Star domain, and that they would be eternally grateful to us. If they could not do it, then they would all die. In the end, they attacked us. Although the outside world is still occupied by outsiders, those people who swore back then have all been slaughtered by the fake king. When Zhao Hai heard the old man's words, his scalp turned numb. He really did not expect that the Beast God Star domain's oath could not be made randomly. The old man glanced at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, "You can go. My mission has been completed. As long as you inherit the heritage blood, I will immediately inform you. If you lied to me, then my consciousness will not let you go." Although Zhao Hai did not know if the old man's words were true or if he was just threatening him, he did not care. After all, he had never thought of lying to the old man. To him, what was so great about obtaining the Beast God Star domain's inheritance? Was the Beast God Star domain that important? Zhao Hai's consciousness left the jade slip and returned to his body. He found Laura and the others looking at him worriedly. Zhao Hai looked at them and could not help but smile. "What's wrong? How long have I been looking at this jade slip?" Laura said in a deep voice, "It's been a few hours." "Brother Hai, what happened? Is there a lot of content in the jade slip?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "There aren't any words in the jade slip, it's just a trace of consciousness. I was talking to that trace of consciousness." Then he walked to the side of the bed and looked at the skeleton. He couldn't help but sigh. Then he looked at the side of the skeleton. Sure enough, there was a red ball next to the skeleton. The ball was about the size of a ping-pong ball. It was transparent on the outside and seemed to be filled with a red liquid. Zhao Hai knew that this was the heritage blood that the old man mentioned. He picked up the ball and looked at it. Then he crushed the ball with his hand and absorbed the red liquid into his body. When the red blood entered his body, Zhao Hai immediately felt a subtle change in his blood. At the same time, a large amount of information rushed into his mind. Zhao Hai sat cross-legged and quietly digested the information. As for the blood that entered his body, it was quickly assimilated by the immortal blood in his body. Although the desolate race's blood heritage was very powerful, it was still far inferior to the immortal blood. Therefore, it was quickly assimilated by the immortal blood. However, Zhao Hai's blood was also stained with the desolate race's blood, making it somewhat different from before. As for Zhao Hai, he slowly digested the information in his mind. The desolate race's heritage blood was indeed very strange. That drop of blood had a lot of things that were passed down. And when these things rushed into Zhao Hai's mind, Zhao Hai thought that he would feel extremely uncomfortable. However, he never expected that he did not feel anything at all. It was as if he had always remembered these things in his mind. This made Zhao Hai feel extremely strange. And the things passed down by the desolate race were not only the refining techniques and beast-taming techniques. Even the desolate race's cultivation techniques, history, and fighting techniques were passed down. It could be said that Zhao Hai was now considered a member of the desolate race. However, Zhao Hai did not immediately open his eyes. He was thinking of a way to turn the cultivation techniques passed down by the desolate race into a Dao core. Zhao Hai took note of the cultivation techniques passed down by the desolate race. The cultivation technique was neutral and peaceful, but it was different from typical cultivation techniques. The transformation ability of the cultivation technique was extremely powerful. And no matter what attribute a person was, they could cultivate it. Most importantly, the cultivation technique was very helpful for refining artifacts and beast taming. It was no wonder that the desolate race were best at refining artifacts and beast taming. To be honest, Zhao Hai had never seen such a cultivation technique before. Not to mention seeing it, he had never even heard of it. Even the cultivation technique that grew from his 100 spirits tree was not similar to this cultivation technique. Zhao Hai could not help but feel the wonders of creation. And by following this cultivation technique, he circulated the spiritual energy in his body once. The stellar transformations yin-yang art in his body began to move on its own. It immediately swallowed the desolate race's cultivation technique, turning it into a part of him. This was not the first time such a thing had happened, so Zhao Hai was very calm. He had long discovered that the stellar transformation's yin-yang art could absorb things to evolve. This was a good thing for him. As for the desolate race's cultivation technique, Zhao Hai planned to teach it to the gnomes. The gnomes were a race that loved to invent things, so the cultivation technique was most suitable for them. Very quickly, Zhao Hai condensed the desolate race's cultivation technique into a Dao core. However, the cultivation technique he used to condense the Dao core was not the desolate race's spiritual energy cultivation technique, but a beast-taming technique. The desolate race's beast-taming technique had its own uniqueness, so Zhao Hai used this method to condense a Dao core. After doing this, Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he saw Laura and the others looking at him with worried expressions. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, don't worry. I'm fine." Zhao Hai picked up the jade scroll on the table and probed it with his spiritual energy. He discovered that the elder was still there. When the elder sensed Zhao Hai, he carefully sized up Zhao Hai. After a while, he said, "Good, that's great. My desolate race's heritage has not been broken. Young man, my mission has been completed and I will disappear soon. Before I disappear, I would like to do one last favor for you. If the desolate race were to return to the void realm in the future, I hope that you can take care of them." Zhao Hai looked at the elder and could not help but sigh. He had just obtained all the desolate race's cultivation techniques, so he knew very well that the reason why the elder's spiritual energy could exist until now was not because he had used the desolate race's mystic technique. Even if he had used the desolate race's mystic technique, he would not have been able to exist until now. The reason why he still existed was because of his obsession. He had an obsession with the desolate race's heritage. Now that this obsession had been completed, he no longer had any regrets, so he would naturally disappear. Zhao Hai looked at the elder and nodded, saying, "Mister, please rest assured. If the desolate race were to return to the void realm in the future, I will definitely help if I can." The elder nodded and looked deeply at Zhao Hai. Following that, he cupped his fists at Zhao Hai before slowly disappearing. The moment the elder disappeared, Zhao Hai discovered that words had appeared in the jade scroll. These words described in great detail the way to control the stronghold ruins. This was really out of Zhao Hai's expectations. He carefully looked at the way to control the stronghold ruins and compared it with the way to control the stronghold ruins in his mind. Indeed, he discovered some differences. If he were to use the control method in the Jade Scroll to control the stronghold ruins, then the stronghold ruins would probably be finished. From the looks of it, this was a method used by the desolate race. If the elder's spiritual energy disappeared before the person arrived, then the elder would rather destroy the stronghold ruins than leave it to someone who was not from the desolate race. Zhao Hai's spiritual energy came out of the Jade Scroll. Then he looked at the Jade Scroll and destroyed it. Then he turned his head towards the bed and discovered that the skeleton on the bed had disappeared and turned into a pile of powder. Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he waved his hand and collected the pile of powder. Then he scattered it outside the stronghold ruins. The elder had been guarding the stronghold his entire life. Now that he was free, it was time for him to take a look at the void realm. After doing all of this, Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others went to the living room and sat down. After the group sat down, Zhao Hai told Laura and the others about his encounter with the desolate race elder. Only then did Laura and the others understand why Zhao Hai did what he did. After Zhao Hai finished speaking, Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, alright, let's take control of the stronghold first. Then we'll inform Tiger's Might and the others to come here. In the future, our Righteous Four gang will settle down in the stronghold. The stronghold's area is very big. Our Righteous Four gang wouldn't be able to stand out here." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, I'm also preparing to go to the Beast Godstar field. It's too dangerous there. If the beasts there are stronger than void-piercing experts, then going there would only be courting death. I think we should just stay here." Laura smiled and said, "Of course we can. Before, we just wanted a habitable planet. But now, this stronghold is much better than a habitable planet. Although there's nothing here right now, I can see that there's a formation that can produce light and water. As long as we modify it, it would become a very suitable place for people to live. Brother Hai, have you thought about it? The stronghold can be moved, and it can also be used for battle. Isn't this the same as having a combat planet? What's better than getting a combat planet? Zhao Hai nodded. Then his eyes shone as he turned to Laura and said, Laura, if we move a branch of the 100 Spirits tree here, would it be able to survive? If it can survive, then that would be great. Laura thought for a moment, then she nodded and said, we can try this. Let's cut off a branch of the 100 Spirits tree and cultivate it inside the space. If it survives, then we can transplant the tree to the fort. What do you think? Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, let's do that. Let's go, we'll activate the stronghold first. Then we'll repair it. The stronghold hasn't been touched for many years, it needs to be repaired. Laura and the others nodded, then they followed Zhao Hai out of the room. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived at the stronghold's main control room. The main control room of the stronghold wasn't small. Moreover, it was located in the innermost part of the stronghold. There were a lot of formations inside, these formations were used to control the stronghold. However, the main control room couldn't be controlled by a single person. If a person wanted to control the stronghold, then they could only activate the shields and fly. Using the stronghold to fight was impossible. Zhao Hai came to the main control room this time to see if the stronghold was damaged so that he could repair it. As for controlling the stronghold, he didn't want to do that right now. He wanted to make some changes to the stronghold and use the computers inside. This would make the operation of the stronghold much easier. Even normal battles could be done by the computers inside the stronghold. After inspecting the main control room, Zhao Hai discovered that there weren't many damaged areas inside the stronghold. There were no meteorites or other things that could corrode the stronghold. Therefore, the stronghold's damage was limited. Zhao Hai began to repair the stronghold. While repairing the stronghold, he was also trying to understand the stronghold. The stronghold's construction was very exquisite, but it was also the result of the desolate race's painstaking efforts over the years. It was very complex. If Zhao Hai wanted to use the stronghold properly, then he would need to combine all the information he had about the stronghold with the actual operation. Only in this way would he be able to fully understand the stronghold. Zhao Hai only took 10 days to repair the stronghold. In these 10 days, Zhao Hai had almost checked the entire stronghold. He had checked every spot, so he had a better understanding of the stronghold. To be honest, after fully understanding the stronghold, Zhao Hai was more and more impressed with the desolate race. This stronghold used nearly 10,000 abandoned large artifacts. And these large artifacts were damaged and could no longer be used when the desolate race battled the cultivators that entered the Void Realm. It showed how tragic the battle was. The desolate race had a population of nearly 1 billion, but there were less than 100,000 of them left. It was equivalent to having their entire race wiped out. It really made one sigh. After Zhao Hai finished repairing the stronghold, he began to make some modifications to the stronghold. When Zhao Hai began repairing the stronghold, he had already begun carrying out his previous plan. He cut off a branch from the spatial 100 Spirits tree and planted it in the spatial realm. Needless to say, it really grew. After taking care of it, Zhao Hai immediately moved the new 100 Spirits tree sapling to the accelerated time zone. Sure enough, the 100 Spirits tree's growth was a lot faster. Besides the 100 Spirits tree, Zhao Hai also planned to plant other herbs in the spatial realm. In the end, he also planned to leave a separate part of the space. Then he took out the golden mud that he had been cultivating and placed it in the spatial realm. Then he planted more herbs in the spatial realm, completely remodeling the stronghold. The remodeling of the stronghold took another month. During this time, Zhao Hai didn't have any contact with the outside world. He was busy with the matters of the stronghold. However, there weren't many people who contacted him. Besides Tiger's Might, who sent him a few letters asking if he was safe, Elder Tang also asked him about it. After knowing that Zhao Hai was safe, he didn't ask any more. After Zhao Hai finished remodeling the stronghold, he went to the transmission formation and returned to the Four Righteous Gang. This time, he was the only one who returned to the Four Righteous Gang. Laura and the others were still in the stronghold. Laura and the others were carrying out the final remodeling of the stronghold. This was also the most important remodeling of the stronghold. The control room was remodeled by computers. Unless there was a fierce battle, there would be no need for people to command the operation. This work wasn't easy, but fortunately, there was the processing machine. Moreover, Zhao Hai and the others were very familiar with the integration of science and formations. Because of this, the remodeling went very smoothly. When Zhao Hai returned to the Four Righteous Gang, Tiger's Might and the others immediately knew about it. The group immediately gathered in Zhao Hai's room. When Zhao Hai saw the worried expressions on their faces, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "However, it seems like everyone has been doing well. How is it? Is there any news from the Void Realm?" White Tiger's Might looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled bitterly and said, "Big brother, are you all right? Did you encounter any danger in the starfield?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I didn't go to the starfield at all. How could I encounter any danger? Hee, I just went somewhere else. And since I've been busy, I didn't come back. Tell me more about the starfield." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, White Tiger's Might and the others couldn't help but stare. Then everyone relaxed. White Tiger's Might said, "So Big Brother didn't go to the starfield? It's good that you didn't go. You don't know, but I heard that a lot of people from the great clans who went to the starfield have lost contact with their families. I'm afraid that they have met with misfortune. Big brother, don't be anxious to find a new base. Our Four Righteous Gang doesn't have a lot of people right now, so it's not too late to find one. You must be safe. If something happens to you, then the Four Righteous Gang would be finished." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "All right, you can rest assured. I'll be fine." What do the realms think about the starfield? Are the great clans still unwilling to give up? White Tiger's Might sneered and said, "How can they give up? They've already sent a lot of people and lost contact with them. Moreover, the starfield has yet to be explored. It would be strange if they gave up." "Right, Big Brother, why didn't you go there? Have you been there these past few days? Why didn't you come back?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I had a fortuitous encounter these past few days. I've already found our new headquarters. Moreover, there's a reason why I didn't go to the starfield. If the great clans still want to go there, then I'm afraid they won't have a good time." When Bai Huwei and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare at Zhao Hai. Upon seeing their expressions, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "All right, look at how anxious you are. You should know that the star map that I sold was the original one. The star maps that were sold by the great clans were later replicas. On my star map, I found a route that was drawn with an invisibility potion, as well as some stars that weren't on the original map. The original map didn't have any planets that were suitable for human habitation, but the invisibility potion had some planets that were suitable for human habitation. Naturally, I wouldn't follow the route of the great clans, so I decided to act alone." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, you should know that the star map that I sold was the original one." Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, White Tiger's Might and the others were suddenly enlightened. White Tiger's Might looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Then Big Brother, did you find a planet suitable for human habitation?" Zhao Hai shook his head with a wry smile. Following that, he told White Tiger's Might and the others about how he discovered the fortress ruins, learned about the existence of the Desolate Race, and learned about the Beast God Starfield from the Desolate Race. White Tiger's Might and the others listened to Zhao Hai in a daze. They really didn't expect Zhao Hai's recent experiences to be so bizarre. Fortunately, Zhao Hai didn't mention Nameless, otherwise, White Tiger's Might and the others would have been even more surprised. After Zhao Hai finished speaking, he let out a long breath and said, "Just like that, I got the fortress ruins. This fortress isn't any smaller than a planet. In the past few days, I've been remodeling the fortress. Now that it's habitable, I came back. Go and inform everyone that we'll be moving to the fortress. Your sister-in-law will be there to make arrangements. You can just take your people there. I'll go and see Elder Tang and tell him about this matter." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "All right, then I'll go and see Elder Tang." When White Tiger's Might heard Zhao Hai's words, he quickly said, "All right, Big Brother, don't worry. I'll make the arrangements." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Fan Minghui and the others and said, "Although we're moving to the new fortress, We can't just abandon this place. Leave some people here and keep an eye on it. In the future, this place will be a branch of the Four Righteous Gang. Minghui, I'll leave this matter to you. I don't want you to stay here, but I want you to leave enough people and enough empty rooms. The matter of the fortress ruins must be kept a secret for now. The new people sent by each branch must stay here for a period of time and be observed for a while. Once they're sure that there's no problem, they'll be sent to the fortress. Fan Minghui nodded, his eyes flashed. Although he hadn't seen the fortress ruins, he knew that Zhao Hai wasn't a liar. Now that Zhao Hai said that the fortress ruins were better than a planet, then it must be true. If that's the case, then the Four Righteous Gang would have a chance to prosper. As long as the Four Righteous Gang becomes a major force in the void, then the Fan family's status would naturally rise. In the future, it wouldn't be impossible for the Fan family to regain its former glory. After Zhao Hai explained this matter, he asked about the situation of each branch. After knowing that they were doing well, Zhao Hai felt relieved. Then he took the transmission formation and went to Heavenly Planet. Elder Tang was currently sitting in his room, his brows wrinkled. There was only one thing that bothered him, and that was the fact that Zhao Hai wasn't there. Ever since Zhao Hai obtained the star map and said that he wanted to go to the newly discovered star field, he seemed to have disappeared. Although the last time Elder Tang sent a letter to Zhao Hai said that he was safe, he still hasn't seen or heard any news about him for a long time. This made Elder Tang feel uneasy. What made Elder Tang the most uneasy was the news that came from the great clans. Almost all of the great clans had sent people to the new star field. Moreover, all of them were elites, and all of them were equipped with large artifacts. If the great clans were interested in a star field, they would do this. Moreover, the adventurers who went to the star field would have a rule with their clans. Unless they encountered an accident, they would have to contact their clans once in a while. As for how long they would contact their clans, that was up to the great clans themselves. Elder Tang knew that a lot of the people from the great clans who went to the star field had already lost contact with their families. Whether these people were alive or dead, he didn't know. However, from the last few messages that they sent back, it seems like their situation wasn't very good. At this time, the great clans that were able to contact the star field were also burning with anxiety. This was because the people that they sent out to explore the star field had been asking for help. At the same time, the great clans were also preparing to send a second batch of people to the star field. Naturally, this wasn't something that Elder Tang cared about. If the people from the great clans died, then they died. It had nothing to do with him. What he cared about was Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai entered the star field with the great clans. If something happened to Zhao Hai, then it would be troublesome. Just as Elder Tang was thinking about this, footsteps were suddenly heard outside the door. Elder Tang stared for a moment before he became happy. He waved his hand as the door to the villa automatically opened. Then Zhao Hai walked in. When Elder Tang saw Zhao Hai, he laughed and said, "Little Hai, you still remember to come back. Come in and have a drink with me." Zhao Hai nodded and entered the villa. When he reached the living room, he bowed to Elder Tang and said, "Greetings, Elder Tang. Thank you for your concern. It's Zhao Hai's fault." Elder Tang waved his hand and said, "All right, come and sit down." Zhao Hai nodded and walked to the rattan chair to sit down. Elder Tang looked at Zhao Hai and smiled, "When did you come back?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I just came back. First, I went to the Four Righteous Gang to take a look. Then I came here to tell you that I'm safe." Elder Tang nodded and said, "How about it? Was the new star field really that dangerous? I've heard that many of those big clans have sent letters asking for help back home." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I don't know about that. I didn't go to the new star field at all." Hee hee. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Elder Tang stared. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Didn't you get the star map and go with those people to the new star field? Why did you say that you didn't go?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I really didn't go. You should know that what I got was the original star map. Later on, I found another route on the star map, so I took that route. Then I encountered something special on that route. I stayed on that thing for the past few days, so I didn't go to the star field." Elder Tang let out a long breath and said, "Fortunately, you didn't go. I've heard that the star field is very dangerous. Many of the big clans that went to explore the star field have already lost contact with them. I'm afraid that they have met with misfortune. There are also a lot of people who haven't lost contact with them, but they've sent letters asking for help. Those big clans are now preparing a second batch of people to go to the star field. But I think that even if they arrive, they would already be dead. When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but knit his brows and said, Elder Tang, I came here today for this matter. Although I didn't go there, I know the situation of the star field. The star field is called the Beast God Star Field. It's a forbidden area for cultivators. As long as a cultivator enters the star field, they would be attacked by countless beasts. And among those beasts, there are some that even void-piercing realm experts wouldn't be able to deal with. When Elder Tang heard Zhao Hai, he stared. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, You said that the star field is called the Beast God Star Field? Where did you hear this name from? Zhao Hai looked at Elder Tang and smiled bitterly. He said, in a deep voice, Elder Tang, have you heard of the Desolate Race? Elder Tang was taken aback. Then he thought carefully and shook his head. No, the Desolate Race? What kind of race is that? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, Elder Tang, I would like to ask. I wonder how the historical materials that we have collected here at the Life and Death Arena compare to those big clans? What's the oldest year of the historical materials that we have collected? How many years is it from now? Elder Tang was taken aback. Then, he looked at Zhao Hai in puzzlement. He did not know why Zhao Hai suddenly asked this. However, he still thought about it and said, the historical books that we have collected about the Void Realm shouldn't be many. The oldest one seems to be between 500,000 to 700,000 years ago. There's nothing before that. I heard that during that period of time, the Void Realm encountered a great disaster, so there was a gap in history. Zhao Hai nodded and then sighed. This time, I found a fortress on another sea route. This fortress is called the Fortress Ruins and was built by the Desolate Race. I heard that the Desolate Race used to be a native race of the Void Realm. Later on, people from various planes came to the Void Realm and clashed with the Desolate Race. After a great battle, the Desolate Race fled to the Beast God region. Unexpectedly, they were attacked by Fey beasts when they arrived there. The entire Desolate Race was wiped out, leaving only the fortress ruins. Later on, the Beast God region's Fey beasts seemed to be infuriated by someone. They rushed out of the Beast God region and slaughtered almost all the races in the Void Realm. At the same time, they designated the Beast God region as a forbidden area. Any cultivator who entered would be pursued endlessly by the Fey beasts. I heard that some of the Fey beasts in the Beast God region were even stronger than void-piercing realm experts. When Elder Tang heard Zhao Hai's words, he could not help but be taken aback. Then, he looked at Zhao Hai in puzzlement and said, There's such a thing? Is this true? Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, I'm afraid it's true. The Beast God region's Fey beasts are very strange. They won't easily come out of the Beast God region, but if someone goes in and disturbs them, they won't let those people go. I'm afraid that only a few of the people sent by the great clans will return. If the great clans send people in, I'm afraid that they won't have any good results. Elder Tang, I think that it's best to inform the great clans about this matter. If they don't let them go in, then they shouldn't let them go. If their losses are too great, then when people from other planes rush into the Void Realm, how can the great clans resist them? Elder Tang was stunned for a moment, then his expression changed. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, what do you mean by that? Could it be that the people from other planes are going to make a move? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I don't know, but we have to make preparations. Although we have been fighting with the great clans over the years, we've always maintained a tacit understanding. But if the great clans suffer heavy losses because of the Beast God Star Field, then would the people from other planes let go of this opportunity? I don't think so. If the Void Realm is really controlled by the other planes, then what should we do about the Life and Death Arena? Should we cooperate with the other planes or support the great clans? Even if we support the great clans, can we resist the attacks of the other planes? Even if we want to cooperate with the other planes, will they be willing? Elder Tang's face was gloomy as he listened to Zhao Hai's words. He didn't say anything until Zhao Hai finished speaking. After some time, he said, You're right. I'll inform the great clans about this matter, but I don't know if they will agree. If they agree, then it's fine. But if they don't, then it won't be easy to handle. After all, we didn't have a good relationship before, so I don't know what they will think. Zhao Hai said, let's leave it to fate. If the great clans don't listen, then we can't do anything about it. But at this time, we must control the life and death arena well. Regardless of whether the great clans suffer losses or not, the life and death arena won't. When the time comes, even if the people from other planes come to the Void Realm, as long as we have the strength, we don't need to be afraid of them. Elder Tang nodded and said in a deep voice, where's the ruined stronghold that you mentioned? I want to take a look. Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, I've already prepared to move the 4 righteous Gangschong Hall there. I've been renovating it for a while. Elder Tang, please come with me. We'll go to the teleportation plaza. Elder Tang nodded, then he stood up and followed Zhao Hai outside. Not long after the two left Elder Tang's villa, they saw the 6 great elders coming over. As soon as they saw the two, they immediately cleaned up. Zhao Hai also saluted them. After the few of them exchanged greetings, Elder Zhao looked at the two of them in confusion and asked, where are you guys going? Zhao Hai briefly explained the situation, then he said, Elder Tang wants to go to the ruined fortress to take a look, so I'll be taking him there. When the 6 elders heard Zhao Hai, they also wanted to accompany him. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't oppose them. When the group arrived at the transmission formation, the cultivators there were startled. They didn't think that Elder Tang of the 6 elders would move together. This movement was too big. Zhao Hai didn't think that the 6 elders would move together. Under the trembling eyes of the cultivator who was looking at the transmission formation, the group of 8 sat on the transmission formation. After Zhao Hai personally set up the transmission formation, a white light flashed as the group disappeared from the transmission formation. In the next moment, they appeared in a transmission square. When the group arrived, Julie immediately greeted them and gave them a salute. Then she turned to Zhao Hai and said, Big Brother Hai, Tiger and the others haven't arrived yet. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Tiger and the others haven't arrived yet. Zhao Hai nodded and said, they'll take some time to prepare. You can wait here. Right, have someone drive the carriage over. I'll take Elder Tang and the others to see the fortress. Julie nodded and then turned around to prepare. Elder Tang and company were sitting in a sightseeing vehicle, but their eyes were motionless as they looked at the fortress ruins. If one were to look at the fortress ruins from the outside, the impact it gave was just too great. Elder Tang and company had never seen a place like this before. They never expected that such a place would exist. It was actually a fortress made from abandoned large artifacts. It was too wasteful. Zhao Hai was sitting in the sightseeing vehicle. This sightseeing vehicle was like a car. It had 4 wheels at the bottom and a canopy at the top. However, the surroundings were empty. There was nothing around it. However, there were 2 wings on both sides of the vehicle. Flames were spewing out from the back of the vehicle as it constantly flew in the air. Zhao Hai glanced at Elder Tang and the others and said in a deep voice, this is a stronghold made by the desolate race. Originally, they wanted to use this stronghold to deal with the various races that entered the Void Realm, but they never expected that they would run into the beast god space. In the end, all of them were trapped inside. Only the patriarch managed to escape with one of his clansmen. Those clansmen used their last bit of strength to send those clansmen to an unknown space. Finally, he died of old age here. When I first saw this place, it was covered in dust and looked like a huge dirt ball. I cleaned up the dust and cracked the array formation before entering the stronghold. Inside, I found the corpse of the desolate race patriarch, as well as the jade slip he left behind. Elder Tang and the others recovered from Zhao Hai's words. After Zhao Hai finished speaking, Elder Tang opened his mouth and said, Kid, your luck is really good. You actually managed to encounter such a thing. The inside of the fort has also been remodeled by you. It seems like you really made the right choice in choosing this place. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Zhao Hai smiled and said, yes, I made the right choice. I also think this place is pretty good. As long as this fortress is controlled well, it can be used for battle. Furthermore, the place is big enough and it can fly. There's nothing better than using it as a headquarters. Elder Tang nodded and glanced at the fortress. He sighed and said, "All right, let's go back." Zhao Hai responded and directed the sightseeing vehicle back into the fortress. After entering his room, everyone sat down. After they sat down, Elder Tang looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, did you get the information from here? How many years has it been since that information was obtained?" Zhao Hai said with a wry smile, "When I learned the information, I nearly died here. That desolate race clansman actually left a trace of his divine sense in a jade slip. Then, he planned on leaving me behind. Thankfully, I was prepared and managed to escape. Finally, I refined his divine sense and learned of this matter. From the Patriarch's divine sense, I know that this piece of history happened between 1.5 and 2 million years ago." Elder Tang nodded and said, "From the looks of it, this information is true. We can't wait any longer. The second batch of people from the various large family clans will be heading to the Beast God Star domain. If they really go, the consequences will be unimaginable." Zhao Hai nodded and said in a deep voice, "From the information obtained from the desolate race's patriarch, the Beast God Star domain is ruled by a Fey King. And that Fey King's strength far surpasses that of a typical void-piercing realm expert. After so many years, even if that Fey King is dead, the Beast God realm hasn't encountered any great calamity. It's really hard to tell how much they have developed." Elder Tang sighed and said, "In the Void realm, there will be a huge change every 100 years. Every time there is a huge change, there will be a gap in the history here. If there isn't a gap in history, then we wouldn't need to go through so much trouble to know about this matter." Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "Elder Tang, the most important thing now is to make the various large family clans believe in this matter. Why don't you communicate with them and see if the various large family clans have left behind a longer history that has recorded this matter? If there is really a record, then there is nothing left. If there is no record, then we have to think of a way to make them believe in the information I obtained." Elder Tang nodded and said in a deep voice, "All right, I'll go back now. This time, I'll personally meet with the various large family clans. If they really don't listen to my advice, then there's nothing I can do. Old Zhao, after the few of you return, immediately make arrangements. Our life and death arena must not be involved in this matter. Furthermore, get everyone in the life and death arena to be prepared to prevent any changes." Elder Zhao and the others nodded and responded. Although this matter didn't seem very serious now, if it was really as Zhao Hai said, then it would be very troublesome. This might be a huge matter that could cause a change in the Void realm. Elder Tang looked at Elder Zhao and turned to Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, "Bu Hai, now, hand over the matters here. Then, return to the heavenly planet with Elder Zhao and the others and take over the life and death arena. Old Zhao, when you return, tell Little Hai about our assets. Don't hide it." Zhao Hai and the 6 elders were stunned. Several of them looked at Elder Tang in confusion. They didn't know why Elder Tang suddenly made such a decision. Elder Tang looked at everyone and said, "Our life and death arena has just had a conflict with the various large families. The people of the large families can't wait to take my life. Now, those fellows are thinking of saving people, but we have to stop them. If those fellows make a move on me and something happens to me, then wouldn't the life and death arena be without a leader? At that time, the life and death arena would be in danger. Therefore, Little Hai, from now on, you will officially come into contact with the life and death arena. As for how to deal with the life and death arena, you have to discuss it with the elders." Zhao Hai looked at Elder Tang, then he smiled bitterly as he nodded and said, "All right, I've already arranged everything here. Let's go now. Elder Tang, when you go to the major forces, you must bring more people with you. Even if I take over the life and death arena, it's still just the beginning. I can't do it without you." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and nodded. Elder Tang nodded, then he said, "Rest assured, this old man won't die so easily. There are a lot of people in this world who want to take this old man's life. This old man is still alive. Let's go." Zhao Hai didn't dare to delay. He nodded and then led Elder Tang and the others to the transmission formation. After giving some instructions to Julie, they left through the transmission formation. After arriving at Heaven Planet, Elder Tang immediately ordered some people to leave. On the other hand, Zhao Hai and the 6 Supreme Elders went to an independent villa on Heaven Planet. This villa was slightly bigger than Elder Tang's villa. There were also a lot of people inside. It seems like these people were working here. Zhao Hai and the other elders were also present. Upon seeing the 6 elders, these people immediately gave them a salute. The 6 elders waved their hands and said, "After an hour, we'll have a meeting in the conference room. Inform all the people in charge of the life and death arena that they must be present. If they don't come, then they won't be able to come in the future." As soon as these people heard this, they knew that the matter was very serious. They immediately complied and went to prepare. On the other hand, Elder Zhao and the others led Zhao Hai to a conference room. After the group sat down, Elder Zhao and the others took out several jade slips and handed them over to Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai received the jade slips, Elder Zhao opened his mouth and said, "These jade slips contain information about the life and death arena. It includes supplies, people, as well as some hidden armies. Everything is here. Take a look at it." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he used his spiritual force to explore the jade slips. A large amount of information entered his mind. After Zhao Hai looked at the jade slips, he closed his eyes and sat there. At the same time, he was having a meeting with Laura and the others. They were discussing how to deal with the situation in the life and death arena. Elder Zhao and the others saw Zhao Hai looking at the jade slips. They couldn't help but have an undying expression on their faces. However, they didn't say anything. They also wanted to see how Zhao Hai would deal with the situation. After some time, Zhao Hai opened his eyes. Then he took out a blank jade slip and began to input its contents. The 6 elders were puzzled, they didn't know what Zhao Hai was doing. Before long, Zhao Hai put down the jade slip and handed it over to Elder Zhao. "Elder Zhao, please take a look at this plan that I wrote. If there's anything wrong with it, please point it out immediately so that we can revise it. Once I'm done revising it, we can give the plan to the others and have them follow it. We'll be responsible for supervising them. This will save us a lot of time, we don't have much time to waste." Elder Zhao nodded and said, "Elder Zhao, please take a look at the plan that I wrote." When Elder Zhao heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he quickly sent his spiritual force into the jade slip. After carefully reading the contents of the jade slip, he couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai in shock. Then he handed the jade slip over to Elder Yi, who was next to him. Elder Yi nodded. After Elder Yi looked at the jade slip, he was also startled. Then he handed it over to Elder Shui and then passed it down one by one. After the 6 elders looked at it, the jade slip was handed over to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the 6 elders and said, "Elders, you can give your opinions now. We'll revise it as soon as possible." Then he took out several jade slips and handed them over to the elders. The elders received Zhao Hai's jade slips and used their spiritual force to examine them. They discovered that the contents of these jade slips were the same as the jade slips they just read. They didn't know when Zhao Hai made these jade slips. The elders didn't say anything as they took the jade slips and began to write their opinions. The reason why Zhao Hai asked them to give their opinions was because he didn't have any other choice. Although he knew about the life and death arena, these things were only on paper. The plan that he made was just an armchair strategist. On the other hand, Elder Zhao and the others were very familiar with the situation inside the life and death arena. Letting them give their opinions not only made them more compatible with the situation inside the life and death arena, but also deepened Zhao Hai's understanding of the life and death arena. The reason why Zhao Hai was able to make the plan so quickly was thanks to Laura and the others as well as the help of the processing machine. Otherwise, Zhao Hai wouldn't have been able to do it. The reason why Zhao Hai did all of this was to establish his prestige. He wanted to let Elder Zhao and the others know that he, Zhao Hai, has the ability to take over the life and death arena. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to establish his prestige wasn't because the 6 great elders would make things difficult for him. Naturally, this wasn't the case. How could the 6 great elders make things difficult for him? He was personally selected by Elder Tang and the 6 of them. Naturally, the 6 great elders wouldn't make things difficult for him. But at the same time, Elder Tang suddenly made him take over the life and death arena. Although it seemed like he was forced to do so, it was actually a test for him. The matter this time couldn't be said to be big, but it wasn't small either. Since Elder Tang was going to meet the great clans wouldn't dare to make a move against Elder Tang. They were already in trouble in the Beast God Star field. If they offended the life and death arena at this time, then these great clans would be finished. That's right, dealing with Elder Tang would make the life and death arena a headless dragon. However, one shouldn't forget that there were still the 6 great elders in the life and death arena. The 6 great elders' time in the life and death arena wasn't any shorter than Elder Tang. Moreover, the 6 great elders were in charge of the life and death arena. Even if Elder Tang were to have an accident, the 6 great elders would still be in charge of the life and death arena. Under such circumstances, Elder Tang still allowed him to take over the life and death arena. This was a test for him. If he did this well, then Elder Tang of the 6 great elders would naturally do his best to nurture him and smoothly take over the life and death arena. If Zhao Hai didn't do well, then Elder Tang and the 6 great elders would still have a chance to remedy the situation. With Elder Tang and the 6 great elders' condition, they would still be able to live for a long time. Therefore, it wasn't impossible for them to choose a successor. Zhao Hai was very interested in the position of the life and death arena supervisor. He knew that if he were to manage the life and death arena, then it would be of great help to him in the future. Even if he didn't do anything, the life and death arena would still be able to help him gather information. Because of this, he wanted to smoothly take over the life and death arena. After Elder Zhao and the others wrote down their opinions, Zhao Hai received the jade slips and looked at them one by one. After looking at them, he nodded and said, "I'll modify the plan. Then I'll ask you to help me look at it. If you think it's feasible, then I'll send the plan to everyone during the meeting." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Elder Zhao nodded and said, "This method is very good. Let's do it this way." Zhao Hai nodded and then made a new plan. Before long, the plan was finished. Then Zhao Hai gave it to Elder Zhao and the others. After Elder Zhao and the others looked at it, they nodded. Elder Shui said, "Good, it's very comprehensive. Let's take a look at it and see if they follow the plan." Elder Shui nodded. Zhao Hai nodded. At this time, footsteps could be heard outside the conference room. Then the door was opened and a group of people came in. When these people entered the conference room and saw Zhao Hai and the 6 supreme elders, they couldn't help but be puzzled. However, they still immediately gave a salute to the 6 supreme elders. Elder Zhao looked at them and then nodded. Then he waved his hand and said, "All right, take a seat." After everyone sat down, Elder Zhao looked at them and said, "Elder Tang has something to do. Today's meeting will be presided over by us. First of all, I want to announce something. After the 6 of us and Elder Tang's joint research, Zhao Hai will officially take over the life and death arena from today onwards. The 7 of us will help him from the side. At the same time, we will also supervise him. As for the rest of you, you must fully cooperate with Zhao Hai." As soon as Elder Zhao said this, the people below couldn't help but go into an uproar. They already knew that Zhao Hai was chosen as the successor by Elder Tang and the others. However, they didn't expect this day to come so soon. Elder Zhao looked at them and said in a deep voice, "Quiet." His voice was really effective. Everyone quieted down and looked at Elder Zhao. Elder Zhao looked at the crowd and said, "The reason for this decision is because of the recent uproar in the new domain." Zhao Hai personally went to the new domain and understood the situation there. The new life domain isn't a new domain at all. It's a forbidden area for cultivators. As soon as Elder Zhao said this, the others went into an uproar. To be honest, the matter of the new domain had caused quite a stir in the Void Realm. Many of them were also envious of it. Now that they heard Elder Zhao's words, they were very surprised. Zhao Hai glanced at those people and coughed. Everyone heard him and shut their mouths at the same time. They looked at him intently. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid. Instead, he looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Let me tell everyone about this matter. It starts from when I obtained the star map." Following that, Zhao Hai told them about how he obtained the star map, discovered the hidden route in the star map, changed the route, and discovered the desolate race. After Zhao Hai finished speaking, everyone looked at him in a daze. They hadn't recovered from their shock. They really didn't expect that there would be so many things happening in the new domain. Furthermore, it involved the matter from 2 million years ago. After Zhao Hai finished speaking, he looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "The large families have suffered a great loss in the Beast God Star field. Everyone knows that they are preparing to send a second batch of reinforcements. To tell you the truth, let's not talk about sending a second batch of reinforcements. Even if they gather the strength of the entire Void Realm and go to the Beast God Star Field, they might not be able to gain any advantage. Therefore, the best thing to do now is to not send reinforcements. At the same time, we need to prepare our defenses in case the beasts in the Beast God Star Field come out for revenge. Elder Tang is currently advising the large families not to send reinforcements. After saying that, Zhao Hai paused for a moment. Then he looked at everyone and said, I know that there were some conflicts between the life and death arena and the large families some time ago. But don't forget that the life and death arena was developed with the support of the large families. Now, the life and death arena is independent, but we can't completely ignore the large families. If the large families suffer a great loss in strength and vitality, then people from other realms might seize the opportunity to take over the Void Realm. I'm afraid that the Void Realm will become chaotic. Once the Void Realm becomes chaotic, our life and death arena won't be able to avoid it. Therefore, we need to stabilize the situation in the Void Realm so that the large families can't send reinforcements to the Beast God Star Field. When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they nodded. They didn't think much about the Beast God Star Field. But now that they heard Zhao Hai's words, they felt that the situation was very troublesome. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, the reason why Elder Tang let me take over the life and death arena isn't because he's afraid that the large families would take the risk and attack him. If the large families really do that, then it means that they're determined to enter the Beast God Star Field. And with the style of the beasts, they would certainly retaliate. Therefore, the life and death arena must be fully prepared in order to deal with any unexpected situations. Everyone nodded. Imperceptibly, Zhao Hai's prestige had been established. Zhao Hai waved his hand and took out a jade slip. He handed the jade slip over to the group and said, these jade slips describe what we need to do in the next period of time. It's a plan that the 6 elders and I have jointly formulated. You can take a look at it carefully and give your own opinion based on the situation of your planet. If there's no problem with your opinion, then we will agree. But if your opinion is just an excuse to not carry out the plan, then don't blame me for being impolite. When the people in charge of the life and death arena heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then they received the jade slip and scanned it with their spiritual force. After reading the contents of the jade slip, they couldn't help but be startled. This was because the plan written in the jade slip meant that the life and death arena would be fully prepared from now on. In their opinion, this was too much. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, everyone, tell me your opinion. These people looked at Zhao Hai and then at the 6 elders who didn't say a word. The 6 elders didn't have any jade slips. This made them understand that Zhao Hai wasn't lying when he said that the plan was formulated by him and the 6 elders. At this time, a cultivator stood up and cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, Mister, I have some opinions. I'm the person in charge of the life and death arena on the Thundercloud planet. Mr. should know that something happened in the Thundercloud planet some time ago. The situation there is quite complicated. There are people from various clans there. If we proceed according to this plan, then I'm afraid it would attract the attention of the clans. So what do you think? Zhao Hai nodded and said, I know what you're talking about. But Elder Tang went out this time to do this. He will explain to the clans that we're not preparing to deal with them, but to guard against the beasts. If the clans don't agree with Elder Tang's plan and still want to send troops, then we'll have to prepare as well. They wouldn't dare to offend us at this juncture. If they really dare to attack Elder Tang, then we'll have to prepare even more. This is because they can attack the life and death arena at any time. So you don't need to think too much, just prepare yourself. When the cultivator heard Zhao Hai, he thought for a moment and couldn't help but admit that Zhao Hai was right. He nodded and then cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai before sitting down. At this time, another cultivator stood up and said to Zhao Hai, Mister, I'm the person in charge of the glorious planet's life and death arena. My name is Gujingguang. Mister is going all out to prepare for the battle. If nothing happens, then we'll lose a lot of resources. Moreover, if we do this, then we'll have to give up on some of the smaller life and death arenas. Zhao Hai replied, Of course I know about the losses, but if we don't prepare, then the losses would be even greater. However, it's impossible to completely give up on the life and death arena in those small places. It wasn't easy for the life and death arena to reach its current scale, so how could we just give up on it? We can't just sell our grandpa's land without any heartache, but it's necessary to prepare for war. Therefore, we need to think of a compromise. Does anyone have any ideas? Let's hear it. The cultivators looked at each other. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would say something like this. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. Seeing that everyone was silent, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "Since you don't want to talk, then I'll do it. We need to withdraw most of the cultivators from the small life and death arenas and concentrate them in the bigger arenas. Only a few people can support the life and death arenas. Naturally, the small arenas cannot be stopped. I will arrange for people to refine a batch of projectors. These projectors need to be synchronized with the smaller arenas. The purpose of this is to reduce the number of battles in the smaller arenas and allow more people to participate in the bigger life and death arenas. In the bigger life and death arenas, people will be stronger, the battles will be more intense, and it will be more interesting to watch. I think that the people in the smaller arenas would like to watch it as well. We can charge less tickets, but we must accept all bets. This way, even if we lose some, we won't lose too much. What do you think? What do you think?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, the cultivators were stunned. The biggest source of income for the life and death arena wasn't tickets, but bets. Zhao Hai's plan could indeed minimize the losses. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, "I also know that every year, a portion of the ticket revenue and betting revenue will be cut off for your own expenses. This won't change, but there is one thing that will change, and that is the projection of the life and death arena." Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, "I know that you're in charge of your respective arenas. Every year, a portion of the ticket revenue and betting revenue will be cut off for your own expenses. In the Void Realm, there are many matches in the life and death arena every day, and the matches in some small places naturally can't be compared to those in the big places. However, not all the matches in the big places are good to watch. If we install projectors in the small places, the life and death arena matches in the big places can be broadcasted. However, if the big life and death arena matches in the big places don't look good, it will affect the cultivators' desire to watch them. Therefore, I have a request here: the matches in the small life and death arena matches will only be the most exciting ones. If the matches aren't exciting, they definitely won't be broadcasted. For the life and death arena matches that are broadcasted the most, you can keep a portion of the funds for your own use every year. At the same time, all the staff in that life and death arena will also receive additional rewards. For the life and death arena matches that are broadcasted the least, the funds you keep will be reduced correspondingly, and the rewards for the staff in the arena will also be reduced. Do you understand?" Bang! The conference room was in chaos. Zhao Hai's approach was to let them compete with each other. If they don't let their own life and death matches become more experience, then it would affect their income and status in the life and death arena. For them, this was too much of a problem. Zhao Hai's approach was to let them compete with each other. Not only were the people in charge of the life and death arenas stunned, but even the 6 great elders were also stunned when they heard Zhao Hai's words. Then, they looked at Zhao Hai in a daze. Of course, they knew why Zhao Hai did this. The small arenas in the small arenas would definitely affect their income, and Zhao Hai could definitely minimize the losses by doing this, and might even increase it. After the meeting was over, Zhao Hai was still sitting in the room. The 6 elders also didn't leave, but they were all looking at Zhao Hai with smiles on their faces. The meeting was very successful. Zhao Hai and the others gave the plan to the people in charge of the life and death arena. At the same time, they told them what to do and also gave some suggestions for improvement. In the end, the meeting was completed smoothly. Moreover, the people in charge were very satisfied. Elder Zhao looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. "Zhao Hai, you really made us look at you in a new light. You're amazing. Ha ha ha. Now that you've arranged everything, you don't have to do anything else." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Isn't that better? This way, I'll have a lot of free time. Elders, I'll pay attention to the supervision. If there's nothing else, then I'll be going back first." When Elder Zhao and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Elder Zhao looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "You're going back?" Is there a need to be in such a hurry? Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, I don't need to worry about the life and death arena at all. This is because everything here is already on track. Elder Tang and you left behind a good foundation, I just need to give some orders to supervise. However, the Righteous Four Gang is different. The Righteous Four Gang hasn't been established for a long time, so they don't have any talents. Therefore, I have to take care of everything. Additionally, there are a lot of things inside that nobody knows how to use, so I have to go back and look after them. Elder Zhao nodded and said, alright, then you can go back. However, you still need to pay attention to the supervision. Also, we'll be sending you the situation of the life and death arena. You have a lot of things to deal with every day. Zhao smiled and said, alright, don't worry. Since I've taken over this stall, I won't ignore it. Elder Zhao and the others nodded. Then Zhao Hai stood up and cupped his fist before turning around to leave. Looking at Zhao Hai's back, Elder Zhao couldn't help but sigh and said, this time, I really admire old Tang's vision. This Zhao Hai is definitely the best successor for the life and death arena. Elder Yi said in a deep voice, look at the way he handles things. It seems very simple, but you can't find any fault with it. This is the most important thing. Elder Xuan nodded and said, right, Zhao Hai's ability to deal with things is really good. After we gave him the things in the life and death arena, he was able to come up with a plan in such a short time. Frankly speaking, the plan was very good. I'm afraid that even we wouldn't be able to do it in such a short time. But for someone who just came into contact with the life and death arena, he was actually able to do it. If it weren't for the fact that there were some mistakes in his plan, I would have thought that he already understood the situation of the life and death arena. Elder Zhao said, old Tang chose the right person this time. I think that this Zhao Hai's identity isn't simple. Even if he's in his own plane, he should be someone who often manages things. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to handle things so well. Most importantly, although he has a grudge against the extraterritorial devil race, in my opinion, when the extraterritorial devil race attacked the true spiritual world, Zhao Hai definitely wasn't in the true spiritual world. Otherwise, the extraterritorial devil race wouldn't have been able to run to other planes and would have been destroyed by him. This kid definitely has the ability to do so. Elder He said, in any case, he's now a member of the life and death arena. Although the plan was made by him in a hurry, I have to admit that it's really good. It seems like he's also doing his best for the life and death arena. As long as he does his best, then it's fine. Elder Zhao frowned and said, but looking at his appearance, I'm afraid that he'll spend more energy on the Four Righteous Gang. Does he want the Four Righteous Gang to develop quickly? And then deal with the extraterritorial devil race alone? That's impossible, right? The extraterritorial devil race is very strong right now. Elder Yi looked at Elder Zhao and said, Old Zhao, you don't know about this, but the Four Righteous Gang's members are already quite a lot. Moreover, Zhao Hai's fame has also spread. Most importantly, the Four Righteous Gang has the fortress ruins. Zhao Hai didn't introduce the fortress ruins in detail, but we can see its scale. It's not inferior to the heavenly planet. Moreover, the fortress ruins can be used for battle. Such a huge fortress is very attractive to rogue cultivators. With this fortress, it wouldn't be difficult for the Four Righteous Gang to develop. Elder Zhao nodded, then he sighed and said, now, the development of our life and death arena has reached its limit, and there is no way for it to develop any further. Moreover, everything in the life and death arena is on the right track. Just like what Little Hai said, as long as he follows the rules, there won't be any problems in the life and death arena. Moreover, the development of the life and death arena is also different from that of ordinary gangs. We can't compete for territory like ordinary gangs because the life and death arena is a cooperative partner with the big clans. If we compete for territory, then the big clans will certainly unite to deal with us. Therefore, the development of the life and death arena is naturally flawed. But the Four Righteous Gang is different. The Four Righteous Gang is an independent gang, and it's hard to say how much they will develop. Therefore, it's reasonable for Little Hai to put his heart on the Four Righteous Gang. In any case, with such a shrewd person like Little Hai in the life and death arena, our life's work won't be in vain. Everyone nodded and didn't say anything. From what they saw today, even if Zhao Hai took over the life and death arena, he wouldn't be able to bring much development to the life and death arena. This was because the life and death arena's development had reached an extreme, while the righteous four gang's development hadn't. Therefore, Zhao Hai would still focus on the righteous four gang in the future. They also knew that this wasn't Zhao Hai's fault. After all, no matter how strong the life and death arena was, it didn't belong to Zhao Hai alone. However, the four righteous gang was different. The four righteous gang was founded by Zhao Hai, so it was equivalent to his own gang. In the future, it would naturally be more convenient for him to use the four righteous gang. Elder Yi sighed and said in a deep voice, I feel that the Void Realm has been experiencing an eventful period recently. There are all kinds of things happening one after another. I'm afraid that there will be a big change. Every big change is an opportunity to reshuffle the Void Realm. Some old factions will fall while some new factions will develop. I think Zhao Hai is a person with great luck. Otherwise, he would be able to establish the four righteous gang in such a short period of time and even get the help of our life and death arena, as well as the inheritance of the desolate race. The relationship between the life and death arena and the various large family clans is too close. Once there are any changes in the Void Realm, the life and death pendulum will definitely be affected. Therefore, we should support Zhao Hai in establishing the four righteous gang. The four righteous gang will depend on the life and death arena in the future. Upon hearing this, the few elders fell silent. They had all seen the recent changes in the Void Realm. Indeed, as Elder Yi said, the Void Realm seemed to be undergoing a big change. If that was the case, then it would be hard to say what would happen to the life and death arena in the future. The reason why they thought so was because there was a convention in the Void Realm. Every million years or so, there would be some great calamities in the Void Realm. Of course, this million years or so was just what people thought. In fact, there would be a great calamity in the Void Realm every few 100,000 years. Once that great calamity happened, countless major forces in the Void Realm would be involved and disappear from the Void Realm. Since the last great calamity, more than 600,000 years had passed peacefully. Recently, the life and death arena had become more and more unstable. It was precisely because of the existence of such a great calamity that the six great elders made such a judgment. In any case, they now regarded Zhao Hai as one of their own. Helping Zhao Hai and letting Zhao Hai develop the four righteous gang would not do any harm to the life and death arena. At this time, Zhao Hai had already returned to the fortress ruins. As soon as he arrived, Zhao Hai saw the people of the four righteous gang moving to the fortress ruins through the teleportation formation. In fact, there weren't many things that they needed to move here. Most of them were the furnaces, the equipment used for brewing wine, and the warehouse. Naturally, they didn't need to move the rest of the things here. After all, it wasn't like they didn't want to abandon Suiwei Mountain, they still needed it. It was just that the main hall had been turned into a branch hall. Of course, not many people knew that the four righteous gang had moved this time. Even now, the people in the Void Realm didn't know that the four righteous gang had moved, nor did they know that the four righteous gang had obtained such a good place like the fortress ruins. When Elder Tang went to persuade the major families, he didn't mention the fortress ruins. He still knew the severity of the matter. The major families had suffered a great loss in the Beast God Star field this time, and they didn't get anything. If they knew that Zhao Hai hadn't entered the star field and had obtained such a good place like the fortress ruins, they would go crazy. Most importantly, the major families wanted to get a share of the profits from the four righteous gang. Once they did so, the four righteous gang would be in trouble. Now that the four righteous gang had the fortress ruins, they weren't afraid of the major families. With the help of the life and death arena, it wouldn't be easy for the major families to destroy the four righteous gang. However, the Void Realm was still under the control of the major families. If the major families wanted to deal with the four righteous gang, there were too many ways for them to do so. Putting everything else aside, if they suppressed the four righteous gang, they wouldn't be able to sell their potions in the future. Although they could still cooperate with the life and death arena and the Bitter Bay family, their income would be reduced by a lot. Moreover, it would also affect their recruitment, which was the most important thing. If the four righteous gang couldn't recruit people, then they would never be able to develop. What was the use of guarding the fortress ruins? Therefore, now wasn't the time to let the people in the Void Realm know that the four righteous gang had obtained the fortress ruins. Once the Four Righteous Gang became successful, even if the major families in the Void Realm knew about the Four Righteous Gang's situation, they wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Elder Tang quietly looked at the old man in front of him. The old man was looking at him with a dark expression. It was obvious that their conversation wasn't very harmonious. Elder Tang said, "Old Song, I've already said what I need to say. You really can't go there. I've checked the information and it's really the Beast God Star Field. The strength of the beasts there isn't any weaker than the great clans. Even if the entire Void Realm attacked them, they wouldn't necessarily be able to do anything to them. Instead, you would be the one suffering losses." Old Man Song didn't speak, he just looked at Elder Tang with a dark expression. Elder Tang looked at him and couldn't help but sigh, "I know you're angry. Previously, our life and death arena had a conflict with your Song family. A few of your Song Zhong's genius disciples were assassinated. Therefore, you hate me and the life and death arena. I can understand this." When Old Man Song heard Elder Tang's words, the muscles on his face couldn't help but twitch a few times. His eyes were cold as he looked at Elder Tang. It was as if he wanted to eat Elder Tang alive. Elder Tang said, "Old Song, you and I have been dealing with each other for a long time. You should know better than me why we had a conflict. Over the years, how many of the people I've nurtured have died in the hands of your great clans? How many people from the life and death arena have died in your Song Zhong's hands? Pat your conscience and tell me, did a lot of people from your Song family die? Did our life and death arena wrongly accuse you?" Old Man Song couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He knew that Elder Tang was right. Over the years, the great clans had dealt with the life and death arena, and the number of people who died in the Song family was the same as the number of people who died in the life and death arena. In this regard, the life and death arena didn't accuse them wrongly. Elder Tang looked at Old Man Song's expression and said, "The relationship between our life and death arena and the great clans is very complicated. We depend on each other, but we are also wary of each other. I, Tang Tianxing, have spent my entire life on the life and death arena. I've used my entire life to develop the life and death arena to its current scale. Do you think I'm willing to give up the life and death arena? Furthermore, if I were to hand over the life and death arena to the various large clans, would they be able to earn as much money as me? The reason why the life and death arena can make so much money is because we don't play games. We have our own set of strict rules. Even if we lose money in the life and death arena, we can make up for it with money from other places. But if we give the life and death arena to the big families, can we do this? You only know how to use the life and death arena to earn money. Yes, you can earn a lot of money in a short period of time, but what about in the long run? Were those rogue cultivators idiots? Would he definitely fall for it? Also, don't you know how to compete with each other? What would the life and death arena be like? Have you ever thought about it?" Old Man Song stared blankly. He didn't think that Elder Tang would tell him this. This was the truth. He didn't think about this before. The big families only paid attention to the dividends that the life and death arena gave them every year. They thought that if they could control the life and death arena, they would be able to earn even more. However, they didn't think that if the life and death arena was given to them, it wouldn't be the life and death arena it was today. Looking at Old Man Song's expression, Elder Tang knew that Old Man Song had understood. Then Elder Tang opened his mouth and said, "This time, I gave the order to deal with you. I wanted to teach you a lesson and tell you not to interfere with the life and death arena. But tell me, besides the Fan family, did the other families suffer a big loss? Was it as big as entering the Beast God Starfield? The big families sent people to the Beast God Starfield. Did our life and death arena send anyone?" Old Man Song coldly snorted and said, "Isn't Zhao Hai in the life and death arena? Didn't he go to the Beast God Starfield?" Elder Tang replied, "Zhao Hai is in the life and death arena. But don't forget, he's also the leader of the Four Righteous Gang. He obtained the Beast God Starfield star map, but he didn't go there. In fact, he already returned." When Old Man Song heard Elder Tang, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Elder Tang and said, "What's going on? Why did he come back? Didn't he want to find a planet to develop the Four Righteous Gang? For this reason, he didn't even agree to cooperate with the Yi family." Elder Tang smiled bitterly and said, "Is the Yi family cooperating?" It's called using them. What do they think Xiaohai is? An idiot who only has strength but no brains? Only the Yi family would make such an idiotic request for cooperation. Zhao Hai did indeed obtain the star chart, but something happened along the way. Because of this, he wasn't able to go to the Beast God Star field. Later on, when we investigated the situation in the Beast God Star field, he returned. Because of this, he didn't go to the Beast God Star field. Old Man Song looked at Elder Tang, then he nodded and said, I believe you. However, I've never heard of the Beast God Star field. Is it really that terrifying? Elder Tang smiled bitterly and said, Old friend, I just told you that the life and death arena and the great clans are interdependent and wary of each other. But you should know that we are dependent on each other. I don't want any trouble to happen in the Void Realm. If, and I'm just saying if, the Beast God Starfield is really as terrifying as I said, and the great clans send reinforcements, then what will happen to you? Yes, the major families had been developing for so many years. Perhaps these two losses wouldn't hurt them, but what if people from other planes suddenly attacked the Void Realm at this time? You don't think that the other planes won't do that, right? When Old Man Song heard Elder Tang, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then he slowly closed his eyes and said, but it's a pity to give up this opportunity. Our Song family has sacrificed a large artifact and 1,000 people. 1,000 people, that's our Song family's elites. Elder Tang looked at Old Man Song and sighed. But have you ever thought about what would happen if it wasn't an opportunity but a pit of fire? One large artifact and 1,000 elites was a heartache, but 2 large artifacts and 2,000 elites was even more heartache. Wasn't that even more heartache? Don't you know the current situation? Most of the people that the great clans sent to the Beast God Star field have already lost contact. The only thing that can be contacted is to ask for reinforcements. Old friend, the life and death arena won't get involved in this mess. Also, I can tell you that the life and death arena has already started preparing for the battle. If you must send troops, I won't stop you. But after all, we have to ensure the stability of the Void Realm. If the other planes enter the Void Realm, then the life and death arena will have to face them. If that's the case, then I'm sorry, but your great clans will completely lose the trust of the life and death arena. You can forget about getting a share of the Jade Essence from the life and death arena in the future. When Old Man Song heard Elder Tang, he couldn't help but stare at Elder Tang and said, Old Tang, are you threatening me? Elder Tang coldly snorted and said, why do we give you so much of the life and death arena's dividends every year? Isn't it all because you guys are here to ensure the stability of the Void Realm? If you guys lose control of the Void Realm, why would I give you guys any points? Do you dare to ask for it? Let me tell you, even if the life and death arena doesn't deal with the other planes, we can still cooperate to survive. At most, we'll just give them the dividends. But what about you? If the other planes really want to enter the Void Realm, do you think they'll let you go? Old Man Song was stunned. He stared blankly at Elder Tang and couldn't say a word because he realized that Elder Tang was right. Just like what Elder Tang said, if the major planes of existence really entered the Void Realm, they might be able to survive the life and death arena. But what about them? Can the great clans that took the Void Realm as their foundation still survive? The answer was obviously no. The other planes wouldn't let them go. If that was the case, then they would be finished. Old Man Song took a deep breath, then he looked at Elder Tang and said, I'll think about this matter carefully. At the same time, I'll also look into it and see if the Beast God Star field is true. Old Tang, remember this. If you lie to me, then I won't let you end the life and death arena off. Elder Tang looked at Old Man Song and coldly snorted, if he sends people, then I'm afraid he won't be able to threaten me. I'll be taking my leave. After that, Elder Tang stood up and walked out. Old Man Song didn't send him off. But when he saw Elder Tang's actions, he started to believe Elder Tang's words. After Elder Tang left the Song family, he couldn't help but let out a long breath. He couldn't remember how many clans he had persuaded the Song family. In any case, there were already dozens of clans. The Song family's attitude was still good. Some clans even refused to meet him. This made Elder Tang very angry, but there was nothing he could do. He could only try to persuade the next clan. After leaving the Song family, Elder Tang immediately went to the life and death arena on the Song family's planet. As soon as he arrived, he heard that the person in charge of the life and death arena had just returned from a meeting in Paradise Island. Elder Tang immediately called the person in charge over. After the person arrived, Elder Tang looked at him and said, "How was the meeting this time?" "I had something to do, so I asked Xiao Hai to preside over the meeting." "How was it?" The person in charge smiled and said, "Very good." "Elder Tang, to be honest, Xiao Hai's performance was beyond my expectations. This was the decision made during the meeting. You can take a look at it." Then the person in charge took out a jade slip and handed it over to Elder Tang. Elder Tang received the jade slip and carefully looked at its contents. After reading it, Elder Tang closed his eyes and didn't speak for a while. The person in charge didn't disturb Xiao Hai. To be honest, the decision made during the meeting was beyond his expectations. Although he didn't know if these changes were good or bad for the life and death arena, he was certain that Xiao Hai was very careful about this matter. Moreover, he was well prepared. After some time, Elder Tang slowly opened his eyes. Then he handed the jade slip to the person in charge and said, "According to this, the life and death arena needs some changes." The cultivator nodded and said, "I'll immediately arrange it." "Elder Tang, what's the Song family's attitude?" Elder Tang replied, "They haven't made a decision yet, but I won't wait. You just need to prepare." The cultivator nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Elder Tang sat in the 8 cyan jade chariot and looked at the scenery outside. Elder Tang was now moving forward in the void. He was sitting in the 8 cyan jade chariot that Xiao Hai gave him. Speaking of which, there were several large artifacts in the life and death arena. However, Xiao Hai lent Elder Tang the 8 cyan jade chariot. The reason why he did this was because he was afraid that Elder Tang would be in danger. There were many large artifacts in the void, but not many of them had teleportation formations. On the other hand, Xiao Hai's large artifact could install a teleportation formation. Therefore, Xiao Hai lent the 8 cyan jade chariot to Elder Tang, and Elder Tang didn't refuse. Elder Tang had already persuaded nearly 100 large clans. Among these large clans, more than half of them said that they would investigate carefully to see if the Beast God Star field really existed. Moreover, they also agreed to consider it and wait for reinforcements to arrive. However, some large clans didn't want to give Elder Tang face. Some didn't believe Elder Tang's words and directly sent reinforcements. Some didn't even want to meet Elder Tang. The reason why Elder Tang didn't take the teleportation formation this time was that a large clan deliberately made things difficult for him. When he entered the planet, the interstellar teleportation formation was still working. However, when he persuaded the other party didn't accept his advice. When Elder Tang was about to leave, the other party said that the interstellar teleportation formation was broken and would take 10 days to half a month to repair. This made Xiao Hai very angry, but he couldn't make a scene in the other party's territory. Therefore, he could only endure it. Originally, he wanted to go to the life and death arena on this planet and use the teleportation formation there to leave. However, when he arrived there, he found out that the barrier on this planet had been activated by the large clan. Therefore, the interstellar teleportation formation couldn't be used. Xiao Hai had no choice but to sit in the 8 cyan jade chariot and enter the void. From the void, he rushed to the next clan. "Elder Tang, why don't we go? Look at those large clans. We are obviously doing it for their own good, but they don't treat us well. It's as if we are begging them. This is too infuriating." A cultivator stood beside Elder Tang and said. This cultivator had been brought out by Elder Tang from the Heaven planet. He had the strength of the Vajra realm and was also a veteran of the Life and Death Ring. He was also someone who had been groomed by the Life and Death Ring. Therefore, he was very angry that those big families dared to give Elder Tang a hard time. Elder Tang glanced at him and said with a smile, "What? Little you can't stand the way those large clans?" Xiaoyu coldly snorted and said, "Who do they think they are? A bunch of idiots who don't even know that they are about to die. Let them send people over. I want to see what kind of reaction they will have if their reinforcements are destroyed." Elder Tang smiled faintly and said, "Forget it. Don't be angry. We have offended them some time ago. They are taking revenge on us." Upon hearing Elder Tang, Little Yu's face lit up. He chuckled and said, speaking of which, it's really satisfying. Some time ago, our life and death arena was very impressive. Those great clans were very well behaved. Therefore, those who dared to cause trouble were beaten back, but they didn't dare to say anything. Just looking at their faces makes me happy. Little Yu smiled and said, that's right. Elder Tang smiled and said, it's because we have been too ruthless in the past that they hate us so much. Little Yu, you're not young anymore. Why can't you grow up a little? When can you change your fiery temper? Little Yu smiled embarrassedly and said, I'm afraid that this will be difficult. Elder Tang, you also know that my temper isn't new. I'm afraid that I can't change it. Elder Tang smiled bitterly, he didn't know what to say. Little Yu was strong and loyal, but his temper was too bad. It was like a firecracker. He couldn't change it no matter what. Therefore, he didn't have any position in the life and death arena. Elder Tang just let him cultivate in Heavenly Planet. This time, Elder Tang came out for a major matter that was related to the entire Void Realm. When he came out, he was already prepared to be bullied. After all, he had dealt with the large clans in the life and death arena some time ago. It would be strange if the large clans treated him well. But this time, it was really the first time he encountered someone who went too far. The Tu clan was also a large clan in the Void Realm. They were usually very low-key. Their family mainly focused on body cultivators, but they weren't as famous as the Shi clan. However, when it came to the strength of their clan, there was no need to talk about it. Perhaps no one in the entire Void Realm could surpass their clan. This clan was very low-key in the past. They weren't as ostentatious as the other large clans, but their strength was there for all to see. No one dared to look down on them. But later, when Elder Tang investigated the Tu clan, he found that the Tu clan's actions were far less low-key than he thought. Take the Tu clan for example, the low-key Tu clan was the vanguard of this operation. Their clan had killed more than 100 people in the life and death arena. It could be said that they were one of the clans with the deepest enmity with the life and death arena. Of course, when the life and death arena took revenge some time ago, they weren't polite to the Tu clan. Almost all the famous disciples of the Tu clan were slaughtered, and the enmity between the two sides deepened. But this time, when Elder Tang came to persuade the other clans not to send reinforcements, he still came to the Tu clan. In any case, the Tu clan was also a large clan in the Void Realm. Their influence in the Void Realm wasn't small. However, Elder Tang didn't expect the Tu clan to do this. Although Elder Tang was very dissatisfied with the Tu clan's approach, he didn't say anything. He knew very well that the Tu clan was retaliating against him. It would take at least 10 days to travel from the Tu clan's planet to the nearest planet, the Wind Shadow planet. Although it seemed like a long time, Elder Tang was very clear that if he stayed on the Tu clan's planet, then the Tu clan might really stop the interstellar transmission formation for 10 days to half a month. His time would be wasted there. Therefore, he had no choice but to sit in the 8 Cyan Jade carriage and leave the Earth King planet. Elder Tang sat in the 8 Cyan Jade carriage and looked at the scenery outside the window. Then he said, Little Yu, pass down the order. Tell everyone to be alert, something might happen. When Little Yu heard Elder Tang, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Elder Tang and said, Elder Tang, what can happen? What kind of people have the guts to provoke us? Aren't they afraid that the life and death arena will deal with them? Elder Tang coldly snorted and said, if they dare to reach out to the life and death arena, then why wouldn't they dare? Be careful, don't fail miserably. Xiaoyu responded and went to make the arrangements. Due to the existence of the inner space within the 8 Cyan Jade carriage, there were quite a lot of people inside. This time, there were a total of 100 cultivators who came out with Elder Tang, and all of them were Vajra realm cultivators. From this point alone, one could see the strength of the life and death arena. However, when Elder Tang went to other clans to persuade them, he didn't have any cultivators follow him. At most, he would bring 2 people with him. Because of this, those clans didn't know that there were 100 people in this small magic artifact. Now that they had left Earth King planet for 3 days, Elder Tang knew that even if the Tu clan wanted to make a move against him, they wouldn't do it too close to Earth King planet. They would certainly do it some distance away from Earth King planet. This way, they would be able to pull themselves out of the situation. Although this method was deceiving oneself, the two clan was capable of doing anything at this time. Perhaps in their opinion, if they killed Elder Tang, then the life and death arena would be leaderless. Then they would contact the other great clans and swallow the life and death arena. If they really thought this way, then it was very likely that they would make a move against Elder Tang. Elder Tang had been dealing with these great clans for his entire life. He was very clear about what these great clans were capable of. Because of this, he was very careful. Just when he was about 4 days away from the King planet, Elder Tang felt that something was amiss. He discovered that around the 8-horse Cyan Jade chariot, there were always some cultivators' shadows. These cultivators were peeking their heads and looking at the 8-horse Cyan Jade chariot, as if they were harboring malicious intentions. When Elder Tang saw this situation, he knew that things wouldn't end well this time. Little Yu also saw this situation. He wanted to rush out several times and destroy these people, but he was stopped by Elder Tang. Elder Tang didn't say anything. When Elder Tang left Earth King planet for the 5th day, he looked at the meteorite belt not far away and couldn't help but sigh and say, "I'm afraid they're going to make a move. Little Yu, go and show the life and death arena's flag. I want to see who would dare to make a move against us." When Little Yu heard Elder Tang, he wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, he was very excited. He excitedly nodded and took the 100 flags and inserted them into the 8 Cyan Jade carriage's flagpole. Every 8-horse Cyan Jade chariot had a flagpole. This flagpole was about 1 meter tall and hollow in the middle. It was as thick as a bowl and could be inserted into any ordinary flagpole. Xiaoyu had inserted the Life and Death Arena's flag into that flagpole. The Life and Death Arena's flag was very special. This flag couldn't be used by just anyone. In the Life and Death Arena, only the 6 Great Elders and Elder Tang could use it. Normally, only the large-scale Life and Death Arena's flag would be used. This flag was also very peculiar. One side was black while the other side was white. The black side had the word death written on it while the white side had the word life written on it. This Life and Death Arena's flag was very famous. In the Void Realm, if someone dared to touch this Life and Death Arena's flag, it would mean that the person would become an enemy of the entire Life and Death Arena. The entire Life and Death Arena would not rest until the person died. Therefore, in the Void Realm, no one would dare to act rashly when they saw the Life and Death Arena's flag. This time, Elder Tang let Little Yu place the Life and Death Arena's flag on the 8 Cyan Jade carriage. This was a clear indication of his attitude. Anyone who dared to touch Little Yu would become an enemy of the entire Life and Death Arena. At that time, they would have to prepare for the retaliation of the entire Life and Death Arena. Obviously, this flag had a certain deterrent effect. After the flag was put up, the number of people who were spying on the 8 Cyan Jade chariot decreased significantly. Those who left were obviously those who specialized in robbing in the void. When they saw the Life and Death flag, they knew that this was an existence that they couldn't afford to offend. Naturally, they left. However, there were still many who didn't leave. They were still spying on the 8 Cyan Jade chariot. Obviously, their identities weren't that simple. After Little Yu inserted the flag, he returned to the carriage. He looked at Elder Tang and said, "Elder Tang, do you think that they will make a move on us in the meteorite belt ahead?" Elder Tang sneered and said, "If they want to make a move, isn't this a good place? They can kill us here and throw us into the meteorite belt. Then, they can create a scene. Wouldn't that be perfect?" Little Yu sneered and said, "If they want to kill us, then we'll have to see if they have the ability to do so." "Elder Tang, what do you think we should do now?" Elder Tang said in a deep voice, "Let everyone be on guard. Press that button." While speaking, Elder Tang pointed at a red button on the carriage's wall. This button was very big, about the size of a palm. It was very conspicuous on the carriage's wall. However, Elder Tang had said that nobody was allowed to touch this button. Therefore, nobody cared about Little Yu. Now that Elder Tang had asked someone to press it, it was very obvious that this button was an alarm device. Little Yu didn't dare to be negligent. He nodded and pressed the button. However, the button didn't respond. It was as if it was a useless button. Little Yu looked at Elder Tang with a puzzled expression. Elder Tang waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about him. Get ready, they're coming." At this time, Little Yu also noticed that they had already arrived at the periphery of the meteorite belt. But at this time, some meteorites suddenly broke away from the meteorite belt and went straight towards the carriage. Seeing this, Little Yu couldn't help but smile. Then he turned to Elder Tang and said, "Elder Tang, I'll go and deal with them." Old Tang waved his hand as he looked at the incoming meteorites and said, "What's the hurry? You'll be able to fight." Zhao Hai said that you just need to press the button. Ordinary attacks are useless against this car. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the meteorites and said, "Don't worry." Little Yu looked at Elder Tang with a puzzled expression. However, he didn't ask anything. At this time, he suddenly heard a horse's neigh. Then he saw one of the 8 bronze horses pulling the carriage suddenly break free from its reins. It broke free from the carriage and headed towards the incoming meteorites. As the horse ran forward, its body grew bigger. In the end, it turned into a bronze horse that was 50 meters tall. When the bronze horse arrived in front of the meteorites, it let out a long neigh. Then it lifted its 2 front hooves and stomped on the meteorite. The meteorite was about 200 meters in diameter and had an irregular circular shape. Even an ordinary cultivator would have a hard time dealing with such a large meteorite. However, when the bronze horse stepped on the meteorite exploded with a boom and turned into small meteorites. Furthermore, the small meteorites lost their momentum and shot in all directions. They were no longer able to cause any damage to the 8 cyan jade chariot. Following the bronze horse, it ran to another meteorite. This time, it used its hind legs to stomp on the meteorite again. Then, it stomped on the 3rd meteorite, the 4th meteorite. Just as those meteorites were about to collide with the 8 horses cyan jade chariot, the bronze horse stomped on those meteorites and stomped them into dust. Elder Tang and the others stared blankly at the bronze horse. They didn't think that these bronze horses, which they thought were just decorations, would have this kind of effect. So many meteorites were flying towards them, but they were all destroyed by the bronze horse's hooves. The carriage was still moving forward. The bronze horse, which had smashed all the meteorites with its hooves, raised its head and let out a long neigh beside the carriage. It then proudly shook its head and ran back to the front of the carriage. That's right, Elder Tang's feeling was gone. That horse proudly shook its head. Proud? Could such a word be used on a magic artifact? Elder Tang had never thought that a magic artifact would be proud of itself. At this moment, 2 large magic artifacts flew out of the meteorites. These 2 large magic artifacts were actually sword-shaped and looked very imposing. Moreover, these 2 large magic artifacts were much larger than the 8 cyan jade chariot. When Elder Tang saw this, he couldn't help but snort coldly and say, "They are coming. Everyone, get ready." After saying that, his figure moved and flew out of the 8 cyan jade chariot. Little Yu and the others quickly followed behind. The 2 large artifacts slashed towards the 8 horses cyan jade chariot. At this moment, the 8 horses on the 8 horses cyan jade chariot flew out of the chariot at the same time. At the same time, the 8 horses enlarged and kicked the 2 large artifacts at the same time. Although the 8 horses were much smaller than the 2 sword-shaped magic artifacts, when the 2 horses kicked the sword-shaped magic artifacts, the 2 large magic artifacts were still greatly affected. The 8 horses' hooves caused the 2 large magic artifacts to tilt to one side. At this moment, the 2 large magic artifacts calmed down. Then, cultivators flew out of the large magic artifacts. These cultivators were wearing black cultivator robes and their faces were covered with black cloth. They directly attacked the 8 cyan jade chariot. When the 8 cyan jade chariot saw this, it instantly shrunk and went to meet these cultivators. These cultivators also discovered the uniqueness of the 8 cyan jade chariot. No one fought with the 8 cyan jade chariot. Instead, they directly attacked Elder Tang. When Elder Tang saw this situation, he couldn't help but coldly snort and say, "All of you, come out and form the formation." Following his command, cultivators came out of the 8 horses cyan jade chariot one by one. Then, these cultivators formed a formation. As for the cultivators attacking Elder Tang, they were stunned when they saw this. They didn't think that Elder Tang would have so many people. However, they still charged towards Elder Tang. At this time, a lot of cultivators rushed out from the 2 large artifacts. There were quite a few of them. Elder Tang stood on the 8-horse cyan jade chariot and carefully observed the cultivators who were attacking him. He counted the number of cultivators who were attacking him and found that there were about 500 of them. Moreover, these cultivators weren't weak and were all at least in the instant shift realm. Among them, there were about 200 Vajra realm cultivators. At this moment, Elder Tang suddenly felt a very sharp aura attacking his back. Elder Tang didn't have time to think. His body instinctively fell forward, then he flipped over and looked behind him. There was nothing behind him. He didn't even see anything attacking him. Elder Tang couldn't help but coldly snort as he shouted, "Mirror light illuminates the world." Following his words, layers of circles suddenly appeared around his body. Then, these circles formed a huge mirror. Then, the white light from this mirror soared into the sky, illuminating everything in the surroundings. At this moment, a scream was heard. A figure suddenly appeared not far from the 8 cyan jade chariot. This person was also dressed in black. His entire face was covered by a black cloth, only revealing 2 eyes. However, 2 streams of dirty blood were flowing out of his eyes. Moreover, they were tightly shut. It was obvious that they had lost their use. However, Elder Tang didn't stop there. He shouted, "Mirror light illuminate." Then the light of the mirror behind him weakened a lot. However, the surrounding light seemed to have become sticky. As long as the light touched a person's body, it would adhere to the person's body and constantly emit light. It was as if a layer of light had formed around the person's body. At this moment, Elder Tang discovered that there were actually a few people standing beside the 8 cyan jade chariot. These people were all wearing black cultivator robes and holding short sword-like magic tools in their hands. It was obvious that they wanted to attack Elder Tang with a single glance. When Elder Tang saw this, he couldn't help but coldly snort and said, "This old man has experienced more assassinations in his life than the people you have killed. You dare to show your slight skill in front of an expert? Prepare to die." At this time, 2 sharp sounds of wind breaking were heard. Elder Tang took a glance and saw 2 large artifacts coming out of the meteorite belt. Although these 2 large artifacts were blocked by the bronze horses, a large number of cultivators came out of these 2 large artifacts. At the same time, another group of cultivators came out of the 2 large artifacts. The total number of cultivators had reached more than 1,000, and it was still increasing. Seeing this, Elder Tang's expression couldn't help but change. The number of people on the other side was twice their number. Most importantly, these people weren't weak. Moreover, these people had started to form a formation. Although Elder Tang and the others had formed a formation, they weren't necessarily a match for the other side. It seemed like they wouldn't be kind today. The cultivators that were discovered by Elder Tang retreated to the side and couldn't attack Elder Tang. Elder Tang looked at the other side's formation and said, "Which friend wants to kill me? Come out and meet me." "Ha ha ha, surname Tang, today is the day you die. Do you still want to know who killed you? Stop dreaming. Do you have some sort of communication device on you? You want to send a message to the life and death arena? Let me tell you, it's useless. Don't waste your energy. We won't let you know who we are." One of the cultivators from the opposing side laughed loudly. "Is that so? I don't believe it. As long as I kill all of you and slowly investigate, I don't believe that I can't find anything." A very indifferent voice was heard. Everyone stared. Then they turned their heads and saw that behind the cultivators who attacked Elder Tang, a large number of cultivators appeared. The number of these cultivators wasn't less than 10,000. Moreover, they weren't weak. The ones leading them were Zhao Hai and the 6 Supreme Elders. When they saw Zhao Hai and the 6 Supreme Elders arrive, the cultivators around Elder Tang cheered. On the other hand, the cultivators who were about to besiege Elder Tang turned pale. When Elder Tang saw Zhao Hai and the others arrive, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Good, good. Zhao Hai, you're finally here. You don't need to be polite. Kill them all." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he waved his hand and shouted, "Kill, don't leave a single one alive." As he waved his hand, the cultivators behind him who were already in formation charged towards the other side. The cultivators who were about to besiege Elder Tang immediately organized themselves to resist. However, the people who came with Zhao Hai weren't weak. Moreover, Elder Tang and the others were attacking from the inside. The other side was caught in a situation where they were pincered. The battle erupted at this moment. The people who came to attack Elder Tang fell into a passive position for a while. They didn't know what to do. However, Zhao Hai didn't intend to let them go. Their attacks became even fiercer. In fact, when Elder Tang pressed the button in the 8 Cyan Jade Chariot, Zhao Hai already knew what happened. However, he didn't immediately come to support them. Instead, he rushed to Heavenly Planet and told the 6 Supreme Elders about the situation. Then the 6 Supreme Elders came forward and organized a team to support Zhao Hai. Heavenly Planet was the headquarters of the Life and Death Arena. Naturally, there were a lot of people there. Organizing a team of 10,000 people wasn't a problem at all. In a short time, they organized a team of 10,000 people. Then they sat on a transmission formation and arrived here. The difference in strength between the two sides was too big. Moreover, the other side was pincered, causing their morale to drop. Therefore, Zhao Hai's attack was very relaxed. At this time, Zhao also changed into his Death Knight suit. Then he leaped into the air with his spear and went straight towards those people. He was a knight, and once a knight charged, it would be very difficult to resist. Now, the other party simply couldn't resist him. Wherever he went, there would be a path of blood. Unexpectedly, no one was able to resist him. Before long, Zhao Hai pierced through the enemy's formation and arrived in front of Elder Tang. Although the other side also arranged a battle formation, it was nothing in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai arrived in front of Elder Tang. Then he lifted his helmet and laughed, "Elder Tang, I'm not late, right?" Elder Tang also laughed and said, "Not late, not late, not late at all. Little Hai, kill them all." "Right, I'll leave those scums to you as well." Then Elder Tang pointed behind him. Zhao Hai looked and saw several cultivators behind Elder Tang. They were currently emitting white light and were trying to extinguish the white light. Zhao Hai coldly snorted, then with a wave of his hand, the Herculean king bow appeared in his hand. Then he pulled the bowstring and shot out iron arrows towards the cultivators. Seeing this situation, the cultivators quickly waved their weapons in an attempt to block Zhao Hai's iron arrows. But at this time, several iron arrows suddenly appeared behind them. These iron arrows were silent, and before the cultivators could react, the arrows had already pierced their bodies. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai's face. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai. After shooting these arrows, Zhao Hai turned around and looked at the battlefield. Then he continued to release iron arrows. When Elder Tang heard this, he immediately paid attention to Zhao Hai's arrows. The arrows that Zhao Hai shot this time weren't as strange as the ones that assassinated him. However, each arrow hit the cultivators' vitals, making them unable to protect themselves. At this time, the reinforcements from the Life and Death Arena arrived. The cultivators who attacked Elder Tang were either killed or injured. Not long after, half of the 2,000 cultivators besieging Elder Tang were dead or injured. Moreover, the number of casualties was still increasing. However, no one had any intention of stopping. Instead, their attacks became even more ferocious. Elder Tang and Zhao Hai were standing on top of the 8 Cyan Jade carriage. Their eyes were focused on the void outside. There were countless cultivators, as well as countless corpses. The battle had already ended. Elder Tang looked at the corpses of the cultivators and coldly snorted, "What a pity, we don't know who was sent to deal with us." Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "Not necessarily. Just watch me." After saying that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and a clump of black chi flew out to surround the body of a cultivator who was close to him. In just a moment, the black chi disappeared and the cultivator became an undead. When Elder Tang saw this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "I didn't think that you would have this kind of skill. So the cultivators that you killed before have all turned into undead?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I can't waste them. In any case, they're dead. I'll just make use of them. Rest assured, I only do this to my enemies. All of my friends have already been buried." Elder Tang nodded and said, "Good, that's right. You shouldn't be polite when dealing with your enemies. Ask him who sent them." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "You can ask. I'll collect the corpses of the other cultivators." Even if I can't turn them into undead immediately, I can still turn them into undead in the future. This way, my fighting strength will increase. Then his figure moved and flew towards the void. Wherever he went, the corpses would be sent to the space. Elder Tang looked at Zhao Hai but didn't say anything. Instead, he turned his attention to the undead and said, "Speak, who are you, and who sent you to attack me?" The undead replied, "This one is a fish realm cultivator. This time, I was sent to deal with you. I don't know anything else." Hearing this, Elder Tang frowned and said, "So it's a cultivator from another realm. But if they're from another realm, why are they targeting me?" Elder Zhao sneered and said, "What's so strange about that? Those realms aren't fools. They know that the life and death arena has a conflict with the great clans. And this time, the great clan suffered a great loss in the Beast God Star field. Just when they were about to send reinforcements, you came to persuade them. How could they agree? They wouldn't be able to take advantage of the situation. Now that they've sent reinforcements to deal with you, they're killing two birds with one stone. First, nobody will stop the great clans. Second, they'll make enemies with the life and death arena." Elder Tang nodded and said, "That's possible." At this time, Zhao Hai flew back. Behind him was an undead. Zhao Hai landed behind Elder Tang and said, "Tell me your identity." The undead replied, replying to Master, "I'm a core disciple of the Tu clan. My name is Tu Kuan. This time, I was ordered to lead cultivators from other realms to besiege Elder Tang." When he said this, Elder Tang's expression couldn't help but change. He turned his head to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Undead don't lie. He's indeed a person from the Tu clan. Take off your clothes." Zhao Hai's last sentence was directed at the undead. The undead obediently took off his clothes. But when he did, Elder Tang and the others couldn't help but stare. This was because there was a tattoo on the undead's body. It was a piece of land with all kinds of plants growing on it. It was a very special tattoo. When Elder Tang saw this tattoo, his expression changed as he said, "The Tu clan's map of mountains and rivers?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, it's the Tu clan's map of mountains and rivers. Among those who besieged you, there were indeed people from the Tu clan. When I fought with them, I discovered that their cultivation methods weren't ordinary. This made me suspicious." Elder Tang coldly snorted and said, "What does the Tu clan want to do?" Zhao Hai turned his head to the undead and said, "You're a core disciple of the Tu clan. Do you know why the Tu clan wants to deal with Elder Tang?" The Tu clan's cultivator immediately replying to the young master, "The Tu clan wants to deal with Elder Tang this time in order to cause chaos in the life and death arena." The Tu clan was established with the support of other clans. In the past few years, they have done a lot of things in order to incite conflict between the clans in the Void Realm. When Elder Tang heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said, "That's impossible. The Tu clan is an old clan in the Void Realm. Why would they become the lackeys of other realms?" Tu Kuan replied, "The Tu clan is an old clan. But 100,000 years ago, an old clan member of the Tu clan was assassinated by someone from another realm. Then the other realm began to think of ways to infiltrate the Tu clan. In the end, they managed to gain control of the clan." Elder Tang's expression turned ugly. He turned his head to Zhao Hai and nodded. Zhao Hai waved his hand and received the undead. At this time, the 6 elders' expressions weren't good. They looked at Elder Tang. Elder Tang said, "You go back first. I'll go later. Don't try to persuade them." Zhao Hai looked at Elder Tang and said, "Elder Tang, you still want to go now? Aren't you going to retaliate against the Tu clan? Don't you want to announce the Tu clan's situation to the world?" Elder Tang shook his head and said, "It won't be that easy. The Tu clan has been in the Void Realm for so many years. Nobody has discovered their true identity. If I were to announce their identity early on, do you think people would believe me? No, other people wouldn't believe me. That would only make us more passive." Zhao Hai thought about it and felt that it was reasonable. He looked at Elder Tang and said, "Then do we just let them go? Do you want us to deal with them ourselves?" Elder Tang smiled and said, "Don't worry. If the Tu clan can be occupied by people from other realms, then it's also possible for other clans to do the same. What we need to do now isn't to deal with the Tu clan. Instead, we need to look for other clans. If there are, then it wouldn't be too late for us to deal with them together. Zhao Hai and the 6 elders nodded. Then Zhao Hai looked at Elder Tang and said, Elder Tang, are we going back now? Elder Tang nodded and said, let's go back. I don't think there will be too much danger. If there's anything, then you can come back. Zhao Hai and the others nodded, then they bowed to Elder Tang. Then Zhao Hai walked towards the 8 cyan jade chariot and pressed a button. Then a huge transmission formation appeared on top of the 8 cyan jade chariot. After that, Zhao Hai turned to the other cultivators and said, everyone, stand on this transmission formation in order. Although the cultivators felt strange, they still obediently stood on the teleportation array formed by energy. Next, the teleportation array flashed with white light and the cultivators on the teleportation array disappeared. However, at the same time that the cultivators disappeared, the teleportation array also disappeared. Zhao Hai, on the other hand, was not in a hurry. He brought out some more jade essences and tossed them into the 8 cyan jade chariot. Next, the teleportation array formed using energy appeared once more and another batch of cultivators stepped onto it. Zhao Hai then sent them away. Elder Tang and the others looked at Zhao Hai's actions and were startled. They had never seen such a transmission formation before. It was actually made of energy. Actually, Elder Tang and the others didn't know that Zhao Hai's method of arranging the formation was based on the method he learned in the past. After everyone was sent away, Zhao Hai and the 6 great elders stood on top of the 8 cyan jade chariot and cupped their fists towards Old Tang. Then, with a flash of white light, they disappeared from the transmission array. After Zhao Hai and the others disappeared, Little Yu, who was standing beside Elder Tang, said, Elder Tang, this is really amazing. I didn't expect Mr. Zhao Hai to have such ability. Elder Tang smiled faintly and said, he is very capable. Forget it, let's not bother with him. Let's go. After saying that, the two entered the 8 horses cyan jade chariot. The 8 horses cyan jade chariot started moving again and flew forward. At this time, Zhao Hai and the 6 elders returned to Heavenly Planet. However, Zhao Hai didn't leave. Instead, he looked at the cultivators who just returned from the battle and said, immediately count the number of casualties. If there are people who died in battle, see if they have family members. If they have family members, inform them. Tell them that from now on, they will be taken care of by us. Everyone who is injured, immediately go and treat their injuries. If their injuries are serious, come and look for me. The cultivators replied in unison, yes. Then they immediately went to count the number of casualties. On the other hand, Zhao Hai turned to the 6 elders and said, Elders, let's go back and have a drink. Let's wait for the results. The 6 elders nodded. Elder Zhao smiled and said, not bad. Little Hai, you're very good at dealing with matters. You're very methodical. This is very good. You should also make some arrangements to check if there are any problems with the great clans. See if you can find any great clans that are controlled by other realms. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to the 6 elders and said, that's enough. Elders, let's go to my villa and have a drink. When the elders heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but laugh and said, all right, let's go to your villa and have a drink. Kid, you have to take out some good wine to entertain us. If you don't take out good wine, we won't let you off. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Elders, please. I guarantee that I'll have good wine. Then he followed the elders to his room. At this time, Laura and the others were already inside. When Zhao Hai and the elders entered the room, Laura immediately told them that the food and wine were already prepared. Zhao Hai nodded and then went to the dining room with the elders. After the group sat down, Elder Zhao looked at Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, it's really rare for you to find such a Dao companion. You have to treat her well. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Elders, rest assured, I will. For Elder Zhao to say such words was already very difficult. One must know that in the cultivation realm, there were no such things as husband and wife. There were a lot of Dao companions that were temporary. If you find me pleasing to the eye and I find you pleasing to the eye, then the two of them would become Dao companions. After a period of time, if they don't find each other pleasing to the eye, then they would separate. This was very common. For Elder Zhao to say such words was already very difficult. Zhao Hai was sitting in the conference room of the fort. This place wasn't originally a conference room, it was just a relatively large cave residence. However, Zhao Hai transformed it into a conference room. If the Four Righteous Gang wanted to develop in the future, then a conference room would be indispensable. So naturally, Zhao Hai had to prepare in advance. In the conference room, some of the key management members of the Four Righteous Gang were present. Tiger's Might and the others were also present. Even the branch hall masters were present. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "This time, Elder Tang tried to persuade the great clans not to send troops. But it seems like the effect wasn't very good. Some of the clans that Elder Tang failed to persuade have already sent troops. Even the clans that Elder Tang tried to persuade have already sent troops. These people certainly wouldn't be able to return. 2 consecutive losses would definitely hurt the great clans. And with the fact that the Void Realm is becoming more and more dishonest, I'm afraid that the Void Realm is about to change." Tiger's Might looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother, what should we do next?" Zhao Hai replied, "Speed up the development. Choose some rogue cultivators with good backgrounds. No matter how strong or weak they are, we can recruit them into the gang. Hurry up." Hu Mengyin frowned and said, "But big brother, is this good? Many of those rogue cultivators have reached the peak of their strength and potential. Even if they join our Four Righteous Gang, they won't be able to develop much. They will only affect our Four Righteous Gang and drag us down. Isn't that bad?" Zhao Hai replied, "I'm afraid that those who have no potential will start to establish their own clans. Move their clans to the Four Righteous Gang. I don't believe that no one in their clans will be able to stand out." Fan Minghui replied, "Sect Master, we need to think about it carefully. Once the Void Realm becomes chaotic, it would have a huge impact on our business. Whether it's potions or wine, all of them would be greatly affected. Moreover, if the Void Realm becomes chaotic, then the most valuable things wouldn't be jade essence, but all kinds of cultivation materials. Sect Master, shouldn't we start making preparations?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Zhao Hai nodded, "You're right, it's time to start preparing. Order the halls to stock up on cultivation materials as much as possible. Also, transfer jade essence from the main hall. Don't be afraid to spend money, but remember, don't let people find out. If they do, then they would be exposed. I'm afraid they would be in danger." White Tiger's Might and the others nodded. Then White Tiger's Might looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother, do we need to make some preparations? If the Void Realm becomes chaotic, won't you have to spend a lot of time in the life and death arena?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, don't worry. Elder Tang and the others are still in charge of the life and death arena. Moreover, the life and death arena is already prepared to deal with everything. You don't need to worry. The Four Righteous Gang was founded by me. I won't leave the Four Righteous Gang alone." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, they were really worried about this matter. If Zhao Hai really didn't care about the Four Righteous Gang, then the Four Righteous Gang would be finished. White Tiger's Might and the others couldn't be blamed for having such worries. They couldn't help but worry. The Four Righteous Gang was too weak compared to the life and death arena. One was a small gang with only a few hundred people, while the other was a superpower that covered the entire Void Realm. There was no comparison between the two sides. It was just like doing business. You opened a small restaurant with only a few people, but then someone suddenly asked you to be the CEO of a Fortune 500 company. In this case, as long as you have a normal brain, you would know what to do. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly. "All right, everyone just needs to do their own things. I have faith in the Four Righteous Gang. Now that we have the fort ruins, our future development will be limitless. Everyone can rest assured." Everyone nodded. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "All right, let's go back to work." Everyone nodded, then they stood up and cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai before they turned around and left. After they left, Zhao Hai returned to his room where Laura and the others were waiting for him. When they saw that he had returned, Laura and the others immediately went forward to greet him. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, can we make our move now?" Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, let's begin. Julie, your task will be the same as before. Do your best to scout the various planes, especially the ones that we've chosen. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, let's begin. Kai and Julie nodded, then the two immediately closed their eyes and began to move. In fact, when Laura and the others spoke about this operation, they were referring to the operations to deal with the various planes. Invading and occupying those planes was a plan that Zhao Hai and the others had made a long time ago. But because of various things, they weren't able to succeed. Now, Zhao Hai thought that this was an opportunity. Kai and Julie were now sending their subordinates to investigate the planes that Zhao Hai and the others chose. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly felt his transmission formation vibrate. He looked at it and saw that it was the transmission formation that Elder Tang and the others used to contact him. Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and the others and said, you take care of yourselves. I'll go to Heaven Planet and take a look. Laura and the others nodded. They were already familiar with this kind of thing, so they didn't feel any discomfort. It didn't matter if Zhao Hai was there or not. Zhao Hai went through the transmission formation and returned to Heaven Planet. Upon arriving, he immediately went to Elder Tang's room. Elder Tang and the 6 Supreme Elders were already inside. Laughter could be heard coming from the room. Zhao Hai knocked on the door, then Elder Tang's voice was heard, Little Hai, come in. Zhao Hai nodded, then he pushed the door and went inside. Sure enough, Elder Tang and the 6 Supreme Elders were already inside. They were drinking tea in the living room with smiles on their faces. Zhao Hai looked at the group with a puzzled expression, then he said, Elder Tang, you seem to be very happy. Did something good happen? Elder Tang smiled and said, something good, of course there's something good. Little Hai, let me ask you, do you know the Shangguan family? When Zhao Hai heard Elder Tang, he couldn't help but stare. Then he hesitated for a moment and said, Shangguan family? Is it the Shangguan family, one of the 5 great clans of the Void Realm? I heard that their family is very powerful. Some people say that their family is even stronger than our life and death arena. Is that true? Elder Tang nodded and said, it's true. To be honest, the 5 great clans are the top existences in the entire Void Realm. However, the 5 great clans generally don't participate in the struggles of the lower clans. Moreover, the disciples of the 5 great clans rarely walk outside. Even if they walk outside, they don't reveal their identities. Therefore, not many people know about the 5 great clans. Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai knew about the 5 great clans. The 5 great clans of the Void Realm were Shangguan, Zhongsun, Murong, Dongfeng, and Sima. These 5 great clans were the most powerful 5 great clans in the entire Void Realm, but at the same time, they were also the most mysterious 5 great clans. According to legend, the 5 great clans were ancient clans that still existed after the Void Tribulation. They had countless cultivation techniques, countless capable people, countless disciples, and extremely powerful strength. Elder Tang looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, the reason why I came back this time is that the Shangguan family came to me. They're ready to step in. When Zhao Hai heard Elder Tang's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. He said, they're going to step in? Well, it seems that the matter here will be resolved soon. Those big clans shouldn't dare to go against the 5 great clans, right? Elder Tang shook his head and said, no, you're wrong. The 5 great clans won't step in. Before we talk about the 5 great clans, I want to tell you about the 6 domains of the void. Elder Tang glanced at Zhao Hai and said, the so-called 6 domains of the void refer to 6 huge regions. These 6 regions don't refer to the 6 star fields. In fact, each region is much larger than a star field. The 6 domains of the void refer to the Shengli region, the lower Joy region, the front Shot region, the rear Imperial region, the left Book region, and the right Number region. And we're now in the lower Joy region. The Shengli region is ruled by the Shangguan family, the front Shot region is ruled by the Murong family, the rear Imperial region is ruled by the Zhongsun family, the left Book region is ruled by the Sima family, and the right Number region is ruled by the Dongfeng family. Only the lower Joy region isn't ruled by those big clans. The other name of the lower Joy region is the Void Realm. When Zhao Hai heard Elder Tang, he couldn't help but stare. He looked at Elder Tang and said, Elder Tang, you mean to say that only the lower Joy region is the Void Realm, while the other regions aren't? Elder Tang shook his head and said, no, the other domains are also void realms. However, they are ruled by various clans. In the other domains, the clan's words are the sky. People from other planes would also move to the other domains. In the other domains, there's almost no place for them to stay. Even if they were dragons, they would still be crouching, and even if they were tigers, they would still be crouching. This is because the clans there are the most powerful clans there. The reason why the Northern Joy region is said to be the Void Realm is because there is no major power that can rule all the families here. Therefore, this place has always been in a state of chaos. The people of various planes have the most freedom to move around here. Therefore, this place is called the Void Realm by the people of other regions. At this point, Elder Tang looked at Zhao Hai and said, when we say that the Void Realm is in chaos, we're talking about the Northern Joy region. It's impossible for the other regions to be in chaos. Zhao Hai nodded, he somewhat understood. He looked at Elder Tang and said, then why did the Shangguan family extend their hand to the Northern Joy region? The Northern Joy region has been able to maintain its current state because the other clans didn't have any way to extend their hand. If the 5 great clans really extended their hand to the Northern Joy region, then wouldn't the other clans have already joined forces to deal with them? It's impossible for the Shangguan family to not know about this. So why did they still do this? Elder Tang looked at Zhao Hai with approval and said, you're really smart. Just like what you said, the Northern Joy region has been able to maintain its current state. If the other clans wanted to extend their hand, then they would have to face the joint attack of all the clans in the Northern Joy region. Because of this, the other clans didn't make a move against the Northern Joy region. But this time, the Shangguan family came looking for me because they saw the current state of the Northern Joy region. They don't want the Northern Joy region to become chaotic, so they wanted to extend their hand. When Zhao Hai heard Elder Tang, he couldn't help but stare. After thinking for a moment, his eyes lit up as he said, you mean to say that the Shangguan family's purpose of extending their hand this time is to make the other clans unite and stop sending troops to the Beast God realm? It's not true that they want to extend their hands to the North Joy region, but rather, they want all the clans in the North Joy region to have a common enemy and unite because of this common enemy. Elder Tang laughed and said, right, you're right. This is what the Shangguan family wants. The other forces in the Northern Joy region are very afraid of the 5 great clans. Once they discover that the Shangguan family wants to extend their hand to the Northern Joy region, they would no longer send troops to the Beast God realm. They would unite in the shortest time possible in order to deal with the Shangguan family. This way, the Northern Joy region's crisis would be resolved. Zhao Hai looked at Elder Tang in confusion and said, but why would the Shangguan family do this? What's in it for them? It's reasonable to say that if the Northern Joy region becomes chaotic, wouldn't it be better for them? Elder Tang smiled faintly and said, do you really think that the 5 great clans don't have the strength to occupy the Northern Joy region? The reason why they didn't do this is because they want the Northern Joy region to remain like this. Every year, people from other planes would come to the other 5 regions. When these people discovered that there's no way for them to develop, they would run to the Northern Joy region. Then slowly, people from other planes would come to the Northern Joy region. This way, the other 5 regions would be much quieter. After saying this, Elder Tang looked at Zhao Hai and said, what the 5 great clans want is this kind of quietness in order to make it easier for them to rule their own regions. It can be said that the Northern Joy region is like a garbage can. The chaotic situation in the Northern Joy region was deliberately created by the 5 great clans. They want the clans in the Northern Joy region to compete with the people from other planes. This way, whether it's the clans in the Northern Joy region or the people from other planes, nobody would come to the 5 great clans to cause trouble. Their territories would be as stable as Mount Tai. Moreover, people from other planes would come to the Northern Joy region to do business, including the 5 great clans. It can be said that the Northern Joy region is a huge trading market. Although the clans seem to be in control of the market, in fact, they can't do anything about it. They are just managers of the market, managers who don't receive any management fees. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I understand. The 5 great clans want the Northern Joy region to be chaotic. They want people from other planes to see the chaos in the Northern Joy region. This way, they would have less to worry about. But at the same time, they also want the Northern Joy region to maintain order. Now that there's no order in the northern Joy region, the Shangguan family is ready to make a move. Order amidst chaos, this was what the 5 great clans wanted. Just like what Elder Tang said, the Lower Paradise was like a huge market. Moreover, this market was a free market. The clans of the Lower Paradise were the administrators of this market. However, they didn't have the means to collect fees in this market. The 5 great clans were the biggest businessmen in this market. They hoped that everyone would come to this free market to do business. They hoped that this free market would continue to be free. Nobody would collect fees and nobody would manage them. But at the same time, they also hoped that this free market would maintain order. Everyone could do business here without worry. Otherwise, no one would be able to do business here. Elder Tang looked at Zhao Hai, then he sighed and said, "Kid, you're too smart. You're right, this is what the 5 great clans want. Because of this, I think that this matter has been resolved. With the Shangguan family taking action, I'm afraid that the clans of the Lower Paradise wouldn't send reinforcements to the Beast God domain." Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, "Just because they don't send reinforcements to the Beast God domain doesn't mean that it's safe. Elder Tang, when you were attacked last time, it was clear that the people from the other planes couldn't sit still." Elder Tang nodded and said, "It seems like this is the case. However, the 5 great clans have already taken note of this situation. In other words, if the people from the other planes want to attack the Lower Paradise, then the 5 great clans wouldn't just sit back and watch. When the time comes, the people from the other planes wouldn't be able to get anything out of it." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "But we wouldn't be able to get anything out of it. If the situation in the Lower Paradise reaches the point where the 5 great clans need to take action, then do you think that the 5 great clans would still give up their territory?" Old Tang stared, he didn't think about this point. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You mean, the 5 great families might use this opportunity to invade the Lower Paradise?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You mean, the 5 great families might use this opportunity to invade the Lower Paradise?" Zhao Hai replied, "Then we'll have to see how the great clans of the Lower Paradise perform. If they can unite and block the attacks of the other planes, then they wouldn't need to say anything. Naturally, they would be able to solve this problem easily. Whether it's the other planes or the 5 great clans, there's no other way to take the Lower Paradise. If they can't do this, then it would be troublesome." Elder Tang nodded, then he sighed and said, "Forget it, we can't care that much now. If the 5 great clans really occupy the Lower Paradise, then I'm afraid that they would cooperate with us. After all, the profits that the life and death arena brings to them every year are just too great." Zhao Hai nodded, he didn't say anything else. In fact, what Elder Tang told him today made Zhao Hai feel strange. In the past, the Void Realm was very big, so he didn't know much about the 5 great clans. This was something that couldn't be helped. Zhao Hai's situation in the Void Realm wasn't the same as the True Spirit Realm. He joined a force that wasn't weak, so he could use the resources of that force to gather information and understand the True Spirit Realm. Although he had joined the life and death arena in the Void Realm, he still put most of his energy into the 4 righteous gang. It can be said that he was like a powerful rogue cultivator. There were many things that he didn't know about the major forces. In addition, the matter of the 5 great clans seemed to have been deliberately blocked in the Lower Paradise. It could even be said that it was deliberately diluted. Many cultivators from other planes who came to the Lower Paradise had never heard of the 5 great clans. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai didn't know much about the 5 great clans and the 6 regions of the void. Today, he finally understood the 6 regions of the void and the 5 great clans from Elder Tang. To be honest, these words had a huge impact on him. The strength of the Lower Paradise Realm's great clans had already surprised Zhao Hai. But what surprised him the most was the fact that the Lower Paradise Realm's great clans were nothing compared to the 5 great clans. It could even be said that they were nothing compared to the 5 great clans. Any one of the 5 great clans was much stronger than the major clans in the Lower Paradise. They were even stronger than all the clans in the Lower Paradise combined. Zhao Hai believed that if the 5 great clans weren't very united and didn't want to suffer too much in the Lower Paradise, the Lower Paradise would have been destroyed long ago. After chatting with Elder Tang for a while, Zhao Hai returned to the 4 righteous gang. However, when he returned to the 4 righteous gang, he took a lot of information about the Void Realm from the Life and Death arena. He realized that he had to understand the Void Realm well, otherwise, he would suffer a great loss. After returning to the Four Righteous Gang, Zhao Hai carefully read the information about the Void Realm. After reading it, Zhao Hai understood why the 5 great clans were so strong. In the Void Realm, there would be a great tribulation every few 100,000 years. And every great tribulation was an opportunity for the various forces in the Void Realm to reshuffle. The 5 great clans were the 5 incomparably powerful clans that survived the last great tribulation. These 5 great clans had existed for millions of years. Perhaps before the last great tribulation, they weren't so strong. However, after the great tribulation, the 5 great clans survived. And the 5 great clans that survived developed rapidly. Now, they were 5 incomparably powerful clans. Zhao Hai was sure that the 5 great clans were aware of the existence of the beast domain. They were very clear that they couldn't afford to provoke the beast domain. Therefore, they didn't send their clansmen into the beast domain for so many years. They might even have marked it as a forbidden area. Because of this, they didn't discover the existence of the fortress ruins, allowing Zhao Hai to take advantage of it. In Zhao Hai's opinion, the 5 great clans would certainly impose a high-pressure policy on the various forces in their territory in order to control their own territory. This way, the forces in their territory wouldn't dare to act rashly. However, after looking at the information, Zhao Hai knew that he was wrong. The 5 great clans were very good at controlling their own territories. However, the people in their territories were relatively free. There would still be some conflicts between the various forces, but all of these were controlled within a certain range. If one were to cause too much trouble, then the 5 great clans would come forward. As long as the 5 great clans come forward, then no matter how much trouble you cause, you would still have to behave. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't let you off. While Zhao Hai was looking at the information, Laura and the others were currently investigating the realms that they had chosen. The realms that Zhao Hai had chosen before weren't very famous in the lower paradise. Only a few people from these realms were sent to the Void Realm. Because of this, people didn't have a deep impression of these realms. Therefore, almost nobody paid attention to them. This time, Zhao Hai had chosen 6 realms altogether. They were the Scepter Realm, False Form Realm, Calamity Finger Realm, Trace Cloud Realm, Chi Forbidden Realm, and Shifting Shadow Realm. These 6 realms didn't have any influence in the Void Realm. Although they would occasionally send people to the Void Realm, compared to the other realms that were very active in the Void Realm, these realms were too far behind. The reason why Zhao Hai chose these 6 realms was because they were very low-key. Almost nobody in the Void Realm would pay attention to them. If nobody paid attention to them, then Zhao Hai wouldn't attract too much attention when dealing with these realms. As long as there weren't too many people paying attention to them, then nobody would stop them. At this time, Kai and Julie began to investigate these 6 realms. The strength of these 6 realms was worse than the True Spirit Realm. However, there were still many sects in these realms. Although they weren't as strong as the True Spirit Realm, the difference wasn't too big. After carefully observing these 6 realms for some time, Zhao Hai finally chose one to deal with, the False Form Realm. The False Form Realm was a very special realm. People from this realm were very good at hiding and assassination. Moreover, their best and most powerful cultivation method was the body clone technique. The False Form Realm's body clone technique had reached a certain level. This technique might seem useless in other realms, but in the False Form Realm, it was carried forward. In the False Form Realm, almost everyone could use the body clone technique. Those who were powerful could even create thousands of clones. Moreover, the strength of each clone was no different from their original strength. When facing an enemy, they would use human wave tactics. In addition to the False Form Realm's body clone technique, the False Form Realm's body clone technique was also very good at hiding and assassination. It can be said that they were born with murderous aura. They couldn't hide themselves, but they were even better at it. They could completely restrain their aura and use the terrain or environment to hide themselves, making it impossible to find them. Their clones were even more extraordinary. Their clones can transform into anything, for example, a rock, a tree, or even a blade of grass. It was precisely because of this ability that they were able to assassinate people with ease. Just as Zhao Hai chose his target, the lower paradise realm suddenly became lively. The great clans all withdrew the reinforcements they sent to the beast realm. Moreover, they began to prepare for battle. The atmosphere in the lower paradise realm became tense. Zhao Hai knew that the Shangguan clan had made a move. However, he still didn't receive any information. Just as Zhao Hai was about to ask Elder Tang about the Shangguan clan's move, a guest suddenly appeared in Suiwei Mountain. The appearance of this guest made Zhao Hai know that the Shangguan clan had indeed made a move. This guest was none other than Ye Lin. The Bitter Leaf clan had been very low-key for some time. Although Zhao Hai didn't know what happened, he knew that it might be related to the head clan of the Yi clan. The head clan suddenly came to cooperate with Zhao Hai. Moreover, it was a very unfair cooperation. From this point, it can be seen that the head clan's relationship with the Bitter Leaf clan wasn't very harmonious. Therefore, when the head clan was very active, the Bitter Leaf clan suddenly became quiet. Zhao Hai looked at Ye Lin, who was sitting in the living room, then he smiled faintly and said, "Lin Zi, how come you have time to visit me today? I haven't seen you in a while." Ye Lin quickly stood up and gave Zhao Hai a salute, then he said, "Brother Hai, how have you been?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, I'm good. How can I not be good? What have you been busy with recently? How come you didn't come to see me?" Then he waved his hand and had Zhao Hai sit down. After Ye Lin sat down, he looked at Zhao Hai and smiled bitterly, "What can happen to me? I was just grounded by the family." Zhao Hai looked at Ye Lin and said, "Grounded? Why?" Ye Lin smiled bitterly and said, "Some time ago, the head family put pressure on the family. The head family wanted to get in touch with you and talk about cooperation. The family had no choice but to ground me. Originally, the family wanted to remind you about this. But before we could contact you, the head family came looking for you. Because of this, we didn't say anything." Zhao Hai nodded. "Some time ago, the Yi family did send someone to contact me, saying that they wanted to cooperate with me. But they didn't take me seriously, they simply treated me as a hired thug. How could I agree to such a cooperation? I didn't agree, and in the end, they parted on bad terms." Zhao Hai nodded. "That's right." Ye Lin nodded and said, "I've also heard about this matter. The main house is used to being arrogant. They thought that as long as they brought it up, you wouldn't oppose it. They didn't think that you wouldn't give them any face. To be honest, you really helped me vent my anger." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "I didn't just help you vent your anger. I really didn't want to cooperate with them." "Right, I heard that they went to the Beast God Star Field? What happened? Did your family send someone to the Beast God Star Field?" Ye Lin's expression was somewhat strange as he said, "Our family didn't send anyone. The main family was afraid that we would go, so they gave us some benefits." Ha ha ha. "But I heard that none of the people that the main family sent to the Beast God Star Field came back." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Of course they won't be able to come back. That place is the Beast God Star Field, a forbidden area for cultivators. Not to mention the few of them, even if there are many of them, it would still be useless. If I'm not wrong, the star map only shows a small part of the Beast God Star Field. There's a bigger part of the Beast God Star Field that isn't on the map. The Beast God Star Field is definitely not smaller than the Void Realm." Ye Lin nodded and said, "I think so too. I heard that yesterday, the last group that went to the Beast God Star Field to explore the Beast God Star Field lost contact with them. It seems like they've met with a disaster." "That's good, I think they're just being arrogant." Zhao Hai looked at Ye Lin's expression and couldn't help but smile as he said, "Why do I feel like you're gloating over their misfortune?" "Right, did you say that the major families are sending reinforcements? Even Elder Tang didn't manage to persuade them. How come I heard that the reinforcements have been withdrawn? Is it because you lost contact with the people inside, so you had no choice but to retreat?" Ye Lin smiled bitterly and said, "It's not that easy. The major families withdrew their reinforcements because of the Shangguan family." Zhao Hai frowned and said, "The Shangguan family? I know a little about this family. It seems to be one of the 5 major families. But aside from that, I don't know much. Tell me what's going on." Ye Lin sighed and said, "Speaking of the 5 major families, they're really extraordinary existences. I'm afraid that each of them has existed for more than 1,000,000 years. Nobody knows the specifics of these 5 families, even the main family doesn't know much about them. They only know that the 5 families are very powerful. However, they don't appear often, so very few people have heard about them. But the major families in the Void Realm still know about them. Moreover, the 5 families aren't in the Void Realm, they're in other star fields. Although those star fields are also in the Void Realm, they don't have much contact with us. Therefore, nobody knows about their specific strength. Zhao Hai nodded, then he frowned as he looked at Yelin and said, "What's the Shangguan family doing? How did they make the major families so nervous?" Yelin smiled bitterly and said, "The star fields where the 5 families are and our star fields are called the 6 domains of the void. The star fields where the 5 families are located are very powerful. In those star fields, all forces have to submit to the 5 families. As long as we're here, the 5 families are equal. The 5 families are always thinking about occupying our star fields." This time, the Shangguan family suddenly sent a fleet of 10 large artifacts to the Void Realm. Naturally, the major families are very nervous. They want to know what the Shangguan family wants to do. Zhao Hai said, "If the Shangguan family really does attack the Void Realm, what will the consequences be?" Yao Lin smiled bitterly and said, "What else can we do? The entire Void Realm will unite and fight them. It's not like this hasn't happened before. It's precisely because of this that the major families don't dare to act recklessly. They don't dare to send troops to the Beast God Realm. If they do, then the Void Realm would be lost." Zhao Hai stared and said, "Is it that serious? Then it's no wonder that the major families don't dare to send troops there." "Right, why did you come looking for me this time?" Yao Lin smiled bitterly and said, "What else can I do for you? Let's cooperate. Our Yi family wants to buy more of your potions." Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at Yao Lin with a strange expression and said, "Your Yi family? Is it your Bitter Leaf family or the Main Leaf family?" When Yao Lin saw Zhao Hai's expression, he knew that he couldn't hide it from him. He smiled bitterly and said, "What do you think? Although our Bitter Leaf family also needs your potions, we don't need that much. The potions we bought from you are already enough for us. Who do you think we're going to buy these potions for?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, I understand. Then I'll tell you that this business can be done. However, there are conditions. I don't need jade essence, I need all kinds of cultivation materials, including herbs, ores, and jade essence. Anything that can be used for cultivation, I need them all." When Yao Lin heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he laughed and said, "All right, Brother Hai, that's great. All right, I'll definitely bring those conditions to you." "Right, the herbs you mentioned aren't ordinary, right?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Of course we'll also need those ordinary herbs. However, we only need 1/10 of the total amount of potions. The rest will be other materials." Yao Lin nodded and said, "All right, I don't think that's a problem." "Right, Brother Hai, you should prepare yourself. The other great clans might also want to do business with you. You need to prepare more potions." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, as long as they come, then I'll have more potions for them. At worst, I'll just increase the production." Then he and Yao Lin looked at each other and laughed. Although Yao Lin didn't say it explicitly, he was telling Zhao Hai that the one buying the potions this time wasn't the Bitter Leaf family, but rather the head of the Yi family. Moreover, from the previous conversation, it can be seen that the head of the Yi family had given the Bitter Leaf family a lot of trouble. Because of this, Yao Lin was very supportive of Zhao Hai's plan to rip off the head of the Yi family. Zhao Hai also understood the intentions of the head of the Yi family. In the past, the Yi family had offended Zhao Hai when they entered the Beast God Star field. They were afraid that if they came to negotiate with Zhao Hai, then Zhao Hai would give them a hard time. Because of this, they asked Yao Lin to come forward. After all, everyone knew that Yao Lin and Zhao Hai had a good relationship. And because of Zhao Hai's matter, Yao Lin was grounded. From this point, one could see that the relationship between Zhao Hai and Yao Lin wasn't ordinary. If Yao Lin came forward to negotiate with Zhao Hai, then naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't give him a hard time. However, this also proved how good the potions produced by the Four Righteous Gang were. Even a great clan like the Yi family would use the potions produced by the Four Righteous Gang. To be honest, the potions produced by the Four Righteous Gang were very good. For ordinary injuries, the healing effect was very good. But for some high-level cultivators, the effect was a bit worse. However, compared to ordinary pills, it was still better. The main reason was that those high-level cultivators who could injure them weren't simple people. And after they were injured, their wounds would usually contain the other party's qi. This qi would cause continuous damage to their wounds. In order to heal their wounds, the first thing to do was to dissolve this qi. Only then could the wounds be healed. Some high-grade medicines can resolve this energy. However, these high-grade medicines weren't easy to refine. Because of this, some cultivators would use another method to resolve this energy. First, they would use their own energy to resolve this energy. Otherwise, they would ask someone to help them resolve this energy. Then they would use medicine to treat their injuries. In this case, ordinary medicines would be able to heal their injuries. However, the quality of the medicine would directly determine the recovery time. The potions produced by the Four Righteous Gang were very effective in healing wounds. Using the potions of the Four Righteous Gang would speed up the healing process. Moreover, there were no impurities in the potions. This was the biggest advantage of the potions produced by the Four Righteous Gang. In addition to external injuries, the internal injury medicine made by the Four Righteous Gang was also very useful. As long as the internal injury wasn't too serious, then you can use the Four Righteous Gang's medicine to heal your injuries. Although the recovery speed might not be as fast as high-grade pills, if you calculate the cost, then it would be much cheaper. It was precisely because of this advantage that the Yi family had Yi Lin place an order with the Four Righteous Gang. They hoped that they would be able to buy large quantities of the Four Righteous Gang's medicine. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't refuse such a business deal. On the contrary, he was very happy to accept it. This was because the Four Righteous Gang needed a lot of cultivation materials. The main reason why Zhao Hai didn't want those ordinary herbs was because the Four Righteous Gang's herbs had become a disaster. There were so many of them that they had to use several warehouses to store them. And those warehouses weren't used to store the herbs, they were filled with spatial bags. So how many herbs would it take to store several warehouses of spatial bags? Zhao Hai would have a headache whenever he thought about those medicinal herbs. However, if Zhao Hai didn't take any herbs when he transacted with the Yi family, then the Yi family would become suspicious. Now, everyone thought that the Four Righteous Gang's business wasn't making any money. If the Four Righteous Gang suddenly stopped collecting herbs, then the great clans would be suspicious. If the great clans knew that the Four Righteous Gang's business was profitable, then they would certainly come and snatch it. Because of this, Zhao Hai set a rule that he would only take 10% of the herbs and the rest would be cultivation materials. Some people would say that if you want 1/10 of the medicinal herbs, wouldn't that be too little? At that time, wouldn't those big families still be suspicious of you? In reality, that wasn't the case. Zhao Hai wanted 1/10 of the medicinal herbs and cultivation materials, so those big families would think that Zhao Hai had found a way to evolve the medicinal herbs. Then, he could use those cultivation materials to exchange for medicinal herbs and make some profit from it. After sending Yelin off, Zhao Hai returned to the fortress ruins. He didn't tell Yelin about the fortress ruins, because Zhao Hai knew very well that Yelin was still a member of the Yi family. If Yelin knew about the fortress ruins, then the Yi family would know as well, and now was not the time to let the Yi family know about the fortress ruins. After returning to the fortress ruins, Zhao Hai immediately had Tai Xiong and the others refine more medicinal furnaces and increase the production of the potions. This time, Yalin's arrival gave Zhao Hai a wake-up call. In Zhao Hai's opinion, if the Yi family knew about the benefits of the potions, then the other big families should also know about it. If they also wanted to import a large amount of potions from the Four Righteous Gang, then their potion business would have to increase the production. Facts proved that Zhao Hai's idea was not wrong. In the following period of time, many guests came to Tsuiwei Mountain. These guests were all from the various big families, and they all wanted to buy a large amount of potions from the Four Righteous Gang. This was definitely good news for the Four Righteous Gang. Zhao Hai naturally agreed. Of course, he also put forward a condition. The condition was that 1/5 of the medicinal herbs used to make potions, as well as other cultivation materials. These cultivation materials didn't have to be very good, but they had to be what ordinary sects needed. In addition, he also wanted a large amount of attribute jade essence, and if you took out the attribute jade essence, he would even give you some discounts. Zhao Hai wanted the attribute jade essence for the golden mud. The golden mud he obtained back then had already become very large. In the fortress ruins, there was a separate medicine garden that contained the golden mud. There were also medicinal herbs planted there, and they were growing very well. Of course, the medicinal herbs planted there weren't ordinary medicinal herbs, they were all relatively precious. However, very few people in the Four Righteous Gang knew that there was actually such a medicine garden in the Four Righteous Gang. Zhao Hai wanted the attribute jade essence to increase the area of the golden mud. He hoped that he could rely on the attribute jade essence collected from the outside world to turn the entire medicine garden in the fortress ruins into golden mud. The successive arrival of the big families also made Zhao Hai feel a little nervous. He made the branches of the Four Righteous Gang more careful, but at the same time, he also made the branches of the Four Righteous Gang start to recruit a large number of rogue cultivators. Zhao was very clear that at this time, it was the easiest time to recruit people. These rogue cultivators weren't fools. What's more, the Shangguan family suddenly sent a fleet into the Void Realm. This wasn't a big secret. The big families were nervously preparing for the war, and these rogue cultivators were aware of this. This inevitably caused panic among the rogue cultivators. These rogue cultivators wanted to find a backer, because only with a backer would they be able to survive the upheaval that was about to happen. In order to increase their chances of survival, they hoped to join a force. However, the threshold of the big families was too high. Even if they wanted to join, they wouldn't be able to. As for the small forces, even if they wanted to accept these people, they didn't have the conditions nor the ability to do so. This was because if they accepted these people, they would have to arrange their lives and provide them with cultivation resources. Otherwise, why would these people want to join them? Some small forces had very little income, so it was impossible for them to recruit more people. Even if they recruited more people, they wouldn't have a place to arrange for them, nor would they have any resources to distribute. This would cause chaos instead. At this time, the Four Righteous Gang suddenly appeared. Each branch of the Four Righteous Gang began to recruit a large number of people. Of course, their recruitment was also very secretive. They would first contact some rogue cultivators. If these rogue cultivators wanted to join a force, then they would tell them about the Four Righteous Gang's situation and the treatment they would receive. If they agreed to join the Four Righteous Gang, then the branch would point them to a place where they would be sent to Jadeite Mountain. After a period of observation in Jadeite Mountain, if there were no problems, then they would be sent to the fortress ruins. The Four Righteous Gang also had a special feature in their recruitment. Those rogue cultivators who already had a family or had established a small family would be given priority. The prerequisite was that they had to move their family members to the Four Righteous Gang. Because their family members were there, their loyalty would be guaranteed. The scale of the Four Righteous Gang's recruitment this time was very large. However, it didn't attract the attention of the great clans. The attention of the great clans was now focused on the Shangguan clan. Even if they didn't pay attention to the Shangguan clan, they would still pay attention to the Beast God Star Field and the other realms. The sudden appearance of the Shangguan clan attracted the attention of the great clans in the Lower Paradise region. At the same time, they also had to pay attention to the Beast God Star Field. Moreover, Elder Tang also told the great clans that he was attacked by people from other realms. Because of this, the great clans were now focused on these big events. They didn't have the time to care about the life and death of the rogue cultivators. The Four Righteous Gang took advantage of this opportunity to recruit a large number of rogue cultivators. This also caused the Four Righteous Gang's number to increase rapidly in a short period of time. The resources of the big clans were also sent to the Four Righteous Gang one after another. The Four Righteous Gang also gave them a large number of potions. It can be said that the Four Righteous Gang took advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune. However, the great clans didn't notice that the Four Righteous Gang had made a fortune. Not only did they not notice the Four Righteous Gang's wealth, they didn't even notice that the Four Righteous Gang's strength was increasing rapidly. Not to mention the great clans, even the life and death arena didn't notice it. After all, the headquarters of the Four Righteous Gang was in the fortress ruins, and the fortress ruins was in the void. Aside from the members of the Four Righteous Gang, there was no one else there. Therefore, only the members of the Four Righteous Gang knew the extent of their development. Of course, this didn't mean that the Four Righteous Gang didn't have any problems. In fact, the Four Righteous Gang had been developing very fast recently. Their members had already exceeded 100,000. With more people, there would be all kinds of conflicts. This was especially true with the addition of some small clans. This caused the Four Righteous Gang to have different factions. Open struggles and veiled struggles were inevitable. However, Zhao Hai had already expected this. The Four Righteous Gang's rules had been revised, making them more comprehensive in order to restrain the actions of these people. Among the new members of the Four Righteous Gang, some of them were sent by other great clans. Some of them wanted to use the information they knew about the Four Righteous Gang to go to other great clans and get a good background. Towards such people, Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. He would immediately execute them and notify the whole gang. Even some small clans would be slaughtered, not leaving a single one alive. Such an iron-blooded method made the Four Righteous Gang clear. Everyone knew that the Four Righteous Gang wasn't easy to provoke. If you become a member of the Four Righteous Gang, then you have to be honest and loyal. If you dare to be half-hearted, then the Four Righteous Gang wouldn't be polite. The increase in the number of members of the Righteous Four Gang also brought along another kind of people, the ambitious ones. These people might have some strength, and they also established a family that wasn't too weak. When they first joined the Righteous Four Gang, they were very cooperative. But at the same time, they also learned about the Righteous Four Gang bit by bit. They were like poisonous snakes staring at their prey. When they didn't attack, you wouldn't notice them. But when they learned that the Four Righteous Gang only had a few thousand people in the beginning, and only a few hundred teleportation realm cultivators, they couldn't help but think about it. In their view, the few thousand people in the beginning were the real core of the Four Righteous Gang. They were the ones who were truly loyal to Zhao Hai. As long as they dealt with those people, then Zhao Hai would be finished. At that time, the Four Righteous Gang would be theirs. Even the ruins of the stronghold would be theirs. This was too attractive for them. Greed made them dizzy. This sentence was not wrong at all. Although these people knew that Zhao Hai was very strong, they didn't think that Zhao Hai could do anything to them alone. Therefore, some small clans that joined the Four Righteous Gang secretly joined forces and launched an attack. They wanted to seize the Four Righteous Gang in one fell swoop. But before they could launch an attack, Zhao Hai had already led his army to block them. After a massacre, Zhao Hai finally made them understand that the Four Righteous Gang only had one leader, and that was Zhao Hai. He was the only king of the Four Righteous Gang. The massacre this time was really shocking. Because this time, Zhao Hai killed a total of 5,000 people. Among them, 500 were teleportation realm cultivators. As for the rest, whether it was the elderly or the children, they were all slaughtered without exception. Such an iron-blooded method completely shocked the people of the Four Righteous Gang, making them all behave. After 2 massacres, Zhao Hai began to use his soft tactics again. He improved the treatment of the people of the Four Righteous Gang. At the same time, he adopted a very tolerant attitude towards the small clans that joined the Four Righteous Gang. He spared no effort in cultivating the disciples of these small clans. The patriarchs of these small clans understood that they would never become cultivators of a higher level in their lifetime. However, they hoped that their children could become cultivators of a higher level. Therefore, they were very happy that the Four Righteous Gang valued their children so much. This also allowed the Four Righteous Gang to gain the hearts of these small clans in a short time, making them loyal to the Four Righteous Gang. After a series of reorganization, the Four Righteous Gang finally got on the right track. At this time, more and more people joined the Four Righteous Gang. The total population of the Four Righteous Gang exceeded 120,000. Although it seems like a lot of people, compared to the area of the fortress ruins, this number was really small. While the Four Righteous Gang was developing, the atmosphere in the Lower Paradise territory became even more tense. The great clans suddenly discovered that they were being attacked from all sides. They suffered heavy losses in the Beast God Star field, so they couldn't send people there anymore. The sudden appearance of the Shangguan clan made them feel a sense of crisis. The other planes also began to become restless, making them have no choice but to deal with them carefully. Most importantly, they also offended the life and death arena, offending a strong reinforcement. In the past, Elder Tang went to the great clans and told them not to send reinforcements to the Beast God Star Field. However, they didn't listen. First, their relationship with the life and death arena wasn't very good. Second, they were reluctant to leave the Beast God Star Field. Third, they also believed that the Beast God Star Field wasn't as serious as Elder Tang said. Because of this, many great clans didn't give Elder Tang any face and sent reinforcements. However, the sudden appearance of the Shangguan clan made these great clans calm down. Moreover, all the cultivators in the Beast God Star Field had lost contact with their clans. This made these great clans believe Elder Tang's words. However, it was too late, they had already offended Elder Tang. Originally, when Elder Tang went to persuade them, they would have calmed down and agreed to his proposal. Then their relationship with the life and death arena would be eased. Once their relationship with the life and death arena was eased, they would be able to ask the life and death arena for help. But now, it seems like it was impossible. While the atmosphere in the lower paradise domain was tense, some great clans led by the two clans suddenly announced that they would welcome people from other planes. Moreover, they would give some of their territories to those planes so that they could station their troops there. This matter was like a fuse, it caused a chain reaction. The other clans discovered that there were so many great clans that were under the control of the other planes. These great clans immediately formed an alliance and prepared to suppress the other great clans led by the two clans. But at this time, Elder Tang suddenly appeared and announced that he would join the alliance to suppress these great clans. At the same time, he also announced that the attack on him was done by the two clan and other great clans. This made everyone understand why Elder Tang wanted to join the alliance. The atmosphere in the Void Realm had reached an unprecedented level of tension. With the two family as the leader, the armies supported by various realms began to gather in the star fields where the two family was located. The allied forces of the other clans and the life and death arena also began to gather, preparing to attack those planets. Just as the flames of war were about to erupt, the Shangguan clan suddenly announced that in order to maintain the peace of the Void Realm, the Shangguan clan would join the side of the life and death arena to suppress the two clan and other traitors of the Void Realm. This decision caused an uproar in the Void Realm. They didn't expect the Shangguan family to intervene at this time. Of course, the most surprised ones were the allied forces of the two family and the other realms. The two family and the other realms originally thought that this was an opportunity. The sudden appearance of the Shangguan family's fleet in the Void Realm clearly indicated that they wanted to occupy the Void Realm. Therefore, the allied forces thought that the Shangguan family would cooperate with them and cause chaos in the Void Realm. However, the result was completely out of their expectations. Not only did the Shangguan clan not cooperate with them, on the contrary, the Shangguan clan joined the crusade against them. This made the people from the two family and the other realms shocked. The other clans in the Void Realm didn't seem to welcome the Shangguan family's decision. It couldn't be helped, the other clans in the Void Realm were very wary of the five great clans. Now that the Shangguan family suddenly got involved in this matter, they couldn't help but be vigilant. The allied forces led by the Yi family and the Ji family held several meetings to discuss the Shangguan family's matter. Originally, they didn't want the Shangguan family to participate, but the Shangguan family chose a very good starting point this time. They said that they came to help the life and death arena. Whether it was the Yi family or the Ji family, they didn't want to offend the life and death arena. They had already offended the life and death arena, so if they didn't give the life and death arena any face, then it would be tantamount to breaking off all ties with the life and death arena. There was another reason why they didn't dare to offend the Shangguan family. They were afraid that the Shangguan family would fly into a rage because of this matter. If the Shangguan family suddenly joined the two families' camp, then it would be over. However, these matters had nothing to do with Zhao Hai. Both sides gathered their forces, but Zhao Hai didn't participate. The life and death arena's army was led by Elder Tang, so Zhao Hai didn't participate. Naturally, the life and death arena couldn't send out all of their forces. They only sent out some of their forces, but even so, it was still very shocking. There were tens of thousands of teleportation realm cultivators, thousands of Vajra realm cultivators, and nearly 100-years-old spirit condensation experts. Such a force was something that no one dared to underestimate. Elder Tang didn't want the major clans to know that Zhao Hai had already taken over the life and death arena. Now, only the higher-ups of the life and death arena knew that Zhao Hai had taken over the life and death arena. These people were absolutely loyal to the life and death arena, so they wouldn't have any problems. They also wouldn't reveal Zhao Hai's identity. Therefore, outsiders only thought that Zhao Hai was a relatively strong champion of the life and death arena. They simply didn't think that Zhao Hai had already entered the core of the life and death arena and even started to take over the life and death arena. Elder Tang led the army to join the crusade. On the other hand, the life and death arena was overseen by Zhao Hai and the 6 great elders. It was very easy for them to deal with the matters of the life and death arena. Nobody knew that although Zhao Hai had a lot of time to deal with the matters of the life and death arena in Heavenly Planet, he had also begun his crusade against the false form realm. Zhao Hai discovered that the false form realm didn't participate in the two families' operation. There were about 100 realms participating in the two families' operation. For the void realm, this wasn't a lot. This was because there were too many realms that came to the void realm every day. 100 realms weren't a big deal at all. After discovering that there were no people from the false form realm, Zhao Hai immediately ordered Laura and the others to attack the false form realm. It must be said that the strength of the false form realm wasn't weak. There were more than 1,300 sects in the false form realm. 36 of them were top-notch sects, their strength was comparable to the Tyrant's Blade sect. There were also more than 100 mid-level sects, their strength wasn't bad either. Below them were the smaller sections. Although these smaller sects weren't very strong, their combined strength wasn't weak at all. However, Zhao Hai didn't lack in destroying realms in the past. Because of this, it was natural for him to do it with ease. Additionally, he didn't have the help of Kai and Julie in the past. Now that he had them, it was natural for him to have an easier time. They first chose a small sect called the Form Transformation sect. Zhao Hai prepared to start with this small sect. The Shapeshifting sect was a beast cultivator sect in the false form realm. Beast cultivators weren't very valued in the false form realm because it was much more difficult for beast cultivators to learn the avatar technique compared to humans. In the false form realm, the avatar technique was the mainstream cultivation method. They couldn't learn other cultivation methods even if they wanted to. Therefore, beast cultivators were at a disadvantage in the false form realm and belonged to the disadvantaged group. The reason why Zhao Hai chose the Form Transformation sect was because although the sect wasn't very big, they were still an important member of the Beast Cultivator Alliance in the false form realm. In the false form realm, beast cultivators were considered to be a weak group. Therefore, these beast cultivators banded together and formed an alliance to deal with human cultivators. This was because they were afraid that if they didn't do so, they would be slowly eaten up by human cultivators. The false form realm had always been relatively peaceful. It was a bit like the real spiritual realm. Although they would occasionally send people to the void realm, they didn't send many people. Moreover, the spots were taken by the various top sections. It was impossible for a small sect like the Form Transformation sect to get the chance to enter the void realm. It was because of this that the false form realm was relatively isolated. This isolation also brought about internal stability. Because there was no external impact, there was almost no way to change the situation in the false form realm. Zhao Hai wanted to devour the Form Transformation sect first. His method was similar to the Void Realm. He directly sent Kai and Julie to assassinate the members of the Form Transformation sect. There were only a few thousand people in the entire Form Transformation sect. These people were all beast cultivators. Among them, there were less than 200 beast cultivators who had reached the teleportation realm. The strongest person in the Form Transformation sect was their Supreme Elder. He was a snake demon in the early stages of the Spirit Condensation realm. Next were 10 Supreme Elders in the Vajra realm. These were all the strength of the Form Transformation sect. The first person Zhao Hai wanted to deal with was the Supreme Elder of the Form Transformation sect. In order to deal with the Supreme Elder, he had spent a long time preparing. First, he had Julie find the Supreme Elder's cave residence. Then, he had Kai Er slowly extend his branch under the Supreme Elder's cave residence. He also had to pay attention to the rate of growth every day. He tried his best to make the Supreme Elder think that it was just an ordinary plant and not pay attention to him. It took more than 10 days for Kai Er to extend a branch under the Supreme Elder's cave residence. Moreover, it was still extending upwards little by little. The Supreme Elder did not suspect anything and continued to cultivate in seclusion every day. Just when Zhao Hai and the others were ready, Zhao Hai decided to take action. Of course, this action could not be done recklessly. It had to be planned. The Supreme Elder of the Form Transformation Sect, Snake Elder, was sitting in his cave residence, comprehending the heavenly Tao. Suddenly, he felt that there was an additional person in his cave residence. This was not a small matter. His cave residence was in the forbidden area of the Form Transformation Sect. Who could appear in his cave residence silently? He opened his eyes abruptly and looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also looked at him. Snake Elder looked at Zhao Hai and could not help but squint his eyes. Two cold rays of light shot out from his eyes, like a poisonous snake staring at its prey. He looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, "Who are you? How did you enter this old man's cave residence?" Zhao Hai smiled slightly and said, "The person who wants your life." Snake Elder looked at Zhao Hai, then he suddenly laughed and said, "You want my life? Ha ha ha, you? You are just a Vidra realm cultivator. I can kill 10 of you with one hand. You want my life?" Zhao Hai looked at Snake Elder's appearance and snorted coldly, "Yes, I am the person who wants you to capture." Although he said so, he had not made any move. When Snake Elder looked at Zhao Hai's appearance, he could not help but sneer and said, "If you want my life, I will take yours first." Snake's kiss. After saying that, he moved and stretched out his two hands. His hands formed fists and his index fingers bent forward like two snake fangs. He attacked Zhao Hai directly. Zhao Hai stood there and did not move. Although Snake Elder was puzzled, his two hands still hit Zhao Hai's body firmly. Bang! Snake Elder could easily feel that his fingers had pierced into Zhao Hai's body. His face could not help but show joy. Zhao Hai's face also turned black, and his whole body turned over and fell. Snake Elder looked at Zhao Hai, who fell to the ground, and sneered disdainfully, "You want to kill me with such ability? You really don't know how to live." The reason why he said this was that he felt that Zhao Hai's breathing and heartbeat had stopped, and there was no sign of life on his body. Death aura had begun to appear on his body, which of course meant that Zhao Hai was dead. Just as he relaxed, a vine suddenly broke out of the ground behind him and stabbed into his back, piercing his heart. Snake Elder was shocked. Just as he was about to open his mouth and shout, he found that Zhao Hai, who had fallen to the ground and been dead, suddenly stood up, covered his mouth, and then twisted his neck. This time, Snake Elder was dead. His head was still turned to the back, but his whole body did not fall. He was still standing there supported by the vines. Zhao Hai waved his hand and received Snake Elder into the space, and then immediately released him. Snake Elder was alive again. There was no trace of death aura on his body. It was as if the previous things had never happened, but he was no longer the Supreme Elder of the shapeshifting sect, but Zhao Hai's most loyal subordinate. Using a similar method, Zhao Hai was able to deal with the entire transformation gang in the shortest time possible. The entire gang had a change of leadership. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't turn everyone in the gang into undead and resurrect them. He only turned the higher-ups of the gang into undead and made them loyal to him. This was enough. After dealing with the shapeshifting gang, Zhao Hai began to deal with the other sections. He first dealt with the Beast Cultivator Alliance. Since the Beast Cultivator Alliance wasn't very strong, the shapeshifting gang still had some face in the Beast Cultivator Alliance. Zhao Hai had the transformation gang come forward and invite some people from the Demon Cultivator Alliance to the transformation sect. Then he dealt with these people in the transformation sect. After dealing with these people, he released them and had them act as spies. From the inside, he controlled the other sects of the Demon Cultivator Alliance. It took Zhao Hai more than 2 months to control the entire Demon Cultivator Alliance. This was already a very fast speed. One must know that the Demon Cultivator Alliance was composed of more than 100 sects. Although there were some small sects in the alliance, they were still a force to be reckoned with. While Xiaohai was dealing with the Demon Cultivator Alliance, the Void Realm wasn't calm. The Yi family and the Ji family led the punitive army and began to discuss the two family. This time, the punitive army was quite large, totaling nearly 1 million people. Most importantly, the weakest among them were teleportation realm experts. When the two families saw that they were serious this time, they started to panic. Although the two family had the support of people from various realms, it was impossible for them to send all their forces to the Void Realm. Moreover, the realms weren't very united. They were also divided into sects. They knew very well that if their sects were to go all out, then their sects wouldn't be able to gain a foothold in their realms. Therefore, although the realm sent people, their numbers weren't a lot. In addition to the strength of the two family and the other clans, the total number of people was only about 500,000. 500,000 versus 1 million, the difference was too big. Moreover, there was also the Shangguan clan and the Life and Death Arena. This put a lot of pressure on the two family. However, the two family also knew that it was impossible for them to surrender. This was because the other clans wouldn't let them go. This time, they betrayed the entire Void Realm and even exposed themselves. Now, they had lost the opportunity to surrender. Without the opportunity to surrender, they could only go all out. Therefore, the two family was also preparing for the battle. In order to prepare for the battle, the two family gathered people from other clans and realms on their planet. They also planned to capture the people from the Life and Death Arena on their planet and use them to threaten Elder Tang. However, when they arrived at the Life and Death Arena, they found that the people there had already left. Then, the two family did something else. They wanted to tie all the forces on their planet to their war chariot. Although these forces weren't as strong as the two family, as long as they joined the two family, they would still be of great help to the two family. However, these forces didn't want to agree. However, they had no choice. Because of this, the two family and the other realms were too strong, they couldn't resist. These forces were very clear that the two family had no hope of winning this time. This time, they were going against the entire Void Realm. They didn't want to do such a thing. However, if they didn't agree, they would be destroyed. Death immediately or death after a period of time, they were prepared to choose the latter. They wanted to live as long as they could. Just as they were about to agree to the two families' conditions, a rumor suddenly spread. It said that the Four Righteous Gang was currently recruiting people. As long as they agreed to join the Four Righteous Gang and remain loyal to it, they would be able to leave the two families' planet and join the Four Righteous Gang. At first, no one believed this news. This was because the two family had already sealed all the formations on the planet. The formations on the planet were useless. Naturally, no one believed it. But soon, someone confirmed that this news was true. This was because there were people leaving the two families' planet. Once this news was confirmed, everyone on the two families' planet wanted to leave and join the Four Righteous Gang. However, they suddenly discovered that the Four Righteous Gang didn't exist. No matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find it. This news was too big. Very soon, the two family panicked. Naturally, the two family was afraid. They sealed all the teleportation formations on the planet in order to prevent people from entering the planet. If the Four Righteous Gang really existed and had teleportation formations that could be used, then the planet would be in danger. The two family immediately began to investigate the planet. However, they couldn't find anything. Although the Four Righteous Gang used to open cheap pharmacies, the people in those pharmacies had already run away. There was no clue at all. Naturally, the two family knew that the Four Righteous Gang was established by Zhao Hai. And Zhao Hai was a famous champion of the Life and Death Arena. Because of this, the two family concluded that the Four Righteous Gang was sent by the Life and Death Arena to disrupt the morale of the army. The two family immediately began to monitor all the forces on the planet. They even implemented a system of joint punishment. This time, the planet became more well-behaved. When the two families saw that the other forces had become well-behaved, they began to fully prepare for war. At this time, the teleportation formations on the surrounding planets had been sealed. Therefore, if Elder Tang and the others wanted to attack them, they would have to fly through the void. Even if they were to teleport to the nearest planet, it would still take them 2 months to arrive. And this was assuming that they didn't encounter any trouble. 2 months was more than enough for the two family to prepare. However, the two family didn't know that the Four Righteous Gang really existed on the planet. They weren't there before, but after Elder Tang's arrival, the 8 Cyan Jade carriage had already recorded the planet's terrain. Therefore, Xiaohai was able to send people to the planet at any time. After the two family carried out their high-pressure policy for a while, they finally relaxed. But what they didn't know was that in some remote places on the planet, strange figures began to appear. These people claimed to be members of the Four Righteous Gang and began to contact the other forces on the planet. As long as one agreed to join the Four Righteous Gang and be loyal to the gang, then they would be able to take them away. These people didn't believe it at first. But after the Four Righteous Gang sent some people away, they began to believe it. Slowly, more and more people were taken away by the Four Righteous Gang. Soon, a large number of cultivators began to disappear from the two families' main city. This made the two family vigilant. They began to investigate again, but they still couldn't find anything. At this time, the cultivators on the planet also knew what was going on. They couldn't help but panic. The two family couldn't control the situation. Seeing this situation, the two family was finally forced to make a decision. They opened the transmission formation on the planet and allowed the cultivators to leave. They had no choice but to let the cultivators stay. They would have to spend a lot of manpower to keep an eye on them. This would affect their preparations for the battle. Additionally, the cultivators were in a state of panic. They couldn't control them. If things went wrong, the cultivators might rebel, which would be even more troublesome. Therefore, they could only let the cultivators leave. It wasn't that the two family didn't think about killing these cultivators. However, they weren't crazy. Naturally, they only thought about it and didn't dare to do it. If they did, then they wouldn't be going against the great clans of the Void Realm, but against the entire Void Realm. They wouldn't be able to return to the Void Realm in the future. This time, because the two family misjudged the situation, they acted in advance. Not only did they expose themselves, but they also exposed the realms that supported them. Even if they failed this time, it didn't matter. They still had a chance to enter the Void Realm in the future. Because of this, they weren't afraid of the great clans of the Void Realm. On the contrary, they wanted to fight with them and let them know that they weren't to be trifled with. However, if they dared to kill all the cultivators on the planet, then it would be tantamount to offending all the cultivators in the Void Realm. If the cultivators from their realms dared to appear in the Void Realm in the future, then they would definitely become the target of scorn. After letting all the cultivators leave, the two family retreated and occupied the planet. They were fully prepared for the war, waiting for the arrival of Elder Tang's army. Xiaohai was also very busy this time. He was busy receiving people. This time, they got a lot of cultivators from the two families' planet. There were hundreds of thousands of them. Fortunately, the fortress ruins was big enough. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators were able to move in without any problems. There were still a lot of empty areas. After these people moved into the Four Righteous Gang, they were quickly assimilated by Xiaohai. At the same time, Xiaohai didn't stop his attack on the false form realm. Now, he had begun to reach out to the small sects in the false form realm. Xiaohai's intention was very clear. He wanted to start with the small sects in the false form realm first, then deal with the medium sects, and then deal with the large sections. Bit by bit, he would slowly nibble away at the false form realm. The reason why he started with the small sects was mainly because they were weak. It was relatively easy to deal with them. Moreover, attacking the small sects wouldn't attract attention, so he could rest assured and do it boldly. Just as Xiaohai was nibbling away at the false form realm and reorganizing the Four Righteous Gang, Elder Tang's army was approaching the planet where the two family was located. This time, they dispatched a total of 1 million troops. There were more than 100 large artifacts. They were majestic and imposing. However, the two family had already appeared around their fleet. These people were scouts, they were here to investigate. However, Elder Tang and the others didn't care. It was normal for two family to send people to investigate. They had a lot of people and all of them were on the large enchanted vessels. They weren't afraid of two families' investigation. If two family wanted to investigate, then let them. After all, they were going to force their way through openly. Two family could only face them head-on. Zhao Hai might not have gone to the battlefield, but he was still paying attention to Elder Tang and the others. Elder Tang and the others had the advantage in numbers and strength. Naturally, they didn't need to use any tricks. They only needed to force their way through openly. It could be said that Elder Tang and the others were doing the right thing. However, Zhao Hai thought that the two family might do something to delay Elder Tang's advance. Although this wouldn't be of any use, they would still do it. Two family had acted a little too early this time. Zhao Hai had noticed that Two family wasn't the only one in the Void Realm who had colluded with the other realms. Some of the other families were also colluding with them. If Two family hadn't acted rashly, they wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Zhao Hai noticed that even though the people from the other realms wanted to enter the Void Realm and occupy a piece of land, they weren't united. If they could be more united and gather all their strength to act together, then the forces in Lower Paradise wouldn't be able to stop them. In the end, the 5 great families would have to take action. Even if the 5 great families took action, the people from the other realms would definitely be able to snatch a piece of land in the Void Realm. After all, the 5 great families had their own territories, and they couldn't do anything about Lower Paradise. They probably wouldn't use their full strength at that time. However, it was clear that the people from the other realms didn't communicate with each other. They didn't agree to work together. This was the case for Two Family's operation. If Two Family had contacted the other people from the other realms before they acted and made more preparations, then the situation would have been different. However, this had nothing to do with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was in the middle of reorganizing the 4 righteous gang. Now that so many people had joined, all kinds of things would inevitably happen. Previously, some parts of the 4 righteous gang hadn't yet been established, but now, all of them had been established. Previously, the 4 righteous gang didn't have a law enforcement hall, but now, they had one. Their purpose was to check if anyone in the 4 righteous gang had violated the gang's rules. The new members of the 4 righteous gang didn't know how powerful Zhao Hai was at first. But after Zhao Hai dealt with some of the troublemakers, they all became well-behaved. With them being well-behaved, Zhao Hai naturally became easier to control. Moreover, the 4 righteous gang had implemented a unified education for the children of the various families. Everyone was treated equally. As long as you don't violate the gang's rules, regardless of whether you're a newcomer or a veteran, your status in the 4 righteous gang wasn't low. The benefits provided by the 4 righteous gang were also very good. Actually, the main reason why these clans became well-behaved was because of the Stronghold Ruins. The Stronghold Ruins was just too amazing. Anyone who saw this colossus made up of large artifacts would be tempted by it. Naturally, they would become well-behaved. Zhao Hai was happy to see this situation. Although the 4 righteous gang was still unstable, it was still developing in a good direction. In order to maintain the rule of the 4 righteous gang, Zhao Hai had already taken out a large number of people from the space. Then he arranged these people into the halls of the 4 righteous gang. With these people helping Zhao Hai manage the 4 righteous gang, the 4 righteous gang was able to stabilize quickly. At this time, the total population of the 4 righteous gang had already reached 1 million people. Zhao Hai didn't plan on recruiting more people in the short term. The current population of 1 million people was enough for him to digest for a while. On the other hand, Zhao Hai didn't stop at the false form realm. Every day, small sects in the false form realm would become his subordinates. At this time, half of the small sects in the false form realm had already become Zhao Hai's subordinates. The false form realm wasn't as complicated as the void realm. Whatever Zhao Hai did in the false form realm, nobody in the void realm would know. Since they didn't know, Zhao Hai could do whatever he wanted. Unlike in the void realm, there were a lot of methods that he didn't dare to use. At this time, Zhao Hai handed over most of the matters in the false form realm to Kair and Julie. At the same time, he led Laura and the others to manage the 4 righteous gang. The reason why Zhao Hai cared so much about the 4 righteous gang was because in the future, the 4 righteous gang would be his main force in dealing with the demons. Moreover, no matter how much he investigated, he wouldn't be able to find anything wrong with the 4 righteous gang. Naturally, Zhao Hai also had another idea. After the 4 righteous gang was strengthened, he would use the gang's strength to conquer other planes. If a plane had already been conquered, then the four righteous gang could just go there and surrender. This way, they would be able to fool the demons. However, this was just a thought. If he really did that, then the people from the other planes wouldn't deal with the extraterritorial devil race, but would deal with him first. He wouldn't act as a shield for the extraterritorial devil race. While Zhao Hai was fully digesting the 1 million people, Elder Tang's army finally encountered an attack from the two family. These attacks weren't anything special, they were still the same old method. The two family sent cultivators to control meteorites and have them crash towards Elder Tang's fleet. This method could be said to be very common in large-scale battles in the Void Realm. This method was especially common when dealing with large artifacts. Elder Tang and the others were very experienced in dealing with this method. They also had some energy weapons on their large artifacts. These energy weapons could shatter smaller meteorites. Even large meteorites could be destroyed by the energy weapons on several large artifacts at the same time. In order to deal with such an attack, they only needed to slow down a little. Of course, this would naturally slow down their speed. However, Elder Tang and the others weren't in a hurry. In any case, they were all on their large artifacts, so they weren't afraid of such an attack. After encountering several attacks in succession, Elder Tang's army finally arrived at the periphery of the two families' planet. They could even see the large artifacts on the periphery of the two families' planet. Elder Tang stood on his large artifact. This time, a total of 5 large artifacts were deployed for the life and death arena. These large artifacts were all ship-shaped, and there was a life and death flag on each of them. Beside Elder Tang were several people from the life and death arena. Their positions in the life and death arena weren't low. This time, they were the ones who led the others along with Elder Tang. Just as Elder Tang was looking at the large artifacts of the two family, a cultivator beside him said, "Elder Tang, it seems like the two family has sent a lot of large artifacts. I just counted, I'm afraid there are about 30 of them." Elder Tang nodded and said, "There should be more. However, these large artifacts might be hidden on the planet. We still need to be careful and not take them lightly." The cultivator nodded. At this time, a cultivator suddenly appeared in front of Elder Tang's large artifact. Then he cupped his fist and said, "I've seen Elder Tang. The commander of the punitive expedition has invited you to the flagship for a meeting." Elder Tang looked at the cultivator, then he nodded and said, "All right, I understand. You can go back first. I'll be right there." The cultivator nodded, then he cupped his fist towards Elder Tang before turning around and flying away. The cultivator beside Elder Tang coldly snorted and said, "The commander of the punitive expedition, the Ji family really thinks that they're big shots. Elder Tang, do you think we should go?" Elder Tang replied, "Of course we'll go. Lei Jin, you 5 come with me." Lei Jin nodded, then he called the other 4 and flew with Elder Tang towards the Ji family's large artifact. For the life and death arena, the Shangguan clan and the other clans had formed an army commander. This army commander was someone from the Ji clan. The Ji clan could be said to be a famous clan in the Lower Lu domain. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Ji clan was the #1 clan in the Lower Lu domain. However, the Ji clan didn't necessarily have an overwhelming advantage over the other clans. Therefore, they weren't able to occupy the entire Lower Lu domain. It must be said that the Ji family had some relations with Zhao Hai. This Ji family was the one that defeated the Fan family, forcing them to retreat to Thundercloud Star. It was precisely because they defeated the Fan family that they obtained the Fan family's territory and resources, allowing the Ji family to grow to its current size. This time, the punitive expedition was actually divided into 3 forces. The first was the alliance formed by the various families in the Lower Paradise region. This alliance was led by the Ji family and the Yi family. The Ji family was strong, and the Yi family wasn't bad either. Although they weren't as strong as the Ji family, they weren't too far behind. The two families and the other families in the Lower Paradise region represented the strength of the various families in the Lower Paradise region. The second force was the life and death arena. Elder Tang didn't want the Lower Paradise region to become chaotic. Therefore, he led the life and death arena's army to participate in the punitive expedition. At the same time, he wanted to show off his muscles. Although he didn't use the secret army of the life and death arena, nobody would dare to underestimate them. The relationship between the life and death arena and the various families wasn't very harmonious. Therefore, the life and death arena could be considered as the second force. Needless to say, the third force was the Xianxia family. The Xianxia family sent out 10 large artifacts this time. However, they didn't have a lot of people, only about 50,000. However, nobody dared to underestimate the Xianxia family. Although they had a small number of people, they were all elites. Most importantly, behind these people was the Xianxia family. If they provoked the Xianxia family, then they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. It was precisely because of this that although the life and death arena and the Xianxia family didn't send out many people, they still became the two forces in the Crusade army. This time, Xianxia took the initiative to contact Elder Tang and participated in the Crusade army in the name of helping the life and death arena, so the two families naturally became closer. In order to suppress the life and death arena and the Xianxia clan, the allied forces led by the Ji clan and the Yi clan decided to set up a punitive army. This time, the leader of the Ji clan, the younger brother of the Ji clan's master, Iron Hand Soul Chaser Ji Wuming, would be the commander of the punitive army. Of course, they didn't dare to go too far. They wouldn't use this opportunity to weaken the life and death arena and the Xianxia clan's strength. This was because both Elder Tang and the Xianxia clan weren't idiots. If they really found out that they were doing this, they might turn hostile immediately. At that time, whether they could defeat the two clans or not, they would first have to face the wrath of the life and death arena and the Xianxia clan. Not only did they not think of suppressing the life and death arena and the Xianxia family, but they also treated them with respect. Elder Tang and Xianxia Yun, the leader of this expedition, were both deputy commanders of the expedition. This was to reassure Elder Tang and Xianxia Yun. It was equivalent to clearly telling Elder Tang and Xianxia Yun that they wouldn't use their troops as cannon fodder. Elder Tang led Lei Jin and the other 4 people to the large celestial device of the Ji family. Since Ji Wuming had become the commander of the expedition, all the large celestial devices of the Ji family naturally became the flagship. Any meetings would be held on the large celestial device of the Ji family. Elder Tang didn't have any objection to this. The 5 people who followed Elder Tang were very famous in the lower paradise, which was also the void realm. They were nicknamed the 5-element lightning envoy because they were quintuplets and had the surname Lei. Their names were arranged according to the 5 elements. The eldest was called Lei Jin, the second was Lei Mu, the third was Lei Shui, the fourth was Hua, and the oldest was Lei Tuesday. The 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were all present. In the beginning, the 5 brothers of the Lei family were also itinerant cultivators. However, they were itinerant cultivators who were born and raised in the void realm. Later on, when Elder Tang went out to do some errands, he happened to see the 5 brothers and realized that they were quite talented. Hence, he recruited them into the life and death arena and focused on nurturing them. When they grew up, they were sent out to train. Finally, they became famous as the 5 elements lightning envoy. It could be said that the 5 brothers of the Lei family were able to achieve what they had today because of Elder Tang. They respected Elder Tang as if he was their father. They were also very loyal to Elder Tang and the life and death arena. They could be considered as a trump card of the life and death arena. Elder Tang led the 5 people to the large celestial device of the Ji family. The large celestial device of the Ji family was very special. It wasn't the usual ship or carriage. The large celestial device of the Ji family was a castle. That's right, it was a castle made of metal. The walls and the houses in the castle were the same as ordinary castles. This castle also had a very domineering name, the Void Fortress. Elder Tang led the 5 brothers of the Lei family to the outside of the Void Fortress and just happened to see Xianxia Yun leading a few people. Xianxia Yun looked to be in his 30s. He was wearing a moon-white warrior suit with a jade hairpin on his head. He had 3 strands of beard and looked very handsome and extraordinary. When Elder Tang saw him, he cupped his fist and said, "Brother Xianxia." Xianxia Yun also saw Elder Tang. Xianxia Yun admired Elder Tang very much. To be able to develop the life and death arena to this degree in such a short time wasn't something that ordinary people could do. Therefore, Xianxia Yun cupped his fist and said, "Elder Tang, are you also here for a meeting?" Elder Tang smiled faintly and said, "How could I not come when the commander summoned me?" Then he and Xianxia Yun looked at each other and smiled. Then they flew towards the Void Fortress. This was a very large castle. If the internal space wasn't included, then it wouldn't be a problem for a few thousand people to live in this castle. If the internal space was included, then this castle could accommodate even more people. The most important thing was the shape of this castle. This castle wasn't a quadrilateral city that people used to see. Instead, it was a pentagonal castle. The outer shape of the castle looked like a tower shield. The Void Fortress was definitely a great weapon of the G family. This was because the G family relied on it to defeat the Fan family in the past. Therefore, the Void Fortress was very famous in the Void Realm. At this time, there were a lot of cultivators standing in the Void Fortress. Most of these cultivators were from the G family while some were from other clans. However, their numbers were very small. This could be seen from their clothes. Elder Tang knew what was going on. It seems like the other clans were also like Elder Tang. They brought their people to the Void Fortress. However, when they went in for a meeting, they left their people outside. Elder Tang and Shang Guanyun didn't give any special treatment. They also left the people they brought outside. They didn't bring people with them to protect themselves, they just wanted to show off their power and prestige. When Elder Tang and Shang Guanyun entered the castle's hall, they found that the hall was already full of people. There was only a small platform in the innermost part of the hall. There were 3 chairs on the platform, and a person was currently sitting on one of the chairs. This cultivator looked to be in his 40s. He was wearing a gorgeous cultivator's robe. His bones were very big, making him look very tall. Most importantly, one could see that he had a pair of strangely large hands. His hands were about half the size of an ordinary person's hands. This person was the leader of the G family this time. He was the commander of the punitive army, Iron Hand soul-chasing Ji Wuming. His martial arts were all in his hands. Therefore, his hands looked very big, just like a palm leaf fan. When he saw the two coming in, Ji Wuming immediately stood up with a smile on his face. Then he cupped his fist and said, "The two of you are finally here. Come and take a seat." Elder Tang and Shang Guanyun didn't stand on ceremony. They cupped their fists at him and the people around them, then walked to the high platform and sat down. After the two sat down, Ji Wuming also sat down. He looked at the other representatives and said, "Everyone, our punitive expedition has arrived at the periphery of the two families' planet. But it seems like the two family is ready to fight to the death with us. Naturally, we won't let them go. However, we still need to discuss how to attack. If you have any suggestions, please speak up." A buzzing sound came from the audience, but no one spoke. Elder Tang and Shang Guanyun sat there with their eyes half closed. It seemed like they were resting with their eyes closed. Ji Wuming looked at everyone and didn't know what to say. After some time, he opened his mouth and said, "Everyone, please speak your mind." At this time, a cultivator in the audience stood up and said, "Commander, I've seen it. Although there are about 30 large artifacts outside the two families' planet, I think that this number isn't all of their large artifacts. There should be more on their planet. We need to be careful." Ji Wuming nodded and said, "Right, the two family has a planet behind them. Naturally, they wouldn't be completely unprepared. However, I think that the number of large artifacts they have isn't as large as ours. If it's just large artifacts, then we'll definitely win." Everyone nodded. At this time, another cultivator stood up and said, "The two families' most difficult thing to deal with isn't their large artifacts. They don't have a lot of large artifacts, so they're relatively easy to deal with. I think the two families' most difficult thing to deal with is their planet. Although their planet isn't a battle planet, they've been preparing for war for a long time. It can be said that their planet is full of traps and formations. It won't be easy to deal with them." Everyone nodded. If they were in Ji Wuming's shoes, they would have made the same decision as the two family. Although the two families' planet wasn't a battle planet, as long as enough formations and traps were set up, the planet wouldn't be much different from a battle planet. Moreover, on the two families' planet, besides the people from the two family, there were also people from other planes who were used to deal with the punitive expedition army. This allowed the two family to set up formations and traps unscrupulously. This was the biggest headache for everyone. At this time, Elder Tang opened his eyes and said, "You don't need to worry too much about this. I can get the layout of all the two families' traps on the planet. I think this will be helpful to everyone. When Elder Tang said this, everyone was stunned. Ji Wuming looked at Elder Tang and said, Elder Tang, is what you said true? Can you really get the layout of all the two families' traps and formations? Elder Tang nodded and said, it's true. When the two family drove all non-two family members out of the planet, I left a small group of people to hide on the planet. Now, they've figured out the layout of all the two families' traps and formations. However, it will take some time for everyone to see it. Ji Wuming looked at Elder Tang and said, why? Elder Tang, you also know the situation. The earlier we get the layout, the earlier we can attack the two family. Elder Tang nodded and said, of course I know this. However, the layout was taken separately from the planet. The process is very secretive. Most of the traps and formations on the planet have already been sent out. There's still a small portion that hasn't arrived yet. Once the layout arrives, I'll immediately show it to everyone. Ji Wuming looked at Elder Tang and said, Elder Tang, please forgive me for being suspicious. May I ask how trustworthy the people you sent to the two families' planet are? If they're caught by the two family and the information they send is false, then what should we do? Elder Tang shook his head and said, Commander, you can rest assured about this. The people I sent are absolutely trustworthy. It's impossible for them to be caught by the two family. If they were caught, they would immediately commit suicide. You don't need to worry. Ji Wuming let out a long breath, then he said, that's for the best. As long as we get the layout, we'll immediately attack the two families' planet. Right, Elder Tang, do you know how many people are on the planet? What's their strength? Elder Tang nodded and said, I know. There are about 560,000 to 580,000 cultivators on the two clans' planet, but there aren't more than 600,000 of them. These people aren't weak, most of them are teleportation realm cultivators. There aren't many divine condensation realm cultivators and Vajra realm cultivators. However, they have already arranged a lot of formations on the planet. If they make full use of those formations, then they wouldn't be easy to deal with. Ji Wuming nodded, then he said, what about large artifacts? How many are there on the planet? Elder Tang replied, I don't know yet, but I think we'll know soon enough. Of course, Tang Laoji didn't know about this because he sent a team to the two clans' planet. In fact, the two clan naturally gave up on the other cultivators. After letting them leave, they chased away all those who weren't loyal to the two clan. Only those who were loyal to the two clan were left behind. Moreover, they searched the entire planet many times. It was impossible to hide anyone, let alone send a small team to investigate. The reason why Elder Tang knew all of this was because of what Zhao Hai told him. Kai and Julie had already sent their subordinates to the two families' planet. Therefore, they knew everything about the two families' planet. Zhao Hai gave this information to Elder Tang. Naturally, he wouldn't reveal Kai and Julie's secret. His story was the same as what old Tang told Ji Wuming. He said that he left a small group of people on the two families' planet to investigate everything. Then he would report the results to Elder Tang. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. When Zhao Hai told Master Tang about this, he told him not to tell anyone that he was the one who gave this information to Master Tang. Master Tang naturally agreed. He didn't want Zhao Hai to be noticed by so many people right now. That wouldn't be a good thing for Zhao Hai. Because of this, Elder Tang was able to obtain this information. When Zhao Hai gave the information to Elder Tang, he wanted to show that this information was very difficult to obtain. Therefore, he gave the information bit by bit, not all of it at once. At this time, a voice was suddenly heard from outside, reporting, Commander, someone from the life and death arena wants to see Elder Tang. This sentence attracted everyone's attention. Ji Wuming immediately said, invite him in. The person outside nodded, then he turned around and left. Before long, a cultivator came in from outside. When he saw that everyone was looking at him, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He couldn't help but turn his gaze towards Elder Tang. Elder Tang nodded, then he waved his hand and said, Little you, come here. Did you bring the things? The person who came was Little you. When he heard Elder Tang, he quickly nodded and walked over. Then he turned his hand and took out a jade slip. Then he handed the jade slip over to Elder Tang and said, "Elder Tang, everything is here." Elder Tang nodded, then he waved his hand and said, "All right, you can leave." Little Yu nodded before he turned around and left. Elder Tang took the jade slip and probed it with his spiritual force. Then he nodded and took out something from his space. This thing looked like a box. However, no one would think that it was an ordinary box. This was because the box was very beautiful. Its appearance was also very magical and full of metallic feeling. Elder Tang glanced at the crowd and realized that everyone was looking at the box with curious gazes. Elder Tang then said, "This box is the latest masterpiece of a refiner in the life and death arena. He can project the contents of the jade slip in the form of a projection. Furthermore, it's three-dimensional." After he said that, he opened a small lid beside the box and placed the jade slip inside. Then he pressed a button on the top of the box. A small red light flashed a few times on the box. Then a projection appeared on top of the box. Unexpectedly, this projection showed a planet. Elder Tang fiddled with the box a few more times, and the projection of the planet became bigger. It became a projection of a planet with a diameter of about 2 meters. On this planet, there were mountains, rivers, forests, and cities. Everything that a planet should have was present on this projection. Most importantly, there were even some large artifacts flying around in this projection. At this time, some words appeared on the side of the projection. These words had lines attached to them, and these lines were connected to a certain location on the planet. When everyone looked at these words, they discovered that these words were describing the traps and formations on the planet. There were even some small words explaining them. Although the words weren't very big, the cultivators present weren't pushovers. With their strength, the words written on the small words couldn't escape their eyes. At this time, Elder Tang opened his mouth and said, "Everyone can take a look. This is the layout of the two clans' planet. There are more than 20,000 formations and traps on the planet. There are also some that we haven't investigated. After all, we have no way to investigate the two clans' headquarters." Then he paused for a moment, then he pointed at the words on the side of the projection and said, "Take a look here. This is an introduction to the large artifacts on the planet. The two clans' planet has a total of 55 large artifacts. 32 of them are outside the planet, and 23 of them are inside the planet. Moreover, these large artifacts are manned by people." Everyone looked at the place Elder Tang pointed at. When Elder Tang pointed at that place, the words on that place immediately became bigger. The information that Elder Tang was talking about was clearly written on it. Then Elder Tang pointed at another location, causing the text there to become bigger. Elder Tang said, "Although we didn't enter the two families' headquarters to investigate, after several days of observation, we can come to a conclusion. The two families' people might have already been transferred. The ones left on the two families' planet are those who want to deal with us. The other members of the two family have already been transferred. We don't know where they went. It can be said that the ones left on the two families' planet are people who don't have anything to worry about. They might really go all out against us." Everyone was quietly listening to Elder Tang's report. This information was very important to them. They could use this information to understand the situation of the two families' planet. At this moment, a voice came from outside. "Report, a cultivator from the life and death arena wants to see Elder Tang." Elder Tang said in a deep voice, "Let him in." After a while, Xiaoyu ran in again. Elder Tang waved his hand at him. Xiaoyu came in front of Elder Tang and handed a spatial bag to Elder Tang. Elder Tang received the spatial bag and waved his hand at Xiaoyu. After Xiaoyu left, Elder Tang turned his head to the others and said, "This is a copy of the jade slip. It contains all the information on the jade slip. You can take a look at it." After saying that, he opened his interspatial bag and took out a large piece of jade slips. Then, he waved his hand, and the jade slips flew to the hands of the representatives of the other families as if they had wings. Soon, all the representatives of the families had jade slips in their hands. The representatives of the various clans impatiently sent their spiritual force into the jade slips. Sure enough, the jade slips contained all the information about the two clans' planet. What they saw in the jade slips was more detailed and more intuitive. On the other hand, Elder Tang, Ji Wuming, and Shang Guanyin were still looking at the projection of the planet. Ji Wuming and Shang Guanyin looked very serious. They had seen every trap on the planet. After looking at it, Ji Wuming looked at Shang Guanyin and said, "Brother Shangguan, what do you think?" Shang Guanyin said solemnly, "The arrangement is perfect. I can see that the two clan really wants to fight with us and make us suffer more losses." Ji Wuming's eyes flashed with hostility, then he said, "Then we can't let the two family go." Elder Tang, do you think they would leave a way out for themselves? If they can't hold on, would they be able to escape? Old Tang replied, "Of course. If it were me, I would do the same. However, it depends on how determined they are. If they want to maximize our losses, then it's possible that some of the cultivators in those large artifacts will perish together with us." Hearing Elder Tang's words, everyone was stunned. Then they looked at Elder Tang in confusion. Elder Tang looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, I want to remind you that our enemies aren't just the two family and the hundreds of realms behind them. Those realms are just a small part of the many realms that want to occupy a place in the Void Realm. There are many more realms that are eyeing us covetously." Elder Tang nodded and said, "Don't worry." Elder Tang paused for a moment, then he looked at everyone and said, "There are more than 500,000 cultivators on the two clans' planet, but these cultivators came from more than 100 realms. On average, there aren't many people in each realm, so it's impossible for them to be affected. They can send the same number of people at any time. Of course, they might not do so now. But at the same time, the other realms can also send the same number of people. If we lose too much when dealing with the two clan, the other realms will see a glimmer of hope and they will use the same method to exhaust us. But what I want to say is, gentlemen, we can't afford this kind of news. Even if the 5 great clans are included, we still can't afford this kind of consumption. This is because there are too many realms in the Void Realm. We can't win in a war of attrition." Everyone nodded. Although Elder Tang's words weren't pleasant to hear, none of them were fools. They knew that Elder Tang was telling the truth. If they were to compete with the other realms in terms of consumption, they wouldn't be able to win. Although the Void Realm was stronger than any other realm, they still couldn't withstand the sheer number of realms. It was like a tiger facing 10,000 pigs. What would you do, if it was 2, or even 10 or 100 pigs? Then the tiger could easily kill the pigs. It might even let them go and eat them early. But what would the tiger do when facing 10,000 pigs? Even the tiger would have to retreat, right? Even if the tiger didn't resist and let the tiger eat, the tiger wouldn't be able to finish 10,000 pigs even if it ate to death. Sometimes, the advantage of quantity was the greatest advantage. This was because there was no way to offset it. This was the most terrifying aspect of the two clan. Elder Tang looked at everyone and said, "This time, the two clans' actions were very hasty. We didn't expect it, and I believe that others didn't expect it as well. Therefore, a lot of people weren't prepared." The two clan also noticed this. When they realized that things weren't going according to their plan, they had the time to withdraw everyone to the other realms and not fight with us. However, they didn't do so and stayed behind to prepare for this battle. This means that they won't easily admit defeat and won't let us have an easy time. 55 large artifacts aren't a small number, but for more than 100 realms, 55 large artifacts aren't a lot. Therefore, they can sacrifice 55 large artifacts as well as their cultivators. If they really do this, then we have to be on guard. If they really want to perish together with us, then we'll have to face a group of lunatics. When everyone heard Elder Tang, they couldn't help but shiver. Normal people wouldn't want to fight with a madman. Although what Elder Tang said was only a possibility, they still had to guard against the two family. If the two family really did something like this, then they would be in big trouble. Ji Wuming's expression was gloomy as he stared at the projection of the planet. Then he turned to Elder Tang and said, "Elder Tang, what do you think we should do?" Elder Tang replied, "First of all, we can't be in a hurry. We have to do it bit by bit. Didn't they place a lot of large artifacts outside the planet? Let's start with those large artifacts and eat them first. They already sent their families away, so they have nothing to fear. We're the same, we don't need to be in a hurry. We'll fight them for a long time and ensure our own safety before dealing with them. Although this will be slow, it can still ensure our safety." Ji Wuming frowned, then he said, but there are countless eyes watching us right now. If we can deal with the two family cleanly, then everything will be fine. If we can't, then I'm afraid that those people will be restless. That would only make things more troublesome. Ji Wuming frowned, then he said, but there are countless eyes watching us right now. Elder Tang replied, I also know that this will be the case, but I'm afraid that the two clan will take advantage of this. They might have guessed that we want to end this quickly, so they dared to fight us. If we're not careful, then we might fall into their trap. Ji Wuming frowned. To be honest, he really didn't like this feeling. They came out this time to show their strength through a beautiful victory. If they dragged this battle for too long, then there might be other accidents. This was something that Ji Wuming didn't want to see. However, if the two family really did what Elder Tang said, then it would be very troublesome for them. This was especially true for great clans. They couldn't afford to waste too much of their resources. If they were to consume too much of their resources, then the other clans wouldn't be able to deal with them, they would be dealt with by the other clans. Elder Tang was right. The two family was an allied army formed by various realms. The number of people they sent out would not be too many if they were divided among the various realms. It was the same for the punitive expedition. However, one should not forget that it was not easy for them to invade the various realms. It was also not difficult for the various realms to deal with them. This was also where the Void Realm was at a disadvantage. This was the most difficult part of this battle. It was difficult to ensure one's own strength and win beautifully. Elder Tang looked at Ji Wuming and knew what he was thinking. Elder Tang turned his head to Shang Guanyun. Shang Guanyun smiled faintly and said, this time, our Shangguan family didn't participate in the crusade against the two family to fight a protracted war. Now that we have all the information about the two family, even if we have to make some sacrifices, we must eliminate them as soon as possible. Elder Tang stared. He didn't think that Shang Guanyun would say something like this at this time. But after thinking about it, he understood. The reason why the Shangguan family joined the crusade was because they wanted to win quickly and beautifully. Otherwise, it would be too shameful for the Shangguan family. When Ji Wuming heard Shang Guanyun's words, his face lit up with joy. He was afraid that Shang Guanyun would support a protracted war like Elder Tang. If that was the case, then he would have to compromise. Although the members of the various clans were the main force of the crusade, Ji Wuming had to admit that the influence of the life and death arena and the Shangguan family was too great. If the life and death arena and Shang Guanyun wanted a protracted war, then they could only do so. But now, the Shangguan family said that they didn't want to fight a protracted war. This was definitely good news for Ji Wuming. With the support of the Shangguan family, coupled with the fact that they were the main force, it wasn't a big deal if Elder Tang was the only one who opposed it. Elder Tang looked at Shang Guanyun and knew that this matter couldn't be changed. He pondered for a moment and said, it's not impossible to end the war quickly, but we might have to make more sacrifices. Ji Wuming replied, sacrifices are unavoidable, so it doesn't matter if there are more or less of them. What we need to do now is to win this battle as quickly as possible. In fact, it's a good thing that the two family would use such a crazy method to deal with us. We can think of a way to deal with their attacks. This way, our casualties will be less than what we expected. Elder Tang nodded, then he looked at the projection of the planet and said, everyone should pay attention. On this planet, the two family has set up formations and traps everywhere. However, there's one place with the least amount of formations and traps, and that's the Golden Sea. Then Elder Tang pointed at a place on the planet's projection. Everyone's gaze followed Elder Tang's finger. They discovered that the place Elder Tang pointed at was a desert. This desert had a very nice sounding name on the two clans' planet, the Golden Sea. Elder Tang pointed at the desert and said, because the Golden Sea is a desert, its spiritual chi is quite scarce. Setting up traps there would require a lot of jade essence. Although this isn't something that the two family can't afford, it's also something that they don't want to do. They want to save some resources for the future of the family. Therefore, I think that we should choose this place as our main target. Seeing that Elder Tang didn't oppose the idea of a quick battle, Wuming was very happy. He looked at the place Elder Tang pointed at and nodded, that's a good place. But before we can attack the planet, we need to pass through the large artifacts outside. What do you think? Elder Tang nodded and said, "That's a good place. But before we can attack the planet, we need to go through the large artifacts outside." Shang Guanyin looked at the projection of the planet and said, "I don't have any opinion. We'll leave half of our people to deal with the large artifacts outside the planet. The other half will attack the planet from the Golden Sea." Elder Tang nodded and said, "Outside the planet, it's mainly a battle between large artifacts. Therefore, we don't need to leave too many people behind. We just need to leave enough large artifacts behind. However, once we attack the planet, we'll have to fight in close quarters. The casualties there would be greater. Therefore, I think that we should leave half of the large artifacts outside the planet and leave less outside. What do you think?" Some people opposed this idea. This was because sending more people inside the planet would increase their safety. Naturally, they wouldn't oppose this idea. However, there was a certain amount of danger in leaving large artifacts outside the planet. This was because outside the planet, not only would one have to deal with the large artifacts of the two family, one would also have to pay attention to the attacks of meteorites. Because of this, the large artifacts outside the planet would be in danger of being sunk. For great clans, large artifacts were far more precious than cultivators. If a cultivator died, the great clans could raise them again. However, if a large artifact was destroyed, it would be very difficult to make another one. Naturally, the cultivators here weren't the core cultivators of the great clans, but the cultivators recruited by the great clans. If they were a core disciple of the great clans, then they wouldn't be willing to exchange him for a large artifact. In fact, the great clans of the Void Realm weren't much different from the sects of the true spiritual boundary. The great clans of the true spiritual boundary would cultivate their own core disciples. And these core disciples were rarely recruited from the outside. Most of them were from the great clans of the sect. The great clans of the Void Realm were the same. They would also recruit cultivators from the outside to strengthen the strength of the great clans. However, the core disciples of the great clans must be from the great clans. Even if they weren't from the great clans would let the cultivator marry into the great clans. Therefore, the great clans attached great importance to their core disciples. This time, the great clans sent a small number of core disciples to participate in the punitive expedition. They let these core disciples lead the ordinary disciples. The reason why these core disciples joined the punitive expedition was not only to lead the other disciples, but also to train themselves. A sapling that didn't experience wind and rain couldn't grow into a towering tree. The great clans understood this truth. Therefore, the great clans didn't only raise their core disciples at home. Training, life and death training, were indispensable. The reason why Elder Tang said to leave fewer people outside and more people inside the planet was to remind Ji Wuming and the others that the great clan's core disciples should stay outside. The great artifacts were fighting outside, so the cultivators would be safer outside. If all the core disciples were sent to the planet, then the danger would be greatly increased. Ji Wuming wasn't an idiot, so when they heard Elder Tang, they immediately understood what he meant. Ji Wuming replied, "All right, we'll do as Elder Tang says." "Elder Tang, what do you think we should do with the division of personnel?" Elder Tang replied, "Brother Shangguan seems to be very experienced in commanding the great artifacts. How about this? We'll leave 50 great artifacts for Brother Shangguan to command. We'll leave about 1,000 people on each great artifact. As for the rest, we'll bring them to the planet. What do you think?" Ji Wuming stared, then he turned to Shang Guanyin and said, "What do you think, Mr. Shangguan?" Shang Guanyin replied, "All right, I'll leave the two families' great artifacts to me. You can also leave your great artifacts to me. I guarantee that you won't suffer too much losses." Ji Wuming smiled faintly and said, "Losses are inevitable in war. Mr. doesn't need to worry about it." "All right, then we'll leave. Everyone, go back and prepare." Everyone nodded, then they turned around and left. Elder Tang led the 5 lay family brothers back to the life and death arena's great artifacts. Then he called the people on the life and death arena and gave them some instructions. After that, he immediately gathered the people on the life and death arena's great artifacts, leaving half of the great artifacts outside for Shang Guanyin to command. Naturally, their movements couldn't be hidden from the two family scouts. However, the scouts were very confused, they didn't know what they were doing. It didn't take long before the great clans finished their preparations. 50 great artifacts were empty while the rest of the people went to the other 50 great artifacts. Under the command of Ji Wuming and Elder Tang, the 50 large celestial devices filled with people slowly sailed towards the planet where the two clan was located. Shang Guanyun, on the other hand, directed the other 50 large celestial devices to meet the large celestial devices that the two clan had left outside the planet. When the two families saw this, they immediately understood that they wanted to divide their forces. The two families immediately sent a message back to the planet. At the same time, the great artifacts on the planet also moved towards Shang Guanyun's great artifacts. At the same time, the meteorites near the two families' planet also began to move, slowly moving towards Shang Guanyun's fleet. Shang Guanyun had indeed commanded many battles between great artifacts. Because of this, he wasn't anxious at all. He calmly adjusted the formation of the great artifacts as well as their speed. He wanted to deal with the meteorites first before dealing with the two families' great artifacts. At this time, Elder Tang and Ji Wuming commanded the great artifacts to bypass the place where Shang Guanyun and the two families' great artifacts were going to fight. Although the two families sent some meteorites to block Elder Tang's fleet, the effect wasn't obvious. The fleet's energy cannons were able to destroy the meteorites weren't of much use at all. However, what Elder Tang and the others couldn't see was that the two families' great artifacts were also mobilized. They chased after Elder Tang and the others. They wanted to see where Elder Tang and the others would attack from. In the two families' view, no matter where Elder Tang and the others attacked from, they weren't afraid. This was because the planet was covered with all kinds of traps and formations. Some of these formations could even affect the great artifacts. It can be said that the two families was fully prepared for this battle. They were already waiting for Elder Tang and the others to come knocking on their door. While Elder Tang and the others' fleet was moving forward, Elder Tang and Ji Wuming were also dividing the great clans into small teams. At the same time, each team leader had to carry a map of the planet. At the same time, they had to remember the locations of the traps and formations. This way, it would be easier for them to move. This wasn't a simple matter. Although the cultivators had an advantage in this aspect, they only needed to imprint Lishi's image in their mind. However, the two families had arranged too many formations on the planet. It wasn't easy for the cultivators to remember all the formations and traps in a short period of time. However, Elder Tang and the others also ordered the cultivators to remember the formations and traps in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, they would suffer a big loss. The fleet moved forward slowly. At this time, Shang Guanyun's fleet was already in close combat with the enemy. He commanded the fleet to set up a one-man attack formation. While destroying the meteorites, he also had to deal with the two families' fleet. It wasn't easy. However, although the two families' fleet rushed forward, they didn't launch an attack rashly. The difference in numbers made them not dare to act rashly. Their main task was to delay the punitive expedition's large artifacts. Therefore, although the two families' fleet rushed forward, they didn't immediately attack Shang Guanyun's fleet. Instead, they used energy cannons to attack Shang Guanyun's fleet from the periphery. Shang Guanyun's fleet also used energy cannons to retaliate. However, such an attack couldn't cause any substantial damage to these large artifacts. In fact, the main characters of this war weren't the large artifacts from the very beginning, but the cultivators. Just like what someone said, the decisive battle depended on the infantry. The cultivators were equivalent to the infantry in this battle. In the end, it was the cultivators who needed to resolve the battle. Although the large artifacts could play a certain role, they couldn't play a decisive role. The two sides were already engaged in a fierce battle, but the situation wasn't very fierce. In another place, someone was quietly watching this battle. This person was, of course, Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was very clear about what was happening here. Not to mention that the information he gave Elder Tang contained liquid silver, even the jade slip player that Elder Tang took out also contained liquid silver. When Elder Tang placed him in the Void Fortress of the Ji family, Zhao Hai had already integrated liquid silver into the Void Fortress. Therefore, he knew everything on the battlefield like the back of his hand. Regarding Elder Tang's decision, Zhao Hai didn't oppose it. However, he also didn't necessarily support it. If it was him, then he wouldn't divide his troops. They had 100 large artifacts while the other side only had 50 large artifacts. In this case, there was no need to divide his troops. He would just have the 100 large artifacts form a battle formation and withdraw the cultivators from the periphery into the formation. When the time comes, he would use the large artifacts to suppress the enemy. Naturally, there was a prerequisite for this. The prerequisite was that Elder Tang and the others had to be able to command the large artifacts like how he commanded his own army. However, Zhao Hai believed that it would be very difficult for Elder Tang and the others to do this. After all, the large artifacts belonged to different clans. It would be very difficult for them to cooperate with each other intimately. However, Zhao Hai also knew that no matter what Elder Tang and the others decided to do, it wouldn't be easy for them to lose this battle. The disparity in numbers couldn't be made up for. Even if the two family wanted to go all out, Elder Tang and the others would be prepared after Zhao Hai's warning. They wouldn't be fooled again. Although they might suffer some losses, it was impossible for them to lose. In reality, Zhao Hai still focused most of his attention on the false form realm. Almost all the small sects in the false form realm had been subdued by Zhao Hai's people. And those small sects were the foundation of a realm. Zhao Hai now controlled the foundation of a realm. If this foundation became unstable one day, then the realm would be finished. However, Zhao Hai didn't let those small sects attack the large sects directly. If he could subdue a realm silently, Zhao Hai certainly didn't want to do it with great fanfare. Now that the small sects in the false form realm had been integrated by Zhao Hai, he was going to make a move on those mid-sized sections. However, this wasn't so easy. If he didn't do it well, he would be discovered, which would cause a huge uproar. Zhao Hai never underestimated the strength of any sect. He was very clear about how terrifying it would be to have an entire realm as your enemy. Although Zhao Hai had destroyed several realms before, that was only when he had absolute confidence and strength. But now, he didn't have absolute confidence and strength to easily take down a realm. Moreover, this realm could go to the Void Realm and inform others about the situation there. If the realms were to be alerted, then it would be troublesome for him to deal with them. Zhao Hai didn't dare to underestimate the strength of a sect. He didn't dare to underestimate the strength of a sect. The most important point was that Zhao Hai didn't want people to know about Kai and Julie's abilities. He didn't want people to know about Kai and Julie's assassination methods. If others knew about it, then he would be in even more trouble. At that time, he might not be able to protect himself in the life and death arena. The relationship between the Void Realm and other realms was in a very delicate state because of the conflict between the two family and the punitive expedition. If people knew that he, a person who won the life and death arena in the Void Realm, had the ability to subdue a realm, what would the consequences be? He was afraid that all the realms would unite and force the Void Realm to deal with him. At that time, he would really be in trouble. Zhao Hai didn't want this to happen, so he wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he wanted to take it slow. First, he took advantage of some external disciples who were training outside to kill them. Then, he would see how the person's sect would react. If there was no reaction, then it meant that the disciple didn't have a soul token in his sect. Then, when the disciple returned to his sect, no one would suspect him. At this time, Zhao Hai was using this method. He first found a disciple of a medium-grade sect, a core disciple, and then killed him. After that, he found out that the sect didn't have a soul token. Zhao Hai then proceeded with the second step of his plan. Zhao Hai had the disciple return to his sect. Then, he thought of a way to poison the disciple's master to death. After that, he would poison the other disciples. After that, he would have the other disciples poison the disciple's master. After that, he would have the other disciples poison the disciple's master to death. After that, he would have the higher-ups of the sect poisoned. Layer by layer, it didn't take long before the sect was under Zhao Hai's control. At this time, Zhao Hai felt that the space's immortal blood was very useful. After reviving the undead, Zhao Hai could carry out his plan without anyone suspecting him. This was the key to his plan. In the end, it was because of the space that Zhao Hai could have everything he had. If he were to lose the space one day, then he would be nothing more than an ordinary cultivator. He might even be worse than an ordinary cultivator. Zhao Hai cherished everything that he had. He didn't want anyone who wasn't loyal to him to know about the existence of the space. Because of this idea, Zhao Hai's actions were slow. He had too much scheming and too little domineering. Zhao Hai's attention was now on the false form world. The battle between the two clans and the punitive expedition had finally begun. The fleet commanded by Shang Guanyun was still entangled with the two clans' fleet. Although there was a difference in the number of large artifacts on both sides, the two clans' fleet was clearly prepared. They had a lot of meteorites near the planet. These meteorites were good for dealing with large artifacts. Although these meteorites were rarely effective, as long as there were meteorites, they would still slow down the enemy fleet. This was the mission of the two clans' fleet. Although Shang Guanyun wanted to deal with the two clans' fleet as soon as possible in order to give Elder Tang some support, it was clear that this idea wasn't realistic. After the punitive expedition divided their forces, they couldn't guarantee that they would be able to overwhelm the two clans' fleet. It wouldn't be easy to get rid of the two clans' fleet. On the other hand, Elder Tang's fleet had already arrived above the Golden Ocean. Then, the fleet got into an attack formation and charged towards the two families' planet. The two families' fleet that was following Elder Tang's fleet were shocked. They didn't expect Elder Tang's fleet to attack here. One must know that although the Yellow Gold Sea was the place with the least amount of formations and traps, it wasn't a good place for Elder Tang and the others. This was because the spiritual chi here was scarce. Not only would it affect large artifacts, but it would also affect cultivators. It was precisely because of this reason that the two clans didn't arrange many formations and traps here. In their opinion, Elder Tang and the others wouldn't choose such a place to attack. The reason why the two clans was so sure was because they knew that Elder Tang and the others should be very familiar with the situation of the planet. After all, the two clans' planet also had a life and death arena. Moreover, in the Void Realm, the environment of each planet wasn't a secret. The two clans also knew the geographical environment of the planets of other clans, so it wasn't a big deal. But this time Elder Tang and the others chose to attack this place that the two clans thought that they would never choose. This was really beyond the two clans' expectations. But now that Elder Tang and the others had rushed into the planet, they couldn't ignore the enemy. Therefore, they could only brace themselves and fight. After Elder Tang and the others rushed into the planet, they bumped into the two clans' fleet head-on. Elder Tang and the others didn't hold back and directly rushed over. The two clans' fleet had less than half of their large artifacts, so naturally, they weren't a match for them. They were quickly forced to retreat. At this time, Elder Tang and the others used the energy weapons on their large artifacts to destroy all the formations and traps in the Golden Sea. Seeing this situation, even if the two clan was an idiot, they would still be able to find the problem. How did Elder Tang and the others find the location of the formations and traps so accurately? They wouldn't believe that no one told Elder Tang and the others about these things even if they were beaten to death. After all, these traps were very difficult to find. The trap mentioned here was actually a type of formation. However, this type of formation was very well hidden. Until the formation was activated, it would be very difficult to discover it. Naturally, the arrangement of this type of formation wasn't easy. Compared to ordinary formations, it required a lot more materials and a lot more time to complete. In order to cover these traps, the two clans also arranged some formations in order to use the energy fluctuations of these formations to cover the traps. But now, whether it was the formations or the traps, they were all destroyed by Elder Tang and the others. Moreover, they were completely destroyed. This was very abnormal. However, the two families didn't have the time to investigate. After Elder Tang and the others cleaned up all the formations and traps in the Yellow Gold Sea, they immediately began to push forward. All the formations and traps that they encountered along the way were all destroyed by them. When the two clans' fleet saw this, they knew that they had no choice but to meet the enemy head-on. Both sides' large artifacts collided in the air. Half of the two clans' 20 large artifacts were destroyed. On the other hand, Elder Tang and the others lost 10 of their 50 large artifacts. It can be said that both sides suffered heavy losses. At this time, both sides sent out cultivators. Elder Tang's fleet had nearly 1 million cultivators spread out and rushed towards the cultivators of the two families. When the two families saw the cultivators released by Elder Tang's fleet, their complexion changed. They didn't think that Elder Tang would bring all of his cultivators here. The two family thought that they would at least leave some people in Xianxia fleet, but they didn't think that they would send all of their cultivators here. This was beyond their expectations. Although it was unexpected, they had no choice but to fight. The cultivators of Tu clan and the other planes still charged towards the cultivators of the punitive expedition. These people were already prepared to die. They were charging towards the punitive expedition with the thought that killing one would be enough and killing two would be worth it. Elder Tang and the others had already thought of this. Therefore, they made a targeted arrangement. All the cultivators were divided into teams of a few hundred people. The first team of cultivators formed a formation. They didn't need to attack fast or kill many enemies. They just needed to ensure that the formation operated normally and wouldn't be used as a scapegoat by the enemy. Although Ji Wuming and Shang Wanyun wanted to end the battle as soon as possible, they also understood that if they didn't care about anything, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Their losses would be huge, which was something that they didn't want to see. The cultivators of the Tu clan and the other planes were prepared to die. Therefore, they didn't care about anything as they rushed forward. Naturally, it was impossible for them to form a formation. On the contrary, it was convenient for the punitive expedition. The punitive expedition had already arranged the formation and were waiting for the other side to charge. When the Tu clan and the Tu clan arrived, they were stunned. The two families' cultivators were dumbfounded as soon as they arrived in front of the punitive expedition army. They never thought that the punitive expedition army would be so stable. This kind of chaotic battle strategy was very disadvantageous for them. Many of the cultivators who rushed up had died before they even reached the battle formation. When they arrived in front of the battle formation, they found that the other party had already set up the formation. Each of them would be attacked by several people. Moreover, the attackers could change their positions at any time. They would also be affected by the formation. They could only use 60% of their strength at most. Under such circumstances, their fates could be imagined. At this time, Zhao Hai was even busier. He had one more thing to do, and that was to collect the corpses of the Tu family and the cultivators from the other planes. Zhao Hai would collect some of the corpses of the Tu family and the cultivators from the other planes into the space. This way, the number of undead inside the space would increase without anyone noticing. However, Zhao Hai soon discovered that it was impossible to collect more Tu families' cultivators. This was because the Tu families' cultivators suddenly changed their approach when they were at a disadvantage. These cultivators continued to charge forward as if they didn't care about their lives. When they reached the enemy's formation, they would suddenly self-detonate. The self-detonation of a teleportation realm cultivator was enough to pull down several Vajra realm cultivators, not to mention that they were also facing teleportation realm cultivators. The successive self-detonation of Tu clan and the cultivators from other planes had thrown the punitive expedition army into trouble. The cultivators of the punitive expedition army were not prepared for a life-and-death battle. Now that the cultivators of Tu clan suddenly launched such a desperate attack, the punitive expedition army felt very uncomfortable. Not only were they uncomfortable, but they were also terrified. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Elder Tang and the others quickly discovered this. However, they didn't expect this situation. They didn't understand what the Tu family and the cultivators from the other planes were planning. Why would the cultivators they sent be so desperate? Without any other choice, Elder Tang and the others could only have the cultivators get as close to the large artifacts as possible. Then they would use the energy weapons on the large artifacts to deal with the cultivators of the Tu family. At this time, Elder Tang went to the Void Fortress and met with Ji Wuming. Ji Wuming was also sitting inside the Void Fortress with a worried expression. To be honest, he didn't expect this situation. When he saw Elder Tang, Ji Wuming couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "Elder Tang, you're here. Have a seat." Elder Tang looked at Ji Wuming and smiled wryly, then he sat down and said, "I didn't expect the Tu clan to have so many brave warriors. It's rare, very rare." Ji Wuming smiled bitterly and said, "Yes, the Tu family and the other planes must have paid a heavy price to keep so many people alive. But now, it seems like the price was worth it." Elder Tang smiled bitterly, then he said in a deep voice, "What should we do in this situation? Those guys self-destruct as soon as they come up. If we only use long-range attacks, we won't be able to stop their attacks. It's going to be troublesome. Ji Wuming frowned and said in a low voice, "It seems like that's all we can do now. Attack from a distance if you can. At the same time, tell all the cultivators not to stray too far from the large ritual implement." Elder Tang knit his brows and said, "But we can't do that. We have 1 million cultivators, but we only have 40 large artifacts left. With 1 million people surrounding the large artifacts, I'm afraid that even if the large artifacts are completely surrounded, there will still be people who will be attacked. I think we should think of another way." Ji Wuming frowned and said, "But other than this, I don't have any other good ideas." Elder Tang thought for a moment, then he said, "How about this, let's have everyone return to the large artifacts and use them as cities. Then we can attack the two families' alliance while standing on the large artifacts. This way, we won't have to worry about being attacked by the two families' alliance. Although we can't send all of our people into battle, those who aren't can go back and rest. This way, we can keep our large artifacts in a state of battle at all times. The two families' alliance can't be in a state of battle all the time. This way, we can slowly gain the upper hand. If the two families' alliance does the same, then even if we have to sacrifice a few large artifacts, we can still sink all of their large artifacts. That way, without their large artifacts, they won't be able to fight against us. When the time comes, we can attack and leave as we wish." Ji Wuming frowned and thought for a moment. Then he nodded and said, "It seems like this is the only way. Let's go and arrange for everyone to return to the large artifacts as soon as possible. This way, we can reduce casualties." Elder Tang nodded, then he turned around and walked out. Before long, the subjugation army received the order to return to the large artifacts. Then they left some people behind to stand on the large artifacts and attack the two families' alliance. However, it was impossible for the two families to attack the large artifacts. The shields of the large artifacts were already opened. Even if they wanted to self-destruct, they wouldn't be able to do so. The two families also saw this point. They also discovered that they couldn't attack the large artifacts like before. Elder Tang thought that the two families' alliance would have no way to deal with them. But soon, Elder Tang discovered that the two families' alliance's reaction was beyond their expectations. When the two clans' army saw that the two clans' cultivators had returned to the large artifacts and were only attacking from the large artifacts, the two clans' cultivators also returned to the two clans' large artifacts. Then the large artifacts turned around and flew away, disappearing in front of Elder Tang and the others in an instant. When Elder Tang saw this, he was very surprised. He looked at the two families' alliance with a puzzled expression. He didn't know what they were planning to do. But they soon found out that the two families' large artifacts outside the planet had all returned to the planet. However, they didn't attack the subjugation army. Instead, they all returned to the two families' main city. The city wasn't very big, it wasn't very big. At most, it could only accommodate about 1 million people. A city with 1 million people could be considered a big city on Earth. But in the cultivation realm, it wasn't a big city. In the cultivation realm, there were large cities with hundreds of millions of people, let alone a city with 1 million people. And this city with 1 million people wasn't an ordinary city. This city was managed by the two families for many years. The entire city's defense system had been perfected by the two families for many years. If it wasn't for the fact that the city couldn't fly, it wouldn't be any worse than a large artifact. But this time, the two families changed their strategy. They wanted to use this city as a foundation to fight the subjugation army. When Elder Tang and Shang Guanyin met up and destroyed all the traps along the way to the two clans' city, they were stunned. By now, Tujia City had truly become a fortress. There were close to 40 large magic artifacts protecting the city in the sky. On the ground, there was a 100 zhang tall city wall. Cultivators stood on top of the city wall. Outside the city wall, a layer of protective shield had been set up, making the entire city impenetrable. Elder Tang and the others looked at the two families' city that was like a turtle shell. They also ordered the subjugation army to attack several times. But the result was that they couldn't do anything to the two families' city. If Elder Tang and the others sent large artifacts to attack the city wall and the remaining large artifacts of the two families weren't to be trifled with. If they used people to attack the city, then they would be killed. After attacking several times, Elder Tang and the others retreated. They also lost 2 large artifacts. The main reason for the loss of the large artifacts was that the two families' city had a lot of energy weapons. These energy weapons were very powerful. When Elder Tang and the others attacked, they used these energy weapons to attack the 2 large artifacts. In the end, the 2 large artifacts were destroyed and a lot of cultivators on the artifacts were killed. Elder Tang and the others stood on the large artifacts and looked at the two families' city. They had a feeling that there was no way out. In the end, they had no choice but to return to the Void Fortress and discuss a way to deal with the two families. After everyone returned to the Void Fortress, Ji Wuming looked at everyone with an ugly expression and said, "What do you think of the two families' actions? Do you have a way to deal with the enemy?" Everyone was silent. They really didn't have a way to deal with the enemy, so they could only remain silent. Elder Tang and Shang Guanyin also didn't say anything. They also didn't have any good ideas. Ji Wuming looked at everyone and couldn't help but get angry. However, he also knew that he couldn't vent his anger on these people. Although these people pushed him to be the commander, in the end, they were still in an alliance. His position as the commander was only temporary. If he really pissed them off, then the consequences would be unimaginable. He was afraid that their punitive army would be disbanded immediately. Ji Wuming took a deep breath and looked at everyone. Then he said, "Don't you have anything to say? Are we going to wait here forever? The entire Void Realm is watching us. If we can't take down the two family city as soon as possible, then we'll lose all our face." Hearing Ji Wuming's words, everyone's expression turned ugly. It wasn't that Ji Wuming was wrong, but he was right. There were indeed countless eyes in the Void Realm watching them. If they couldn't deal with the two family in a short time, then they would lose all their face, especially the Shangguan family and the life and death arena. Needless to say, the Shangguan family was one of the 5 great families. If they couldn't do anything to a small two-family city, wouldn't that be too shameful? The life and death arena was the same. This time Elder Tang came in the name of revenge. If he was blocked here, then Elder Tang's old face would be lost here. Thinking of this, Elder Tang couldn't help but grit his teeth. Then he said, "Everyone, I want to talk to someone about the situation here and see if he has any ideas. Please wait a moment." After he finished speaking, he walked out. This caused everyone to be stunned. They didn't know who Elder Tang was going to invite. Elder Tang returned to his large artifact and immediately sent a letter to Zhao Hai. Elder Tang had no other choice but to ask for help from Zhao Hai. Elder Tang knew that Zhao Hai had a lot of ideas. He just wanted to see if Zhao Hai had a way to take down the two-family city. Zhao Hai had been paying attention to the two families' situation. When he saw Elder Tang and the others being blocked outside the two-family star, Zhao Hai was also thinking of a way to break it. At this time, Elder Tang's letter suddenly arrived. Zhao Hai took out Elder Tang's jade slip and looked at its contents. The jade slip didn't ask him to come up with a plan. Instead, it asked him to rush to the two-family star as soon as possible. End of chapter 2567. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.